Intellia, and she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. The power band is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Wake up, Pokemon TCG fans! This perfectly pleasant Pokemon TCG season continues here in delightful Dortmund. I'm Shea Burton, and I'm joined by ravishing Ross Gilbert, amazing Alex Dow, and the fantastic Freya Pierce. Freya, how are we this weekend?
After an intro like that, I'm fantastic. How are you doing, Shay?
I'm also doing fantastic myself. I cannot wait to get involved with this regional action. But Ross, how are you?
I took in some of the local culture in Dortmund last night, so yeah, I'm ready for some Pokemon action, frankly.
And you were there as well, right? Enjoying the local action as well, Alex?
Yeah, back in delightful Dortmund. It's a fantastic time to be here for another weekend at another regional once again, and fantastic to be with you guys, of course, as well.
I remember the last time I was at a regional championships in Dortmund, it was in a tiny game shop, so like the scale now compared to then, it just goes to show how much this game has grown.
Yeah, the game has been growing massively this season. You know, Dortmund is our 6th stop here in our regional special event schedule. Ross, what's been your standout so far, or is there any particular event you're looking forward to?
Oh, there's a lot I'm looking forward to. Stockholm, I've been to Jönköping casted Pokémon tournament many years ago, so I've got my eye on Stockholm as a Swedish city I really want to get to. I've heard a lot of American players saying that New Orleans is a great location to have North American internationals. I know a lot of people are psyched about that. EUIC in London, I can get a train and then I don't have to get on an aeroplane, I'm just there. And of course, let's not forget Honolulu. Another same location, different city, because, you know, I was at Worlds in 2012 in Hawaii, but different island, very different place. So I think everyone's a little bit excited about Honolulu at the end of the season.
Yeah, our World Championships is sort of the pinnacle of the season, you know, the Mount Everest at the end of Victory Road, as it were. But Alex, how would, if players want to get to the World Championships, how do they do that?
Well, nowadays there are so many different ways for players to qualify. Just having a look here where we have the qualification via the World Championship points. In Europe, of course, it has increased a bit slightly in recent years, but for Masters, the 500-point threshold is required to qualify for that World Championship invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. And for the junior and senior division, it's 350 points there as well. But not only that, we do have the regional champions who now get an automatic invite to the World Championships as well.
And I think that is such a terrific addition to our season. You know, if you win a regional or a special, you get your auto invitation to the World Championships, which I think is fantastic. But Freya, it's not just CP you can get from doing well at these events. What other prizes can you get?
Well, I mean, the best season to talk about it, of course, this season the prizes have gone up. So for a regional championship now, if you win in the Masters division, there is $10,000 waiting for you as prize money, and $2,500 there in the junior and senior division. And even not just that, across the board, going down even to the top 32 placements, there are very significant cash prizes on the line, and it's more on the line than ever compared to previous seasons.
Yeah, and it just makes it so possible now for those top-tier players to just go event, and just start continuously earning massive amounts of money. It's fantastic, really, all things considered. But our last event that was featured wasn't actually in Europe. It was in Knoxville. And were you surprised at how it panned out, Alex?
We're now at a stage where we're getting a very well-defined and evolved meta game. Charizard EX has generally been one of the more popular played decks in the last few tournaments. We saw Roaring Moon really surge up in terms of numbers because we saw Ross Cawthorn's list, and that's kind of been started to see tweaks here and there, and there's a lot of players. I mean, 188 players took it to Knoxville.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see that. Ross, Roaring Moon, you've had some opinions on that deck. What do you think about that?
I think Roaring Moon is on a real up at the moment, and like I agree with what Alex said. We're in a mature format now. We've had this format for a little while, but I think Knoxville really shook things up. Roaring Moon, if you go back a few events, Roaring Moon is very much a fringe deck. It is now among the most played decks in the metagame. Roaring Moon is on a real tear. Not only that, but we see Gardevoir actually building up. I've been saying for a while, Gardevoir is a good deck with which to get a day 2 finish. We see an occasional top 8, very occasionally a top 4. Gardevoir pre-Knoxville had not been the kind of deck that was winning a lot of tournaments. So, looking at San Antonio, looking at Charlotte, looking at Liverpool, we saw very similar metagames, and I think Knoxville's come along and really changed things up in a very fun way. Knoxville made me way more excited for Dortmund.
Well, there we go. Knoxville pulling out all the fun results there. But we saw day 1, Freya, there from Knoxville. Do you think there'd be any surprises going from the day 1 meta to the day 2?
Well, I mean, we can see the breakdown right here that Roaring Moon actually, not only did it have that big surge, but it ended up becoming the most played deck, or the deck that converted most into day 2 with 21% showing. So, I mean, I guess you could say it's surprising, say it's not, given that it was kind of a trend that we saw climbing already with that performance that Ross Cawthon had. But yeah, it's just really shaking things up in a way that we wouldn't have necessarily expected, given, like we've already talked about, we thought it was such a mature format.
And I'll be intrigued to see if Roaring Moon has similar levels of success here in Dortmund. But Alex, talk to us about the top 8 at Knoxville.
Well, it's really exciting, of course. A couple of decks there that were mentioned already. That Gardevoir being piloted by Ryan and Raymond, both making it to top 8. A deck we've seen also really come back into the game again as what a lot of players are starting to call as the best deck in format, having no real bad matchups. Giratina V-Star is something we haven't mentioned yet, piloted by Ian Robb and Jackson Ford there, also to a minimum of top 8 within Knoxville. It's just fantastic to see. Roaring Moon continuing to convert to there, also in top 8, and just being bridged up there by that Iron Valiant EX, which we haven't seen for a little while, but just goes to show you this meta game is wide open.
This is my point about Knoxville. We're not used to seeing 2 Roaring Moon in top 8. We're not used to seeing Iron Valiant in top 8. We're not used to seeing Gardevoir converting so well into the top cut. Knoxville was a tournament that did not go to plan. And look, we've still got Charizard as the most played deck. We've still got Giratina as a presumptive best deck in format. That hasn't changed. But after that, I really do think Knoxville represented a bit of a shift compared to what we've seen in like the 4 or 5 tournaments previously.
Yeah, because you mentioned about Gardevoir having a little bit of resurgence there. It actually made the finals, where it was playing against a Lost Box Cryoga deck, a deck we haven't really seen too often in the recent times, Fred. Was you surprised to see Lost Box Cryoga make it all the way?
I mean, a little bit, yeah, but at the same time, Cryoga never lost its power, right? There's a reason why this was one of the most played Lost Box variants for a long time, and I think this was especially preying on the fact that a lot of lists were kind of getting maybe a little bit greedier and cutting mana fee from their deck. So all of a sudden, the opportunity to just completely turn around the game by getting a double knockout with Kyogre was wide open again.
Yeah, and it's like you say, it's one of them where nothing really changed for Kyogre to almost get pushed out of format, right? But, when it's there, potential 500 damage being spread on a 1-prize Pokemon is a little bit terrifying. But you know what, guys? I was actually a little bit upset with how Knoxville panned out, because in Liverpool, I predicted Gardevoir to win. I stuck my chest out quite a lot. didn't really happen in Liverpool. I was just one event too late, guys, because then Gardevoir got that big finish there at the end. So, Ross, I know you've been mentioning Gardevoir a little bit. Do you think now Gardevoir, is it going to be more respected in the meta or attacked against, or will people just think, lucky finish?
It's honestly my number one question coming into this weekend. Like I say, Gardevoir has been one of the top decks this whole format. It has been one of the most played decks. It's been one of the most represented decks in day 2. But if you go back and look through the events, you know, the regional level events we've had in this format, it's been one top 8 here and there, one top 4. You know, I think there's been 2 top 4s in the past, like half a dozen events. It's not made the final for a long time, Gardevoir. It has been a really good deck for converting to day 2 and occasionally getting into top 8. It has not been a deck that has been winning regionals. And then it went and won Knoxville. And coming into Liverpool, there was a lot of discussion about, well, you know, with Tina and Charizard really coming to the forefront, it's opening the metagame up for Gardevoir to be good. There was a lot of talk that Gardevoir was well positioned coming into Liverpool. Didn't pan out, but then one tournament later, I think we just hit a point in the metagame where Gardevoir all of a sudden became really well positioned. It took one more tournament to really come to fruition. But yeah, I think Gardy has gone from day 2 deck to actual contender to win the tournament.
Well, we heard it here first. Let us know your opinions, you know, using the hashtag PlayPokemon if you're on X, you know, follow us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, all of them. And if you're on if you post on X and using that hashtag, there's every chance your post will get featured here on the stream. Do you agree with Ross? Do you not agree with Ross? Let us know. And make sure to follow the stream as well at Twitch and on YouTube. There will be some viewers' choices coming up soon as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But I have something telling me in my ear, guys. Can't quite make it out. I think it sounds like our round 3 should be coming up real soon. So me and Alex are going to have to run around the corner real fast to get ready to cast that action. So I'll make that promise to you, and I want you to make a promise to me that you won't go very far because the game will be starting very soon. See you later.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello, so me and Alex have done that quick little run around the corner. Now we're here, ready to go. I'm Shay Burton, and I'm joined by Alex. How are we?
Oh, incredible to be back here once again with you, Shay. So much to look forward to, so much action to come, and just I can't wait to see the games really come on.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're getting tantalizingly close to getting towards our round 3 feature match. But Alex, you mentioned earlier, I believe, that there's multiple ways to get to the World Championships this year. You can get your CP the old-fashioned way, or you can spike a big event, win it, and then you get your ticket all locked up. So how about we have a little look at our regional champs that we've had so far. What's been your favorite regional champion so far, or regional deck, I should say?
I mean, we've had such a wide range of decks, even starting from Francisco with the Rapid Strike deck at the very start of the season, moving on to Mew VMAX, which has come back all around again. It's all swings and roundabouts for that deck. It's always iterated in terms of itself. And then, of course, Block Snorlax. Who would have thought it finally take down a tournament? But we're finally filling out this graphic, which is fantastic to see. No more of this unlockable DLCs that we've got at the bottom there. But who's next? And who's coming up? Who's going to be the next regional champion on this graphic?
Yeah, that's the exciting thing, right? If you win this event here at Dortmund, you will be on that graphic. Yeah, you at home, if you're not here,
you can come to some of the other ones, you know, come to Utrecht, you know, maybe come to Bologna, come there, get yourself on that graphic and get yourself on that plane to Hawaii. I have to give a massive shout out though for our little champion Consta, because you know he's playing Mew VMAX with that Avery, and in case anyone's forgotten, let me just remind you, for that event I predicted Mew VMAX to win with Avery, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm a little bit excited about that. But we have some players that we're going to be keeping an eye on here at this event who might be making themselves on that list. Alex, what do you think about these players here?
Yeah, another unlockable DLC character in Nico Alabas, but it's fantastic to see his name once again as one of our, you know, regulars that we see on the European circuit. Kaya, a fantastic player who's, of course, you know, done waves in the senior division, but is now in the Masters and wrecking it as well. And of course, our last winner at the Liverpool Regionals event in the EU. Fabrizio is having to be shown on this graphic because it was fantastic to see him pilot that deck to a fantastic finish. And again, lock up that invite to Hawaii as well.
Yeah, and I think Kaya just had her first day 2 finish in the Masters division in Liverpool, I believe. So yeah, got to keep an eye out for her, you know, former world champion. So, you know, if you finish in the top 22, Alex, here in Europe, what do you get?
Oh, top 22 in Europe, you get a fantastic opportunity to make yourself a real name. And what used to be a bit of a, you know, a bit of a bump to go into a day 2 of the World Championships. Now you get a bye, you get that automatic invite, and also now the free travel and stipends into the World Championships here, as we do see the current leaderboard for Europe. There, a number of notable names, Shay. Who's right at that top?
Brennan Kammerman, look at that, with a healthy lead there as well. On second place with Yuho in second place, you know, winner of LAIC 2024. Miloslav Alberto, you know, it's just some fantastic. I mean, to be fair, every name on here is a fantastic player, and it just goes to show you now that, you know, if you really put the time into like practice and test, and you know, it does, the game does reward you for having those top placements, you know, not only by a top 22 in that round 1 bye, like you said, but also everyone likes a little bit of that cash money too, right?
A little bit of moolah, but it's, as you kind of just highlighted there, we've seen a number of players on that leaderboard where, you know, we've actually seen a couple of brothers there as well. You've mentioned Brennan Kammerman.
Oh,
of course.
true, yeah.
Owen Kammerman's also in the top 10. You've mentioned Yuho there in second place. Akalama, we already saw from the graphic of our regional champions, his brother with that Mew VMAX, which you've highlighted as well. But having that opportunity to test with a fantastic, you know, partner, player, to such a high caliber, really can just ascend you all the way.
Almost feels like an unfair advantage, right? Being able to just go downstairs and like test with a regional champion or an international champion, or, you know, #1s with CP in Europe. You can just be like, do you want to come test and yeah, work stuff out. So we know Yuho won LAIC with Miraidon. His brother Consta won Lille with Mew. Do you reckon they're going to be represented here this weekend? There's only one way to find out. That's by looking at our meta breakdown. So let's have a little gander and see what we have here. Alex, anything stand out to you?
Oh, it's nothing too crazy yet again, but, you know, we're seeing this very evolved meta game that we mentioned a little bit earlier, where we've got, you know, Charizard EX just at the top there, alongside Giratina V-Star, which is fantastic decks. You know, we know Charizard, that ability to, we've mentioned the word spike, but it really does spike in damage output.
It does.
Throughout the game. Giratina utilizing things like Roxanne to really find itself a foothold in the meta game, but what a lot of people call the best deck in the format right now. But, you know, it's propped up by these decks, which we do see a lot of success for. Each of these decks have generally won a tournament. It's just that middle deck there.
Yeah, for sure.
Shay. Roaring Moon is yet to just find itself in that winning championship position.
Yeah, it's interesting with Roaring Moon. You know, it's so aggressive, it can like throw around damage, but it hasn't quite had that, like you said, that sort of big finish. And could this be the event? I mean, it's the 3rd most popular deck here of 165 players, so it wouldn't surprise me. But you know what, Alex? I'm a bit stressed. I'm a bit heated looking at this graph. Can I just get the camera back on me for a second here? Because I want the close one as well. So, in Liverpool, I predicted Gardevoir to win, right?
Yes, indeed.
Did it win?
No, it did not.
No. So, and we're going to get to our caster predictions here in a second, but I faltered a little bit here. I'm now going with Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX isn't even on that first graph. So I don't know what's going on here, EU player base, but clearly you're somehow in my head and you're just saying, right, Shay's picked this, so we'll go with this. So I'm thinking, right, so Mew won Liverpool, so how about I just do a little cheeky 1-2, and then they're all going back on guard. You're trying to make me look a bit here silly, Alex. I'm not happy.
Well, you're not happy, but what tends to happen when you predict Mew VMAX? You wear the Meloetta badge.
Oh, don't do me dirty like this. No.
For the first time, he's not wearing it. He's gone. He's gone what?
I've gone special delivery Pikachu. Ask me why.
Why, Shay?
Because it's time to deliver. That's why. But you know what? I've had a sneaky little peek at the at these graphics, Alex. So I do know that Mew VMAX is represented here. It's actually only just missed the first graph there. 85 players. You know one thing that stood out to me here, though, Alex? That Golden Go at 3% at 41 players in the room. It's a deck I've seen posted about on social media. I didn't realise people would actually take it to a regional. Do you have much experience or knowledge about Golden Go?
I mean, just being able to draw cards is a fantastic ability, Golden Go. I mean, 41 players brave enough to bring Golden Go to a tournament. It's fantastic to see. But at the same time, you know, we've seen a regional championship winning deck there, only at the 2% in Snorlax control. Really feeling the force of the metagame right now because Giratina's popularity rising, you know, all of those switching cards, stopping that block from really causing havoc in the metagame, but you never know. Maybe they hit the right matchups. Any one of these decks that can hit the right matchups can just end up taking down a tournament as well. Yeah,
like we saw Iron Valiant there, only just scraping into that that graph day, and that was in the final of LAIC and one in the seniors division, I believe. So, you know, that's a deck that, you know, on any given Sunday, you know, if it hits the right matchups, that can be terrifying to play against. In our little testing match, didn't we, for the stream? Our little testing match, you know, so we can set up all the cameras. I was playing a little bit of Charizard. Alex, my lovely caster here, my friend, was playing Iron Valiant, and I said, whoa, this could get a little bit scary, can't it, Alex? And he's like, well, what do you mean? How can it be scary? I was like, well, if I go first, you can just, you know, do the tachyon bits dance and then yoga loop me, and then the game's over. And what did you say, Alex? What did you say?
Well, it just doesn't really happen.
That's what you said.
But remember, there's no friends at the table, okay? It's 1v1 at the table, and I was there to take you down, Shay Burton. But, do you know what? You've already had the predictions. You've thrown your prediction around already. It's time to see the rest of ours, okay? Right. Here we go. Freya on our left. Charizard EX, gone for the popular choice, I think. Hang on. I've gone Snorlax again.
I was about to say, what's going on with you, mate? You feeling all right? Do you wake up on the right side of bed this morning?
Just like that Snorlax, I haven't quite awakened yet. But alongside that Snorlax, we've got Ross's. I think he's unwavered from Miraidon throughout every tournament he's been at. He has been backing this deck straight to the very end, and he's back again with Miraidon EX. And of course, you're a bit boring, you know.
Really? So hang on, Mew's boring, but Charizard being the most played deck isn't boring.
Yeah, and Snorlax just sitting there and passing and insta-charging is not boring.
No, that's not boring. Mew VMAX is apparently, you know, turn 2, a lot of damage, maybe even turn 1 if you're playing Meloetta, you know. But I feel a bit sneaky. I feel Ross was a bit sneaky here with that Radiant Greninja, sort of encompassing a lot of decks at the same time. I was half tempted to go Psychic Energy plus Mirage Gate just to try and get as much stuff as possible after I saw Ross with that Radiant Greninja. But you have Avery there, normally a card I'm a big fan of. What made you pick Avery?
I mean, we've already spoken about that deck, Gardevoir popping up all around. I think Avery as a card fits in a lot of different decks at the moment. Not only does it fit in Snorlax, it fits in Giratina, it fits in Mew, like your prediction.
It does.
It's just such a powerful card to kind of limit your opponent's options that are on their bench. So, you know, I just wanted something that spreads the deck out a little bit. I mean, it's a bit better than me saying Battle VIP Pass might be. I cast a prediction for this weekend. So, yeah, we'll stick with Avery.
Yeah, no, Avery's a fantastic guy. If it comes down at the right time, it can be absolutely devastating.
But what's devastating for you?
For me?
Freya's #2 choice there.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've had some bad experiences on that Spirit Tomb. One time I played in LAIC last year, so I've left the continent to go play Pokemon, and I think, 4 out of 5 rounds, my opponent, Battle VIP, passes out Spirit Tomb turn. Before I even had a chance to do anything, I can no longer use my Fusion Strike system unless I find those Fusion Strike energies, and you know what? That makes me a sad Bert.
It's very sad indeed. I've had the same scenario before. You know, you rock up to a tournament, with a deck, knowing that you don't want to face a particular, other deck that I was playing Rapid Strike. I don't want to be facing up against Snorlax. What happens? Within the first 3 rounds, I hit 2. Not 1, 2. 2 out of 3. 66%, people.
Done the maths. It was that upset. Alex, now, it's not often I get to, work this desk with a regional champion. With a regional champion such as yourself. So anyone at home who hasn't, maybe made that jump to regional championships yet, maybe they play locals and they want to get involved in playing at this next level, they want to, win the event, how you have done, and now have that auto invitation to World. What sort of advice would you have them or give them?
Look, I think it's similar things that we've always spoken about on these podcasts, these broadcasts, I'm sorry. Knowing it's just about consistency, picking the right decks, knowing your decks inside out is so vital for you to be really just kind of making as few mistakes as possible. Because you go into these tournaments and you're going to be playing a lot of rounds. You're going to be playing 9 rounds day 1. Day 2, now that we have over a certain threshold of players, you're playing an additional 6 rounds of Swiss before you even make it to top 8. You're going to need 34, 35 points. So if you're going to play a deck that's consistent, play a deck that allows you to make as few mistakes as possible, and then it's all about just the preparation beforehand, during, and then after as well. Keeping yourself hydrated, making sure you're enjoying the tournament at the same time, because at the end of the day, there's so many players vying for that same #1 spot that you are.
That's it. Everyone wants that #1 spot. Everyone wants that auto invitation to the World Championships. Well, I'm sure everyone wants a little bit of that $10,000 as well, if you ask me. Alex, we have something new. Something new for the broadcast. We have ourselves our little fantasy-esque bracket where we have to encourage viewers to vote on our deck, who's going to win certain matchups, and then the chat decide who's going to win. So there's our decks there on the left. Alex, now it's random what deck we have to pick to argue, right? But what deck would you want?
Out of those two to win the tournament?
Yes.
I would love to see Chen Pao win.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a deck we've seen throughout a number of tournaments so far. Never quite made it to the very upper echelons of the final top 8s and top 4s and the finals. But it's got so much going for it. Radiant Greninja, all the water's energies splurging everywhere, dealing lots of damage, being able to one-hit KO something like those Charizard EXs that are in its way with ease.
With ease as well. Wow, you're feeling very passionate about it. It'd be quite funny if I was to get Chen Pao now. So the rules are, I think we're going to start with the top bracket, right? So it's going to be, we're going to be making our case for Charizard EX versus Chen Pao. You've already started a little bit, jumped the gun a little bit.
No, you can take it now.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be allocated randomly. I can see our production staff are just, I've just been confirmed. I've got Charizard. So you have got Chen Pao. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to have about 30 seconds each to pitch our case to you as to why, I'll be saying why Charizard will win, you'll be saying why Chen Pao will win, and then you at home get to vote who made the better pitch and what deck would win. How's that sound?
Fantastic.
Okay, right, who should start? I guess I'm going to start. Okay, fair enough. So I've been counting down. Here we go. All right, Charizard EX, right? It's the most played deck for a reason. You rare candy, 330 HP. That is a monstrous amount of HP. It attaches energy to itself as well, and you have 1 spare energy just to put wherever you like, wherever you want it, just put it there. Burning Darkness, Dark type. So you can KO your Gardevoir, you can KO your Mew. We all know how powerful Mew is in Europe. How about just one-shotting it, with weakness? Love that. You've got your Rotom to draw cards. It's just a really strong deck, and I'm done. That's my time done. Go on then.
Do I get my turn now?
Yeah.
I've already started. You've already got a little.
Yeah, he's got
special bit.
extra pitch time, really, to be fair.
I don't know if I get counted in or not, but we're about to see.
Yeah, no, you are getting counted in, but no, you're not, actually. Go on, off you go, then.
Bass Caliber, a throwback to so many decks that we've had throughout the Pokemon TCG. Super Cold, an incredible ability, being able to, like I said, just splurge the water energy all over your board. That deluge that you used to get from Blastoise, you now get once again in 2024. You get to use Radiant Greninja, Concealed Cards, Moonlight Shuriken, massive attacks with that Chen Pao to just take out anything in the active spot.
Stop, that's it, you're done. And you know what, actually? He talks up a big game here. He's all like, oh, you get to use Moonlight Shuriken, you get to use Super Cold. No, you don't. The deck bricks a lot. You'll be like, Shivery Chill, attach one pass. Yeah, you know what I mean? So let us know. So I think our vote should be live now. Vote what deck you think should win that match. Just get involved with those socials they've got now, but follow the YouTube and Twitch as well. But you know what, Alex? I'll be honest. I've actually played a lot more Chen Pao than I have Charizard. I would have much preferred. Much preferred Chen Pao, if I'm honest. But I had to talk it up. You know, I have to be professional. I get told to big up Charizard. I'll big up Charizard. But yeah, Chen Pao is very fun.
it is fun. That's the main thing. It is fun. Just being able to Super Cold all over the place.
Yes.
Is incredible. Like I said, there's so much of a throwback to so many, decks that I started out with. Blastoise,
yeah, for sure.
Back in 2013, 2014, being able to play that, deluging everywhere, taking massive KOs. It's just a fantastic deck. What can I say? But Charizard EX itself, also super fun.
Yeah.
Being able to ramp up that damage, and that's why we've seen so many people do well with it.
I think it's really nice we were speaking about this on the content filming day, how it's been a long time since you've had multiple Stage 2 decks in the metagame.
Yes.
So you've got Chen Pao, that is a Stage 2 deck, right? You got Charizard as well. You got Gardevoir. 3 out of the most played decks here at this event, a Stage 2 deck. I think it's been a long time since we've had that. It's rather refreshing, I think.
Yeah, it's incredible just to be able to have that, wide metagame of not just big basics, being able to utilize those rare candies that we always get, just to bypass those Stage 1s and actually just see those Stage 2 decks really come to the fore once again.
Yeah, very well. But you know what, Alex?
What?
I've just had in my earphones that we have ourselves a winner. Who won? Who won?
Come on!
I'm not having this.
Let's go.
Way.
Come on, my boy. 2-0, baby.
A 2-0 as well? How are we establishing whether it was a 2-0 or not? I couldn't even get a game back.
Come on.
I got 2-0'd by Chen Pao. Oh, goodness.
That was a Moonlight Shuriken for 2 Charmanders, I reckon.
Yeah, I must have fired Manaphy twice or something. Oh, my. Hey, 2-1. I'm about to get a game back, actually.
Boo.
Yeah. What do you mean, boo? You won. You're a bad winner. Goodness gracious me. Wow. Fair enough, chat. I mean, I felt that I was set up to fail there, in all honesty. You already had your pre-pitch for Chen Pao. And yeah, speaking about it, here it is, it is a fantastic deck, all things considered. I remember when I first saw this combo, we mentioned Blastoise, Keldeo back in the day. I was like, imagine if Keldeo had that ability, Shivery Chill, and you had Irida as well. Oh, goodness gracious. Irida, I think, just smooths the deck out, right?
Yeah, it has water types just have so much support going for it. That it's incredible to just be able to use something like Irida, really just ramp up very quickly into that Stage 2, grabbing that any item card that you want, those Ultra Balls or rare candies, and then another water Pokemon, just really sets you ahead in so many different ways. That's why we've seen water Pokemon in the last couple of sort of years, really. I mean, we've had Palkia be a thing for such a long time as well. Inteleon decks utilize something like Irida so well. And that's why Chen Pao was just, everyone saw it and was like, well, I can grab 2 water energies out of the deck, I can start thinning it out, I can start just loading up quickly and ramping up damage, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, do you remember like back in the day when it first came out, it had like, you could play some Palkia, you could play Arceus, V-Star in there. Now it's gone to like this sort of Pokestop version where it's just so turbo and it's hitting exactly what it wants. And they've got the Iron Hands edition as well. Yeah. Which there is some debate about whether, that is the way or not to play it. But I think it just gives you that extra that extra bit of a little bit of spice.
Yeah, 100%.
That's not just, you know, Hellblade here, Hellblade there, maybe a little Moonlight Shuriken. Gives that little bit of extra. What do you think is better though? Because I guess you can either go like the Iron Hands electric energy route, or you can go for more of a cross switcher, cancelling clone old school. Which way would you prefer?
For me, old school.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go,
exactly.
baby.
It just feels like it's just more comforting to be able to know I don't need to worry about this getting the electric energy out all of a sudden, or the Iron Hands EX all of a sudden as well. Just knowing that my deck is always going to function with those water Pokemon and those water support cards is great. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Chien-Pao. We haven't really seen it do super well recently, but it's just a deck, you know, close to our hearts. This is why we wear blue and wear these kind of colors. You know, this whole set's blue. We are Chien-Pao.
we are Chien-Pao. Yeah, it must be feeling a little bit cold in here. There's some shivery chilling going on. Yeah, so I'll be really excited. I'll tell you what, there's nothing more satisfying, I think, as a Chien-Pao player, and I do play it, when you pull off that cancelling clone turn, where you're like, cross switcher, clone, energy, whack, whack, Moonlight Shuriken. Woo! Well, I'm getting a bit excited here, so we're going to have to calm it down a little bit. We've got a little bit of time until our round 3 feature match will be ready, so we're going to cut to a little video break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back real soon with our Pokemon TCG action.
Hi, my name is Shay Burton, and I am here today to give you a quick rundown of the damage-throwing Chien-Pao EX deck. Not only is Chien-Pao its own engine, but it's also an intimidating damage thrower too. Chien-Pao has the Shivery Chill ability, which lets you search your deck for 2 water energy and put them into your hand once per turn, while Chien-Pao is in the active spot. This works perfectly with its Hellblade attack, which does 60 for each water energy you choose to discard from all your Pokemon. So with an endless damage cap, this sounds great, right? But how are we getting all these water energies into play? Well, this is where Baxcalibur steps in, with its super cold ability, which is pretty super if you ask me, which lets you attach as many water energy as you like from your hand to your Pokemon in a turn. Now we can see why Chien-Pao is so strong. You can load up all the water energy in one turn from Shivery Chill and Superior Energy Retrievals, which lets you grab 4 basic energy from the discard pile, and then you can discard them all with Hellblade, dealing massive damage. It really helps you tick over by grabbing a water type Pokemon and an item card straight from your deck. This makes getting Rare Candy Baxcalibur combo very easy. You even have access to cross switches and cancelling clone. This is to help you drag opposing Manaphy's into the active and then turning off its ability, which will then let you use Raging Greninja's attack Moonlight Shuriken to spread 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, often picking up 2 prize turns by KOing 2 low HP Pokemon like Kirlia, Sableye or Comfey. And it is this versatility and high damage output that makes Chien-Pao decks very, very scary. But now I want you at home to wish good luck to all our Chien-Pao players here today as we get back to the stream.
Hi, my name is Amy Worsley, and today we're going to be looking at the trailblazing Charizard EX. You don't want to be unprepared for the Dark-type Terastallized superstar. One of the first examples we've seen of the Terastal typing effect being used for a huge advantage in this meta. Charizard's Dark typing makes it a force to be reckoned with against some of the strongest decks in the format, including both decks featured in the recent World Championship finals, Gardevoir and the new World Champion, Mew VMAX. But how else is the deck good, you ask? Well, Arceus V-Star is one of the enablers for giving this deck its speed and consistency. Its Starbirth V-Star ability allows you to search for any card you need. We're seeing a lot of decks not play the Stage 1 Pokemon, sorry Charmeleon, and instead opting for Rare Candy, allowing you to skip a Stage 1 evolution. This is the key to Charizard's success. Starbirth allows you to search for that rare candy to evolve Charmander to Charizard or Pidgey to Pidgeot. Speaking of soaring into a strong support position comes Pidgeot EX, another new EX from Obsidian Flames. Benefiting from free retreat cost and having a very powerful ability in quick search, again allowing you to search for 1 card per turn. Charizard needs its friends in this scenario. As you can deduce, Arceus can help Pidgeot evolve by finding a rare candy, and then Pidgeot can help Charmander evolve by locating another rare candy from the deck. Setting up for success gives its deck its unique reliability. But back to the star of the show. Let's talk Charizard. Charizard uses its ability Infernal Rain on evolution to accelerate 3 fire energy from your deck and attach them to any Pokemon you wish. Charizard's attacks using Burning Darkness, which only becomes stronger as the game presses on, doing a base 180 damage and an extra 30 for each prize card your opponent takes. Charizard caps out its damage at an enormous 330. The combination of high HP and a hard-hitting move makes Charizard a real powerhouse. Now, how many times have I said the word ability? As you may be thinking, Path to the Peak is this deck's natural enemy. We can't count on that speed and consistency without the use of abilities, so lots of removals of stadiums is imperative. So some may look towards Lost Vacuum or a helpful stadium of their own, such as Artisan or Magma Basin. Other cards you could choose to add to complement Charizard include Jacques to further accelerate their evolution potential, or Entei V for low maintenance early game attacking using Burning Rondo for only 2 fire energy. Good luck to all our Charizard players this weekend. Let's see if we can pick out any other interesting plays and blazing victories.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'll be going over a quick recap of what happened at the 2024 Pokémon TCG Liverpool Regional Championships. This tournament ended up being one of the largest ever held in Europe, with 1,518 players competing for the title. Players had a good idea of what to expect going into Liverpool, given that we've now had many regionals in the Paradox Rift format, with the likes of Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star especially emerging as the top 2 contenders. However, a new contender in the form of Roaring Moon emerged at Charlotte Regionals. The Liverpool Day 1 metagame ended up reflecting this new reality. As we made our way into Day 2 though, a very different reality emerged, with Charizard EX and Losso and Giratina V-Star still at the top, but with Gardevoir EX making it into the mix as well, with new VMAX also in the mix. In the end, 6 different decks managed to make their way into the top 8, including 2 showings each for Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star, the 2 top contenders, as well as appearances from Snorlax Stall, 2 other non-Giratina Lost Zone decks, and new VMAX, piloted by Fabrizio Inga Silva from Peru. Determined to add another notch to Mew's already impressively decorated championship belt, Fabrizio won in top 8 and top 4, making his way all the way to the finals where he'd be up against one of Australia's best players, Brent Tonneson, piloting Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. Fabrizio was able to find all the pieces he needed to close out the game, including a timely Psychic Leap to deny Brent a free prize KO option to make a comeback. Game 2 got off to a similar start, with Fabrizio able to take 3 prizes before Brent was even able to take 1. However, after Fabrizio took his 4th prize card, Brent was able to find a combination of Roxanne plus Path to the Peak. With all his abilities shut off, Fabrizio would have to rely on a judge drawn from the Roxanne to find the pieces he needed to close out the game. The judge found him a Chromatic and a Power Tablet to discard, but he knew that finding 2 Power Tablets was the key to taking a knockout on the Giratina and win the game. So Fabrizio went for the gamble, and it paid off, with a heads-on Chromatic netting him a Lost Vacuum to remove Brent's Path to the Peak, reactivating the Fusion Strike system ability on Genesect V. Fabrizio was then able to draw another Power Tablet and a Chromatic, with another heads finding him the 2nd Power Tablet to take the knockout on Giratina V-Star and become the Liverpool Regional Champion.
Fabrizio is your Liverpool Regional Champion, piloting Mew VMAX all the way from Peru, and he will be going home with $10,000.
Ooh, a motivational display. Mew is keeping it.
Whether you're following along in person or watching at home, we hope you're having a great time keeping up with the 2024 Play Pokemon season. There's plenty more action and tournaments to come in the future, so make sure to stay tuned, you're not going to want to miss a thing. I'm Freya Pierce, and thank you for watching.
All right, welcome back, everyone. You know, we're here getting ready for our round 3. I'm Shay, joined by Alex Dow. We've warmed up now after our shivery chillness, talking about Chen Pao. Now, we were having a little scout out for what's been going on for our round 1s and 2s here. And Alex, tell the people about some of the things we saw.
One of the most interesting things, which I think has just fallen a little bit short, but it was a Bombardier deck with Serena.
Yeah, that Terra Water Serena.
Which looks incredible, someone being able to pilot it in a regional tournament here in Dortmund. But there's a number of other decks that we've seen as well. Cloth, I'm pretty sure I've seen at 2 and 0. alongside the typical suspects of Lost Tina, Gardevoir, you know, some of the usual suspects.
And that Raging Cena, I hope that they manage to navigate to a really strong record so we can get them on, because that Radiant Soul attack, I believe it is, puts one of your opponent's Pokemon down to 30 HP. So if you have a Panic Mask attached, which stops you don't take damage from Pokemon that have 40 HP or less, all of a sudden you can just sit there and yak and be like, wow, you can't touch me. So I'm intrigued to see how that pans out.
Yeah, let's just wait and see what we're going to get from the rest of this tournament. Many rounds to go. We're still finalizing our round 2 here in Dortmund before we can bring you, hopefully a choice for you guys for round 3 as well, because we know we'd love to get you guys involved as much as we can throughout this broadcast.
Yeah, so our round 3 will be a community choice. You'll have the option to vote on 4 matchups, and you get to vote for your favorite one, and whichever one wins will be our round 3 feature match. I'm sure you're all familiar with that voting system since you all voted £10 for the Charizard earlier. So yeah, make sure, I think that's only on Twitch though. If you're on Twitch, you can get and vote. You can vote on that community choice and get your matchup on, which I think is a fantastic feature that we have here this year at our streams.
Yeah, like I said, it's important to make sure you guys are involved as much as possible as well, because we are here to guide you through these regionals and these tournaments, and that's what makes it really fun for us, right? Is to keep you guys informed and as well interested into the matches and the topics as much as possible, and when you guys get to have a choice and chance to participate, but not just, of course, via the community choices or via some of those 50-50s. Well, we say 50-50s, he lost 2-1. But also things like, everything else we get to involve you guys at home with as well. And it's just get involved with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. And just maybe, you'll find yourselves with a tweet that we get to have a little look as well. So, but yeah, that's the kind of interaction we get with you guys. We're just super excited for the rest of this day and this weekend, because there's going to be so much action involved on these channels here on Pokemon's YouTube and the Twitch channel.
Yeah, so you know what, Alex? I've had an idea. So, we got a lot of decks that are going to be rolling around here at this event. How about we have a quick little rundown of some of the heavy hitters, and we sort of can describe how they operate. So you guys at home, in case you might not be too familiar, we're going to give you a quick crash course, so you're all going to be experts on these decks as well. How about we get started with one of my favorite decks in format, actually, Gardevoir EX. Now, in Pokemon, drawing cards is never a bad thing. If you want to draw cards, Gardevoir EX has to be high up there on your priority list. Since that stage 1 curly there, you can see at the bottom, has that refinement ability, let you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2 more. That is fantastic for just getting through your deck. It means, like, decks like that rely on Roxanne, Mew, VMAX, or Giratina, who are 2 big hitters in this metagame. You can just draw out of those Roxanne and hopefully win the game afterwards. But it doesn't stop there, Alex, because if you want to draw more cards, how about you just evolve then into your Gardevoir with that Shining Arcana ability, letting you just take the top 2 cards of your deck, put them in your hand, happy days. And if any of them are energy cards, not just basic, you can attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like.
But Shay, what about this other deck we're about to highlight here? We're going to look at Lost Box Giratina V-Star. It's a deck close to my heart. I've taken a lot of championship points with it so far myself, and we've seen it piloted by a lot of top players to fantastic finishes. Brent Tonneson, the most recent to win a regionals across the pond.
All the way there in Australia. Melbourne,
Exactly.
And got finals in Liverpool as well.
Exactly. Fantastic deck, but built around the Lost engine. Of course, uses Comfeys to dance around with the flower selecting ability alongside that Chorus Experiment, ramping up the Lost Zone numbers as quick as possible to start utilizing cards such as Mirage Gate, Giratina's Star Requiem attack, which allows you to insta-KO any Pokemon in the format. It's a fantastic card, fantastic, ability, fantastic attack it's got. But it's not only that, it only has its self-ramp with Abyss Seeking as well. It's one of those decks now, plays on tempo. So you start off with those sort of flower selectings, Abyss Seeking, ramping up with those Lost Zone cards, and then hitting your opponent with that Path to the Pig and Roxanne. and then being able to just have a big, tanky Pokemon and just dealing 280 with ease. With ease, Jay.
With ease, I tell you what, there's nothing easier than just auto-carrying your opponents active. But if you want to talk about ease, you know what? I love just drawing a lot of cards, playing a lot of power tablets, and KO and stuff. How about we look at my actual favorite deck in the format, which I've also earned some CP with as well. We're talking about Mew VMAX, baby, Fusion Strike system. I'm saying it right now. Best ability in the standard format, letting you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So viewers and Alex, if you have 0 cards in your hand and you have 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, you draw 6 cards. Now, Mew VMAX, you know, VMAX Pokemon, free retreat, cost 210 HP, cross Fusion Strike attack, letting you use any one of your Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. So you can copy Techno Blast to do 210, you know, fine. You can copy Max Miracle to shred through your opponent's safeguard Pokemon. And you got Power Tablets just to let you reach numbers that you realistically have no right to be hitting. Path to the Peak will turn off your opponent's Rulebox Pokemon's attack. So, we mentioned Charizard earlier. Traditionally can be a bad matchup, but I tell you what, if that Path to the Peak sticks around, all of a sudden they're doing a whole lot of nothing, and you can win that game. And that was our last EU Regional Champion deck, Mew VMAX.
Yeah, we're just having a look at one of those good matchups that Mew VMAX has now. Miraidon EX is highlighted
What
there.
A segue that was.
Fantastic
Goodness.
deck. We know how powerful a card Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah,
but how about, Shay, if we had a Pokemon that just allows you to do it
goodness,
without even every turn, whenever they want a lightning Pokemon. Miraidon EX with that tandem unit ability, a fantastic ability in terms of allowing you to set up your board turn 1 and then utilize different ways of winning a game, whether it's more the historical ways of using Path to the Peak after already getting all your lightning Pokemon out, or more recently using that kind of turbo build with things like Peony to start just ramping very quickly with the trainer cards into your hand. But, you know, that's just a little excerpt of some of the decks that we're going to hopefully see this weekend. And let's see what else we're going to see. And I mean, there's many other decks, even just on the day 1 graphic. Roaring Moon, we haven't got a chance, and we'll hope to see that as well, because there's plenty of players who are piloting such a powerful deck at the moment. But any others in your back of your mind that you want to see and hopefully get on?
I would like to see, you know what? We mentioned it, how it got to the finals in Knoxville. That Lost Zone Kyogre, godly, that can be a terrifying deck, you know. That Kyogre coming out with that Aqua Storm in that late game, that can spread, what is it, 200 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. It can be up to 250, right, actually. That is just, let that sink in for a second. 500 damage on a 1-prize Pokemon. Now, it's a very hard deck to play.
Yes.
You have to really manipulate your deck well. You have to basically end the game with your deck being 5 basic energy cards, and then you have to have 3 energy on your Kyogre in the active. So it's very hard to navigate. But if you can get to that scenario, and you've got rid of your opponent's mana fee, even if they play it, because some of them have been cutting it now, that can almost be a checkmate scenario. What do you do?
Nothing. You just have to
sit there and watch.
Watch your opponent play out a very long final turn, but then just see the inevitability of a Kyogre coming down. Super Rod, 3 energies back in the deck. The Energy Recycler, get another 5, total of 8. Mirage Gates here, there, and everywhere, and then all of a sudden, two Pokemon knocked out on the bench. Fantastic.
I'm loving these sound effects there, just as the Aqua Storm comes down. And then tears. dripping down your face, as it were. So, we've had a new set. We've had a new set now. Yeah, it is now. This is the first event that's legal. A little bit of Paldean Fates. Alex, what are the sort of main hitters from that set that we might see here at this event?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those special sets we get every so often. It's great to have. Of course, it has many cards that we already have in the current format. Mew EX, Gardevoir EX, Charizard EX being, you know, in the sets as well. And normally just a little sprinkle of some cards that may see a little bit of play. And I'm hopeful to see it, actually. If I didn't put Snorlax and Avery, I actually was thinking maybe we'll see some more TMs come to play. TM Crisis Punch is a fantastic little tool card there that allows you to deal 280 damage if your opponent's on 1 final prize. But although having a free energy cost, has a way of just being able to manipulate yourself with something like Cramorant's Lost Provisions ability, or maybe Charizard's Excited Heart ability to reduce the energy cost. And you can just deal 280 damage like that.
Whoa, yeah. How insulting is that? 280 damage for 0. Like that. 0 energy. That right there is wild. Now, there is... Oh,
I was going to say, what else are we going to see in Paldean Face?
Now, one of my other favorite decks in this format, Mew and Gardevoir. Now, there is that Moonlit Hill Stadium, letting you discard a Psychic Energy from your hand and you heal 30 from your Pokemon. Now, Gardevoir EX, there's a couple mini games when you play that deck. The first mini game is to just get as many Psychic Energy from your deck and hand into the discard pile. This stadium actively helps you do that a lot easier, which is never a bad thing. And then healing that 30 damage can be really nice for, you know, pushing Pokemon out of range when you've been using Psychic Embrace, because Psychic Embrace is 20 for each energy you attach with discard part of that Pokemon, so you can heal off a little bit of that. And if players really want to, they can sort of skew their deck to more of a Drifloon attacker, where if you have Drifloon plus Bravery Charm plus Moonlit Hill, you can hit for 330 on that little balloon Pokemon. I mean, that 330. Mew VMAX, that's just you know, evaporated. You know, Charizard EX, that can just go straight to the discard pile. It's a good number considering it's a little tiny balloon.
We haven't seen too much of this balloon.
No, we haven't.
Unfortunately.
We haven't. But you never know. You never know.
But we have seen it other ways of ramping up with, you know, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir as well. That's another way that we've typically seen the ramp up of damage through, you know, the reversal energies. But how about making it a little bit easier with Psychic Embrace and more energy attachments, more basic energy attachments. But yeah, alongside that, we've also just got another couple of cute little tweaks, maybe to some decks. You know, Charmeleon is also in the set with its own Flame Veil ability, which allows it to not feel the effects of your opponent's attacks as well. So another little maybe safeguard against things like Sableye. Safeguard against TM Devolution. You know, maybe it's just may find itself in some of these Charizard decks. We'll never know.
Do you know what that would stop as well? That Elegant Soul from that raid, from the Zacina that we mentioned earlier, that would actually stop that, funnily enough. So hopefully our player there who's navigating that deck doesn't run into any of those Flame Veil Charmeleon, because it could be a fun time, well, a sad time for them.
But you know what we've got for you? The community choice is now live for you guys. So make sure you guys are in the Twitch chat, hammering home which matchup you want to be seeing for our round 3, because we're as excited as you guys are to see our next match. We just can't wait to see finally the Pokemon TCG in action for this weekend. It's kickstarting our stream, everyone. Make sure you're there on that stream and Twitch, being able to select that matchup as soon as possible.
Yeah, there are some hefty names in that community choice. I was just hearing them and I couldn't quite catch them all, but I heard some. I think Rahul Reddy was in there. I think Erwin Kammerman was in there. Robin Schultz, former world champion, was in there as well. So make sure. And Nico Alabas as well, an IC champion. And Utrecht champion last season. All in that mix. So some of those top tier players, some of them will be in that top 22 graphic that we talked about earlier. So whichever one of them you want on the stream, you vote. It's up to you. I don't get a say. I could be like, excuse me, production staff, can we get this deck on or that player? It's not up to me, it's up to you. So make sure to get involved and have your say.
Yeah, make sure you guys are still doing it. I mean, there's only a finite amount of time, remember.
It's very quick.
As soon as it's ending, we'll bring them straight to the table and make sure they're ready to showcase their inevitable talents of the Pokemon TCG and really heat up the game and the show for all of us here and for you guys at home as well.
Yeah, and I just love this community choice for you viewers. I think it just adds so much more, like it makes it more dynamic. We get matchups that we traditionally might not have previously seen or previously got on, and it just means you at home can have a bit more of a say and see what you like. So I'm just very excited. Those names for our first feature match, that is outrageous, all things considered.
I mean, you've named a number of players there who we've seen on streams before. We got a chance to see Rahul, I believe it was, maybe was it Liverpool?
I think he did get on stream with Liverpool, yeah.
Or maybe, but he has been on stream with us in the EU broadcast. It's fantastic to see him come all the way over from the States. You know, he loves Pokemon. We love Pokemon. We love having him here on the show as well. But of course, world champions. Who can knock that?
Yeah.
Can we get Robin on? Fantastic player, fantastic person, being able to bring so much to the community as well. And then, of course, Owen Cameraman. Can we he's one of the Cameraman brothers in the top 10 on a consistent, regular basis. Really trying to find a way to catch up to his brother.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see who we got. Oh, I think it might be in my ear. I think Rahul already did win the community vote, so he will be our feature match here. I didn't quite catch who his opponent is, unfortunately, but we're going to get that real soon. Matthew Roberry versus Rahul Reddy. Here we go. All the way from the United States, coming over here and being our round 3 feature match. You know, both terrific players. I cannot wait to get this started. I want to see some trading cards.
Yeah, we're excited, as excited as you guys are, but you guys have made this choice. Let's make it happen. This is going to be our round 3. Matthew Roseberry versus Rahul Reddy will be just starting up and getting ready now. For our round 3. You know, there's so much more action to come, don't forget. Not only this, we'll have another Community's Choice later as well to give you guys a chance at home to get involved and really play a part in this broadcast. Because like I said earlier, this is all about you. We're here for you guys to make sure this show is as good as possible. And it's fantastic just to be here with my co-caster, Mr. Shea Burton.
Oh, you're buttering me off over it.
Any opportunity,
Come on. So, Alex, we mentioned before that you're a regional champion, special champion, back-to-back in a row without losing a round. But let's say our players now, they find themselves, going into round 3, they're 2-0. Let's say they're maybe 3-0 or 4-0. What's sort of going through your head at that time?
I think it's just an opportunity to know that you've played the game a number of times already during the day. You're now into the you're warmed up.
Yeah.
That's the best feeling. And knowing that you've warmed up, you've taken a few wins under your belt already, and it just means that, and shows to you that you can continue doing it as well. So that opportunity to just grab those final couple of wins, lock up a day 2 position, and then potentially just keep adding those points onto your record to push yourself as close as possible to that top 8 finish and into those brackets where possible. So it's just a great feeling, of course. It doesn't matter where you are in the position, whether it's 3-0, 3-1, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, you've still taken so many dubs at that stage that you're just in a good spot, and you just have to keep going, making sure that you're composed. Like I said, just take a deep breath, get that composure back, and then just do the same thing over and over again until you're into that day 2 spot and maybe even beyond.
Ooh, sounds good. Now, would that advice maybe change or differ if, let's say, you haven't had the greatest start? Let's say you're on round 3 and you're like, I don't know, 1-1 tied 2 or 1-1-1 even. Would that advice change someone in that position?
I think a little bit. I mean, you take on board a lot of the same type of composure aspects, simply because you want to just be able to recompose yourself. You may have had maybe not the best of starts. If you've been maybe dogged, you don't feel too great about your deck choice. Maybe you've hit one bad matchup, but because there's some variance sometimes that you just have to kind of work with and play with. When you draw your cards, you never know whether you have the best 7 or sometimes a little bit something you have to work with. So you just kind of take your time with it, make sure you play as impeccable as possible, as few mistakes, and that's kind of the best feeling. Knowing sometimes it's out of your hands, that's just how the game is. But you get that one opportunity, that one chance to maybe have that run of great matchups, great drawing of cards, and that will take you very far in this game. But at the same time, remember why we're all here, Shay.
Why are we here?
Because we love this game.
Yeah,
we enjoy playing Pokemon TCG, and that's the main thing. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, just playing the game. And it's very easy. Unfortunately, when I go myself to regional championships, often I find myself in an 0-2 hole. It's happened quite a lot. And yeah, you have to just go back to why we're playing the game. We enjoy the game. We love being in a big hall filled with, thousands of other Pokemon fans. We've got nice vendors here. Get yourself some nice stuff. And I often find at least for myself, when I have a bad record and I need to like catapult a good few wins in a row, that is by far when I play my sharpest Pokemon. Like, it's easy, I'd say, to, you know, get a little bit down and think, oh, I should have won that game. I was really unfortunate not to draw my out there. But, you know, if you could just have to try and, you know, redirect that and just think, right, I'm just going to play my next round, see what happens. If you win that, all right, do that again and again and again. And I remember in a little regionals, I won like 5 or 6 in a row or something like this, and I got myself back from that 0-2 deficit. And I think just going off, picking up what you said, you know, if you enjoy the game, you enjoy your deck choice, just have fun at the end of the day, and hopefully good things will happen.
Yeah, I mean, like you've already mentioned, one of the key things why I'm still in this game is because we've made so many great friends.
Yeah, for sure.
At these tournaments, you know, we get an opportunity to travel to some fantastic places. Before this season, we didn't really quite have the local scene, but now that the local scene is back as well, you know, you get a chance to really hone your decks and your sort of the way you play the tournament and your friends that you kind of make throughout, you know, across maybe your country or even European-wide or even worldwide. Yeah, that's why we have players like Rahul who travel across continents to play the Pokemon TCG, and it's a fantastic thing of the community. It's really the best thing of this game, I think.
Yeah, it's always fun seeing all your international friends at these events, especially now this season. I think with the increased cash prize and that incentivizes a lot of players like Rahul Reddy, like Brent Tonneson, who we saw in Liverpool. Even our champion Fabricio coming from Peru as well. It just incentivizes them to actually travel and do well. But you know what? I think, well, I know I'm getting bored looking at myself. I'm not sure about you guys, but I think our players are finally ready for a round 3 feature match. I'm Shea Burton, and I'm joined with Alex Dow. Here we go, round 3 here at Dortmund Regionals. Here we go, Alex, it's time.
Yeah, this is it. Not just us as a duo now on the screen. We've got Rahul on the right there. Ready for his round 3, of course. Both these players will be at a 2-0 record. Matthew on the left-hand side there. Just both players having a good time, checking up with the judges, making sure everything is all as it seems. Do have Matthew here just on the left. A Lille regional top 64 finish.
Love that.
This season, 2023. So, up against one of the quote-unquote bigger names in Pokemon nowadays, Rahul.
Already, you know, fantastic long list of accomplishments there. OCIC top 4, EOIC top 8, World's top 16, and a top 4 in Knoxville. That was our last event. Oh wait, 2023. No, that'd be the last season. I apologize there. But yeah, so no stranger to the big stages, and very eager, I know, to try and get that first onto his resume. And this will be, oh, is that a bit of Roaring Moon I can see there? Okay.
There's some dark energy, sort of Radiant Greninja there being shuffled along as well. We're giving you guys a little bit of insight. I guess you guys might have a bit of an idea of what's coming up already as well, but it's going to be a fantastic match and round for the first round of the stream here. As we do get another little quick look at Rahul, just enjoying himself.
What's that? A little bit
of a telltale there.
A little bit of a barrage step in, you know, 1 and 2. Get those curly into. So you have to have a Roaring Moon into Gardevoir matchup. Okay.
Exciting times.
Tell you what, there's going to be damage flying everywhere. Oh, now I tell you what. I've played against a lot of Gardevoir. I tell you, one thing you don't want to do is give Gardevoir extra cards off that mulligan, because all of a sudden they didn't have a Battle VIP pass. Now they've got 1, or they had 1. Now they've got 2, or now they can get Celebrations View in the active, and it's just not very nice.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but, you know, Rahul's already going to be drawing so many cards. Was there.
Is that 3?
So long as, yeah, it looks like it. Matthew there chuckling to himself that he's just giving more cards. An accomplished player. It's 4, actually.
4
which is good confirmation. 4 mulligans.
10 cards, 11 cards start in hand then. Oh my goodness. Go on, Matthew. Let's get this game started now. Come on. The viewers want to see some Pokemon. No. Oh, we might even have to see the judge intervention. When it gets to, is it 8 mulligans? That's when the judge will, find you a basic or something like this?
Was it 8? I think back in the day it used to be 5. But,
oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. They're still shuffling up. Rahul cutting once again. Can we go for the 6?
Go on, Matthew.
This is as much excitement as we hit in Pokemon TCG to begin with.
Finally, we got one.
Finally.
There we go.
And Rahul gets to start with an opening hand of 5 cards. 1 in the stapling, so 11 cards.
11 cards. Now, let's see what we prized. I just prized this Raging Greninja after Mulligan 5 times.
Oh, it's
Goodness gracious me, Arceus, what is going on, my friend?
It might not be too bad, but as we do kick things off, it does mean Rahul does start with that Battle VIP pass there as well as he's kicking things off. I wonder if Matthew had allowed Rahul to go first, of course, because he wants to be swinging as soon as possible. Rahul here, just making sure his prizes. We're obviously very privileged to have prize cams available, as Rahul does take quick notes there as well. Just double checking there with double rolls coming down from the first Battle VIP pass.
Now, Rahul did actually prize 1 Gardevoir EX. That's something we have to keep an eye on. And it was one of the top 2 prizes. So traditionally, players do take their prizes bottom to top. So Rahul might be navigating with 1 Gardevoir EX right now. And I think if we were to flick through the deck, did we see... Yeah, he is playing that Moonlit Hill. So we might even get to see it in this matchup, that new card from Paldean Fates. As it is over to Matthew here, he's going to start us off, well, he's going to have his first turn, I should say, in our Swiss round 3 feature match here at Dortmund Regional. So Matthew is playing that Roaring Moon EX deck. Roaring Moon has that frenzied gouging attack, which basically auto KOs your opponent's active, then deals 200 damage to itself. Calamity Storm will also be very useful in this matchup, doing 120 damage plus 100 if you discard a stadium. It actually might be the other way around, 100 plus 120. I apologize. But since Gardevoir is weak to dark, or the EX is anyway, that attack will be live. Now, looking at Matthew's list, I saw some Pokemon catchers there, Alex. So I think that might give us a little telltale into how he wants to approach this matchup, extremely aggressively.
Yeah, just being able to target down what your opponent is building up on the bench, on the board. It is sometimes vital in these matchups because you don't want to be swinging too heavily into something like necessarily the Cresselia here.
Yeah.
As we do see Matthew with the Battle VIP pass himself with that Moltres coming down, and also the Town Store to grab the Forest Sealstone as well, so can grab any card he would like from the deck if he chooses to utilize that V-Star Power Star Alchemy. So many options in the deck, of course. Being able to then continue bursting through and drawing cards, that Squawkabilly. Fantastic art we're seeing for this
Pokemon Catcher Heads!
Here we go.
Matthew will be able to force a Ralts in the active. Matthew, now this is actually really interesting, because if Gardevoir has to start playing the game with 1 Ralts, it can get a little bit dicey if that Mirage Step doesn't make an appearance. Matthew debating whether to bench that Squawkabilly EX there and use his ability. Then you discard your hand and draw 6 if it's your first turn of the game. Matthew's going to be trying to find some Dark Patch or Professor Sada here to try and get some energy in play. And now I think that Moltres uses its Dire Flame Wings. Oh, energy switch. Now it's on the Morpeko. The Morpeko will take a KO here, doing 70 damage, and then move those energies away, preserving them from Rahul to remove.
Yep, the little hangry Morpeko there.
Morpeko.
Just being able to utilize a single prize attacker, and like you said, preserving those energies, only requiring 2 to be able to start swinging away.
Energize the wheel.
There's the attachment from hand as well, and that, of course, will be a KO on one of those little routes for the time being. And now kickstarting the prize race in this matchup.
I think if Matthew's going to win, it's going to be down this sort of line, just being super aggressive. As Rahul does have the Mirage Step Curlier in hand. Mirage Step letting you search your deck for 3 Curlier and pop them straight into play, essentially getting around normal evolutionals. But I must say, Alex, that Morpeko is one of the best ability names I've ever seen. In a hungry hurry.
Yeah.
That's going to be me by round 5.
Just round 5?
Round 5, so that's where I get peak hungriness.
Peak hangry.
Peak hangriness, I apologise.
But we do see Rahul here setting up that Mirage Step, a fantastic attack, similar to what we've seen in previous years with the Water Duplicates. From the Frogadier.
And Kakuna. That one wasn't as good, though.
Great knowledge. But yeah, we do see 3 Refinement Curliers hitting the board alongside that 1 more routes as well. So Rahul in exactly the position he wants to be here.
Yeah, for sure.
Being able to now, on his next turn, draw
a load of cards with that refinement ability and potentially rare candy up that routes as well to a potential Gardevoir EX or further. As we do pass back over to Matthew, we'll be looking to take another prize as soon as possible, really sort of ramp up quickly because he knows he sometimes has to utilize 2 prize Pokemon here, and that's where Rahul will really try and reach back into the prize race.
Well, we saw that Matthew did take that Ancient Energy Booster Capsule via Town Store, so at least that's going to give the Roaring Moon EX, 280 HP, which is a very good number. It's going to make it very hard for Gardevoir to deal with, at least immediately. 290, I should say, not 80. Which is going to be quite hard for Rahul to deal with on turn 2. But I think traditionally, swinging 2 prizes into Gardevoir, you have to try and stop them from using the Mirage Step and get them Girlias out. So Matthew, I think, like you said, is going to have to turbo here, try and take at least 1 prize card every turn, and you know, force the emphasis on Rahul to take these big 2 prize cards. If he doesn't, this could start to get out of hand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rahul will be looking not to try and put down a 2 prizer in his Gardevoir EX until he's ready to start swinging and taking big knockouts. So that's kind of giving Rahul an opportunity to really slow the game down where possible, because there's only 1 prize to be giving up, as we do see an energy switch and attachment yet again to the Morpeko, swinging away once again with that Energizer. And just limiting Rahul where possible. Morpeko really shining here as a single prize attacker. Not something we see too often, but Matthew identifying this is one way to preserve energies and also just leave that single prize in the active spot.
It's actually like really interesting because it's going to force Rahul to deal with this Morpeko because it's moving the energy off. It's sort of, and you're only taking 1 prize. It's not a prize that Rahul really wants to deal with, and it's going to really put a lot of pressure because if Rahul has to put a Gardevoir EX down to power up something to KO this Morpeko, that's a very easy 2 prize cards for Matthew. And we know that Rahul's actually prized other EX as well. But then, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on Rahul here. I think reversal energy would be huge, and let's see if he can find it. It does have this Iona, going to get 6 new cards, Matthew gets 4, and we'll have the 3 uses of refinement. So let's see if Rahul can find that reversal energy.
Looking at a minimum of 14 cards here, because of course that's Shining Arcana in the active spot as well in total. As we do see the first refinement number 2, pitching another.
There it is.
Energy. There's a reversal. Doesn't have to worry about focusing on the Gardevoir EX and that Psychic and base ability now, and just being able to utilize something like the reversal energy and take down the Morpeko, although probably not what Rahul would like to do. Counter Catcher could be an option in the list as well.
You could counter catcher here, attach that energy from the Shining Arcana, and then counter catch up the Squawk ability, right?
Yeah, so I think
that could be an option.
It's definitely an option here, and it's something Rahul has to consider because then it's just an easy way to level up the prize race to 4-4, and if Matthew takes another single prize knockout, Rahul's still in a position to be able to continue swinging with things like counter catchers as well.
That was probably the most fantastic turn Rahul could have asked for there. Going to be taking a 2 prize KO without leaving a 2 prize Pokemon in play. And the scary thing is about Gardevoir, you kind of have to deal with the attackers because you can try and go around, but nothing's stopping this Gardevoir from just swinging again next turn on a proviso that reversal energy is live. As we are going to see another use of Shining Arcana there. And let's see what Rahul took off that Ultra Ball.
Total of 16 cards Rahul see that turn. And that's the power of Gardevoir, as he does take the knockout on that Squawk ability EX. You know, it was useful.
It was.
Allowed Matthew to draw an additional 6 cards already, but now has unfortunately hit the discard pile after that Shining Arcana Gardevoir taking out there with the 4 Psychic Energies after the reversal energy being counted for. Now we're level on prizes. Morpeko back in the active spot. And again, able to take a knockout. With just its Energizer wheel.
No, that Gardevoir's weak to metal, that one.
Is it weak to
metal? It's not weak to dark.
Got it wrong.
Yeah, that one's weak to...
Thank you very much for catching that.
That's okay, and that's the... You know, when the Gardevoir comes swinging in without any damage on, you can't just poke it. You have to actually deal with it. Like, what is it, 140 HP, I think, has it got?
Yep, 140.
Yeah, 140. I mean, Energizer ain't going to be getting it done, so Matthew might have to break the 2 prizer war here and actually attack with one. You're going to see a Trekking Shoes and a Mew EX come down. Look at that artwork as well on that Mew EX. Genome hacking might not be too helpful in this game, but could come up maybe in a game too. With Moonlight Shuriken.
Does give a little bit of protection to those Ionos with that restart ability already utilized there by Matthew. I guess in that sense, then we've seen Rahul use one of those Lost Vacuums to remove the V-Star, the Forest Seal Zone, sorry, from the Moltres V already. There's a Poker Stop coming down.
To be fair, you can't argue with that. That's 2 hits. Earthen Vessel, get rid of that Battle of our P-Pass to grab 2 basic energy from the deck. Earthen Vessel, what a terrific card that is. Then you discard 1 card from your hand to get 2 basic energy from your deck. Fantastic.
Yeah, great synergy, of course. Being able to kind of potentially discard an energy and then use Moltres to bring it back on with Direflame Wings, sorry. There's a Sada, I believe, as well, straight to the Roaring Moon EX, and it is now readied and primed to start swinging away.
It's 2 ready to be swinging and primed. Look at that, 2 Roaring Moon.
And this is where it gets a bit iffy for Matthew, knowing that Rahul could deal 2 attacks here and potentially take the game. Because it's down to 4 prizes. It's just 2 big EXs that are available there. But Matthew had no other option but to swing with a big HP because of that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on it as well. 290 HP, Rahul now has to find himself past.
Yeah, it's a big number, but Matthew doing exactly what he needs to do. We do actually see a boss's orders there from Rahul, so might be able to go around this one for now. If Rahul can't reach that 290, well, he could just say, well, I can hit 230 instead, and then deal with this hefty Roaring Moon at a later date. So there is a bit of maneuverability here for Rahul. I would say the ball's in his court. We're going to see a Fog Crystal being used. Search your deck for a basic energy or basic circuit type. Basic energy.
Does have the Ultra Ball, as you mentioned, so we'll have access to the Gardevoir EX, despite having one already prized. But there it is. We do see the targeted option there from the Ultra Ball. I can only imagine here he's going to be swinging big with that massive hand as well. Plenty of energies already in the discard pile. And this Roaring Moon is going to be staring down at a pretty powerful attacker, I reckon.
And it's the rare candy as well, so still get to keep those Refinement Curlia around. That Psychic Embrace letting you attach as many Psychic Energy from your discard pile to your Psychic types as you like in the turn. You just have to put 2 damage on for each one. We are going to see Shining Arcana being used there. Radiant Greninja as well, could maybe put that down, or maybe just leave that actually, since there is a Mew EX knocking about. Might not be worth using that right now. Oh, there's Zacian V. Now that is a card that has no problems hitting high numbers.
Yeah, that does have a fantastic ability, something we saw in a lot of early Gardevoir lists being utilized very quickly. Raw Sword allowing you to search a deck and attach a Psychic Energy, but end your turn. But it has Storm Slash, an attack that we see with a different name on the Shining Gardevoir as well, that Brainwave, that's 60+ damage for every Psychic Energy on it. But because it has such a bigger HP rather than the Gardevoir, it's able to load up a lot more and really sort of stretch for those massive amounts of damage.
As we are going to see an attached retreat via Psychic Embrace. That's why that Cresselia has 2 damage counters on. We're going to see some Psychic Embrace there as well onto the active. And
this is where Rahul's really setting up a bit of a checkmate. Having Zacian, sorry, on the bench, it means he's already got another attacker to go. Gardevoir here being able to take down Roaring Moon.
What a play!
Churro as well. Incredible.
Talk about closing the door. That Professor Churro is basically saying, right, I haven't got my EX in play now, so you can't remove that. Maybe that's because Rahul knows he's prized his other one. Can't afford for it to get carried. Let me keep it safe in the hand. And if I need to draw back into it, I've got multiple refinement to use. But I think you're 100% correct there, you know. Rahul putting down the Zacian saying, right, so if you shuffle away my hand, my win con is on board.
Yeah, it's something we don't see too many of in Matthew's deck, is a hand disruption card.
Oh, true.
Matthew does play the 1 copy of Iono. I haven't quite seen it. There, is that it?
It's in his hand.
It's in his hand already. So it's got to be a card here that is utilized because Rahul doesn't have access to Psychic Embrace right now. So this is a big turn. And now this time that Morpeko is able to KO
now it is.
the Gardevoir. Thank you once again for pointing that out to me, Shay. Just a little blip. But this Iono coming down massive here.
This is huge. Will Rahul be able to get his Gardevoir EX back? That's going to be the main question, as Matthew does have a trekking shoe. He's going to take that Pokemon catcher as well. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's not just the Psychic Embrace Gardevoir EX either. It will need to also try and gust around the Morpeko.
Oh, true. Fantastic
because
point.
it also means, well, at the same time, still has a bit more time because Matthew has 3 prizes to go. But this is it. This is Morpeko's Energizer Wheel taking a 3rd prize of this game so far, and now just sitting pretty in the active spot.
Right, oh, that hand doesn't look too great there for Rahul. Does have the Super Rod to shuffle the deck, because we know that that Gardevoir EX has been put to the bottom via Iona, or at least really close to the bottom. Super Rod will allow you to shuffle the deck and maybe draw into it. You know, it does still have at least 2 refinement uses, and if you draw into a Shining Arcana, you can use that as well.
Yeah, I guess the only troubling thing here for Rahul now is that with 2 prizes each left, he has benched that Zacian V.
True,
it has got a
actually.
massive target on its head if Rahul is not able to take and find a way out of this scenario here. It just means that there is a route to victory here for Matthew.
And Counter Catcher won't be live now either for Rahul, so we'll have to try and use bosses. And I tell you what, traditionally, this is meant to be quite a hard matchup for Roaring Moon to deal with, but Matthew's doing it fantastically well. What did you join to there? Was it Iono and a Curlier?
Can't complain with that too much, I think.
But not if you want to play the boss, though. Oh, but he's going to go for the Iono.
Yeah, just having to think. There's a couple of cute other cards there available to Rahul. A Collapsed Stadium, of course, another inclusion in his list. Can remove the Zacian out of the way whilst maybe dealing with the Morpeko, still keeping himself just with 1 prize to go. But we do see further refinements. Counter Catcher in hand. And the fantastic stadium, that inclusion that you've seen, Shay.
And the Ultra Ball, so we'll be able to find that Gardevoir EX if so desired. So yeah, what do you do here? We see a War of the Sword.
This is massive. That Iono, what has been left with Matthew's hand?
Judge Ultra Ball Basic Dark Energy. So you could Ultra Ball your hand away, use Restart, try and find a boss or a Pokemon catcher, and Matthew Rowberry could win this turn.
Big, massive decision here from Matthew's side.
Oh my God.
What decision is he going to make?
Can't believe how close this is. I'm going to go for the judge instead. But he still has catchers as out. He can do both at the same time.
Just the 1 catcher, though. If he's used 1, right?
No, I think it was in his hand before the Iono, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he used 1 for the routes. Turn 1.
Oh, is it just the 1 catcher? No, he's got
catchers.
2.
Yeah,
2 catchers.
1 left.
He's got 1 left, 1 left, 1 left. We find his 1 catcher here, folks. This is our first round here at Dortmund Regionals. It's this close. Oh, he's got the escape. Wait, escape. Oh no, escape room's not live. Pokestop could find the catcher though. You guys can't see us right now, but my face is glued to our monitor. I want to see. Go on, Pokestop, show me the catcher.
I'm not going to say. Your face is usually glued to the screen this way because there's always so much hype here. This is a big turn from Matthew's side. That Ultra Ball again, that same scenario, potentially thinning down. To reach. I don't know how many boss were left in the deck or in his discard as well, so maybe that's why he chose not to maybe dig for it. But that could have been one route to really just take this victory in this turn.
Here we see a restart. Energy switch, so you could actually attack with... Oh, no, you can't. Oh, here we go.
He's looking for that focus.
Oh, does not get the catcher. So now Rahul, the pendulum of power swings back into Rahul.
Does have the energy switch to be able to start swinging away with Morpeko once again, though.
Morpeko. That's a well-trained Morpeko here, folks.
4 prizes this thing is going to be taken down as Cresselia is just kind of sitting pretty in the active spot right now.
Yeah. And that was going to be a carry of that Energizer wheel.
So back on Rahul. What has he got in his hand after that judge? Super Rod, Ultra Ball.
Collapsed.
Maybe
a turn too late now, though.
But, I mean, it has to be this turn. He has to find that counter catcher that was already in his hand from after being judged away.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of cards to see here, though. Second refinement. Boss's
There's
order.
A boss.
Needs...
I think that's it, then, because he's got Ultra Ball for the EX in hand, right?
Yeah, just double checking. Here we go. We just see Ultra Ball for... the Psychic Embrace Gardevoir EX. We have the boss, and there it is. The handshake's extended. Rahul wins game 1 of our round 3. Smile on his face here after just having to take a 1 turn off and use Roar of the Moon.
Roar of the Moon, Roar of the Sword, as it were. But yeah, Wow, what an entertaining round that was, and that got really close. Like I said, traditionally, Roaring Moon has no business beating guys. A very hard matchup, but Matthew doing, I would say, almost everything perfectly there, doing everything he could, and unfortunately, it just came down to Rahul being able to eventually get out of that Iona.
I wonder if he could have risked it all for that capture play and just ultra balled away his hand, maybe utilize restart to be able to draw up to 3 and try and hit maybe whether there was one boss left in deck. I don't know if Matthew, unfortunately, maybe discarded both of his bosses into the discard early on, but maybe that was one direction to take for. But doesn't matter, as you said, he played it almost perfectly and almost took this really tough matchup.
It's this close.
Yeah. Wow. Morpeko taking 4 prizes. Still a highlight already.
That Energizer wheel, that Morpeko is just busy, you know, energizing just on that wheel and taking, you know, you said, what, 4 or 5 prizes? 4. No, it's 4.
Prizes,
Yeah. Wow, just didn't think I'd be seeing that. And you know what? Matthew did that after giving up 5 mulligans as well.
Very true. I mean, it's taken more prizes so far than Roaring Moon EX, and that's the main attacker here. Plenty of time on the clock as well for both of these players to try and, you know, take the dub in any way, shape, or form here, as it currently stands 1-0 to Rahul. It's a best of 3, of course. Remember, for everyone, Matthew will need to win 2 quick games in succession to be able to take this round, but Rahul in a very, very good spot.
Yeah, fantastic place to be in if you're Rahul, you know. And if you're Matthew, you're just thinking, right, I need to just try and win a game as fast as possible, put it all down to a game 3. Rahul has actually mulligan twice here, so the mulligan swinging back the other way. Rahul has a basic this time. Okay, very good, very good. And I wonder if Matthew's going to opt to go first or second here.
I think it's always going to allow Rahul to go first, to try and maybe limit what Rahul can do, as we do see the prizes come down. That Jirachi there, not important for this matchup.
2 copies of Dart Patch is interesting.
Could be an annoyance for Matthew here, as we do see Rahul finalizing his final prizes as well. Looks like that reversal energy is about to hit there. Oh, it's coming back. But you know, nothing too crazy. I mean,
so far
with the Dart Patches, it's less of a hindrance because you have Moltres V now. That's more heavily played in the Galarian Moltres V, which allows you to kind of bring back energies like a Dart Patch to itself anyway, and you play the sort of energy switches to kind of maneuver those around. As we do have both players just double checking with everything as we do see what is going on alongside you guys. So how do you guys feel about the matchup so far? Did Matthew take it super close? Does he have a chance in this matchup against Gardevoir? But, you know, I guess it's one of those reasons why a lot of top players are kind of reverting back to such a great deck in Gardy.
Yeah, I mean, drawing cards and dishing out big damage is just never a bad thing in a Pokemon TCG. And traditionally, when you look at decks that have done well in the past, if you call back to like Zoroark GX from back in the day, just drawing cards can just sometimes give you such an inherent advantage over some decks. And we saw on the back of the Iona there for Matthew, Rahul just being able to go refinement, Shining Arcana. Like you said, there was a turn where we saw, what, 16 cards?
16 cards. Incredible.
It's just if there was a supporter that said draw 16 cards, it'd be an instant include in every deck as a 4-of, and Gardevoir can do that. And play a supporter as well. It's just very, very good.
Because he's played so many cards where he was refining, refinement here, Churro to remove the 2 prizes from the board to just make it as easy as possible for himself to not be limited by Matthew's side of the board with those captures and those boss's orders as well. So really great to see Gardy being piloted by obviously a very good player.
Yeah, of course.
Being able to utilize all of those cards to the best effect possible. You know, those reversal energies came down. We didn't get to see Moonlit Hill yet.
We did not.
But maybe there's an opportunity in this game as we get back to the action soon.
Yeah, a very nocturnal nighttime theme match here in our feature match here, round 3. You got Roaring Moon on one side, Moonlit Hill on the other.
You love that.
I did, didn't I? I thought of that. I thought, I'm going to have to get this out quick. Come on, the camera's on me.
Any opportunity, Shay. Any opportunity.
Come on, chat. That was That was good.
No, I loved it.
He says that now. You go wait till you get off. You're like, mate, don't do that again, please.
It's only because I can't think of that sort of stuff. So, but I'll leave those to the experts in yourself, Shay.
The only thing I'm an expert at. Oh, my goodness.
Here we go. We get back to the game.
Here we go.
Energy is there. Churro is also there as well. We do see the handshake. Couple of Battle VIP pass and another route in hand for Rahul. So nothing to worry about in terms of just getting donked from that perspective. So Rahul being able to double check his prizes and just get set up for the rest of this game. Remember, 27 minutes left on the clock.
27 minutes left on the clock. And we just had confirmation as to why there was a slight little delay. Is some of the prize cards for Rahul did get flipped on by accident when Rahul was putting them down. There is no penalty. That has been resolved. There are obviously some lovely table judges there. So that has all been resolved. And our game 2 is kicking off here. As we do see Rahul immediately go for that Radiant Greninja, which Rahul didn't do in the last game, I should say. So I'm intrigued to see if that becomes a factor. Because bear in mind, we know that Matthew does play the Mew EX. So there could be some shenanigans with Catcher, Genome Hack, Moonlight Shuriken, Pop. And we know Rahul knows that the Mew EX is there. So will Rahul put down the Manaphy, or at least prioritize it? Yeah, that could be devastating if it comes out at the wrong time, Alex.
Yeah, definitely something we may try and see in some of these. It's something that's always been threatened as soon as we saw the release of Mew EX.
Yep.
Rahul maybe didn't have the bench space for it last time because the Cresselia was in the active spot. But let's see what direction Matthew could take with this matchup here as well, because Matthew is playing the straight Dark Energies in his list, as we do see the Earthen Vessel come down with Dark Energy already discarded, already allowing that activation of that Galarian Moltres V Direflame Wings ability. So it's just all of that synergy just coming together already just from the first action Matthew gets. Also gets a chance to double check his prizes himself.
Yep. Now, I want you to get involved in chat here, guys. I don't think there's a more aesthetically pleasing Pokemon than Galarian Moltres. Look at that black and red. Just, looks so nice. Especially that Trainer Gallery one in the active. Don't see that one too often, but that is a stunning piece of artwork there. Adore to see it. Dark Flame Wings is a very good ability as well, letting you grab a Dark Energy from your discard pile and attach it to that Galarian Moltres. You can only use one of them per turn, though. You can't use two at the same time. But just lets you get energy into play fast, and especially when you're playing cards like Energy Switch, it allows you to power up attackers, you know, like the Morpeko or the Mew EX or Roaring Moon a little bit easier.
Yeah, we do see Morpeko, the little MVP from Matthew's side of the board at least, be benched here. We do see the Direflame Wings, and then instant Energy Switch with the attachment, and here comes...
I'm guessing that's a research.
Yeah,
it's really hard to tell the full art, the full art Sada from the full art Sada's research, but I'm guessing that was the professor's research, as the hand has been discarded. Matthew off to the races with that Forest Hill Stone. Star Alchemy being used.
Yeah.
Or can be used, I should say.
Able to find something like the switch cart to maneuver out of the position of the active spot and allowing Morpeko to start swinging away once again with that Energizer Wheel, if available. To Matthew here.
Or do you go for your Squawk and try to see more cards? But the Squawk was used last game for Rahul to win, actually. So maybe if given the option, you don't want to have that 2-prize liability on board.
Yeah, Matthew, knowing that that switch card is available as an out to him here. The only other switch card, Escape Rope, in his list is currently prized. So maneuverability will be down to just this particular card and action here, as Morpeko will be moving to the active spot and start swinging away against Rahul's routes on his side of the board. So we're going to see something similar to the last game. Haven't seen a Roaring Moon EX hit the field yet. There's a Radiant Greninja of his own, as there goes the two Dark Energies. Energizer Wheel onto the Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah, as we do see Matthew start taking his first prize here in our round 3 feature match here, game 2. Oh, we see a rare candy. Oh, it's into the guard of our Shining Arcana there. Shining Arcana is going to be used. No energy targets from there, as we see a level ball as well. Yeah, and I guess it's interesting if Matthew moved the energy onto the Galarian Moltres, maybe not wanting to go for the Mew EX route, as we do see Mirage Step again, Alex, coming in clutch.
Yeah, fantastic there, Rahul. I think hitting the level ball off that Shining Arcana, and just being able to then go and jump straight into that Mirage Step. And now the board is once again perfect for Rahul to kind of start swinging back once Matthew potentially takes a second prize.
What this does mean, there is no Manaphy, and there is no potential Manaphy. So, I mean, in the unlikely scenario, Matthew could pull off the Genome Hack into a Moonlight Shuriken. That's a guaranteed 2 prize cards right now. It would be quite hard to do, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but as soon as you do see energies starting to be loaded up on a new EX, it's going to have a massive target on its back.
That is true.
But let's see the direction that Matthew takes here, as we do see a POW pad shuffling some of those important supporters he did have to discard on that first turn back into the deck. Just kind of double checking what's available to himself, of course. Needs quite a bit, once again, to get attacks onto.
Hasn't really got the greatest of hands here, you know? Like, there's no energy in that hand. Energy switch. There's a boss's orders getting loaded up. Is it into the Greninja? No, it's into the Curl. Yeah, fair enough. So we do see the Galarian Moltres hit the active via that Morpeko's free retreat. Coswell has no energy attached to it. Dark Flame Wings activation to the active. And it looks like we're going to see the Aura burn for 190. Does it actually deal 30 damage to itself, which we know with reversal energy being the thing in the deck could be very, very relevant.
Yeah, not ideal here for Matthew. I think that's why he was toying in his head of maybe trying to find a different avenue where possible to swing away. But unfortunately, his only attacker with energy on the board is that Galarian Moltres V. So just has to target down one of the refinements, try and limit what Rahul has access to. But Rahul kicks things off already with a Concealed Cards into a Shining Arcana. No Psychic Energy there, but another Fog Crystal. Opportunity to discard more of those, get them primed and ready for future big attacks. Remember, this Galarian Moltres V now with 30 damage on it only has 190 left.
And that's just one Psychic Energy and one reversal, right? That gets you there, I think.
150, 180, no, one more.
One more, I apologize. There's that Moonlit Hill. I don't know if you want to see it, but well, they probably won't see it, but it's nice to see in the hand at the very least. Does have access to, the Gardevoir EX is in hand, so Psychic Embrace would be an option. It's going to evolve the active. Oh, yes, the attack on Gardevoir EX gets there. That's a nice crisp 190. Put him on the spot with that attack, names it Miracle Force. Hey, Miracle Force, we got it right.
There we go.
Dealing 190 and heal special. Oh, we are going to see the Moonlit Hill. Let's go! I don't know why I'm so excited, but I really want to see that, and now we do.
Yeah, there's a card we've seen just from the Paldean Fates special set that we get, or mini set, depending on how many people call it, but a fantastic addition, generally as a one-off in these kind of decks, just to kind of give that support that sometimes Gardevoir needs when it's attaching more Psychic Energies across the board here, as we do see the Psychic Embrace. It's a retreat into the Shining Arcana, just to kind of preserve, just in case Matthew's been Iono'd into a good hand here. We do see a Psychic Embrace under the Shining Arcana. Gardevoir there. 80 damage on it, 4 energies in total. Moonlit Hill.
Yes, we got the Moonlight Hill.
Get the value out of healing, which is fantastic to see. Now, perfect number of Psychic Energies on the Gardevoir, and it's swinging with that Brainwave attack. And now Matthew just stuck with 2 single prizes. Couple of Dark Energies, does get to draw.
Have you seen that hand? That hand is awful. We need to draw some good cards here. Catcher Ultra Ball's not a bad start, actually. Can't be putting down that Squawkabilly now unless you want to use Motivate. We do see a Roaring Moon EX, I should say.
Maybe has to go into a Mew EX to restart and draw some more cards.
Maybe. I actually think that, I think that's correct.
Yeah, go down to sort of just the playable cards like the Catcher, but I guess you don't want to leave this Gardevoir in the active spot either. So there goes the Squawk. The Jelly can be attached, the Energy can be attached. So he's holding on to, I guess he wants to keep hold of those Catchers as well. Maybe take out the Gardevoir EX, because kind of bringing him closer to the victory. There's the Mew. So Dark Energy, Pokemon Catcher in hand, 2 cards that are insta-playable for Matthew here.
Does need a lot, though. We need to get some ways to accelerate energy into play. I'm intrigued to see if he commits to that Catcher before the restart. I actually probably have to.
In the position he's in.
Yeah, I think you have to, but it will dictate how this turn goes. Here we do see Pokemon Catcher, flip a coin if fed. You can change your opponent's active. I can't see what that was.
Off the screen.
Must have been the Tails.
There's the attachment. Chooses and opts to go for the Roaring Moon. Does he want to just try and attack with the Morpeko? Not enough damage. Will put the Gardevoir. That Moonlit Hill coming in clutch here. Keeping it out of range of Morpeko. So this is actually quite big, because then there's 20 HP left. So Matthew committing. He lets go. Let's draw free from restart.
Restart. Tracking shoes, Pokestop, and a boss's orders. Tracking shoes. Here we go. Put your shoes on. What we got? What we got? What we got? What we got? Energy switch. Dark patch.
Big.
Oh.
There's step 1. Pokestop here as well.
Pokestop.
1, 2, 3, and that's just unfortunate.
Okay.
Here, it's not looking too hot here for Matthew's side of the board.
Yeah.
This is a tricky scenario because it doesn't look like there's going to be an attack.
Can't even attack.
Popping off from Matthew's side. So Rahul's Gardevoir is just going to be ready to swing once again.
Okay, there was some dark energy in the discard pile. I got a bit worried there wasn't even any dark energy in the discard pile. We do that dark patch. That's going to accelerate energy to the Roaring Moon. But I think you're correct. There will be no attacks coming off on Matthew's side of the board. We do see a boss. Okay, I don't mind this. Trying to do a little bit of a boss's order stall. That Greninja does just need 1 energy to retreat, though. As we are going to see it kick over to Rahul.
Just straight into the Psychic Energy. Just raw refinements. Does have the reversal if he needs to as well. Everything going well for Rahul here. There's the reversal attachment, knowing he's not going to be able to use it
true.
when he goes ahead for the KO here as well.
Collapse
moves.
Don't try that again, please.
Yeah, no more of that. Thank you very much.
The collapse stage and forcing both players to have 4 bench Pokemon. If you have 5, you have to discard 1. So that Radiant Greninja sent straight to the discard pile. Now stop that, please, Matthew. That Greninja's not meant to be in the active.
Yeah, you've done your job, Greninja. It's time for you to hit the discard. But does Rahul have access to the boss? The one boss that Gardevoir tends to play. Does grab the Manaphy as well, just Ultra Balls, thinning through the deck.
Yep. Thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning.
There's another Gardevoir EX coming down now. Maybe trying to find a way to set up his board and hand for future turns to just take down this game too.
The rare candy Russell still has access to the refinement. And there's the boss. It was in hand the whole time, Alex.
Yep, there we go. It's always going to be massive.
Oh, goodness gracious
me. Committed the Dark Patch as well to that Roaring Moon EX, and now it's just going to be tough to come back from this scenario, I reckon.
Earthen Vessel was the top deck, was 1 card away from attacking last turn. There's top deck it now. They're going to grab a 1 basic Dark Energy. And let's see, what can Matthew realistically do here? I think the Iono might have got discarded already off the top of my head, so that won't be an... Oh, hold on a sec. Where's Matthew's hand? Oh, here it comes, restart. There's the Iono, tell a lie. It was not discarded. But then, does it really get you there?
It's really difficult now. So this Morpeko is finally able to take out this Gardevoir in the active spot, but of course, doesn't really help Matthew from a prize race perspective. It's putting him down to 3, and Rahul just needs to take 2 more, and there's already a target with the Mew EX. As we do see from that hand of 4 from the Iono, the Galarian, Moltres V there, and then the energy switch. So it's going to be a swing for Energizer Wheel.
Well done.
I'm telling you, this Pokemon is taking more prizes than the Roaring Moon EX here.
It has. It's taken the most prize out of everything so far.
Very true.
Over to Rahul. Only needs 2 prize cards, so you know what that means. Boss's orders will win Rahul the game. Has already played 1, does only play 1, so we actually have to play Power Pad to find it. I mean, it's not an impossibility. We are going to see an evolution there into Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So level ball being played. Is the Power Pad available? I don't think I saw it actually. See if we get another look at that if we can. But even if Rahul doesn't win exactly this turn, still in a very fine position. We're going to see Fog Crystal. Do we see the Power Pad? I didn't get to see it. They're not really showing us much of the deck there, Rahul. Fair enough. But like you said, even like I was saying, if Rahul just takes 1 prize card here, which is going to happen, it's going to be fine for him. As you do see Professor's Research being played there, 7 new cards. Not a card you see that's guaranteed to be seen in every Gardevoir deck, is it, Alex, actually, the Professor's Research?
No, a lot of players now looking to just try and find a way to burst through the deck as well. And sometimes it's just needed. I mean, it's such a powerful card that we've seen through the years as well, as we do see here, Rahul loading up that active Gardevoir EX, knowing that he's got a second on the board, has that Zacian V on the board, has that Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the board as well. Basically has to try and set up that checkmate once again. As we do see, is that potentially another Super Rod?
I think it's a Super Rod being played,
and the Ultra Ball, there you go. A full board, everyone.
Wow.
Of 4 Gardevoirs.
That is a statement, isn't it?
It is a statement.
4 Gardevoir in play.
Now it's just a flex.
Yeah, that is basically saying, I don't care what you do. My win con is on board. Over to Matthew. What can he do to try and stem the bleeding here? We do see the Galarian Moltres on the bench of 2 energy. We see the Mew EX inactive. We want to see an Ultra Ball being played by Matthew here. Going to get rid of an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Say that 4 times fast. And then a Dark Patch as well. Putting down a Roaring Moon EX. Alex, I mean, we often say this when you're in this tough scenario. Just play to your outs, right? What is Matthew's out here?
It's quite difficult. I mean, he's just going to try and look for as big and a tanky as Pokemon as possible, I suppose. But because of that Zacian V also being on the bench, is that a direction that he could take this in? Similar to that Galarian Moltres V, things are looking pretty dire in this scenario right now. It's a real struggle. It's a real struggle.
That was a good one. That was a good one. He just said he couldn't be pulling off these puns. That was well good. Catcher Tails.
But it's a tough scenario because Rahul has set up multiple of both Guardies. And then also
that's it. That's game.
V, but he knows the writings on the wall from this community choice round 3 matchup. Rahul ready. It's taking us down, and we're progressing to a 3-0 record.
Here at Dortmund Regionals, done it in fantastic fashion there. I quite like that matchup because it's like an old, I said an old deck, like an older deck, you know, Gardevoir. We've been seeing that since EUIC last year, versus Roaring Moon, which is starting to have its resurgence now. We saw it in Knoxville, it's having, what, 2 in top 8, being one of the most played decks there. And yeah, and Gardevoir sending out that 3-0. Things you love to see.
Showing exactly why it's a deck that's come back. Full swings and roundabouts, and a deck that you've backed.
I have.
To the hill before.
You tell me you can't be doing these puns, and that's 2 in like 2 minutes.
But yeah, so that was our community choice. We did get a chance to see Gardevoir in full flow. I mean, I've never seen, or very rarely have seen, a board of 4 Gardevars in some way, shape, or form, but fantastically piloted by Rahul. You know, Matthew's still in a good spot. 2-1.
For sure.
We'll just have to continue the way he's been playing in the first couple of rounds, and potentially we could see both of these players in a day 2 berth at some point as well. But, you know, for now, Rahul's 1 step closer.
Yep, and I think if you're Matthew, you can't, when you across the table from one of the world's best players and playing a traditionally hard matchup, I don't think you can expect to win. I think if that was me, I might just try and get a tie, but I'll be happy with that. So I think Matthew played extremely well here and should be very proud as Gardevoir EX took that victory. 4 Gardevoir in play at the end there. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a silly amount of stage 2s, Alex.
Silly. I mean, as we've already seen from this graphic earlier as well, I mean, good matchup.
It says it right there.
Roaring Moon EX. Rahul, you know, it's going to be... I think I saw right at the end of that, he took a big, big breath because it's like, whew, just got it out of his system. It's a good matchup, but, you know, Matthew played it very well.
He did. He did. He really did.
And took game 1 super close. You know, it was 1 catcher mechanic away from potentially taking the game there, but Rahul able to piloting, using all of those tips and tricks that we see on the performance section there, of using those, utilizing those curlier refinements, utilizing Psychic Embrace when needed, and being able to just take down both games 1 and 2, something we don't always see with Gardevoir.
Yes, and you know, so we saw in game 2, when Gardevoir goes in the offensive and takes the prize lead, I always feel it's unfair. Like, if I'm playing against Gardevoir and you take the prize lead, I'm like, what's going on? This ain't right. You should be, you know, Ionoing me and reversal energies here and counter catcher. But for Gardevoir to go on the offensive, I just think, yeah, that is a tough hill to climb when that happens. It's honestly, it can get a little bit terrifying, you could say.
Yeah, 100%. And that's when we started to see Rahul, like, just utilizing those reversal energies just to retreat.
Yeah,
you know,
what a statement.
How powerful that card is when you are just 1 prize card behind and just being able to utilize it as a retreat cost. You know, being able to ramp up usually 90 damage on Shining Arcana's Brainwave attack is incredible, and that's been really the key to a lot of the matchups that Gardevoir has, being able to take those big KOs. And like I said, it was a statement piece. It was able to have 4 Gardevoirs out on the board state, alongside that Zacian V as well. It's just saying, well, what can you do?
Yeah. I think my favourite play, though, it probably wasn't, in the grand scheme of things, too impactful, but my favourite play by far was when Matthew gusted up the Raging Greninja, and then we saw Rahul retreat it via the reversal energy, and then collapse. I said, don't try that again, please.
Yeah, no more of that.
Just give him the finger wag, not today. I just love those little interactions, me.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it was good to see another card from Paldean Fates.
Yeah.
Moon Hill that we mentioned, just being able to use that value there, healing up after using Psychic Embrace. But I think you shouldn't go anywhere because we have our winners interview over and ready. So we'll get a chance to hear from Rahul.
Thank you very much, Alex. Going anywhere would be silly at this point because I am with our round 3 winner, Rahul Reddy. That was a fun matchup in the end.
Yeah, I had a good time. Finally got a good one up there for me.
And you've come a long way here. And I saw you post on social media. You're coming to Dortmund.
Yep.
And I said, hey, come and say hi.
I'm here.
It's just not exactly what I had in mind, but it's still very pleasant to get to speak to you.
Absolutely.
And you've said yourself, you've been on stream a few times. It's not really worked out.
Yeah.
How does it feel to get that big win on stream finally?
Honestly, it feels great. I think I've been up here. This is my 4th time at an EU event being on stream, and I think this is my first win, so it feels pretty good. As soon as you guys pulled me up, I was like, it's cursed. It's got to be something terrible. It's going to be a Chien Pao that high rolls me. It's over. But, it feels good to start 3-0.
It was, and there were some sneaky plays you pulled off in that game. The casters mentioned when you retreated the Greninja with reversal energy and then used Collapse Stadium. Yep. We saw you Rare Candy, a Gardevoir, and then use Professor Turo to take it straight back off the board. Yeah. How familiar are you with the deck, and how much does that help with those sneaky little plays?
I don't think so. I haven't played Gardevoir since Worlds, which I was joking around with people in the group chats last night, being like, Gardevoir's like my ex. I'm getting back with her after like 6-7 months. So Gardevoir had a lot of experience at NAIC, EUIC. I played it for a couple events last year, and so I have those reps in with the deck already. I feel like the new version has not changed too much. Sure, there's a couple of new nifty tricks. You can add Screamtail, all those cards, but as you saw notably, I don't have Screamtail in my deck.
No.
I just threw in Moonlit Hill, added some couple pieces, and I said, I've played against so much Guardy at tournaments, like I've done it in coaching, I've tested quite a bit, like I should know how to play Guardy well. Sure, I might make a couple of mistakes here and there, but I'm confident in my ability as a player to just see the lines in game.
And I think the plays we saw in that round really back that up. So last question, because we are running a little bit over on this round, I'm afraid, but I got to ask you, going into Knoxville, Gardevoir was a deck that day 2'd a lot and didn't really win. And then it won Knoxville Regionals. Yeah. Right now, in this meta, how do you feel about Gardevoir and its chances to take down regional level events?
I think Gardevoir is being piloted by some of the best players in the game, and it is I think it is the best deck in the format, far and away. I think obviously the time limitations are a little bit rough for it, but I think expert level players will maneuver and finish the 3 games they need to finish. As you saw up there, I was playing pretty fast. I was trying to get games done as quickly as possible. And I think that if you play correctly and get stuff done, besides a little bit of variance, it is the best deck in the room.
I mean, you proved it quite well there. You won your 2 games. You went 2-0. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have got plenty more Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
Right, thank you for that interview there. It was really nice hearing from Ross and Rahul making that big trip over and saying a lot of the world's best players are playing Gardevoir. So I'm glad that I picked Mew, not Gardevoir, for this event. Golly. Alex, I got a little game for us, my friend.
Let's go.
Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of overrated or underrated. So, it's going to be a Gardevoir Roaring Moon edition. So, I'm going to say a card or a type of way to play the deck, and you're going to tell me whether you think it's overrated or underrated and why. And obviously, I'll join in as well. Sound good?
Fine, let's go.
Okay, so my first one is Screamtail in Gardevoir EX. Do you think that is underrated or overrated, and why?
A little bit overrated. Actually, it's finding itself in a number of Guardy lists and being able to kind of snipe big damage. We've seen it in early variants when it came out as well, combined with something like the Luxurious Cape. But yeah, it's a good card, and I can see why people cut it though. The Zacian feeds back in the list to be able to reach for those high damages, and I think that's kind of been key. Just being able to set it on the board, what Rahul done, was fantastic.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say overrated for Screamtail. I think it seems really good in practice, and maybe, you know, in a rotation fight, it's maybe going to be a bit more of a focal point. But I think right now, I'm not 100% sure whether it's necessary. But I do adore the cheeky little Avery plus Screamtail combination, which you can do. But a lot of the time now, we saw Roaring Moo was playing the Squawkabilly, you know, Charizard plays like the Rotom. If you play Avery, your opponent can just like, you know, shove those little bench hitters. So it's like Luminion is also a card as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go with overrated. Here's our next one though. Water energy in Roaring Moon. Underrated or overrated?
Underrated for me. I really like it.
Oh, do you?
I actually like the tech of being able to utilize Greninja as an attacker. I think it's fantastic, right? These Radiant Pokemon are incredible, whether it's just the ability or just the attack itself. Just being able to Moonlight Shuriken for 2 potential prizes, and still keep a single prizer in the active spot. I think what else beats that?
Consistency, in my opinion. How often do you actually get those 2 water energy in the discard pile ready for you to fling back in play? Is that actually that common, would you say?
I don't necessarily think it has to be that way, but you just have to have 1 turn of attaching it and keeping it ready for later.
That's true.
You know, it just means as a target, means your opponent has to start thinking about it as well.
Yep.
And it's just kind of cute, and I think it's really a really undervalued attack in something in Roaring Moon as well. But yeah, I do agree, consistency is king.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with overrated. I just don't see how a deck like Roaring Moon can pull that off very often or consistently. I think there's going to be turns, right, where you think, I really, really want those water energies in play so I can Moonlight Shuriken. And you know what's going to happen 9 times out of 10? You ain't going to be able to do it. So I think, what's the point? I might as well just make my deck more consistent, get those dark energies, maybe get those catches in now from that deck space, which we saw there, and maybe use them instead. But that's going to wrap up our overrated or underrated. Let us know what you think there in the chat. Maybe we should play it again, or what cards we could debate with old Alex over here. But we're going to have a quick little video break here, and we're going to get back to our round 4 feature match as soon as possible.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, you know, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Dun Batuz and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V.
No.
And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. now. Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an H prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench-protecting Wave Veil ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hey trainers, while we've got a break in the action, I'd like to talk to you about something which is very close to my heart right now, and that is Stage 2 Pokemon. My name's Ross Gilbert, I'm joined of course by the lovely Shay and the lovely Freya, and we have seen in the past, this season, we've seen Charizard winning San Antonio Regionals, we've seen Gardevoir winning Knoxville Regionals. Our Stage 2s, I know we've been saying it for years, are they actually back now?
Do you want the short answer or the long answer?
I would like the short answer.
Yes.
Sweet. Now I'd like the long answer.
Yes. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to see, especially considering how it hasn't been the case for such a long time. And now we see both 2 Stage 2 decks which are absolutely in the top contention of the metagame, and it's been a long time since really we've been able to say that.
It is. I mean, back in the Sword and Shield era, we had Inteleon, and Inteleon was great, but let's be honest, Inteleon was an engine. Yeah. It enabled other decks to be good. Now we've got Charizard and Gardevoir, which are actually ruling the format. Now, Shay, I know you're a Gardevoir fan. Explain to all the lovely people why Gardevoir is so good despite being a Stage 2.
Right, well, I think Gardevoir just has so many options when you break it all down, right? So you got the Refinement Curlier to draw extra cards, which is never a bad thing. I guess traditionally when you look at Stage 2 decks that have usable Stage 1s like Greninja, it's always great. And you even have the Mirage Step Curlier as well. How many times has a Stage 2 deck had 2 usable Stage 1s? It's just incredible. And then you've got the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw extra cards and attach energy potentially and attack as well. Just gets a bit much. You even have the Glade, which doesn't even see play, but it's still really good. It could let search any supporter out. It's just madness. And obviously you do have the Gardevoir EX, and when that eventually comes down, just slams all those energy into play, and all of a sudden things get a little bit out of control. So I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I think it's like poetry in motion watching it play. I remember at EUIC, I lost my round. I was watching the stream and I saw Tord playing it, and I was looking in a mirror match, round 2 I think it was. I looked up at the screen, I was
round
like...
one.
Round 1.
Yeah, round 1 mirror.
Looking up at the screen like... deck that's a good deck. I need to go buy some really quick. So, and that's exactly what I did.
So Freya, I know you're a Charizard fan. You've been going on about Charizard, how it is you think a little bit superior to Gardevoir. But tell us about Charizard. Again, it's a Stage 2. We've been told for years Stage 2s are too slow compared to some of these big basics. How has Charizard proven people wrong?
Charizard has 2 really, really big things going for it. It is both consistency and power, especially. So, often we see it paired with the Pidgeot EX, which is another Stage 2. Again, when's the last time we saw a Stage 2 support engine? Being to search for any card in your deck once per turn, it is absolutely phenomenal. You can do a setup early on where you sort of chain rare candies. You rare candy into the Pidgeot, and then you rare candy into the Charizard. And then when you get into the Charizard, you have a 330 HP Stage 2 that can also attach energies from your deck and punishes your opponent for winning by doing more damage when your opponent's taking more prizes.
Yeah, dropping an Iono and then doing more damage every turn with Charizard does seem a little bit cheeky. But I do have to ask the question before we finish here. Are they the best decks? Because if we have a look, Gardevoir for a long time has been great in getting into Day 2, but until Knoxville has been a long time since he had a big Gardevoir finish. Charizard, most played deck in the format. But tournament after tournament after tournament, but it's not been winning like something like Giratina V-Star. So stage 2s, are they still a little bit disadvantaged compared to some of these basics, Freya?
Well, of course, right? I mean, that's the inherent issue, is that you trade some of that, consistency of setup with when you're all basics, you can get going very quickly. But the trade-off is when you get to that point, you have the power and you last longer into the late game. We even talked in a previous segment, right, about how these stage 2 decks can make use of these comeback cards like Countercatcher very effectively, because they naturally will go behind early on, but they can use that to their advantage.
So Shay, stage 2 decks, are they here to stay then?
I think they are 100% are here to stay, and I think, once the V-Stars have sort of shifted out of the format, I think these powerful stage 2s are going to be here to stay, and I, for one, I'm all for it.
And let's not even forget that it looks like Baxcalibur is going to be a little bit better when we get to EUIC and hit rotation as well. So that's us, and that's stage 2s, but stay tuned, there's plenty more action to come. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far. Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships in the lovely city of Dortmund in Germany. My name's Oscar Gilbert and I'm joined by the lovely Freya Pierce. How are we doing, Freya?
Doing absolutely wonderfully. How about you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I enjoyed that last round greatly. I had a nice watch backstage before I went to go and interview Rahul, and it was a very interesting game. Like I said in the interview, I love seeing these games where we see top players making what I like to term cheeky plays.
Yes,
and there was some very cheeky plays going on in that last game.
Yeah, there very much were. And not just that as well, but Rahul obviously is a well-known figure in the community, very sort of a big personality. It's always great to see these players coming up on stream and just turning up again and again and again. And also for him to, as he put it, break his curse right on the EU stream games. Yeah, it was very good to see.
When I went and said hello to him, the first thing he said to me was, I finally get one of these. Although I'd been on stream several times in Europe, not been able to get that win and get onto the interview. So that was fun. But we are going to have a quick look at the standings here before we get into round 4, so we can see who is doing very well. Of course, these are not the only 3-0s. There are others, but there are some names you're going to find familiar there. Gabriel Smart's coming over from the US. I thought Rahul was the only US player we had here this weekend.
No, evidently not. We have Luke Kirkham as well, well-known UK player, doing pretty well. Joshua Van Overscheld from Belgium, of course, another well-known figure in the community at 3-0. Yes. And, but also quite a few names I'm thinking, I don't think I've seen some of these guys before.
No, we've got a good mix there of names I'm not terribly familiar with and names we are. If you don't remember Josh's real name, Zapdos TCG might give you a little bit of a hint there. You will see the jerseys at every tournament you go to. There are several of them wearing those matching jerseys, and they always look very smart.
That bold, bright yellow is unmistakable.
Yeah, it's always fun to see that. I got to interview them at a previous regional as a group. That was a lot of fun. So, we've got Rahul at 3-0, we've got Josh at 3-0, we've got Luke Kirkham, like you say, a very well-known UK player who's been around for a long time. And it'd be interesting what deck Luke's playing, because obviously recently people might know Luke as, that person that went and made Palkia a thing again. Because for a long time, Palkia on its own wasn't a thing, We'd see like a 1-1 occasionally in a Lost Zone deck. But we hadn't seen Palkia as its own thing for a while. And then Luke was like, no, Palkia is actually a good deck. So Luke coming at 3-0. I'm going to have a sneaky look in a minute to see what Luke is playing. But yeah, we got a nice mix of old and new players there, and a nice mix of known and unknown players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very curious to see if Luke is doing the same thing at this tournament, right? If he's going to pilot more rogue strategy, something that he's known for doing on a lot of occasions, but whether he'll do it again. Because when I talked to him in the past, he always kind of wants to build his own thing. He really, maybe it's like a last reluctant choice to play like a game deck, but yeah, if we get him on stream, I guess we'll see what he's up to.
Indeed, seems mean just giving his deck away in the middle of the stream when he's not on the stream. That just seems a little bit rude. Another 3-0 name that we didn't mention on the that we didn't see on the graphic there, Sammy Sakoum.
Yes, so if we can take you back to the past, as it were, just imagine a sepia filter, going over us right now. Sammy, one of the long time veterans of the game, managed to top cut worlds about 1 bajillion times, I think is the rough estimate. tournament.
Every year, but at one point it was literally every year but one. Sammy had made top cut of the World Championships. And there was some weird, it was like 7 or 8, some ridiculous run of years where only Sammy or his brother Yassine would win UK Nationals. Yeah. Like there were years and years where only those two brothers could actually win UK Nationals. Yeah. Not in the game like he was previously, but one of those players that every so often pops up at a tournament and kind of shows, look, I've had these skills for many years past, but now I'm actually back. And even newer players, I don't think Sammy is one of those names that is going to be unknown. I think a lot of players are aware of Sammy, that the accomplishments are so good. It's like Jason Kaczynski, a player that isn't really around very much anymore, but a player that everybody knows.
Let's take us back out of the past and into the present now. We have our next feature match live here for you guys. Do we see there? It's going to be, I believe, Benjamin Pham on the left, and who is it on the right again?
We have got Rune Heermans.
Oh, okay. So Rune, another one of these players who aged up from the seniors division after having done very, very well. So two very, very accomplished players here on the desk today.
Yeah, we see Benji there with a top 16 at EUIC, Anaheim Special Event Champion, a top 8 at Malmo Regional, and an Oceania Internationals top 16. And whenever anybody's got things like international, you know, these top finishes on their accomplishments, it shows they are a very good player. But you said, you know, Rune, aged up from seniors, a very accomplished player in their own right.
Yeah, just as recently as Liverpool was able to get a top 16, also a top 32 in Gdansk and a top 64 in Liverpool. So if you go by that logic, right, you go up one step, is there going to be a top 8 this time?
I mean, it's the only logical explanation. But you'll notice those are accomplishments in Masters.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, that's taking away all of these ridiculous senior accomplishments. Now, we do see the prizes coming down. 2 routes prize from Rune there is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm just double checking, there is a Mirage Step Curlier. That's going to become very important now in this matchup.
It is. So here we are, kicking off here round 4. It looks like Rune will be going first, starting off with that Fog Crystal. Of course, a staple card in the Gardevoir just lets you grab either a basic Psychic Energy or a basic Psychic Pokemon. So you can use that to grab your Rolts to set up. You can use it to grab a Zacian V in the late game if you want to set up an attacker. Just, yeah, phenomenal card.
It's a great card, and this is where Rune gets the bad news. This is where Rune has a look through and goes, oh, wait, I've got 2 routes prize.
Yeah.
And it's one of those matchups where, you know, as soon as I see that, I'm having a look at Rune's deck list, and I'm going, is there a Mirage Step Curlier?
Yeah.
Because if there is, it's not that bad. You basically ignore your routes, use Mirage Step Curlier to just get all your Curlier onto the bench, and then you can set up and get those Gardevoir while kind of ignoring your routes. If there isn't a Mirage Step Curlier, then you're literally just limited to 2 Gardevoir and still you start taking prizes, and then it becomes a lot dodgier.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why the Mirage Step Curlier is so valuable as a sort of tech option in the deck, because we saw, like, for a while, a lot of Gardevoir players thinking, you know what, no, I just would rather have the full refinement Curliers, I want to draw as many cards as I can. But in a situation like this where your pricing is awkward, if you can, you know, not price the Mirage Step Curlier, it means that you have a way to get into the game and set up your board fully, even with limited access to Rolters.
And let's not forget, there is an excellent chance that Rune loses a route when Benji has his turn.
Absolutely, yes.
Benjamin here is going to be going for that turn 1 Cramorant, that Spit Innocently for 110 if you've got 4 cards in the Lost Zone. It's 2 Flower Select, a Comfey, and a Chorus's Experiment. It's not that difficult to pull off. And if you go down to 1 route after your opponent's had 1 turn, that is not where you want to be. Speaking of which, it's time for Benjamin to have that 1 turn and start off with a Nest Ball.
Yeah, another good start there for Benji, so we'll be looking through to see what's prized and what isn't. And yeah, absolutely, like, this is almost like one of the signature plays for Lost Zone engine decks, right? You just get that Cramorant down early, it just gets your early attack in, and especially if you're going second, you can get it in turn 1, and that is such like a great amount of aggression that you can put, and a lot of pressure attacking going on a single prize attacker.
Especially when you're talking about something like Giratina, where you need to evolve up, you need to get 7 cards in the Lost Zone to activate Mirage Gate, which is your item card that accelerates energy. Then you need to draw into your Mirage Gate. It takes a few turns to get Giratina V-Star going. So having something like Cramorant, which can put in some of that work in those first couple of turns before the Giratina really gets going, it's such a huge thing. I'm convinced Cramorant is one of the most ridiculous cards in the game right now.
That's very, very strong words, but honestly, a very fair argument for them. So after the Nest Ball, getting out another Comfey, having another look through to see what's surprised and what isn't. Of course, in the early stages, you really want to get down your Comfey so you can set up well, but it's very important, of course, to get down those Giratina Vs so you can evolve them up into the Giratina V-Stars, and that's when this deck is putting out its real power.
And we see the Battle VIP pass coming down and eyeing up, as you predicted, a Giratina, and as I predicted, a Cramorant. Not exactly the hardest thing to predict ever.
I wouldn't say so either.
We're going to be looking for a Radiant Greninja. but it seems like that the general rule here is if you think you can get the Cramorant easily, you go for the Cramorant. If you think you're missing a part or two for the Cramorant, then you go for the Radiant Greninja. So this probably tells us Benjamin's feeling pretty good about that turn 1 attack.
Yeah, so here we go. Flower selecting number 1. What does Benjamin find? Oh, that's another Battle VIP pass, but there's a Chorus Experiment as well. Oh my goodness.
You want both of those cards. And that's the thing, right? If you're Rune and you see your opponent on turn 1 getting a Battle VIP pass in the Lost Zone, you know they got a good card. But this already puts Benjamin at 3 cards in the Lost Zone straight away.
Yeah, and it's too important, right? Because like we just mentioned, if you can get a turn 1 Cramorant attack, that puts you in such a good position. And so you just can't deny that Chorus, especially if you don't have one in hand already.
And Benjamin's been around for a long time. Benjamin, looking at Rune's board, basically knows if I KO the routes, that gives Rune exactly 1 turn if they play it to Mirage Step Curlier. And if they don't get that, I've won this game.
Yeah, and there we see the crucial find from Benjamin as he did have the Jet Energy ready to go. So this is really the card that I think skyrocketed Giratina's playability and popularity. Just the ability to, when it's when you attach it to a bench Pokemon, it just whizzes into the active, and then you can use that energy to retreat the Comfey and go into something else. It's such great synergy.
It is, and we actually saw the Radiant Greninja may have been in hand all along, it turns out. Gets kicked to the bench, conceals some cards, draws some cards. So we've got Benjamin here. There's 4 cards in the Lost Zone. We've got an energy you can just use to retreat. Here comes a Cramorant, and it is a very easy turn 1 KO. And look, I told you that was probably going to happen, and it wasn't some ridiculous clairvoyant thing. This is what Lost Zone decks do on turn 1 going second.
Yeah, absolutely. And a very nice, easy Lost Zone there from Benjamin off the last letting to getting rid of that Spiritomb. Not really going to be that relevant in this matchup, so very happy to see that gone.
Yeah, you're not going to need it, and that's always, it's like hitting Battle VIP Pass after turn 1. It's a very easy decision. Now, the good news for Rune is you've got an energy, you've got a level ball. There's no surprises what's getting searched out. It is going to be that Mirage Step Curlier, which will then allow Rune to go and search for 3 more Curlier. It's also going to give Benjamin a really easy prize, because Benjamin needs to do exactly nothing to get a KO on that Curlier and go up by 2 prizes.
The Cramorant is there, ready to go. You can just announce Spit innocently again, and you are smooth sailing. Now, very interestingly, Rune, we saw that during the deck search, Rune's actually doing a quick count of all the supporters in his deck. Now, this is going to be very crucial, because Rune knows that a big part of the strategy against Giratina is going to be timing those Ionos well to stop Benjamin from being able to do a counterplay. We saw he was counting the Ionos, counting the Professor's research, so this is one of those things that you have to be very aware of when you're playing not just Gardevoir, but any deck really. It's not just about counting what's prized in terms of do I have access to this or not. It's like how many of each of these copies do I have access to?
Yeah, very important. Now we do see a second energy coming down there on the Curlier. All this really does is put an extra energy in the discard to be accelerated with Gardevoir. It doesn't actually do anything for Curlier here, but it can actually just be he knows it's getting KO'd, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a way to get extra energy in the discard.
Yeah, now it is interesting here that Rune opted to play the Iono. There was a small risk that Rune could have redrawn, well, not redrawn, but could have drawn more of the Curliers that he wanted to get down with Mirage Step, and that would have been a little bit rough if that was the case, but it looks like, fortunately for Rune, no Curliers drawn, so he'll be able to use Mirage Step to get all of these out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Mirage Step gets from the deck. It is very specifically from the deck, and there's no routes down on the bench, so you can't evolve into Curlier. Had Rune drawn any, that would have been terrible, but doesn't. Gets free Mirage Step Curlier, and actually, as a fun little side note, does have that Jirachi on the bench here, which is going to protect against Sableye shenanigans, dropping damage counters with that stellar Veil ability. So a rough start for Rune with prizes and all of that, and Benji having a good start. But honestly, this is the best turn 2 you could have hoped for.
Yeah, Rune's going to be pretty happy with that. And you mentioned Jirachi. I think it's important to draw attention to this. I mean, this card has been out for a little bit now. Of course, it came out in Obsidian Forces, but it does have that ability that, prevents your opponent's basics Pokemon attacks from placing damage counters on your bench Pokemon. This is a card that single-handedly made the Lost Box matchup so much more manageable for Gardevoir.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to correct you and say Obsidian Flames.
So, what did I say?
You said Obsidian Forces. There's lots of that. It's easily done. We've all been there.
You're absolutely right. I do apologize. Anyway, there, Nest Ball grabbing a second Giratina V. Very important, of course. You want to be able to follow up with another Lost Impact in case your first Giratina V star goes down. But other than that, there's not a huge amount here. Going to be a concealed cards from Benjamin, discarding a Psychic Energy. See if you can find some more. Was that a Battle VIP pass and a Boss's Orders? Not really what you want here, I think.
Chorus's Experiment is really the ideal here. Benjamin started this turn with the KO on the board. What you really want to do in a turn like this, get the second Giratina V, Maybe a V-Star, maybe you don't. It doesn't have to be this turn, but certainly build up your Lost Zone. So Mirage Gate is going to work, but a Pokegear gets that Chorus's Experiment. That's going to put Benjamin into 6 cards in the Lost Zone. A single flower selecting will put Mirage Gate on board.
Yeah, this is exactly why we've seen so many of the Giratina V-Star lists recently opting for Pokegear, and it's exactly for situations like this. Chorus's Experiment is so crucial to find both like frequently and early, and Pokegear just gives you a few more outs to find the Chorus's Experiment in those early turns.
Turn 1 and 2 are absolutely huge. If you can get it turn 1 and 2 going second, that means 3 flower selecting in the space of 2 turns, and Mirage Gate is on the board. Now, we know there's a magic number of 10 for Sableye and for Giratina V-Star's Star Requiem, but 7 is the real, you know, it's 4 for the Cramorant, and then 7 for Mirage Gate to start powering up that Giratina. So getting Chorus's Experiment first 2 turns, absolutely huge here.
Let's make no mistake, were it not for Mirage Gate, like Lost Zone Toolbox decks as a concept probably just wouldn't exist, or at least nowhere near in the form they do now. Like, the Mirage Gate is the card that makes these archetypes work.
And we saw a second Jet Energy. You pointed out, Freya, beautifully last turn how good this is. It gets the Comfey in the active. You flower select. Oh, you've actually got an energy ready to retreat it straight away. Back into the Cramorant. Job's a good one.
Oh, hold on a second. Rune did not get down a Manaphy this turn. Benjamin actually has an opening here to do Mirage Gate, maybe charge up that Radiant Greninja and knock out 2 Curlies at once.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of fun. And that you saw your opponent only play 2 routes turn 1. And you saw them have to rely on Mirage Step. Now, doesn't actually go for the Greninja, has gone for Mirage Gate onto the Giratina to start with.
Oh, I think I know why. I think, so that flower selecting that Benjamin just did, actually had a choice between a Psychic and a Water Energy. So I think one of the Water Energies is in hand, so you can't attach it. So I think the play is no longer open.
Unfortunately not. There's free Water Energy in the deck, but was not able to piece that together. That would have been great, taking out 2 Refinement Curlier, putting Rune on the back burner.
Yeah, there you go. So there's 1 in the hand, and then there's 1 prize as well, must be.
That is less than ideal, but it's not the end of the world at all. We see the retreat with the Jet Energy. Cramorant comes active. It's going to get the KO onto that Curlier, and Rune is going to need a big turn to just keep up here. Gardevoir doesn't mind going down a prize or 2, but you need to reverse it at some point.
Yeah, you do. So Benjamin was debating whether to put down the path to the peak or not. Does decide to in the end. You know, it can hold the Gardevoir player back a little bit. Usually you want to save it for the earlier turns when their hands isn't as big, so they're less likely to have a counter stadium. But if Rune can't find a path to the peak now, or a path to the peak counter now, then obviously no Psychic Embrace, and that means you can't really make a good counter play.
Yeah, you do need Gardevoir GX to Gardevoir EX, I should say, to be accelerating energy. There's no energy on the board right now, so Gardevoir EX just to start accelerating and building up an attacker is going to be big. Good news is, with free Refinement, that's an extra 6 cards we're going to be seeing drawn straight away here.
Yeah, and this is basically the backbone of the Gardevoir strategy, right? The fact that you have both the stage 1 that is extremely useful and just gives you that extra consistency to set up to get yourself to the point where you set up your stage 2s and then you can just take over the game from there.
And Rune actually used it with discarding a Psychic Energy, drew 2 cards, one of which was a Psychic Energy, so there's 4 energy in the discard, can get a 5th in there very easily if he wants to. Doesn't have to, depends on exactly the play he's wishing to make and which supporter, which attacker he's going with. We do just see a Professor Turo hit the discard there.
Yeah, that was the last Refinement. Interesting they chose to discard that. I mean, there were other cards that could have been discarded instead, but maybe thinking I don't really need Turo right now, best just get rid of it. Oh, and there is the out to the path in the form of the Lost Vacuum.
That'll work quite nicely. Cresselia comes down here. Cresselia always good for taking out stuff like those Comfey on the bench, getting some cheeky prizes. And look, getting some cheeky prizes while you start building up your board, not a bad thing. No. So it looks like we've got an Iono coming down here.
Oh, that's pretty good. Benjamin, of course, having already taken 2 prizes, going to have to shuffle the hand and put it at the bottom, and only going to draw 4 here. Definitely not what you want to be seeing at this point, whereas Rune is still going to get the full complement of 6 in the hand afterwards, and with that Gardevoir EX setup is looking pretty good to try and start to make that Gardevoir comeback.
Did get a Giratina V-Star and a Boss's Orders, so no 3rd energy for the Giratina yet, but not a bad hand by any stretch. So here comes a Cresselia, and we've seen this play a million times before. You use Gardevoir to put 1 energy onto each of your Psychic Pokemon, but that also puts the damage on each of your Psychic Pokemon, and then Cresselia can move 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon, and here it's going to be nice and simply, you move the 8 damage counters counters over to a Comfey, and that's going to give you a prize. Could use it to soften up a Giratina if you prefer, but a lot of the time this is just keep up with the prize race, take out a Comfey.
Yeah, and a lot of the time with the Giratina V-Star, you can attach enough energy with Psychic Embrace to carry it regardless. So yeah, probably makes more sense just to take out Comfey here, cut off a extra consistency option for Benjamin. Oh, actually, no. Okay.
Does use it to soften up the Giratina. That is absolutely something we see. It is a valid play. It basically puts Giratina V-Star down to 200 HP, which makes it much easier to KO without having to really overextend and do those giant plays with lots of energy accelerated by Gardevoir and lots of damage. But here is the boss's orders onto a Refinement Curlier. And oh, look, that Cramorant's still there.
Yeah, just like... doesn't need to do anything else. It's just going to spit innocently over and over until, like, I guess Benjamin KOs every single Pokemon in Rune's deck, or the Cramorant gets KO'd. Oh, but that's another path to the peak.
Yeah, that was drawn off of the Io as well. Like I say, Benjamin really didn't need much. And in the previous round, we saw Morpeko just taking all the prizes. And now we've got Cramorant, which is really not much bigger than a Morpeko, taking all the... Where are all the big Pokemon gone, Freya? It's just the little guys that are coming around doing all the work here.
Just don't need them. Like, evidently, right? You just don't need them.
I mean, look, I feel vindicated here because I was bigging up Cramorant the second this game started, and Benjamin's just been taking all the prizes with the Cramorant. But we're starting to see the effect of not having access to all of those routes. Because in a game like this, even where you Mirage Step, being able to bench those routes to start recovering those Curlier and Gardevoir is huge. And Rune is not able to do that, so we've got one Gardevoir EX, no Curlier. We do have a replacement for Path to the Peak, but the draw power is starting to run out here, and now we see the Super Rod getting those Curlier back.
Yeah, well, you need to, right? Because without that, with the Super Rod combined with the Arton, you can start to set up again. But yeah, it's exactly like you said. The reason why you need those rolls down is so that you can set up following turns after you're doing your early setup and your stuff gets KO'd. So right now, it's very, very important that Rune's find this. And also, the Mana Fee, crucial find there, as that will prevent another opening for Benji to potentially take 2 prizes with a Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, that Radiant Greninja was looking a little bit threatening. Good news is it's been turned off now by that Mana Fee, giving that bench protection as it tends to do. But Rune here, I mean, Benjamin hasn't actually done very much this game. He's done a great job setting up his board, don't get me wrong, but he's basically just KO'd 3 little things with Cramorant. Benjamin hasn't really gone, I'm playing multiple Mirage Gate, I'm attacking with Giratina V-Star. His deck isn't really doing the big thing his deck does, and you know, those cheeky little plays in the first couple of turns have actually got him halfway to winning. And it's all because Rune has not been setting up well enough, and that Cramorant's been putting in the work.
Yeah, exactly. So now Rune, I mean, for Rune to make the ideal comeback this turn, it would be, you know, a return knockout of 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes. That's not possible right now. So instead, Rune is forced to Psychic Embrace to the Gardevoir, retreat again, and go into the Cresselia and go for moving more of the damage across and just trying to make a comeback that way. But it's really not what Rune wants to be doing this turn with that Moonglow reverse.
No, it's putting 8 damage counters on the Giratina, so again, bringing that second Giratina V-Star down to 200 when it evolves, just making it much easier to KO without accelerating lots of energy. And because the problem is, if you start getting the big attacks with Gardevoir, you leave your own Pokemon on very little energy, or very little damage remaining, and that can just lead to easy KOs with stuff like Cramorant and especially Sableye if the Jirachi goes down, and that just makes it very, very awkward.
Okay, there is a very small point here that's worth mentioning. Of course, Cresselia has just a little bit too much HP to be KO'd by Cramorant, so that's innocently only doing 110 right now is not quite enough. So actually, Rune may have just bought himself a turn here.
I was assuming Benjamin was going to try and go for someone like a Boss's Orders, but it was not available. And yeah, that was one of the key points here. Cresselia's got 10 more HP than Cramorant can pull off, so yeah, Cramorant finally thwarted. Didn't take a prize last term. But again, because you've got stuff like Sableye ready to go in the future, that is a very easy prize to take out if the Jirachi ever leaves the board, which at the moment, of course, it is giving that protection.
Yes, so retreating now into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, of course, going to be very, very much like missed pieces of the deck, also with rotation coming up soon. But for now, it's still around, and yeah, it is the sort of really one of the key pieces of making this Gardevoir archetype strong as it is. But here comes a counter catcher from Rune, going to be bringing up that Giratina V-Star, and it's exactly like you said earlier, with the softening up earlier from the Cresselia. Now Rune can take this KO without committing as much energy to the Gardevoir, and therefore also not damaging it as much with Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, and this is actually the perfect math. So you need 5 energy on that Gardevoir to put you up to 210, is how the math works out there. So we get a KO here, and there is no energy, there's no damage on that Gardevoir, and it's out of range of something like a Cramorant, which is going to force Benjamin to come in and actually KO it with something like a Giratina, which you don't want to do. And oh yeah, there's no undamaged Giratina on Benjamin's side of the board. Yeah. So Rune still very much on the back foot here, but setting up these KOs very, very nicely, and that is why you soften up the Giratina.
Yeah. So I'm sure what Benjamin would love to do here is find a way to take out that Jirachi, because then you can just finish the game by doing Sableye and KOing the Cresselia and the Manaphy. That's a very easy game plan to go for, right? So going to be a Pokegear here to see what he's able to find. There's the Sableye, of course, can't take that, but there is a Chorus Experiment.
That's good, but we need some kind of gusting, really, ideally. There are 2 bosses orders in the deck. I think one's gone already, but I believe there should be a second one unless I've missed it. But this is where the game gets super awkward, right? Because Benjamin is on the front foot, but now we've reached that point the Gardevoir wants to be in. Hey, I've got 140 HP single prize Pokemon with no damage on, and you can't use Sableye, and you've got a damaged Giratina. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because if you use your Giratina to KO my Gardevoir, well, you go down to 2 prizes, but I'm then going to KO your Giratina and go down to 2 prizes. Then we're even.
You know, boss's orders you just mentioned.
Yeah.
It's there in the Chorus Experiment.
Oh, that is unfortunately too late. You cannot play 2 supporters in one turn, because that would have been the dream here. Using boss's orders to take out the Jirachi, and then, like you say, Sableye finishes out the game, job's a good one. Not a possibility here. Just coming in a little bit too late. And this is really awkward, because if Benjamin doesn't KO that Gardevoir, a boss's orders or a counter catcher for Rune, who is still behind on prizes, will then take out that final Giratina, and at that point, the game's basically over.
Yeah, very, very rough here. So Benjamin going to have to think very, very carefully about how to proceed here. And this is why sometimes, because Lost and Giratina V-Star is often one of those archetypes that does tend to fall back a little bit itself as well. But when you have 2 decks that do that, fall behind strategy, one of them kind of has to take the lead eventually, right? So you're forced into a little bit of an awkward spot. But there is another Giratina V going down there. This one, of course, fully fresh, so won't be able to KO it anywhere near as easily. But can Benjamin even do anything else this turn? No, it's just a pass.
It is just a pass, and that is going to be a pretty big deal here. I mean, it's 2 or 3 attacks for Rune. We know you can extend and get that Giratina, but it becomes super awkward to actually try and do so. You got 5 on there at the moment, so your Gardevoir's hitting 210, so you can get the Comfey very easily, but you really want to go after that bench. I mean, honestly, the bench Giratina V here would be perfect. That would be the dream.
Yeah, because that's the thing with, that's the bulkiest right now, right? Especially once it evolves, so if you can just KO it, then...
Oh, he's got counter catcher!
Oh, that's a huge find!
And you can manually attach an energy here from the Fog Crystal, and then you're hitting 240, which is enough to KO the Giratina V, so and then, of course, there's only 1 Giratina, and it's heavily damaged and much easier to KO.
Yeah. Oh, there might not be any Psychic Energy left in the deck, so it might have to be a Psychic Embrace, but I mean, it's still fine,
It's not
right?
I mean, weirdly, it will actually bring Gardevoir into Cramorant range, but I think we're at the point where it doesn't actually matter anywhere near as much.
Wait, no, Willow to go and go to 120, right?
Oh, yes, you're right. I got so excited about Cramorant there. Too exciting, it does bring it down to 120, not 110. Okay, fine. My boy Cramorant's not going to be getting an easy KO. But honestly, at this stage, it is not such a big deal. This is where Rune wants to be. Basically, force your opponent to rely on that last Giratina V-Star, which is already heavily damaged. So it should be quite simple. Accelerate an energy, counter catcher on that Giratina. You've only taken 2 prizes, your opponent's taken 3, counter catcher is on the board, and you've got to think he wants to go after that fresh Giratina there, because then you just KO the damaged one and you win the game.
So I think Okay.
There's
so
the damage.
There's the damage. No, okay, there's a bit of a future dynamic playing out in my mind here, so hear me out. So, Rune takes his KO here on the Giratina V. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Going to bring it up.
I would be absolutely stunned if Rune hadn't done that.
Yes,
that would have been super weird. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, it's all good. But so here's the thing now. Benjamin is in a bit of a pickle because there's several things that he wants to do. He wants to stop Rune from being able to attach more energy by, stopping the Gardevoir. He wants to be able to take a knockout, ideally on the Gardevoir, but I mean, I think you can't really do that because there's enough energy on the Gardevoir, not EX in the active, to just take the return KO. So I think what we have to do at this point is find a combination of Roxanne plus Path to the Peak, and then KO the Gardevoir on the active, and then just hope your opponent can't find the out.
Yeah, essentially. I think Path to the Peak is going to be big. Now, Benjamin plays 3, and we've seen 2. So I believe there should be... Oh, there's one in the lost zone, though.
Uh-oh.
And I'm sure we've seen 2 hit the field.
Yeah, we absolutely have.
So I don't think Path to the Peak is on board here. And then if you KO the active, then the EX can just accelerate energy to the other one. And so I'm not sure how Benjamin comes back here. Rune does take the KO as expected, goes to 2 prizes remaining. This is where it's going to get very awkward, because I think you've laid it down very nicely there, Freya. But I don't think there's a Path to the Peak. Oh, there is a Path to the Peak in hand.
Okay, wait. So, but is it 3 or 4?
There's 3 in the deck.
Okay.
There must only have been 1 that hit the field.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, because one was lost vacuumed.
That was it, of course.
It was lost vacuumed. It didn't go from a car. It's hard to track with these lost zone decks sometimes.
It really is. But okay, but there we go. So this is going to work. So this is the play here for Benjamin. Yeah,
the only play.
Yeah, the only play. So Mirage Gate, Evolve. Is there a Roxanne in hand as well? Yes, there is. So yeah, Benjamin knows exactly what he's going for here, and he's just going to have to go slam down that Roxanne and pray. Counter catcher as well. Oh, going to bring out the Cresselia, interestingly enough.
I don't mind this play. It's everything about it's awkward. I mean,
no, this actually makes complete sense because you take an easy KO with this, and then you force your opponent to have both something to bring up the Giratina and the path counter to win the game. It actually forces your Rune to have more outs.
So what you're saying is Cramorant once again is the correct answer.
Yes.
all game. Cramorant has been the correct answer. I need to go and see if I can get Cramorant pinned for the next stream. Really start repping my boy. I'm on Team Cramorant right now. But it is, like you say, it's going to be a very easy prize here, and crucially leaving a 1 prizer in the active. Now, Rune plays 2 counter catcher, 1 boss's orders, which I believe means it's just boss available. I believe we've seen 2 counter catcher. But you would need, do you even need, how many? No, you don't need a path counter at this stage, because there's enough energy on the Gardevoir to KO the V-Star. It was why it was so important to KO the fresh V last turn.
Yeah.
So any gusting would win the game. But I think it's just 1 boss's orders. So there goes the Cresselia.
Yeah, because I was going to say, was there any kind of... I guess you stop an extra Radiant Greninja draw, like it just, it's just like a small... I mean, you may as well play the path, right? Like, there's no reason not to. But yeah, the energy's already on there, so it is just a matter of drawing the gusting effect.
Oh, the top deck for turn was a Battle VIP pass, which is not ideal.
No.
You do still have 2 cards drawn with a Gardevoir, because that is not a rule box Pokemon, so you can still get the... Oh, no, we actually do that twice, of course, because there's 2 on the board. So there's 4 cards to be drawn.
Yeah, so Ultra Ball to fin the deck, get out Rolts, and it's going to be a matter of 2 Shining Arcanas. Does Rune find the out to bring up the Giratina V-Star or not? That's all this comes down to.
What can we see in that? I think there's 1 boss's orders in deck. I believe, I'm not 100% sure. It is really hard to track what exactly has been played and what's in the deck and what's in the prizes while you're trying to cast these games. But I'm sure we've seen 2 counter catcher from Rune here.
So I'm just looking here. You'd seen them in a discard pile. Yeah, there's 1 there at the top row and 1 in the middle row.
But I believe boss's orders is available. So
that's 2 supporters.
It was an INO and a Professor's Research. That is not going to do it. We got 1 more draw of 2 cards remaining.
Yeah, Shining Arcana. Oh, yes, no, maybe. And, actually, the Radiant Ninja also isn't an option unless it gets super ordered back in. That was discarded earlier, so you can't, you say if you find a path counter, you can't use the Radiant Ninja to draw more cards unless you get it back into the deck somehow.
It's always nice to have it down, though, just to block potential plays. Now, it's worth noting Benjamin does not have a guaranteed win next turn. He would need gusting of his own. What did we see drawn?
Collapse Stadium and a Ultra Ball.
It wasn't a boss's orders, I'll tell you that, Freya. So that's not ideal. And then this just becomes more awkward. Now, this is still anybody's game because Benjamin does not have the guaranteed win next turn. Benjamin will need some kind of gusting to bring up the Gardevoir. And Yeah, there's 11 cards in the lost zone. There's the right energy. So you just V-star power to KO.
Yeah, yeah.
That's an easy KO.
So with that in mind, does Rune collapse here and get rid of the Guard Wire?
Yes.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was getting to that point. But no, and that was a great play. It basically means Benjamin cannot win the game next turn. It is now impossible for Benjamin to win the game next turn. Rune has basically bought himself one more turn to try and finish out the game. There is a Manaphy to stop any Fancy Greninja plays. There is a Jirachi to stop any Fancy Sableye plays. And there's no 2-prizer on the board.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal position for Rune here. Given that he missed the win this turn, this is the next best thing he could have done, and Benjamin is going to have a really, really hard time trying to piece together. In fact, he can't piece together a win, like you just said. There's no way, right?
No, I don't believe it's possible. With both Manaphy and Jirachi on the bench and no 2-prizer, I don't believe Benjamin can take 2 prizes this turn. Which then leads to an awkward situation, because the Gardevoir, as we've mentioned, is 10 away from being KO'd with Cramorant. So, what do you do? Because this is super awkward at this point.
Yeah, Rune has played this very, very cleverly with the energy attachments.
You could Sableye.
Just on the active, yeah, I guess
you could Sableye on the active, because remember, Jirachi only protects the bench, and Sableye would drop exactly 12 damage counters, which would exactly KO the Gardevoir. That is the only way to get a KO, as far as I'm aware, with a single prizer, is to actually use Sableye next turn.
But then, of course, the problem is that's worth 1 prize, and that's very easy for Rune to KO back to take the last prize and win the game, so it's...
Yeah, it's not ideal. And that's kind of the problem here. But even if you go with Giratina, it's really not that, you know, a reversal energy would win the game for Rune at that point. So...
Gosh.
Yeah.
Tricky, tricky, tricky. Super Rod shuffles in, I think that was a Curlier and a Gardevoir EX, so those are going to go back in, but there are no more options to draw cards this turn, so it's going to be, those reversal energies in Rune's hand aren't going to do much of anything right now. I guess you could attach one for just like the colorless aspect of it.
Nah, you just wait, or just attach it so it's on board for next turn. Because this KO's a Giratina now. This now gets a KO on a Giratina, so if a Giratina comes up and takes a KO, either of those Gardevoir just get the return KO super easily.
But they'll be even on prizes.
They will be even on prizes, yeah. I was so excited then, forgot Rune was taking a prize.
No, but at the same time, what you can do is just take a Brainwave KO on Sableye. You mentioned putting Sableye in the active and then just putting 12 on the Gardevoir, but then the other Gardevoir can come in and just do Brainwave for what it will be
120.
120, yeah, so that'll be enough.
Or on a Cramorant. Or on a Comfey.
Yep.
So it makes it a valid attacker, but you're right, I got too excited about the reversal energy there. But it does make it a valid attacker, which will get a KO on anything but the Giratina. Yeah. So this is a very back and forth game. Both players are really trying hard to elongate. You know, with 20 minutes left in this best of 3, and we haven't yet seen an end to this first game. This is really coming down to the wire. Benjamin, I mean, you've got to KO the active Gardevoir. You've got to.
Yeah, you have to. And there's an Avery as well, drawing... Oh, Benjamin drawing the last cards of his deck. Does he have a Super Rod? Yeah, he must do. Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, otherwise you just lose, right? So anyway.
That would be a less than ideal way to end the game. Avery, of course, draw 3 cards, and then your opponent has to go down to free bench.
Oh, this actually is very clever, because now that forces Rune to discard the Jirachi, because if you discard the rolls, that means there's no way to get a Gardevoir EX next turn.
Yep, and then that does open. But even then, Sableye's not winning the game this turn.
Oh, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, there's not enough damage already on the field to make a difference. So, yeah, I guess Rune recognizing that and thinking, yeah, I don't need the Jirachi anymore anyway.
No. Now, whereas had you got rid of the Manaphy, Greninja would have been able to KO the Routes and the Jirachi and win the game. So, yeah, getting rid of the Jirachi there was the play. Sableye, if it could drop 14 damage counters, but it can't.
That's not the world we live in. So, yes, Jet Energy now coming in. Is it going to be... I guess Benji's thinking here, let's make it as hard as possible for Rune to take this KO. So, and it's going to be V-Star Power, so Star Requiem to KO the Gardevoir, and now it's up to Rune. Can you find the last pieces to get all this energy on the Gardevoir?
An energy straight away.
Oh,
Boss's orders, and that's all you need. Rune takes game 1 with the KO on. Something on the bench. It doesn't really matter what it was. Yeah. And after all of that, Benjamin playing so well, Rune just had the Boss's orders in hand anyway.
Yeah, it's funny, he attached the Psych Genji as well, but he didn't even need that, right? You had the attack powered up, but like you could just... doing 90 damage would be enough to KO anything. But yeah, Rune taking game 1 there after that was a phenomenal game.
That was a hard game to track.
Yes, it
because
was.
That was there was a lots of back and forth, lots of, well, he can do this, but then he can do this, and then this play's available, but now this play's been blocked off, but if this card gets drawn, then this can be done. And both players had outs throughout that game. There were turns where one card was missed, and that could have been the difference in the game. And the problem is, if you're Benji now, you go into game 2 thinking, I thought I had that.
Yeah, but of course, that's what you want to see, right? These are kind of my favorite games to cast, where there is back and forth, and there is exactly like you said, oh, this could happen, oh, this could happen. It is hard to keep track, but it makes things more fun for us, I think.
I mean, as a caster, that game was great. As a Benjamin, that game was not so great.
No,
because you've now got less than 20 minutes remaining, and realistically, the chances of actually winning this round are extremely slim.
Yeah, and especially considering like you had a really good lead right at the beginning. I know Gardevoir is like the comeback deck, but we were pretty convinced that Benjamin was in a position where he could close things out fairly easily. But no, Rune completely turned it around, made all the correct plays to make that happen, and just yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff.
I'm just saying there were some cheeky plays in that game.
Again.
The collapse stadium, getting rid of the Gardevoir EX was a personal favourite of mine. Getting that turn 2 Mirage Step was fantastic. And look, Rune was really against the wall there. Even after the Mirage Step, we saw a couple of turns in with the early Cramorant running rampant. Missing those 2 routes was big. Even post Mirage Step, missing those 2 routes was a very, very big deal because it was hard to recover your board. Mirage Step is best when you can get your Curlier out and then weave in a couple of routes, so as soon as the Curlier or the Gardevoir start going down, you're recovering super quickly. That was not working.
Yeah, but let's make no mistake, were it not for Mirage Step Curlier, Rune was not winning that game.
Oh, no.
That was you know, were it not for that option, he wouldn't have been able to even set up at all. So it was very, very important and good for him that it was not in the prizes alongside those 2 rolls.
I feel extremely confident that had Mirage Step Curlier not been in the deck list, we would have been on to game 2 in about 5 minutes. That Cramorant would have just ended the game super quickly. But here, if you're Rune, you're feeling good. Because the other thing about Gardevoir is, even when you lose, you don't tend to lose that quickly. You tend to be able to build up lots of Pokemon, have 140 HP single prizes, take some prizes here or there, frustrate your opponent. You tend to lose longer games. Benjamin here is basically going to be hoping for similar to last game, but like without something like Mirage Step, where it's just Cramorant, let's go to game 3.
I mean, let's be honest, what Benjamin is really hoping for is Rune to just start with a lone Pokemon and get Cramorant KOing it. That's what Benjamin really wants. He wants to be Christian Fontenot again, just like getting the lone KO on a turn 1 basic.
I mean, we've seen it happen many times. Oh, that's too many Giratina in the prize cards. Oh, don't bench. Oh, wait.
No,
okay.
that's
one of each is fine.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have 2 routes prized again. But is that 2 Giratina V and a V Star?
It sure is, which is, again, it's not unworkable. That's not great by any stretch of the imagination.
There's 3 Giratina V in the deck list, so that means 1 is available for the game.
Well, I mean, he started it, so...
But it's the only one. The good news for Benjamin is Gardevoir is not a deck that is going to be punishing that super early.
No.
Gardevoir's not taking a turn 2 KO on a Giratina unless something super weird happens.
I mean, you say that. I have a very distinct memory of playing Lugia at a tournament, and I had 1 Lugia V down. I was playing against Gardevoir, and they got a turn 2 Boss's Orders KO on my lone Lugia playing Gardevoir. I was not very happy.
Would you describe that as something super weird happening?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Because then I'm still right. So Benjamin had a very fast turn 1. You've got Giratina V, you've got your Radiant Greninja, you've got your Comfey, 1 card in the Lost Zone, and it's going over to Rune, who's kind of copying homework a little bit there, and you've got the Greninja, using concealed cards.
Now, I was a little bit worried for a second there. It looked like Rune didn't have like an out to search for another Ralts, but did find that other ball, so can grab another Ralts now, and yeah, probably going to be quite a bit happier about the way the prizing has gone in this game.
Yeah, it does play. I need to point this out. Rune does play 4 Battle VIP Pass. So this isn't some weird version of the deck where you're trying to hit that Mirage Step Curlier. Rune is playing 4 Battle VIP Pass, same as Benjamin is, just not drawing any.
Yeah, just hasn't seen him, and that is the thing with Battle VIP Pass, right? It is one of those very, trying to find like the right word for it, like sort of make or break cards, because you don't always see it turn 1. When you do, it's so powerful, and that's why it's worth playing. But then if you don't see it turn 1 and then you have these cards in your deck doing nothing, doesn't feel good.
I like to use big words and say potentially inequitable.
Thank you.
Because some players will hit it and some players won't. And it feels really bad. Like, we've all had those games where your opponent hits double battle VIP past turn 1, and then it comes over to you, and you are playing 4, and you don't hit any of them. And all of a sudden, especially in a mirror match, your opponent is so much better set up than you. And yeah, the good news is we got double routes, but it looks like we're going for another Mirage Step game.
Yeah, I was going to say, potentially Knoxville. That's the business teacher coming out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Sometimes I like to use big words because then people might think I'm clever.
So, level ball for the Rolts, and yeah, attached to the active. Will we see a teleportation burst? Yeah, I guess why not, right? You just go into the Greninja, just force Benjamin to work a little bit harder to KO Rolts, so you have 2 surviving, and more than likely that Greninja is going to survive because, of course, Cramorant only does 110. Radiant Greninja has 130 HP. Cramorant cannot deal with a Radiant Greninja.
No, you got the double edge there of, on the one hand, you're protecting your routes, and on the other hand, you're putting something active which can take a hit from a Cramorant. So very nicely played there. And again, like, Rune wants to win this game, let's be perfectly clear, but this is one more turn where Benjamin's probably not taking a prize. We got 12 minutes left in this game, and Rune doesn't need to win this game. Rune just needs to not lose. So get yourself set up, get your Gardevoir going, take a few prizes, and hopefully you win the game. But it's not quite so desperate, whereas with Benjamin here, we already saw it in game 1. Benjamin is going to play fast.
So, okay. It's not possible, so it's a real shame, but there was a potential opening there if Benjamin drew insanely well to go for 4 flower selectings, charge up Radiant Greninja, and then KO both the Rolts. It didn't happen, but if that's the case, I think we would be moving on to a game 3 very quickly.
I mean, that is the kind of thing that Benjamin really needs in this game. Very unlikely, would have been amazing. Instead, we see a Giratina come active and use Abyss Seeking. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. 2 go to your hand, 2 go to the Lost Zone. We've actually got 7 in the Lost Zone already from Benjamin here, so Mirage Gate is on board.
Yeah, this is one of the phenomenal things about Giratina, is that people have really come to realize how strong, especially with Jet Energy, the Abyss Seeking attack is in the early game, because especially against a deck like Gardevoir, like you already mentioned, in the early turns, you're not really feeling that threatened. It's very unlikely that they can put out a strong attacking presence that can KO something like a Giratina, so you're completely safe to go into the active, use Abyss Seeking, and set yourself up in the Lost Zone really nicely to get your Mirage Gates and your Lost Mines going.
And let's not forget, Rune did soften up Giratina last game, and it did work beautifully, just not in that position. Now, the great news for Rune is that a Manaphy hit the board. We saw no Curlier that game. This, with 7 cards in the Lost Zone, this would have been a perfect turn for Radiant Greninja to go and KO both of those routes, and it would have been far less awkward than last turn. But that Manaphy coming down, unfortunately, has ruined everything.
And that's exactly why Rune put it down, right? He realized, okay, hold on, 7 in the Lost Zone. If I don't put a Manaphy down here, and I also can't evolve my Rolts, I'm in big, big trouble. So let's just protect myself so at least one of my Rolts survives into next turn.
It's the way to go. Now, we do see Sableye being searched out. Of course, remember, you need 10 cards in the Lost Zone for Sableye to become active, and those routes have 70 HP, so you can KO 1 and then drop 5 damage counters on the other. You cannot get them both. Of course, you could also target down the Manaphy if you so wished, but we're not there yet. We need 3 more cards in the Lost Zone.
So Benjamin's played an escape rope there. Rune opted to send up the Rolts there, again thinking, you know what, I'm acknowledging that I'm okay with 1 Rolts going down. I would rather have that than for my Manaphy to go down to enable a potentially really scary Radiant Greninja play later.
And we kind of need a Cramorant here because against small single prize Pokemon, Giratina is woefully inefficient. Like, you can either use your V-Star power or attach free energy and Lost Zone 2 of them to get a KO. Like, Giratina V-Star is a terrible attacker into something like a Routes.
Yeah, I mean, you can use Shred, of course, which is, like, if you don't evolve the Giratina V, then that does usually work okay. Just does 160 damage and, of course, punches through any effects on the defending Pokemon. But it's also not... You don't want to leave your 1 Giratina vulnerable, right? So that is an attacking option, but with Benjamin, we see the Cramorants in hand, so yeah. I think it's going to go for that.
I mean, with 60 less HP than the V-Star, the idea of leaving your only Giratina active and not as a V-Star is legitimately terrifying to me. So we do see the KO with the Cramorant, grabbing a Roxanne off the prizes with a path to the peak in play for about 10 seconds.
And here's an important card to note, of course, a Moonlit Hill, one of the new cards from Paldea and Fates, one that I say like the few cards that we really expect to be impactful on the metagame from the new set. And with that, of course, you can discard a basic Psychic Energy from your hand once per turn to heal 30 damage from each of your Pokemon. A phenomenal card in Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's one we've been waiting for a while. There's been a big question of which set are we finally going to get Moonlit Hill in. Oh, and
it just concedes.
Oh my word! Now we did have 9 minutes left, but yeah, I mean, there was no Curlier there.
No.
Rune was not drawing well enough, and you see the smile from Benjamin there. He knows that he has gotten away with one a little bit here, because if you lose game 1 to Gardevoir and there's 20 minutes remaining, you usually think this could be a 1-0 victory for my opponent. Taking game 2 in 10 minutes flat, that is a great one. And look, you know, 5 minutes ago, Benjamin thought this was almost certainly a lost round, and if you go from a loss to a tie, oh, that's a good feeling.
Yeah, you definitely take that. So a little bit unfortunate there for Rune, not able to find anything to really set up with, and just stuck with some rolls and just thinking, you know what, prolonging this doesn't really make much sense. Maybe I can win a crit game 3. I might as well just concede here and take that chance.
You don't want to tie round 4. It's as simple as that. We all know ties happen, right? But the thing is, if you take a tie in rounds like 7, 8, 9, fine, that's acceptable, especially if it gets you into day 2. But these players, with the massive day 2s we have nowadays, nobody wants to actually scrape into day 2 with 19 match points.
No.
You want to go in with 21, 22, 23. You want as many as possible, and taking a tie in round 4, it just feels a bit sometimes like that's too early. So let's try and go and get the win. So what do we see in prizes? Radiant Greninja?
Yeah, it's a way less awkward there from Benji's side. Oh, we do that Jirachi prize for Rune. That could come in to a spot of bother later, but oh, there we see Rune start off game 3, finally opens with that Battle VIP pass.
And now you all at home know I wasn't lying to you. Rune does actually play Battle VIP pass, and straight away we get that Manaphy and that Roltz hitting the bench there, starting to set up. There's one Curlier prize, but look, you're playing a lot of Gardevoir pieces. There's going to be 1 or 2 prizes like every game.
Yeah. To be fair, we did see Rune refinement away Battle VIP passes earlier on, so I think we already had proof that we weren't lying, but yeah.
And we do see just a little bit of a check here, just trying to figure out what's prized and what's not. And whereas in the last game we saw Benjamin playing fast, trying to make sure this game 2 could end in his favor, here we might see both players playing fast. I mean, if you're Rune and you're conceding that last game, it's because you're going, you know what, I think I can maybe I can pull out a game 3 if everything goes in my way.
Yeah, absolutely. And and Rune there saying, even after going through the VIP pass, saying, you know what, you can just go ahead and take your turn as I check my prizes. I want to make sure that this game finishes.
Yeah, and I'm sure Benjamin's not going to be terribly upset. Both of these players know a tie is not the end of the world, but it is too early in the tournament to really start taking ties. Because the other thing is, you know, in theory, the later you get in the tournament, if you're having a good day, you know, we're playing Swiss rounds here. You play against people with the same record as you. So the later the tournament gets, the better players you're playing against, although, to be fair, both of these have got a pretty rough round 4 draw.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you want to be trying to stack wins as early as you can, because it gets harder as the game goes on if you're having a good day.
Yeah. So, Flashlight number 1 finds, a Sableye and a Psychic Energy. Now, I do believe Benjamin only plays the 1 Sableye, right? That's usually
that is correct.
That is the common count nowadays in Giratina. So, yeah, we're going to want to keep that option for later. Does opt to Lost Zone the Psychic Energy. And now, is there a switching card in hand to go for the other Flashlight thing? Yeah, it looks like there is. But Benjamin's hand doesn't look that great, honestly.
Yeah, if you end the turn with 2 Comfey, this is where Rune kind of goes, okay, this is what I wanted, but Battle VIP Pass and Pokegear?
Oh, that's very rough, because, like, look at your hand currently. You don't have access to a supporter, but you need also to, Pokemon set up with, so looks like it did opt for the Battle VIP Pass in the end, just prioritizing that Pokemon setup, but really needs to find something else, maybe off of a third Flash, letting off of a third Comfey, or, of course, he would have gone for the Radiant Greninja, but we know that that's prized.
It's kind of awkward, because on the one hand, yeah, you're lost zoning a really good card. That's rubbish. On the other hand, would you rather have that or, 2 basic energy that are just not going to help you out of this bind in which you find yourself?
Yeah, so opting for the Battle VIP pass there, does grab a Giratina V and a Cramorant, has a Nest Ball as well, but with no access to Chorus's Experiment, it's going to be a little bit tough to find a way to attack that Cramorant this turn, and like already mentioned, with no way to draw more cards with the Radiant Greninja being prized, a bit of a tough turn there for Benjamin.
Yeah, you do get the double Giratina V out, which is lovely. There is our old friend Cramorant, who is sitting there quite nicely. But it doesn't look like we're going to see that early KO on a Ralts that Benjamin loves to do so much. And I know that because every Lost Zone player loves to do that. We just see a pass back, and that was kind of it for Benjamin. That was a turn where you KO a Ralts and go, I am taking a prize every single turn. You would better set up quickly or I'm winning this game.
But you're setting up quickly. Ultra Ball goes for the Mirage Step Curly and just announces Mirage Step with no hesitation.
Yeah, Rune really wants to win this game, and I love that. I love seeing players go, no, I don't want a tie. Let's finish this out. Let's try and get that win. It does seem like that is unfortunately where we're headed, but if we can see a couple of quick turns here, a couple of quick KOs, things can change. Both players basically get 2 turns when time is called. We finish the active turn and then have 3 extra. So if you can just take a prize or 2 before time is called, you might have enough turns to finish it out.
Yep, so there is, not even looking at the second card before Lost Zone in the Battle VIP pass off that flower selecting, very understandably, of course, has that jet energy to do so. Gonna just then retreat and has enough now in the Lost Zone with the Cramorant to take a KO.
Yeah, and this is very, very good. Of course, it's going to be much more awkward for Benjamin here because Rune can really control the 2. It's only really the Zacian, which is not getting played unless you're desperate.
It's already been discarded.
There we go. Or the Gardevoir, which is, you know, it's only the 1. Whereas Benjamin kind of has to have a couple of Giratina out to try and finish out this game. So the ideal situation for Rune here, and it's not an easy one, but here's what we're looking for. Quick prize this turn, quick prize next turn, don't be turn 0.
Yes, absolutely. If you can do that, then you have the means to, you know, maybe carry 2 prizes and win the game, but you've got to be lightning fast, and I don't know, looking at this, I'm a little bit worried that Rune's not going to quite be fast enough, and it's an issue, right, because you don't want to be like so fast that you end up misplaying and not being able to set yourself up, but you need to play fast. Like, what do you do?
I mean, honestly, in a situation like this, it really depends where your mindset's at. If you really desperately don't want to tie, there's your counter catcher onto a Giratina. If you really don't want to tie, you play fast and risk making a mistake. If you want to win, but a tie will be okay, then you speed up a little bit, but you don't go silly. You make sure that you're playing a bit more carefully. Now, it does look like we got the Giratina in the active. We have got a Gardevoir EX on the bench, into which Rune has evolved a Ralts.
Oh, Ultraport's got into Psych Energy as well. That's really strong. Is this, and then, actually, wait, does Rune have it? With that, I think that might actually be enough Psych Energy in discard. Maybe it depends on what Rune hits off of this, of the Shining Arcana.
Well, we're looking for 5 energy. That's what we need. 5 energy is what we're looking for. That is the number, but it looks like it's a Cresselia instead. So that's just gonna,
So, Shining Arcana. Didn't find any energy. Okay, so just going to soften up the Giratina.
Yeah, there we go. Soften up the Giratina, get that done. And yeah.
But that's a bit tough though, because like you mentioned, you really wanted to take a prize there, right? So that you can go into turn 0 with enough turns left to win, but I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Unfortunately, it is not. So we see an energy going on to Giratina. I mean, Benjamin here, realistically, Benjamin's just not going to have enough turns.
No.
It's just not going to happen. There's only 1-2 prizer on Rune's side of the board, and if time gets called, Rune is just going to be like, I'm not playing any more 2 prizes. You literally cannot take enough prizes to win.
No, 40 seconds left on the clock. Rune playing as fast as he can, doing his best, but it's just probably not going to quite be enough. There's a Shining Arcana, does get another energy onto the Gardevoir there, but yeah, I just, in 30 seconds, Ross, I don't know about you, I don't think I see it.
Rune could take a KO this turn on the Giratina, that's fine, but it means that all Benjamin has to do to guarantee not losing the game is don't play another 2 prize Pokemon.
Yes.
And then you're
exactly.
good.
Yeah.
You'll be like, well, you know what, Rune, you got 2 more turns, but there's only 1-2 prize Pokemon, so you can only take 3 prizes.
Yeah. Wait, was that? Oh, okay, wait, is there 6 energy on the Gardevoir? Yeah, there is.
Yes.
Well, one was a little bit hidden, I got a bit confused.
Yeah, no, we got 6 energy on the Gardevoir. We are good. And yeah, I think we're doing all right, frankly.
Yeah.
Time has now been called. We have had the confirmation. And yeah, both players packing it up. There is no possible way that either player can actually win this game, so we are going to be ending in a tie.
Yeah, well, it's exactly on cue. As we got the confirmation, time was called. They both dropped their cards and recognized, yeah, nope, not happening. It's unfortunate, but sometimes these things happen in Pokemon. And even so, starting on the 3 wins and 1 tie, it's still a very solid start to the day.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean 3-0-1 is a great start, let's be clear. And I don't want to downplay a 3-0-1 start. 3 wins, 1 tie in the first 4 rounds. Most players would love that. There are literally hundreds of players in the room, and we've got enough players, I can say this with absolute confidence, that would love to be sitting at 3-0-1 right now.
Absolutely would.
But, you know, especially, I mean, for both players there, Benjamin had such a good start in game 1. He thought he was going to win that game. And then Rune won game 1 and went, right, well, I've won game 1. There's only 20 minutes left. I'm playing Gardevoir. I've done this before. I'm going to win the match. For both of those players to then end up with a tie, both of them are going to be walking away from the table this round and going, I should have won that.
Yeah. But I mean, what can you do, right? But that's how the game plays out. You can say, "Oh, I should have won that as much as I like." But that's actually, I mean, so I joke a bit about it, but that's actually a very important point to make, right? When you come up against a situation like this, and you have like a win that was like just right in your reach, but it didn't quite make it there, you have to shake it off. You can't let it, you know, throw you off too much, because if you're going into the next game thinking, "Oh, I should have won that last round. I should have won the last round," that you are setting yourself up for like a really, really bad mindset, and then you're going to make more mistakes, and then you're going to tumble down the rankings, and before you know it, your tournament's ended in disaster.
Yeah, the good news is we got 2 very experienced players. You know, we said that Rune only aged up recently into Masters, but all that experience in seniors putting him in very, very good stead to, you know, shake this off. And look, 3-0-1 is great. They've still got the inside track to making it into day 2. It's just, it's very rare that we see a game like that where game 1 really honestly could have been either player, and it really did come down. And we've actually had 2 very close games on stream because, of course, you know, back in game 1 of the first round we streamed, there was that one game, there was that one turn where Raul was forced to roar the sword, leave that Zash in there, and had his opponent got a gusting card on that one turn, that would have ended the game and given us a very different match between Roaring Moon and Gardevoir. So we got some tight action on stream so far.
Yeah, we sure do. But again, right, you have to draw the out. If you miss, you miss. That's the nature of the game. So like players like Rahul, players like Benji and Rune, they all shake it off. And I mean, Rahul won't need to shake it off. Obviously, he won. But in the instance of Benjamin and Rune, they're going to shake it off. They're going to recognize, you know what, I did all I could there. It didn't pan out. I'm still starting off with a very, very strong record in 3-0-1. I can absolutely make it to day 2 still. I shouldn't dwell on this.
Absolutely. Speaking of records, we got our own records we're trying to defend here. We've made some caster predictions this weekend, and I'm feeling very good about mine. Now, I don't know if Shay remembers this, but at Liverpool Regional, Shay and I were on the couch, and I picked Mirage Gate as one of my cards to watch. And Shay said that was unfair. There's too many decks to play Mirage Gate. And Shay announced that he was going to pick Radiant Greninja as his caster prediction at the next event. So I sat there on my computer waiting for the second that production asked us for our caster predictions, and I was so quick to put Radiant Greninja down. Yes, that is a direct response to Shay's pronunciation in Liverpool, and I'm going to be honest, if Radiant Greninja is in the winning deck, and I feel very confident it will be, you will see a lot of boasting from me, Freya. I feel great about my predictions.
By contrast, I just thought Charizard and Spiritomb made sense.
Well, you didn't pick yours out of spite for the other casters?
Shockingly, no. I'm not that kind of person, Ross.
Apparently I am. And of course, Miraidon as my deck for the pit. And look, I know I pick Miraidon every time. And I'm not just being silly here, right? The Radiant Greninja, yes, I was being silly. That was a direct response to Shay. Miraidon, if I come to a tournament right now, if I play in a regional, I'm probably playing Miraidon. It is fast, it is aggressive. We've seen it win an international champion. Do you know how many other decks won international championships this season?
None.
None. No other decks.
Not in Masters.
In the Masters division, of course. In the Masters division, Miraidon is the only deck that's done it. It is fast, it is aggressive, it has the potential to have a good run and win any tournament. And I do believe that it is one of those decks, and it's kind of a bit like Gardevoir has been lately, where, look, it's not top 8ing every tournament, it's not top 4ing every tournament, it is not in the final and winning every tournament. I know that. I am following the tournament results super closely. I believe it has what it takes to take home that big tournament win, and when it does, I'm going to feel great about that.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, Ross has just made his case for Miraidon, but you guys can make your cases at home as well. So get in touch with us on all the usual social media platforms. You can use the hashtag PlayPokemon on X. You can also check us out on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Tell us who you think is going to win. Tell us if you think Ross is right. Tell us if you think Ross is wrong. I mean, I'd say you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I didn't even get into my thoughts on why I picked Charizard. So yeah, just get in touch with us and let us know what you think.
I mean, do we have 30 seconds for you to tell us why you picked Charizard?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is very simple. It was just a matter of, I thought it had one of the largest meta shares in every single tournament, just by pure numbers. I think it was likely to come up again. And then with Spiritomb, Mew just won in Liverpool. I think it's going to be on people's minds again. It's a card that's useful in other matchups, not just Mew, so it just made sense as a tech conclusion.
And it is a deck which has won a recent regional. I believe it won over in San Antonio. So it is a very, very good deck with a proven track record. And every time I see the metagame graphic, it always shows that Charizard is the most played deck. We've been here for months now with Charizard being the most played deck. It feels like at literally every... I'd have to go back and check the numbers, but it does feel like it's literally the #1 played deck at every tournament. So, you know, Charizard, clearly a great pick. And after picking Radiant Greninja, I'm not going to make any kind of jives about that was a fairly obvious pick, because, yes.
Yeah, that will be it now for our round 4 action, though. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be back with round 5 very soon.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot. I know that for every player will be really proud of him, because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shemansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win. And all of a sudden, I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much, but I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets, and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep, and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can, although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The bad news is I had to get rid of Freya. The good news is I welcome in Shay, who I assume has absolutely no beef with me.
No, you know what? I was listening to that last round in the little break area over there. Fantastic feature match, by the way. But then I realised, you are a very petty man, aren't you, Ross? That is outrageous. Picking Ranger. I couldn't even remember I said I was going to pick Ranger Greninja. It was just in jest, Ross. And then just the thought of you waiting for your confirmation right there on the Discord already, just smashing refresh. And Ranger Greninja. It just made me laugh. It made me chuckle, I should say.
If anyone could see the time difference between when production said, hey, can we have your caster predictions, and when I posted mine, I think it was literally less than 1 minute. I was on it, Shay. I was ready. I was prepared. It helps that I sit at my computer all day when I'm at home.
Well, now I just have even more burning desire for Mew VMAX to win, because not only will I be correct then, but there will be no Radiant Greninja in the Mew VMAX deck as well. So come on, Mew players, we are in Europe. Come on now, do your thing like you did in Liverpool and get me that dub.
I mean, there's so many decks playing Radiant Greninja.
Yeah,
to be fair, this is going to be like an all-time terrible prediction.
No.
If like Mew or something wins, one of the few decks that actually doesn't play, or maybe a Lost Zone, which is playing a Charizard, your Radiant Charizard rather than Greninja. That's about the only thing that I'm worried about. But if anyone's wondering, yes, I do remember these little throwaway comments my casters make, and, you know, try and play on them in future events, because I spend all of my time thinking about Pokemon.
I've just had a penny dropped in my head. Was that the clip you was asking for from Liverpool of me saying about the Radiant Greninja?
Yes.
You're going to try and get the receipts.
I was going to literally try and get production to play that clip so that I could show my working. But never mind.
Oh,
I've made my prediction. I feel pretty good. Can you imagine if I'm a ride-on with Radiant Greninja?
Yeah, well, that. I'd have to just tip my cap to you then, good sir. Like, fair enough. You run the gambit and you ran it pretty well.
I'm still waiting. Like, I genuinely believe Miraidon is going to take one of these down. It is going to be pretty gosh darn, because it'll be fun.
Okay, but we have ourselves a fun little game, Ross. I don't know, I'm not sure if you've had a go at this yet, but we have our community bracket. So it was me and Alex last round at the top there, and Alex did beat me 54-46. That's a very, what is that? Best of, percentage. Okay, that makes more sense actually. So what is that? Best of 112 or something? But okay, so that was the percentages. So Alex did beat me by 54 there. So Chen Pao's moving forward. So I believe we would now be on the second one down, Roaring Mooney X versus Miraidon. So viewers, either myself or Ross will be given one of those decks. We then have 60 seconds this time, because we worked out 30 seconds isn't really long enough for us to put our case forward. And then you at home get to vote on which deck we pitch the best, and that will advance to face Chen Pao in the next round.
In what world does Chen Pao win over Charizard?
That's what I said!
Given all, we've got months of tournament reports showing us that Charizard is way better than Chen Pao. Okay, I feel better now because, I mean, guess which deck I've been given?
Have you had confirmation?
Oh yeah, they gave me Miraidon. Obviously,
okay,
they gave, after all my bravado about the deck, of course they gave me Miraidon.
Well, you know, I'm actually quite happy you got Miraidon, because I don't think I could talk that up very well, to be honest. I don't think it's that good.
I honestly think that I've got the downside here. I honestly think that I've got the harder choice here.
Yep.
I feel right and vindicated, but I do feel like, you know, lately Roaring Moon is on a bit of an uptick. But right, Maridon. Okay, here's my case.
Okay, hold on. 3, 2, 1, go on then.
Okay, Maridon is one of the fastest, most consistent decks in the format. You nest ball for a single Maridon and it gets you all of your lightning Pokemon out.
Okay.
You don't need to worry too much about energy as long as you can hit a couple of electric generator, because you've got your Flaffy in the mid to late game to recover that energy. Yes, it's a little bit reliant on electric generator, but you know what? You're playing 4, you're playing lots of energy, you're going to hit some of them. And then we've got the other things, the other choices. We've got Iron Hands that takes extra prizes.
That is your time.
I was told 60 seconds.
Well, I was just told to cut you off in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
So, you know, I listen to the production staff, me. You know what I mean? I don't want to rock the boat too much.
Okay, I don't want to rock the boat. Can I tell you one thing?
What's that?
Taking extra prizes is always good.
It is. No, it is.
Iron Hands.
Okay, Iron Hands. You got a couple extra words there.
Iron Hands.
Okay, well, I think it's going to be my turn, my time soon. And I'm feeling confident with my Roaring Moon pick. So it looks like I'm being counted in 3, 2, 1, go. Wow. Maridon attacks with 3 energy, right? Well, how about if you put 3 energy on a Roaring Moon, you just carry whatever's in your way. We don't need any if, and, buts, or maybes. Frenzy gouging, see you later, 2 or 3 prize cards. Now, one thing Ross did say that I picked up on, I even wrote it down, if you hit generators. You don't need to, there is no and, if, or buts with me. I just go Dark Patch, say that, my energy is in play. Calamity Storm's a fantastic attack for 3 energy as well. Got so much turbo in the deck. We've got nice, reliable energy acceleration and an endless damage cap.
Endless talking will not be tolerated, Shay.
Will it not?
We are unfortunately done here. Although, I'm sorry, I'm going to take umbrage of one thing you said.
Umbrage?
You were very disingenuous there, right?
Why?
No, because you were like, if you hit generator, like my Dark Patch are always going to hit. Like, yeah, if you magic darkness energy in the discard pile, they're always going to hit.
I actually take umbrage of what you said, because if you can't play the Dark Patch, if there's no dark energy in the discard pile, you can't fail it. If you can play Dark Patch, then it will always resolve, right? So, but you can play Electric Generator and be like, wow, that did nothing. Shuffle my deck, and away you go. Dark Patch, not the case.
I think everyone at home and everyone in chat has seen enough to know what kind of argument you've put forward. I'm not going to use the word disingenuous again. I've used it once. That is enough, quite frankly.
Wow.
But I do think we are going to be having a little bit of a vote here. And
the thing is, though, Ross, I know if you were voting, you'd have to vote Roaring Moon. We know it's the better deck. We just know that.
I am 100% confident I will be voting Maridon. It could be like Maridon against, I mean, Charizard, which is probably the best deck in the format, or Giratina, and I'd be voting Maridon.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, I definitely wouldn't be. I'd be voting for Roaring Moon.
I'll be voting Maridon every time.
I'll be roaring my way to victory, hopefully. Chat, come on now. I know Alex got me round 1, but hopefully... Oh, the results are in! Okay, I don't want to go 0 for 2. Yes! Look at that! 65-30! Not even in the same stratosphere as me, mate.
That was not even...
Goodness gracious.
I mean, I never thought I'd have to say this, but I can't believe 65% of chat were wrong.
Oh, gee, chat, he's called me disingenuous and he's called you wrong. Outrageous. You're no, that's not a sore loser, that, Ross. A bit sour grapes here, I feel.
It's even worse than when I lost the cookie decorating competition in San Antonio. And that was not even close, that one. I got beaten quite badly in that vote as well.
And you got beaten here 65-35.
The vote doesn't love me, what can I say?
Oh, well, the vote loves Roaring Moon, and I'm roaring my way to victory next round, where I will be, well, maybe facing off against the Chien-Pao Roaring Moon. I tell you what, that'd be a fun matchup to watch as well, wouldn't it?
That would be a fun matchup. But look, I know I was on the back burner for that one. Right? If you look at recent tournament results, like if you look at the objective information, yeah, it should have been Roaring Moon. I was hoping people could look past that to see the true power of Maridon. And look, evidently I did not make a good enough argument. This is something I'm going to have to go back and reflect on.
Well, see, it's interesting, the sort of dynamics here in the community bracket, as it were, because maybe it's not necessarily about what is the better deck, because we saw Chien-Pao beat Charizard in round 1, and we all know
was weird.
Realistically that shouldn't be happening. So we have to play to the chat, you know, butter them up, loosen them up, you know what I mean? So you saying that 35 about 65% of the chat were wrong, might come back to bite you in a later round, Ross. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe I should have saved comments like that for later on in the stream. I still feel good about Miraidon. I still love it as a deck, and I still think it's got a lot of potential. And, you know, it turned up in pretty big numbers today. There's something like 100 of them out in the... I think there's 100 of them, if I remember correctly, out in the field today. So hopefully a couple of them can make it in today too. One of them can have a good run. And I'm just waiting for the day that Miraidon comes around and proves that, you know, this is a really phenomenal deck. And I do love Miraidon. The thing is, though, that was an awkward one for me, because you know what? I'd be playing at a tournament if I wasn't playing Miraidon.
You're going to say Roaring Moon?
I'm going to say Roaring Moon. Like, I've said this on stream many times. I legitimately love Roaring Moon. I think it is a great deck. Yep. I think the combination of Dark Patch and Professor Sada's Vitality are phenomenal for accelerating energy. I think the fact that you've got, you know, an attack that can literally one-hit KO anything, the fact that you can attack turn one going second and pull off these big attacks, I think Roaring Moon is a cracking deck, and I am genuinely delighted to see the uptick we've seen in Roaring Moon lately.
Yeah, and I think this is a real testament to the format, right? Like we were saying in our filming day, you know, how often is it where you have multiple Stage 2 decks being in the top 10 decks in form, your Gardevoir, Charizard, but we've also got the all-basic Miraidon and Roaring Moon, who are also perfectly capable of winning any event at any given time. So I think that really shows to the flexibility and the versatility of this format, which I think is amazing. But you know what, Ross? I want to hear from some of the viewers at home. Yeah, they've been using that hashtag Play Pokemon, and I think we have some social posts ready, so let's see what we have here, Ross.
Oh, we got Nathan Hargreaves heading off to Dortmund this weekend, playing in this one, so hopefully we can score some points and finish off the invite. I've never seen so many Pokemon players on one flight. Can't wait to see everyone this weekend. This happens sometimes. We travel a lot for these Pokemon events, right? And every so often, like I turned up to the airport one day and Joe was just there. Didn't even know he was on the same flight as me. And Joe just rocks up. And it's happened with Alex as well, actually. Been on the same flight as me. And it's fun.
It is. I remember for my LAIC flight, so I was sitting down and then, you know, people were coming forward to get on the plane. And I saw multiple Pokemon players like, oh, you're right, how you doing? And the person next to me was like, do you just know everyone on this flight then? I was like, no, we're all going to the same event. I'm not just some oracle that knows everyone. But I thought it always makes me laugh. I actually ran into Lee, the VGC caster who's over there, on the flight here, and then we managed to navigate our way to the hotel, and I was very glad I had him there because I wouldn't have been very good at navigating my way around Germany. But I think we have our next post. Let's have a little gander what we got here. So we have time for some breakfast and some good Pokemon Go action. If we don't count Bilbao as the stream with what we have now, this is my first time following a European regional from home instead of being there. Good luck to all my friends. And there's something to be said, Ross, I think, about, you know, if you can't get to an event, watch it on a stream, it's almost like you're there.
I mean, look, I clearly love these streams because I get to be a part of them. I get to be on the commentary team, and I know how lucky I am.
Yeah.
But if I'm not at an event, I'm watching the stream at home. I'm watching Knoxville last weekend. I'm watching all the American, you know, the North American streams that I'm not able to be a part of. The European streams, and I'm not able to get to a tournament. I'm sitting at home watching them. And there's something lovely about just kind of, I mean, I got 3 kids at home. I don't always get to just, you know, on a weekend sit and watch the stream start to finish.
Yeah, of course.
But it's on all day, and then the kids go to bed, and I get to kind of watch those last few rounds in relative peace while I'm cleaning up after the kids. And it's just, it's so much fun. I love, and there's so many streams nowadays, and this season, I'm sure people at home have noticed, and it's a very deliberate thing, European and North American regionals, they're not on the same weekend anymore. There's no overlapping streams like we've had in the past. So, yeah, it's just fun. I love sitting at home and watching these streams. It's not the same as being in the venue. No one's pretending it is, but it's a pretty gosh darn good substitute.
It really, really is. I'm not sure it's going to be possible, but can we get the previous post back up for a second? Because there's actually something I wanted to draw attention to, but it got removed. Look at that plush collection above the TV. That is a ton of Pikachu plush. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. There might even be some in the back. Like, that's an impressive collection there, Rugs, as well. Like, shout out to a mind. Was it a mind joke?
A mind joke.
That is a joke of a collection. How big it is. They all are like limited edition ones off from different events. I'm impressed by that, Ross.
Yeah, we got a fancy Pikachu collection. We've got a very appropriate mug. I have multiple Pokemon mugs at home, and I am not even embarrassed. Let's go and have another look at another post here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's our old friend friend Raboot TCG. Current mind state. Ben, you're better off dummy handing Alakazam EX on the train before this regional, just in case. And of course, Ben there alluding to the fact we thought Ben might be playing Alakazam EX this weekend. Turns out, might not have been the best play. And look, what else are you going to do on the train journey?
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact there's just no one in that opposite seat as well. So definitely just playing against himself. But I tell you what, here's what I look at this picture, right? So it looks like, well, I guess this could be a turn 1. But if it's a turn 2, your turn 2 supporter has been Avery, and you still haven't got a rare candy Alakazam, and you've only got energy on the active, might not be going pretty well if that is your turn 2. If that's turn 1 though, not too bad. Klefki in the active. Mysterious Lock, stop those basic Pokemon abilities. Could be worse.
I mean, look, anytime we get to see an unusual deck on stream like Alakazam, I'm a happy boy. I love seeing these weirder decks. But with things like Alakazam, a lot of the time what I think is we've had it for a while. It came out in the 151 expansion, right?
Yeah.
If it was good, somebody probably would have done something with it by now. Always happy to be proved wrong. Like, prove me wrong, Dortmund. Somebody come and show me Alakazam is great. But, you know, in the first couple of rounds, I've chatted to some of the UK players, right? And they kept bringing me up and knocking me down. They were like, oh, I saw a Clodsire win last round. I'm like, there's a Clodsire at 2-0. They're like, oh, no, they lost round 1.
Clodsire.
Then they tell me there's a Bombardier at 2-0, but they lied to me. It was actually sitting at 1-1. It had lost round 2.
Oh.
And, you know, can you imagine if we get to put like Clodsire or Bombardier EX on stream? That would be amazing.
It would be, but you never know. The card was recently revealed, Ross, that Fluttermane in the next set. That could maybe work for Alakazam. But I think we have another post.
We do.
Ready to go. Let's have a little gander. Oh, Julia for Raboot with the old back-to-back. This one might not be as good for you, my friend. With Julius Brenfeld, fantastic player. Round 2 loss, win-win against Raboot. Caster battle. 1 heads and you're a winner. But 6 tails? What a disaster. 6 tails, Ross. That does sound like a disaster to me.
That's like a 1 in 64 chance, according to my very quick finger maths, which is, that is not ideal,
Look at that
frankly.
face as well. That face is, yeah, that's not looking too fun for Raboot, but massive shout outs to Julius there. Do you have a running tally? Because you've been playing for a long time, Ross, and you're a bit of an old timer in this game, as it were. Do you have any funny, unlucky stories for yourself?
I once went second, and I promise you this is true. I have no proof of this. Call me a liar if you want. I once went second 19 games in a row, and I actually straddled 3 tournaments. It was the end of one, the whole next tournament, and the beginning of another. I got up to losing the coin flip 19 rounds in a row. I'm not doing finger maths on that one. The numbers get very, very high. But yeah, that's my. I mean, I've had lots of unlucky, but I think 19 times going second in a row over 3 tournaments. That's probably my number 1. But look, we've heard from a bunch of other people. We want to hear from you guys now. We have multiple social channels that you can use. So use X @PlayPokemon. Use a hashtag PlayPokemon. Use YouTube /Pokemon, Facebook /Pokemon, and Instagram /Pokemon with the hashtag PlayPokemon. They're quite repetitive, which means they're easy to remember. Get in touch with us. Tell us what you're seeing on the stream. Tell us what you're seeing in the venue. Because, you know, if we don't have tweets from you guys, then we don't get to share them, and that makes us sad. Yeah. Just remember, if you're following the channels, the Twitch for us specifically is /Pokemon TCG. There's great action on /Pokemon. It's just not TCG action.
And if you're a fan of TCG, then that's where you want to be, baby. You want to listen to us beating down your eardrums. That's where you got to be. But I think we're going to have a quick little video break here, and we'll get our round, what would that be, 5 action coming up real soon, so don't go anywhere.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action, I thought it might be fun to have a chat about some of the top players in Europe this season. I'm joined by the lovely Freya and the lovely Alex, and this is important because things are different this year. We've got like a whole circuit going on around Europe, but things aren't the same as they were last year, are they, Alex?
No, not at all. Now that we have a different way of qualifying for the World Championships, with regional level events now offering the winner an automatic entry and to be able to play in the day one at the very least of the World Championships in Hawaii. It's a fantastic change that a lot of people have championed for. And it's fantastic to see so many new names become regional champions and actually get that invite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think of Francisco, of course, just recently won the Liverpool Regional Championships. Christian Fontenot as well in Stuttgart, taking the win there as well. There are so many more different avenues to get to that World Championship invite now, and it's really, really cool to see because it kind of, like you mentioned, Ross, it does change the dynamic a little bit of how you think about approaching an event in terms of getting your invite. You can go for the consistency, or you can just try and spike for the win.
Yeah, we've raised the championship point requirement. It is harder to get an invite now. You need more points to do it. But, just win a regional level event, get an automatic invite, or, do what Tor did, get top 4 of the World Championships last year, come into the season with an invite, don't even worry about it. But if you look at the leaderboard in Europe, one of the most interesting things, for me at least, we've got a couple of pairs of brothers that, they're proving it's really nice having a good testing partner at home.
Yep, just thinking about the #1 player right now in EU on championship points alone, of course, Brennan Kammerman, a very well-known brother of Owen Kammerman as well, both tearing up as per usual in the European circuit. Doing consistently well within every regional event at ICs that we've already had so far, and we'll just continue to do so, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of ICs, of course, our most recent IC winner, also part of a pair, of course, Yuho Kalama winning against Noah Sawyer in the finals of the LAC and locking up the invite that way. So, having sort of a testing partner with you to sort of make it there is just absolutely invaluable.
Yeah, never forget, not just Yuho, but
not
his
just
brother
Yuho,
as well,
yes.
Consta, who had the pleasure of crowning the champion and handing over his medal at the ceremony. It was fantastic to see him do it again with new VMAX.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Cameraman's. It's wild being the 8th ranked player in Europe, having the 8th most championship points in the whole of Europe, and having a playtesting partner at home who's significantly higher than you on the leaderboard because they're sitting there at number 1. But one of the things that's interesting about this is, you know, we've got the automatic invites for winners, automatic invite for Tall as a top 4 player at Worlds, but then we've got players like Stefan Ivanov, for instance, just sitting there at a fantastic place, top 10 player in Europe. And I believe the highest finish we've seen from Stefan at regionals this year is top 64. Because what we've seen instead is consistent finishes, picking up points at ICs, picking up points at league challenges and league cups, and actually being in really good top 22 position without having a big regional finish. This has surely got to be what the plan was, that there's multiple different ways to get yourself towards Worlds.
Yeah, 100%. The return of local events, the cups and challenges, offering plenty of points for players to really climb their way through the leaderboards and work their way towards a World Championship invite, has just meant that so many more of the consistent players that we know and love, like you've mentioned, Stefan Ivanov, Pedro Eugenio Torres, of course, one of our fan favorites, Tord Reklev as well, but as you've already mentioned, he has an automatic invite, but it's still just been tearing up on a consistent basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely. There are many different ways to get to the World Championships, whether you win a regional, whether you pick up championship points throughout the season, whether you top 4 the previous year's Worlds, and we can follow all of these players this weekend and throughout the rest of the season, so don't go anywhere. We got lots of wonderful Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
That's enough of a break away from me and Shay. It's Alex and Shay here, my fellow co-caster, back on the desk, ready for round 5 shortly. Shay, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling incredibly excited. You know, I just love being in front of the camera. I love talking about Pokemon, and I love being with you, Alex.
Thank you.
I'm hitting all 3 of those right here, right now. How are you feeling, actually?
Good. Had a chance to have a little break, watch some of the games, some of the intense matches we've had so far, and we've got so much more to come. Don't forget, 9 rounds in day 1. We're on to round 5, as we've already mentioned, before we even start thinking about tomorrow and the day 2 of Swiss, and then eventually the top 8s and further beyond. But we've got to think about this matchup now. We've already got them primed and ready, or sort of getting ready in the back now.
Getting ready.
But an interesting matchup for us. What have we got coming up, Shay?
Well, I know we have my caster prediction. VMAX against the deck that I felt toppled me wrongfully in our caster bracket, Chen Pao EX. So one thing I love, I'm Shay Burton apparently. One thing,
a little bit of Shay.
Shay. One thing I love about this matchup though, there's going to be damage counters flying all over the shop. It's an explosive matchup. Chen Pao Hellblade here, Cross Fusion Strike, Techno Blast there. It's going to be a fun matchup.
You say damage counters, but they're just going to be turning KOs between one another.
True.
But yeah, a very interesting matchup, of course.
Yep.
You have that incredible draw power from the Mew deck, alongside the Genesect from the Fusion Strike system, and Chen Pao just being able to use that Shivery Chill and that Super Cold to really start throwing around those water energies and really dealing a lot of damage. Of course, it's the VMAX against the EX as well.
Yeah, the 2 different mechanics there, you know, against each other. And I, for one, am very excited to see how this pans out, because, you know, Chen Pao's one of those decks, like we were saying earlier, where I think we can appreciate, you know, it's a solid deck, good fundamentals, can execute its game plan well, but there is room to maneuver with the deck. Like, do you go for Crossbridge or Canton Cologne? Do you go for Iron Hands? And even after that, it still hasn't had its, I think, marquee, you know, finish yet. Could Dortmund be that one?
Yeah, both of these players here are setting up. Both players 4-0. On the right here, we have Koen Moors from the Netherlands, looks like it's going to be his first time on stream, which is a fantastic achievement, particularly with the deck that, you know, I very well versed and argued as the champion up against that Charizard there. But Benedetta Tadaro, who has played Mew to a number of finishes here, a bit of a list of accomplishments so far in the game. I know she's been playing Mew for quite some time. I've had quite a few conversations with her. I think she just kind of flashed that fusion energy there as well. So I know it's a fan favorite of yours, Shay.
Yeah, I love a little bit. That's the fusion energy dance, in case you're wondering. I love a bit of fusion energy. Do you know why you do that dance? If your opponent's playing Spirit Tomb and you put the fusion energy down, you're like, "Wee, guess who's drawing cards again?"
Yeah. That being said, it is going to be the DTE version, but it has that little splashing of the fusion to be able to handle the Spirit Tomb. That fettered in Misfortune. Spirit Tomb has been the crux of the Mew DTE decks of recent times, but this little innovation to include an Alyssa Sparkle alongside some Fusion Strike energy means they have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, because without that, you would be immediately fettered in Misfortunes. You won't be able to use that Fusion Strike system, which means you're not really doing a great deal. But with those Fusion Strike energies, you can get around that Spirit Tomb. But I don't think Spirit Tomb's a card that Chen Pao decks often play, to be honest. So I don't think Bernadette will have to be worried about that. We'll just be trying to use those energies to maybe power up a Mew VMAX to just attack, potentially. Yeah.
I mean, from Kern's side, he is playing the Kyogre in his list, so that's another option.
One? The
Just wanted to showcase it for you. So that has been one way that a lot of Lost Box Kyogre decks have been able to handle the Mew VMAX matchup as well, because Genesect tend to be a bit susceptible to the double KO there.
A bit susceptible?
Yeah,
they are very susceptible. They got nothing about it. Let's look at these prize cards then. So we're going to see one Fusion Energy, one Pop to the Peak, one Pattern, and that Kyogre is in the prize cards there for Korn.
Yeah, speaking of that Kyogre there, hidden away, and the 2 Path to the Peaks could be impactful as we do kick off our round 5 of Dortmund Regionals. I think that was a mulligan draw there from Benedetta as Kern kicks us off with that Bidoof in the active spot. So let's see how Kern is going to be able to maneuver this turn 1 Nest Ball to kick things off.
Yeah, I know, as someone that's played a little bit of Chen Pao myself, all you want to do is get, ideally a Bidoof down. If you're playing Bibarel, you want to get Frigibax down, and ideally you try and get the Chen Pao EX in the active so you can start to turn the temperature dial down a bit with that Shivery Chill and start to get those energies into the hand.
Yeah, going first here is quite vital for Kern, just so he can start setting up the board, of course, because he's always going to be facing a minimum 2 prizer on Benedetta's side.
Yeah.
So just really needs to find 3 big KOs and potentially could run away with this victory. But of course, Benedetta playing Mew DT, a Mew VMAX DT list, has all of those disruption cards within the list alongside a Path to the Peak, like Judge, the Ionos, whilst dealing big damage with those Mew VMAX. So let's just see how this is going to play out as we do get the Radiant Greninja from the Nest Ball to kick things off here. Just double checking the prizes as well, of course. Vital nowadays.
Yeah, no, super, super important to be checking those prizes, especially when you're at 4-0. You don't want to be, making plays for cards that don't exist, or at least available to you in your deck. So I think that's very fantastic there. And yeah, it's really interesting, the Chen Pao into DT Mew matchup. It's almost like that first 2 prize KO doesn't really matter because you are going to have to end up going through 2 VMAX anyway. But, it's not a bad thing to do.
Well, maybe you don't have to. Maybe with the Kyogre in his list as well.
That's very true.
Sometimes could just burst down to the bottom of the deck and just find a way to maneuver past it without. But, having a big attacker in the Chen Pao EX, using Hellblade, as you so correctly mentioned so many times, 60 times the number of water energies discarded from any of your Pokemon on your board, can just really rack up damage really quickly.
Yeah, and I guess let's actually do a little quick deck rundown for both players. So Chen Pao loves to get that Bat's Caliber into play at stage 2 because it has that ability Super Cold that lets you attach as many water energy as you like from your hand to your Pokemon. And Chen Pao EX has that Shivery Chill ability that's going to be used as our main attacker. Just does 60 for each energy you choose to discard via its Hail Blade attack. And we also see the Kyogre Aqua Storm, which would do 50 for each card you discard from the top of your deck for each energy. You only discard up to 5. And then Iron Hands EX as well for 4 energy. 120 damage, but if you KO something with it, you get to take another prize card.
Yeah, a little bit less useful in this matchup here, as we do see the Frigibacks also hit the field. Pokestop coming down.
There we go.
Pokestop gone, Super Rod, and a Battle
got the VIP pass off the Pokestop. Alex, turn 1. Things you love to see.
The dream.
That is the dream.
Pokestop hit on turn 1. Exactly what Cone would be looking for, as he does target out potentially that Chien-Pao and another Frigibacks there, if I'm not mistaken, with that fantastic art as well.
Yeah, got the fantastic artwork there for Cone. Love to see it. We are going to see an attached retreat into the Shivery Chill Chien-Pao EX. And I feel this is really important when you're playing Chien-Pao, to start to get these energies into your hand nice and early, because the worst place for energies to be as a Chien-Pao player is in the deck. If in the discard pile, you can utilize superior energy retrieval to get them back. If they're in your hand, well, you can just attach them. If they're in the deck, you're kind of struggling, so filter them out nice and early.
Yeah, just getting all the consistency, so leaving the good cards left in the deck, as it's just a pass over. Now, Benedetta, with that DTE version of Mew VMAX as a deck, does mean that there won't be an attack kicking us off here, unless there's an Energy Mech kind of thrown in to start some things off. But we do see the Battle VIP pass of her own. She'll be looking to try and utilize things like that Judge, like the Iono, alongside the Path to the Peak, to stop Chien-Pao being able to sort of get energies out of the deck. You know, once she's able to shuffle Kern's energies back into the deck, he has to go looking for them again, and without access to that ability, can be quite difficult.
It can get rough. This is Mew VMAX calling card right now, right? Because on paper, if Chien-Pao is left unchecked, they can easily win this matchup, right? Going for the 6 energy Hellblade twice is not actually traditionally that hard to do if Chien-Pao can just, you know, operate. However, when you start to filter in turn 1 Judge or turn 2 Iono, turn 3 Iono, maybe even a Roxanne, I don't think Bernadette is playing, but that could be an option as well. If you can just start throwing those out, all of a sudden, not only do you have to get a stage 2 out, as Bernadette has a second Battle VIP pass, love to see it. But yeah, so not only do you have to get your stage 2 out, you now have to find those energies again. You now have to try and stadium bump. You just end up asking so many questions of your opponent, and that's how Mew can sort of win these games that traditionally it has no right to.
That 100% there, and I think we see another Feather Ball for a Pokemon that has a 0 retreat cost coming down as well, utilized for both Mew V and Mew VMAX, but being able to get, hopefully, full value from those Fusion Strike systems, as there will be a full board of Fusion Strike Pokemon available to Benedetta here. So, lots of options, lots of cards still to draw in this turn. And one of Benedetta will be looking to try and maybe disrupt that hand of Kern so far, if possible. Loads of energies that might have seen in the hand as well at the moment.
Yeah, I think if you can try and fire off turn 1 Judge here, because anytime you playing a Power Tablet, now that is interesting. I have to keep eye on Power Tablet count. You're going to see our first Fusion Strike system. A lot of ball search, not quite what we're after now. Ultra Ball obviously has the fantastic use in this deck of just getting cards out of your hand so you can redraw your Fusion Strike system. And one thing I'd actually be interested to see is if Bernadette opts to go for the Pokestop, because DTE Mew traditionally is a deck that plays a lot of item cards actually, so could be used at some point.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I may have missed it. It may have been a couple of lost vacuums in hand there as well.
Yes, there was,
She wanted to keep hold of those, so when she does get a chance to play the Path to the Peak, that she was able to remove it when on her turn. Yeah. Because as far as she goes, she's just wanting to use Fusion Strike system, utilize all of the draw power, and then stop your opponent from playing. And then do it again, and again, and again, whilst taking big KOs. The Power Tablet being played, I guess, wanting to draw up as many cards as possible, which is key here to try and look for a supporter. Only finds the Iono for the time being. No Path to the Peak, but at the same time, maybe not too bad. Probably would want to hold on to that Iono, though.
It's not a great hand. There's not a lot of playable cards there. Like you said, the Lost Vacuums are super impactful for getting rid of the Path to the Peak on your turn. So an Iono might have to be the option. Just hope that Cone doesn't have a good hand after this owner. So we mentioned how the Chien-Pao deck operates. Let's have a quick chat about Mew VMAX, that Fusion Strike system that you draw as many cards, well, up to the amount of Fusion Strike. Sometimes it feels like as many cards as you like.
Draw whatever you want.
Just, if you need it, go get it. Letting you draw up to my Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. Just so good. And Mew VMAX is going to be dealing out damage, and Bernadette will be utilizing Path to the Peak just to make life as awkward for Cone as possible.
Yes, we do see a number of decent cards there in Bernadette's hands. Just double checking and has access to that heavy ball, checking what's prized now without having to think about it with too much detail. Remember, there are 2 of those Path to the Peaks in the prizes, which means Bernadette only has access to the 1, and I believe it was in her hands. And just kind of wanted to double check before placing them down. There, I think the judge is doing it for her.
Yeah, I think the judge is doing it for them. Yeah. Just so it gets shuffling. And then Bernadette is going to use the last Fusion Strike system. I don't see a Path to the Peak. Oh, no, it is in hand, sorry.
Yeah,
but doesn't have a way to... No Forest Sealstone or no Lost Vacuum now, though. So if that Path to the Peak comes down... Ooh, that could be a bit interesting. There's a little mini game for us viewers to watch. Will that Path to the Peak remain? Over to Cone. Let's see how he's going to start the time for Trekking Shoes. Not a card you see every day in Chien-Pao.
Oh, does have to discard the Superior Energy Retrieval there.
That
Not
hand,
the strongest of hands, but has Ultra Ball ready for that Bidoof to potentially be evolved up to a barrel with that Industrious Incisors ability, allowing him to draw up to 5 cards. It's just looking for just that one piece of the puzzle missing, because that rare candy's there too, Shay.
And this is the stage 2 problem, right? If you're relying on rare candies, if you're not guarded by EX, is that you need to have the stage 2 puzzle. You need to have your stage 2, and you have to have rare candy in your hand at the same time. It's no good just having a rare candy, because, well, the barrel can't eat that rare candy, can it? You know what I mean? So, and this is the scary thing. Cone doesn't have many cards to get rid of in this hand, so that Industrious Incisors might only be for 1 right now, unless Cone chooses to bench that. Was there another Chien-Pao EX in hand?
There was another Chien-Pao in hand.
So you can bench that, draw 2, but Alex, they're going to have to be an impactful 2 for Cone to get in this game.
Yeah, so this is a big
Here we go.
Incisors here.
1, 2.
Water Energy could continue drawing.
Oh no!
That's all 4 Superior Energy Retrievals seen in this hand / turn. Path to the Peak not active of course, so can't draw with the Greninja right now.
Yeah.
It's just an attachment. It looks like it's just going to be a pass over. Benedetta in a fantastic spot here.
Well, I wouldn't say so. She can't draw any cards. She can't place that Path to the Peak either.
Is there a Mew VMAX?
No, there's no Mew VMAX in hand either. So, I mean, I'm not sure what Bernadette can do. I mean, you can't even energy mix. You need a colored energy for that.
Path to the Peak really shining here against both players. Benedetta looks like she's getting ready to just kind of pass over at the same time.
Yeah, if you had a Mew VMAX, it'd be fantastic. But will Cone draw out this?
Top deck. Oh, it's out. Oh, but energy only just to maybe draw more. But I guess Pokestop
you can Pokestop, maybe get Ultra Ball, and then you can start to get your Baxcalibur out, maybe. And then Chivalry Chill's online then.
Yeah.
But not okay.
Thinking it's slowing down Benedetta, but Benedetta draws the Chromatic.
Here we go. Flip a coin in first. Get any card you like from your deck. Here we go.
Oh, it's another turn. Another turn, is it?
So that Mew has just taken 5 damage. That dice will be removed, but. And Bernadette maybe debating to play that boss's orders. And here's the thing when you're playing Disruption Mew is that if you put Path down, you haven't got an out, second rare candy, it can come back to bite you.
I guess Kern doesn't want to use Superior Energy Retrieval to discard any of those cards in hand.
Top deck the Lost Vacuum.
There it is.
Top deck the Lost Vacuum. That noise of surprise. Whoa. Here we go. So Bernadette did top deck Lost Vacuum there. So Lost Vacuum will be able to remove that Path to the Peak, which means you'll be able to start drawing cards, you know, try and get a Mew VMAX down, find a damage modifier, and maybe take the first prize of our round 5 feature match.
Benedetta is that she knows the 2 Path to the Peak are in her prizes, so if she takes the knockout here and bumps the 1 Path to the Peak, there won't be access to any more for the time being, giving Kern a chance to just kind of draw energies out of the deck, start loading up himself and taking some massive KOs. But I think it's something that she's gonna have to do.
I think you just have to. Well, I mean, you can't just sit here and well, do nothing, for lack of a better term. So gonna have to start drawing some cards here as Bernadetta does replace that stadium, attaches a DTE. We're debating to play that power pad. What supporters in there? Is it just the Iona?
Iona's big.
Just the Iona?
Later turns. I mean, the barrel's up and running, so maybe it's a little bit less impactful, but every opportunity to disrupt is a good thing.
Oh, this is where the game's going to start now. But Bernadetta will be starting, maybe, with a 2 prize advantage. I mean, not out of the woods yet. I played enough new VMAX to know sometimes just because you can draw a card doesn't mean you go and draw what you need.
Forest Hill Stone.
Forest Hill Stone's a fantastic start, though, giving you the V Pokemon's attached to the V-Star Power Star Alchemy, letting you grab any card from your deck. Love to see that. As that is going to get attached. We see a Chromatic, we see a Judge.
A lot of supporters in hand.
A lot of supporters. And you know, they're the worst things to have in hand when you're a new VMAX player.
Draw for 1 here.
Oh, Judge.
Judge. Another Judge, was that?
Yeah, 2 Judge. Bernadetta's got a whole court in her hand right now.
There are 2 judges watching the stream on a table as well, don't forget. They're there. Stop calling for them, Shay.
Oh, no, another 5.
Another Tails. 1 more Fusion Strike system. Judge being played.
And there's the Judge. Oh, I tell you. I guess.
Sending away those superior energy retrievals. But Kern will have access to Shivery Trill next turn. Not that he knows that yet. But Benedetta's still looking for that Mew VMAX. Has 1 Fusion Strike system live to try and find it.
But it does have the Forest Hill Stone as well. But you're right, you know, would look, well, needs to get a Mew VMAX down this turn. Could even replace it, could put up another path. Oh no, there's no path available now, is there? Because the prizes. All right, Benedetta, let's see what you have. Oh, Ultra Ball, there we go.
Yeah, we just want to try and, you know, I'm sure she doesn't want to use the Forest Hill Stone if she can help it, but maybe this is a spot where after a Fusion Strike system, maybe she can decide, unless she wants to grab it now.
I think you have to grab the VMAX now so you can draw cards. You still need a modifier to actually take this KO, right?
That is very true. So it's another card. There's a head this time. Finally, 1 out of 3 here for Benedetta.
Oh, did you see what that was? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense because you've got the Ultra Ball in the hands. You can always use the Ultra Ball to grab your VMAX, grab the Power Tablet now.
And she could save the Forest Hill Stone for later if she wishes to do so. So could be a really strong turn here, really kick-starting us off for the prize racing here, as that Chien-Pao is going to be staring down soon, potentially, at a Mew VMAX.
It's a scary place to be. And here we're going to see that last Fusion Strike system. Will Benedetta draw into the VMAX? No, but it has the Ultra Ball, so that's fine. Choice Belt obviously isn't going to work in this matchup, so that can get sent straight to the discard pile. Along with, I'd like to see maybe the Mew V, or maybe even the Lost Vacuum, but Mew V is going to hit the discard pile. So you know what that means, Alex? That Mew V Max is going to be making an appearance.
Yep, here it is. Slam down there from the Ultra Ball Search, ready to take some prizes up against this Chien-Pao EX in the active spot. Does mean now, though, if I'm not incorrect, that we've seen the Genesect and the Mew V both hit the discard. So if anything goes down, Benedetta's draw power will be reduced by 1.
Yes. As we are going to say that Cross Fusion Strike, Techno Blast, plus the modifier from that Power Tablet will be a KO, as Benedetta takes 2 prize cards and it's over to Cone, who promotes that Chien-Pao EX. And let's see what he has. I see a Pokegear. Well, you don't see that every day.
Yeah, still big. Still needs access to that Baxcalibur. So we'll use Shivery Chill there to just fin the deck a little bit. As you say, Shay, finning is winning. But just looking for that 1 card, potentially off that Pokegear, 1 of those aforementioned Iridas, allowing him to grab a potential Water Pokemon and any trainer card. I'm sure that's what Cone will be looking for here to try and get himself in as good as a position to try and retaliate back.
Yeah, I mean, let me consult the hand again. What do we have? I mean, if Cone can get the Baxcalibur, that's a very easy way to KO this, right? Just superior energy retrieval, Shivery Chill, that's it. They're just 6 energy.
Load of energies in hand.
Let's see what this Poke is going to hit. Look at top 7, grab a support.
Almost not even there, but hiding away, second from bottom there. Irida, super important. So many energies in hand with a vessel as well.
And the Earthen Vessel. Uh-oh, Alex. You know what I'm feeling? It's a little bit cold in here. Can we get the thermostat turned up? Because that Shivery Chill and the Super Cold's about to be coming. And Benedetta's about to feel the Shivery Chill.
And that Hellblade's going to be striking.
Hellblade. Oh, goodness gracious. Close your windows. You don't want the hail coming in. Cone is making it rain here with the hail. Oh my goodness. And the turn's still going, by the way. Look, got the rare candies now as well.
Concealed cards for 2 rare candies, so don't even need that from Irida as well. So instantly grabs the Baxcalibur. Now has plenty of options here.
Yeah, got to be superior energy retrieval. Some options, like you said, right?
Even better, just being able to utilize some of the cards in the hand with the superior as well. There's a double rare candy, remember. We're going to see Baxcalibur hitting the field here. Super Cold now active and live.
Yep. And just so much energy to play. We're going to see the superior energy retrieval getting rid of Earthen Vessel.
Now it's just
Iron Hands.
It's a hand of energies and 1 rare candy.
Love to see it. Whereas energy about to get attached. I think we need 6 for a KO on the Mew VMAX. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 more. 5, 6. Hellblades coming in.
Now, do you attach 1 more for a retreat option?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do, most definitely. Oh, we get the
Industrious Incisors as well.
Oh, wow. The turd continues, Alex. What else do we see? Wow, that is all going on there. Pokestop, Ultra Ball, Super Rod. Super Rod actually quite nice, and you can Super Rod in energy, so you can grab them off Shivery Chill next turn. Wow, Cone is off to the races here. That Chen Pao is eager to take 3 prize cards, and I think it's going to do so very easily.
Yeah, that Super Rod also vital for I love it.
What's one of our sound effects? You were giving us the Hellblade sound effects earlier. The whoosh.
Yeah, well, we're just splashing around, mate. Splashing around. All right, big KO there. 3 prizes taken. Benedetta up against it now. Has the Chen Pao in the active spot again, so seems likely to be taking this KO, but does still need a modifier, of course.
Yep.
But then it's, can Benedetta's Mew VMAX survive a retaliation attack here?
And this is the scary thing when you play a Mew VMAX into a deck that has no problems KOing a Mew VMAX in 1 turn, is that it's pretty much always your opponent's game to lose, right? Like Benedetta can do everything she can. Iono, well, she can't path to the people, let's pretend she could. It's still, Cone can still draw out of that and win next turn, right? So all Benedetta can do is just try her best to make Cone answer a lot of questions.
And that's why it's so important. And one of those kind of fallbacks on the Chen Pao deck is that big barrel that we've seen on the bench there.
Yes,
we've seen so many times where there hasn't been a big barrel set up, and that draw power after being hit by an Iono or Roxanne or Judge sometimes, if you don't have that fallback option, it just slows down and it just doesn't work in the way that it should. As we do see, Benedetta does hit the power tablet as well.
Yeah, you're so right. That's actually, we mentioned about how there's so much debate in Chen Pao lists right now, and that's actually something we forgot to mention, actually, is that some lists play barrel and some don't, and here you can see if you can develop it, it's just going to help you keep running through the game here, as Benedetta does. Well, debating whether to evolve that Mew V on the bench. It did attach a box of Disaster to that Mew V on the bench. But I think could play the Ultra Ball to draw some more cards. I'm not sure what you get rid of there. I mean, unless the Sparkle's probably not too helpful anymore. As we are just going to see a Cross Fusion Strike, Techno Blast, Power Tablet KO. Over to Cone now. Can we see 6 energy again, Alex?
Yeah, there's some good cards in hand here.
Very good cards in hand.
Some Irida, another insta-playable and another Frigibax, can then draw more cards once again. Does need a Chen Pao to attack, so I was thinking whether maybe could have Super Rod 1 back in before, had an Ultra Ball in hand and just had it ready for a future turn. But now has to do it this turn, of course. Does go down in hand size, but has the barrel to try and draw back up. So let's see. Still has Greninja active as well to use concealed cards. So we could see a turn where there's a bit of a popping off here.
Oh, most definitely. And it looks like they're going to play the Irida first. So they're just going to grab, Chen Pao plus superior energy retrievals. That's going to grab 4. No, you have to discard 1 to get the Greninja out the active. So you will still need to find some, but that's a fantastic. Hang on, how many energy does Cone have in deck? Are we there already with Shivery Chill? I saw 2 in deck now. So you can bench that Chen Pao EX, you can pay retreat, then you can use your superior energy retrieval, get 4, or Shivery Chill now, and I think that's going to get us to 6. Oh my goodness, as it's pretty cold in here, as Cohen's going to super cold KO, and Cohen takes our game 1 here in a round 5 feature match. Look at that smile on his face. He is a happy geezer.
Yeah, Benedetta instantly shows the double path to the peak being prized right at the top of her prizes there. Wasn't able to draw it from the 4 prizes that were taken already. So, Kern, 1 game up against a pretty powerful deck in Mew VMAX.
Yeah.
Will he be able to do it again?
It's tough to say, because if Benedetta did have the path to the peak on that last turn, that would have been another obstacle for Cohen to overcome. Because we saw the Shivery Chill actually got those last 2 energy that he needed to take the KO. So, you know, law of averages, maybe Benedetta won't be prizing them again, hopefully. But I tell you what, that's the thing. I always feel as if it's Cohen's game to lose here, because you have no problems one-shotting that Mew VMAX. 6 energy, that's all you need. And if you can do that twice, you win. And all Benedetta can do is just cross fingers, hope, and just try and stop Cohen from doing that.
You make it sound so easy.
It looks pretty easy, did it not? Did that look hard?
Well, without path to the peak, no. It did not.
You are correct, you are correct.
No, it did not. But, I mean, yeah, to be fair, and apologies if we are saying your name wrong, Cohen, but we're going to keep going with it. Didn't even need to use Mibaro on that last turn before taking that massive KO. You know,
that's a fantastic point.
And it was with ease, being able to twice, not once, but twice, use a 6 energy Chen Power to take out a Mew VMAX.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see the Kyogre as well, which could be super impactful in this matchup, right? You know, I mean, that 4 prize Aqua Storm at the end of the game, you know, could come up and wow, goodness gracious. Let's compose ourselves here as we get into our game 2. Look at the prize card. I see a Mew V, a Genesect, 1 power tablet. Didn't quite get to see Cones there. It looks like Benedetta.
Pretty good, I think.
Yeah, not too bad. And Benedetta is going to start us off here in our game 2, round 5 feature match here at Dortmund Regionals.
Yep, here we go. Does have access to that heavy ball in hand already and can pick up another Mew or Genesect that we've already seen. Had that little glimpse just then, as she double checks what has been prized herself, but you know, can use that Hisuian heavy ball to save the hassle at the same time. I think it was in her hand, but we'll double check shortly.
Heavy ball, fantastic. You know, just getting that easy look at the prize card, you know, just takes the pressure off. I love a bit of a Hisuian heavy ball. Never a bad thing, especially if you play a lot of basic Pokemon as well. Kicking off turn there with a Nest Ball, going to consult the deck, try and work out, especially in a match like this where you know like your power tablet's going to be so important, you know, your hand disrupting via Judge or Iona or Oxan is going to be important. I guess the path to the peak count as well, because it wasn't really much of a factor in game 1. I'm going to try and keep an eye on those counts as well. As you are correct, the Hisuian heavy ball is in hand there for Benedetta.
Yeah, so she's just going to be able to access yet another Fusion Strike Pokemon, really ramp up those the Pokemon on her board so that she can draw as much as possible, and then start to focus on taking down those pesky Pokemon on Cohen's side of the board. You know, there is that Chen Power in the active spot, typically quite hard to maneuver around in that deck as well, so looks like it's going to be an easy target if Benedetta can hit the Mew VMAX, the power tablets, and all those cards in the right time, and maybe take quite a commanding lead sometimes.
As we are going to see that Hisuian heavy ball being played, so she'll get to look at her prizes, and if you find a basic Pokemon there, you can take it from the prize cards and replace it with that Hisuian heavy ball. As we are going to see that looks like targeting a Genesect V, which, you know, you need to get at least a minimum of 3 of them into play realistically for you to continue the game. So we are going to see Benedetta take that Genesect, and I would imagine popping it in on the bench and start to draw some cards via Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, as the prizes do get placed back by our judges, making sure that they're sufficiently shuffled, of course, and allowing our players to continue playing without having to worry too much about that, as I think we did just see the first Fusion Strike system there as well. 5 cards now in hand. Just looking for options, really, because it's not the strongest of turns and strongest of Fusion Strike systems. Another Fusion Strike for 1. There's a DTE, playable card. One final one here.
Whoop.
Another DTE.
There we go. I mean, you get energy, can't really moan too much there. Is it over to Cohen? And let's see what Cohen has. I do see a Shivery Chill first of all, but I did catch a glimpse of a Battle VIP pass, so Cohen will be able to start his own little party and invite those VIPs. I would imagine they'd be looking at like Barrel, they'll be looking at Frigibacks, you know, they could be looking at Raging Greninja of all things. It looks like Cohen's going to just do a little prize check himself. Ooh, he's a little Aqua Storm Kroger there. I don't think Benedetta didn't get to see that, right? It didn't like hit the discard pile or it didn't anything like this, so that could be something to watch out for there, viewers. Will that Aqua Storm be coming off?
Yeah, just double checking all of those Pokemon counts. Of course, we have fantastic, you know, view of the prizes and know that there's nothing prized there in terms of Pokemon. So nothing to worry about really from that side. And I think we even double checked lots of ball counts in Cohen's prizes there, so nothing to worry about here. Shivery Chill doing its job, grabbing 2 water energies out of the deck. Battle VIP pass coming down now as well, so Frigibacks looks like a good option. Radiant Greninja a typical option as well, being able to allow more draw power as we head into this first turn from Cohen's side.
Yeah, and you really hope, if you're Cohen, that your Radiant Greninja use of concealed cards will draw you into another Battle VIP pass, or maybe some other basic Pokemon, you know, like Bidoof or Frigibacks. Now, we saw Bidoof be a massive influence in Game 1, and I'll be intrigued to see, since Cohen opted not to prioritize it by that Battle VIP pass, will he be able to find it? And if he does, will it be as impactful as that hand? Oh goodness, there's not a lot going on in that hand. Well, apart from his Pokegear though.
Has the Pokegear, opts to use the Pokegear before Greninja, which again another one of those small things. That do.
That's
Misses,
a miss.
Though.
And there would have been a Battle VIP pass as well.
Exactly that. Maybe I would have liked to have seen that first. I mean, it's very dependent on what you're trying to dig for, but in this scenario, Cohen did want to see an Irida, so maybe digging with the Greninja first before trying for it. Maybe those extra final 2 cards could have been a further stretch in, because right now he's gonna use concealed cards.
Here we
those
go.
Cards just get shuffled back in.
1 and 2. Show us the trekking shoes.
Seeing more cards.
Here we go. Oh, I mean, that's not bad. I'd be taking that. I would be taking that. But then, do you go for second Frigibacks here, or do you go for Bidoof? If you have to go second Frigibacks, right? Because if you... wait, what's going on? Wait, you need to... Because
second
you
guessing
lose
every
to his
time.
orders.
That hand is very, very not strong.
Really could have done with that Pokegear hitting an Irida there. That's super unfortunate. You have to go for second Frigibacks. You have to, right? Because...
But we saw how important Bidoof was, or Barrel was, sorry.
No, we did.
But yeah, as
okay.
expected, the Frigibacks does come down. Doesn't want to not instantly lose to a boss's orders, but be in a very hard position to come back from when your Frigibacks are being targeted 1 by 1. As we do see just an energy attached to the Radiant Greninja now.
That's, I like that. Well done there, Cohen. Appreciate that. And it's over to Benedetta now, who's going to start to turn off by attaching that double turbo energy. Mew VMAX. Do we see we don't see a power tablet yet. We do see Iona now. This is interesting. Benedetta isn't to know Cohen's hand, sorry. That Iona could really be helping him out if she was to play it. But realistically, you probably do play it, because that hand isn't that great for you either. Oh, these are the mind games. We're going to see. Oh, we're going to see Lost Vacuum. No, we're going to see a Fusion Strike system. Draw 1, sorry.
Just get some options first. Oh, wow.
I love that.
How did she know? It was like an insta, it was so smooth straight onto the bench.
Yeah, it was very, very elegant, I would say, as we are going to see
another path.
The Fusion Strike system.
And a judge.
And a judge. Now, judge for me. Oh, you still need to find that power tablet, though. We still need that. Oh. And there we go. We do see the judge.
We do see the judge now. Benedetta will still be looking for that damage modifier. That can't be the choice build, of course, because that does not work against EX Pokemon.
It does not.
So we'll need to find a power tablet here. Access to 3 in deck. 1 was prized, if we recall back.
And a Forest Seal Stone as well. So that could have been another way to try and, leapfrog to that power tablet.
Yep,
One of them is in the prizes. Judge going to reset both players' hands down to 4. Let's see what Benedetta draws. Ooh.
That is not pretty.
Wait, there's no playables. She can't draw any more cards. Wait,
one.
Sorry, one.
No, two.
Two. I got a bit worried there. Oh. Lost vacuum. And there's no KO, Alex. And there's no path to the peak now either.
This is not looking pretty. Although having a quick scan of Cohen's hand as well, there's not much there either.
Do you even attack if you're Benedetta here? Sorry, or do you just retreat into a 2-prizer?
Yeah, it's definitely an option here, I think. Maybe just go to the Mew without any energies.
Yeah, I think so, because what you don't want to do is leave this Mew VMAX in the axe. Even if you attack for not the KO, if Cohen can just Hellblade KO, that's not a great place to be.
Yeah, right now, both players with very tough hands to use. Benedetta's just not too pleased with this judge, unfortunately. Does she want to leave that in the active spot? Cohen does still need just announced an attack.
We are going to see an attack. Wow. Oh, was that a Psychic Leap?
It was like a Psychic Leap to allow her to be able to attack next turn as well.
Okay.
Not limiting herself, as Cohen's hand of 4 is not too strong right now.
No, it's not. Was there an energy at least? Could we start concealed cards? You know, Chivalry Chill
will be able to grab an energy. But
there's one in hand. We do see the Bidoof. Would love to see that last turn actually. He could have evolved. Here we go. Top deck for Ultra Ball off the top. Here we go. Chivalry Chill. Gonna grab 2 basic energy from the deck. Give the deck a shuffle as well. You never know. Chivalry Chill is such a good ability in a deck like this, isn't it? Just filter out cards. Because it does 2 things, right? It gets energy for you to attach when you have your Bax Caliber in play. But if you're digging for stuff, it thins your deck. Thinning is winning. It means you have more chance to draw into what you need. It's so good, honestly.
It is a great ability, and here we go. Synergizing with that Radiant Greninja of concealed cards. Could be 2 big ones here. Chimp-Out barrel, not ideal, but potentially set up for the next turn, I guess, if Bidoof hits the field here as expected, but still means Benedetta is in a bit of a, I wouldn't say commanding position, because there's still 2 KOs from Cohen's side. But still advantage Benedetta, I'd say. Yeah,
there was a chance there for Cohen to really take a strong advantage in this game, but it would have been asking for a lot, right? It would have been, you know, getting a stage 2 out and 6 energy. But if you did, that could have been potentially game-ending right there. And also, Cohen is going to play that Ultra Ball, going to discard the Iron Hands X. Not terribly useful in this matchup. And a water energy. I'm going for the second. That's a great play. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I love it. It's so vital, as we already discussed earlier, just being able to be judge or Iono proof against deck like Benedetta's, because that's what Benedetta's going to look to do. Spam those judges, spam Path to the Peak, and it's a pass over. So again, Benedetta, another opportunity here to try and hits the Iono. I think that's the only playable card, right? Other than energies.
Yeah, you are correct. So yeah, it looks like. Oh, so it looks like we got to cut to us a potential judge call happening right now. So we'll just let that pan out. But talk to us about what do you reckon Benedetta would be trying to do this turn?
This turn, again, it's going to be very similar to what we've already discussed, right? It's going to be draw loads of cards, get herself set up, doesn't need to hit the power tablet in that scenario anymore, because she's been able to deal 50 damage to that Chien-Pao EX in the active spot.
That's true.
So it's just an opportunity now to announce Cross Fusion Strike and take the KO, but needs to couple it with another judge and her first Path to the Peak.
Yes. For the turn. Yes. Because that Path to the Peak, it was a non-factor almost in game 1, right? I mean, apart from the couple turns where both players did nothing because of it. After that, it was a non-factor. And we saw at the end of game 1, that last turn, how that Chivalry Chill being able to be used actually closed the game out there for Cohen. So I'd be intrigued to see if that Path to the Peak can show up. Looking like our background, funnily enough, that's a Path to the Peak, I feel.
Yeah, we're very blue here. Like I said, we've spoken a lot about Chien-Pao, me and you.
Yeah.
So far.
We funnily enough have, haven't we? Yeah.
And then we get a chance to cast over a Chien-Pao game as well. What do you guys think at home? Did you guys think you'll see as much Chien-Pao or hear much about Chien-Pao this tournament? Is it in a good spot already? Like I said, this meta game is very wide. You know, we've seen Gardevoir a couple of times already and really come to the fore because it's got a dub and tied against Giratina. But what else are we looking forward to seeing on this stream, Shay?
I was going to say, what else am I looking forward to? But I want to say, let us know in the chat what you think about Chien-Pao. Are you playing Barrel? Are you playing Counseling Clone? Any of that stuff? Let us know. Are you still even playing the Arceus even? That was a thing.
Are
back
you
in
even
the
still
day.
playing Chen Pao?
Are you even playing Chen Pao? If all you say no, I want to know why did you vote him earlier then? If everyone says no, because it should have been Charizard. I'm not salty at all. But anyway, to answer your question, what I'd like to see on stream now, when I was doing a little bit of wandering around,
as you do, yeah,
I saw two Reggies.
Two Reggies.
On the top table.
Not one.
And I don't mean, there's only like 2 tables apart. And I don't mean Arceus, Regigigas, V-Star. That would be, in this example, too tame. I'm talking about. I would not be calling it Regigigas V-Star boring, definitely not. What I would say though, I saw two. I forgot the ability now. Ancient Wisdom, the Regigigas, letting you attach energy from the discard pile if you have all 6 in play. That is what I saw towards the top tables, and I would absolutely adore seeing that on stream.
But, you know, back to our Chen Pao, because we love it so much. You know, I'm wearing blue, our background's blue. Chen Pao's great.
Yeah,
just look at it. Think about how the deck just works when you talk about the supporters it gets, the power of Hail Blades, the ability of Super Cold, and then also, you know, things like Babao and Radiant Greninja being able to just support it as it just builds up and ramps up throughout the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic. It's so much options, and you know, can do a lot of things when it's firing on all cylinders. You know, it's just poetry in motion. I would like to say those 6 energy Hellblades can just rock anyone's world. So, yeah, about confirmation, I've been told the chat were right. I'm not 100% sure what you're right about, but you are correct. So, well done to you guys. Love to see that. So, yeah.
I mean, they picked Chen Pao after all. So.
Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I mean, I got thrown under the bus a bit there. I was just told to say chat were wrong. I don't agree with that. You were wrong. Do you know how I know you were wrong? Because when Ross was here and we were debating R1, they were like, Ross, I kid you not, said, how did Chen Pao beat Charizard? I said, I know. How did it? So, but you know what? I guess, when it is up to chat, they decide. So I guess chat were correct.
It just proves that you and Ross were wrong.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, well.
What? The chats were correct. You guys were correct. You guys are right. Maybe you guys should be here instead of Ross and Shay.
Wow!
It's all right, guys. We'll find someone else. No, please come back. I need you. I need you.
Outrageous. Unbelievable. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, well,
I thought we was having sorry,
you look better again.
I thought we were friends. I was having a fun time. Get to cast with Alex all day, and all of a sudden he's saying, get him out and get chat. Oh.
Nah, but
I'm feeling hurt. I'm feeling hurt.
It's all love. It's all love. It's all love for everyone. Everyone on the chat at home. It's all love for you guys. Love from us. We're just having a great time. But you know, we're still waiting for Chen Pao to take it down.
Yeah.
We're waiting for that one opportunity Chen Pao's got. But let's see. Let's see where we get to. Loads more to come.
Yeah, for sure. And what I would say, not that I'm sorry at all about losing to Chen Pao earlier, but like I said, Chen Pao hasn't really had that sort of, that big marquee finish yet. It came close in Lille. I think it went to top 4, top 8, I believe, and I was rooting for it then. And I think it would be nice for it to finally get, feather in the cap, and it can cement itself as one of the top decks here in this format. Because I think you can say it is, a top deck, but it hasn't, like I said, had that sort of big, here I am finish. And I think, could Dortmund be that one? It could be. Could be.
Could be. I mean, there's a lot of decks that are still looking for that opportunity to take down a regional championship as well, or even regional level event, or even bigger. Roaring Moon is another deck which has yet to just take down a massive tournament, and we know there are plenty of Roaring Moon players out there as well. So we haven't seen it. Well, we have seen it. We have seen it. Unfortunately, fell to that Godvar, but I'm sure there's many others who are doing quite well at the same time. I'm sure Matthew is also trying to bring himself back into the reckoning for day 2 at the same time as well. So, any others? We haven't seen Charizard yet.
We haven't seen Charizard on stream yet. No, we haven't seen that, but monstrous. I feel Charizard's place is weird in the meta. It's obviously so strong, right? We know this. I almost feel as if, because Charizard's so good, it's like not as glamorous, if you know what I mean. Like, just, you know, here I am, Charizard, turn 2, 330 HP, 180 damage, I got my Pidgeot EX out. But when you actually sit down and say that out loud, turn 2, 330 HP, and you attach 3 energy from your deck, that is silly.
But, Shay, it's only 180.
Yeah, only? I mean, that's bad,
I mean, it's not bad, but you are stage 2. It's only 180.
Could be worse.
It's only when you get to the mid and late games where it really starts to shine, doesn't it? I mean, ramping up that damage from Burning Darkness, 30 damage more for each prize card your opponent has taken. Because you're a single prizer, you tend to lose one quite early sometimes. You know, just sometimes your little Charmanders just kind of get sacrificed a little, maybe a Pidgey.
Maybe a little Pidgey.
But then you're really starting to throw down with Burning Darkness and dealing a lot of damage. And that's where it shines most.
Yeah. No, I agree. And there's also that debate with Charizard decks as well, right? Like, are you going Barrel? We see some people still playing Barrel. You got TM Devolution. Are you playing the new Charmeleon? Are you playing Charmeleon at all? You're on Pidgeot. There's so many different options. We even saw Lost City at one point in Charizard. So there's so many different avenues and ways to play it that makes me excited to see it. And let us know via our socials, you know, which way are you playing Chien-Pao, which way are you playing Charizard, if any at all. Even make the Pokemon Go Charizard that makes Charizard Fire Energy count as 2. I mean, if you get it out, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, Radiant Charizard.
Radiant Charizard as well.
Is a fantastic addition to the deck as well. It's come in and out of the decks.
Yes, yes.
We've seen it previously where it's been taken out because sometimes it's a bit annoying to try and maneuver out of the active spot. But then, of course, it's such a great attacker. I mean, dealing 250 damage without having to worry too much about energy costs, especially when you're already having to give up some prizes. Maybe a Charizard EX has gone down. That excited heart ability allowing you to attack with such ease. As a single prizer. Quite tanky as well.
It is.
160 HP.
Yeah, like some 1-5 decks can really struggle at dealing with that, like 160 HP. Then if you don't deal with it, if you can just play, you know, musical chairs and you're active, you can just swing again. Which is very, very scary. And it could even be, I know you want to talk about it, a little bit of Crisis Punch as well. I mean, you're already playing Arven, so if 250 is not enough, you want to just leapfrog to 280, could just play a little cheeky TM Crisis Punch as well. Yeah,
I guess you are ramping up with energies and also have the Charizard that allow you to do it. Just for you guys at home, remember we are still currently in round 5. We just got a couple of a quick decision just with the judges, making sure everything's as clean as possible from what we've seen from our matchup so far. But we are in round 5 here in Dortmund at the Pokémon Regional Championships. Remember, it could be you on the stage one day, on the stream, having a great time like we do here backstage as well. So just a reminder, of course, you know, it's Alex and Shay here trying to bring you our best and guide you through this weekend as much as we can. I mean, we're having a great time so far.
Yeah, I'm having a fantastic time. Make sure to get involved in the chat. Make sure to get involved on the socials using #PlayPokemon. I would love to see some of your tweets and posts. I was just doing a little bit of a segment with Ross earlier, and we got to look at some tweets from people here at the venue, some people that are at home. We could get to see all that, and I want to hear about what you're thinking. So get involved, show off that collection. We saw there was a big plushie collection earlier in the background of a photo that I quickly identified, and I liked looking at that. So make sure to get involved, chat and socials. That makes me happy.
So I did just get confirmation as well. So I believe, unfortunately, Cohen was not able to randomize the deck, and then ended up drawing with the barrel at one stage, which meant, unfortunately, following the rules of the game, it was picked up, and it will be a retrospective game loss handed to Cohen's side of the board. You know, despite taking 2 massive KOs with the Mew VMAX. So Benedetta, from what I understand, will be given the win in game 1 as we progress into and continue with game 2 now. So back up against the wall for Cohen, unfortunately, but we want to go straight back to the action here. At least it's been sorted now, and thank you very much to make sure that we have been able to sort this as we do just see the first KO of game 2. As I mentioned, Benedetta will be taking game 1 because of the unfortunate mistake that happened.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. So now Cohen is in a 1-0 deficit now, and Benedetta has taken the first KO. So Well, just trying to work out here for Cohen. So it's over to his side. I mean, can still actually very easily win this game, right?
Yeah,
just has to take a
100%.
3-prize KO now, and then do it again. And then all of a sudden, Cohen will be at 1-all in this matchup here. So it's still, Cohen still has a mighty fine win con and a way to win this round. Let's see if he can do it. The first step will be taking a big KO on this Mew VMAX.
Rare Candy and the Baxcalibur coming down. Superior Engine Retrieval in hand as well.
Wait.
Is that enough to...
With Chivalry Chill it will, but you pay retreat, 4 in the discard. Chivalry Chill gets 2 from the deck. Superior Energy Retrieval gets 4 from the discard. And that's wham, bam, 360 damage to the Mew VMAX, and that'll be a KO.
Yeah, so Cohen there, again, going through the right motions here to make sure there's enough energies that will be on the board. So long as he does this correctly, of course, still needs to utilize that Superior Engine Retrieval in hand, discarding that Trekking Shoes and the Battle VIP Pass for the 4 energies. Oh, maybe doesn't need to. Could use Concealed Cards as well, because there's already 1 attached to the Chien-Pao. That would have been 7.
Oh, snap.
Which would have been unnecessary. So, plenty of energies to go around. And now doesn't have to give up the Trekking Shoes, so can continue drawing cards later on his next turns.
And we know how impactful drawing cards is at any point in a Pokemon TCG. But they're going to see that Superior Energy Retrieval for 4 water energy in the hand. We're going to see Super Cold times, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 uses of that. So that's 6 energy in play now. And we get to that Trekking Shoes as well. So we are going to see a big Hailblade for a big KO, and Cohen will take 3 prize cards.
Yeah, the Trekking Shoes has been played, unfortunately discarded the Ultra Ball and ended up with a Battle VIP Pass in hand. As we do see Hailblade now.
There we go.
More sound effects for the crowd, of course, but then that's a massive knockout here. And Benedetta does have 2 Mew Vs with energy on them. We'll be looking for that Mew VMAX as soon as possible as well.
So one thing we've noticed here, Benedetta now has 2 Mew Vs in play and only has 4 Genesect. That means a Moonlight Shuriken from Radiant Greninja can effectively tag both of those for 90, making it much easier for them to be KO'd. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on there. So I know that's playing this matchup quite a lot. I know that if you have 4 Genesect down, it makes it much easier for those Mew Vs to get targeted via Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's something we've seen in some of our video content between rounds about prize mapping, because should this Chien-Pao EX go down, as we do see a Choice Belt just played down as well to thin out of her hand so she can draw more cards. But with the prize mapping, there'll be no more 2 prizes on Cohen's side of the board. So we could utilize that route of using Moonlight Shuriken and then going into Kyogre to take the final 3 prizes, well, over KOing and taking more potentially, really. But we'll be able to do something like that as a gameplay as well. As we do see some tools being attached there by Benedetta, those Box of Disasters, not really too utilized in this matchup, unless it's really used early to try and get some damage counters on the Chien-Pao. Saves the power tablets, of course. Does find that Mew VMAX now. So it's getting ready. Hasn't played a tablet yet, if I'm not mistaken.
No, still has access to V-Star. As we do see both of those Mew V get evolved, so there will be no Psychic Leap either options now. Debating whether to go for the Fusion Strike system now. Does have a Lost Vacuum in hand, can use that to get cards out of the hand. Path to the, oh no, I was going to say it was a Judge getting sent to the Lost, and now I was going to say, probably going to hold on to that Path. As we are going to see a Fusion Strike system being used here as well. Ultra Ball and Path to the Peak. Still hasn't found that tablet. You really don't want to use Star Alchemy for 1 tablet. Do have the Chromatic in hand, so can potentially Chromatic their way that Ultra Ball, or you can play that Ultra Ball to thin the hand as well. Like Benedetta is going to Chromatic away the Escape Rope potentially. Oh no, he's going to go for the Ultra Ball. Okay, big roll here. And that was a 4. They're debating. I think it didn't really could be a re-roll.
Not enough of a roll.
And it was a 1. Okay. So we're going to see Fusion Strike system now for 2. Maybe debating it 2. Do we see a power? Ow! Hey! There we go.
So back up to what is expected. Path to the Peak in play as well. And there is the knockout.
There's a world in which Cohen can Aqua Storm this turn, right? I mean, it'd be super hard, and it'd be, you know, it wouldn't be the traditional get your deck down to just being basic energy. But in theory, if he was to hit them all,
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but can take the slower game at the same time. Doesn't have to worry about this. Or if there's a Chen Pao available and a way to bump,
that also works, thinking about it. Yeah.
There's a few routes to victory here from coincided with board. Could take the slow option, maybe use Moonlight Shuriken, soften up some Pokemon, or goes for the massive Chen Pao play, or goes for the massive Kyogre play. But it looks like
what's going on?
The superior energy retrieval has been played, and it's just a barrel up to 5. So it doesn't look like a potential Moonlight Shuriken might be coming down here.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we see the
another Bibarel.
Industrious Incisors. We're going to see some double Industrious Incisors. We've got all our teeth glistening here from these Bibarel. Love to see that. Has access to Irida, Rare Candy. Love to see that. Going to see a Super Rod as well.
Keep going. Why not? Doesn't have to worry too much about it. I guess the we'll need the Chen Paos.
Oh, they weren't available in decks. That's why.
There's only 2 in the list, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. But at the same time.
Wait, has he not got KO then? Sorry, because you can Irida for your Chen Pao
and
plus superior energy retrieval. Then you just pay retreat for 1, attach all from the superior energy retrieval and Shivery Chill. Any energy in deck for Shivery Chill?
No, can't Shivery Chill
because of the path to lead. But I think that's it,
Super
right?
Cold, so it does look like it might be all in hands because there's already 3 energies in the discard as well. 4 once it retreats with the Greninja, and then there's still 3 attached to it.
Yeah.
Has Cohen seen it? I'm assuming
he has. So we are going to see Chen Pao get benched. We'll see 1 retreat.
Yep, there we go.
So that's going to get Chen Pao active.
Go through all the motions.
Superior energy retrieval. Grab 4 water. Alex Hellblade, 360. And Cohen takes our game 2 here in our Swiss round 5 feature match here in Dortmund Regionals. Wow, just that. So quick.
So we've seen technically 4 KOs here by Cohen, of course. We're on to the new VMAXs now. Superior play here by Cohen. I didn't want to say it when I started, but it happened.
I didn't want to say it. You seize the opportunity and take it with both hands, Alex. If a punch just falls in your lap, you take it.
Yes, yeah, I've got to roll with the punches here. Right, so back to 1-1 now.
Yep.
Going showing just how strong that Chen Pao is. Doesn't matter if Benedetta takes the first KO.
No.
I'm just going to do my thing and take massive KOs myself.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you're having to attack with a 3-prizer, then you one-shot your opponent's 2-prizers, but your opponent's 2-prizers can one-shot your 3-prizers, it's just awkward, right? You have to rely on your opponent not being able to do that.
Exactly.
And if Cohen can just be like superior energy retrieval, Chivalry Chill, bish bash bosh, then well, yeah, there's not a lot Benedetta can really do about it.
It's always the bish bash bosh.
Bish bash bosh. That's the Hellblade noise, everyone.
is that the new one?
As energies get discarded. Bish bash bosh.
But, you know, we've seen that once again, we have to reiterate how important those the barrels are.
Oh,
you know, drawing out of a really precarious scenario where his hands could be disrupted because of the judges and Ionos to 3. And once they're up and running, he doesn't have to worry about trying to draw into those cards anymore. You know, he's in a good spot. And then it's only just 1 or 2 pieces of the puzzle away from really taking down a big VMAX once again. So let's see how game 3 is going to go. We've got just under 10 minutes on the clock, 8 minutes to go.
Plenty of time for this matchup because just KOs flying here, there, and everywhere. And you're so right about the Bibarel because plenty of times when I've been playing Chen Pao, you might get Iono to like 2, and you have Shivery Chill available, and you draw into a superior energy retrieval, but you can't play it, which is really sad when that happens. But with Bibarel, you just draw up, then you can discard your stuff for superior energy retrieval, then you get your 4 energy off the superior energy retrieval. Hellblade all of a sudden now is doing those numbers you need it to be.
Yeah, it looks like there was a mulligan here from Benedetta's side. So just giving more cards to Cohen on his first turn. There is an active Pokemon now, as we do see the prizes start to come down, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. We are going to see those prize cards now. So have a little gander. Was there Iron Hands, Frigibacks, Power Tablet, Mew V, Genesect? Nothing too impactful. 2 copies of Super Rod, actually. Whoa, is that a triple battle VIP pass start for Cohen? Wow, Wow, Cohen's got himself a big party there. Get the party started. And Benedetta also having her own little party there as she opens up with a Battle VIP pass as well.
Not as many as Cohen's full house there are free.
Yeah.
Just missing the one off, but you know, when you have free, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Nothing's being donked. Nothing's going to happen to you too badly.
Not really.
But you know, it's on Benedetta to try and seize the opportunity from going first here, as we do see a target of the Mew V. Once again, similar to game, I think it was game 2, where there was a Mew V and a Genesect V prized.
Yep.
Also we do see one of each come down here as well. There's the Featherball, so a further Mew V can come down here as well. Now up to the 4 cards in hand, Ultra Ball in hand as well. Discarding that Alyssa Sparkle and a Mew V Max.
Yeah, guys, be careful. She only has 2 available now, but that's plenty fine. Yeah, Benedetta really fantastic start here. 3 Genesect, 2 Mew Vs, immediately start drawing cards. Can't really ask for more than that. The Fusion Strike system will be live, gets to draw, I think as it stands now, 3 cards from the deck. And let's see what those 3 are. Battle VIP Pass not as impactful now as, what is that, 2 Lost Vacuum and a Fusion Energy.
There's a Chromatic coming down, another roll. She hasn't hit them too much, and there's another 5.
There's a 5.
Third 5 of the whole round so far for Benedetta. It's rather unfortunate. There's a Fusion Strike Energy. Looks like it's going to be attached. Get it out of the hand so she can draw some more cards. Second Fusion Strike system.
Ooh.
Battle VIP pass.
Cheeky. Not as impactful now because you can only use that for 1, but you know, still good.
Still good. Get them out of the deck.
You get them out of the deck.
Get them used up.
As I say, Finny has been saying that all day, haven't we? So now it's Dinning getting no basic Pokemon into play. Alex has a big smile on his face. They like that one. Caught him off guard with that one. As we do see the third Mew V come down as well.
Yeah, so now up to the full value of the 6 for the hand draw now. Some less playable cards in hand, of course, or cards that she wouldn't want to play yet. You know, wants to keep hold of those bosses, those Lost Vacuums. So we do see some one playable card.
One playable, yeah.
But just not to play it. Oh, look
Go on
at
then, Cohen. Show us. There it is. Cohen's having a big party. Everyone's invited. Raging Grid Ninja, you're invited. Frigibax, you're invited. Bidoof, you're invited too, my friend. And don't worry about you, Chen Pao. You can come along as well, everyone. Get on down.
We're kicking off the party here.
Here we go.
With the 3 of a kind Battle VIP passes. There's 1, 2, a double Bidoof, it looks like, maybe coming down.
Yep, Grid Ninja.
Just get the main targets first. Don't want to make that mistake.
Yep, true. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
Yeah, exactly that.
So it looks like Grid Ninja. So what's still, yeah, well, 3 is a full bench, right, isn't it? Yeah, 2, 4, 5. So what are we going here? I'd like to see, are you going second Frigi? And a Chen Pao?
2 Frigis are already down.
No, it doesn't. Oh, one inactive. No, you're correct. Sorry. Yeah. So I didn't see that one.
But, you know, thinking maybe 1 goes down already, so double Chen Pao. What an option. A definite. Well, I would have. I guess I quite like this idea, because if 1 does get targeted down, you can find a way to easily get into the second one quite quickly. But double Bidoof.
Yeah, I think one reason why he might have been doing that is because he prized 2 copy of Super Rod. So maybe just having them in play just could be a bit easier trying to find them instead of having to have 1 get discarded and shuffle them back maybe.
Exactly that. Yeah. But at the same time, if that Bidoof gets taken down as an option,
true.
I guess it's hard to think that which direction Benedetta is going to go. I mean, we've seen how impactful the Bid Barrel is, but of course we've also seen how impactful just.
Going to see the collect. Let's go. I get excited over the silliest of things. I saw the energy to the Frigibax. I'm like, yes, collect.
I'm a man of value, and I like drawing cards. So
yes.
It's great.
Frigibax doing its best refinement curlier impression there. We're going to see an escape rope. Oh, now this is interesting. Did you just swatch Frigibax?
I think so. I mean, it does mean Cohen needs to try and get into a third Frigibax at some stage, because 1's going down now, because if Benedetta is able to take down the first and the second, leaves Cohen without the attacker. But unfortunately, as you guys may have seen from the prize cam, the 3rd Frigibax is currently prized. So will Cohen live to regret that decision to put the other Frigibax here?
We are going to see that second Fusion Strike energy get attached to that Mew V. Now, that actually doesn't change any maths for Benedetta. She will still need to find a power tablet to KO the 220 HP Chen Pao. But if nothing else, it's very colourful at the very least. And I am a man of I love the colourful things, mate.
I guess the good thing here is she would be able to use Mew VMAX's actual attack with just the 2 psychic energies, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, the Max Miracle. Yeah, hit me with the old Max Mizzy. Yeah, that is true.
Saves the trouble of having to, have to find a switch out if using Cross Fusion Strike on only this Frigibax. So that's one way. If I'm not mistaken, how much HP has that Frigibax got as well? It's only 60, right?
60.
So
we could even do a little leap. Yeah, could do a leap. Yeah, if you don't find the VMAX.
Doesn't have to worry about losing a free prize Pokemon.
Yeah, no, true.
If that has to be the case, but yeah, let's see the direction that Benedetta takes in this matchup.
As we are, it's like debating whether to play that path to the peak. That is going to come down, maybe. She has got
decisions.
Does have Lost Vacuum in hand. It's like debating whether to play it immediately. It's going to play the path to remove it. Just get cards out of the hand so you can draw more Fusion Strike system. So it's going to be
final. It's the final Fusion Strike system here.
It's looking very dangerous here for Benedetta, all things considered. Hasn't got the get out of jail free card Forest Seal Stone. Hasn't got, super anything great in the hand. Like you said, you could see the Forest Leap, the Psychic Leap for a KO, but
time is ticking away as well.
Yeah, time is ticking. Got to see a double Chromatic here. Could be a big flip. Here we go.
Not been great with him so far. It's a heads.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Benedetta had a quick look at the judge. Was that sufficient enough to hit the heads as well? Last time she had to re-roll, remember?
Yeah, no, she did.
Just double checking.
Yeah, but look at, I think table judge must have given the okay on that one.
Just giving a nod. All good.
Giving the nod. So I think here what are you taking? Probably either Ultra Ball or Forest Seal Stone. Guess that works as well.
As we do see, the time now is at the 0 mark. Do we get an extension? Likely to get an extension after some of the discussions that were had during game 2. Okay.
Okay, so we had confirmation. The timer was stopped during the judge call that we saw. So timer is correct. So this should be turn 0. So if the game does not conclude in these 3 turns that both players will have.
Targeted the Bidoof.
Oh, wow, yeah. And we did see a Psychic Leap, no shuffling. So yeah, if the game does not conclude over these next 3 turns, this game will not end. And then this will end in a tie 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, still remember both the players in fantastic positions. Both players 4-0. If this does end in a tie, which does seem very likely, it will be 4-0-1 for both of these players. Fantastic position to be in. 13 points. Still requires 2 victories left out of 4 rounds. And that's, they've already got 4 wins. What's 2 more?
Well, there is a world in which, this is turn 1, right? So 0-1.
Yeah, well, this is turn 1.
There's a world in which...
Go on, Shay, tell me.
Yeah, you take a Hellblade KO on this Mew V, and then you put it all on your Aqua Storm and just hope you hit.
Yeah.
It does work.
It's doable.
It does work.
There is a world. Will we see that world is a real question, and I'm all for it if we do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on stream, right? Maybe this shows the difference. This explains why I just talk about the game. I don't play at a high level. Because if this was me, I'm thinking, right, I'm putting on the best show I can. Could you imagine hitting that blind Aqua Storm?
Look, it could happen.
It could happen.
I'm hoping Cohen is playing to those outs. Because it's very, very possible.
Oh, but that's he prized to super odd, right? It'd be so hard.
It is very difficult, but there's 2 prizes being taken here.
Oh, true, actually.
So let's see what the rest of this gets taken in.
Okay, well we have the Max Caliber established. That's step 1. Trekking shoes. We're gonna get Bidoof. Bidoof helps.
Bidoof helps again. Oh yeah, Bidoof helps again.
It's in hand, Alex. It's in hand. The work is in hand.
Don't get too excited, remember, it is a lot to be asking for.
You can't tell me don't get excited. Yeah, who are you talking to?
Sorry.
I am that excited. Okay, we are going to see the Superior Energy Achievement being played. They're going to grab for 3 basic energy from the discard pile, attach them via that Super Cold. So that will be a nice, crisp and clean 180 damage if you discard just those 3. Ultra Ball. See how Cohen decided to keep the Kyogre. That gives me hope.
I think if you're Cohen, knowing that it's in your hand, it's probably like you realize that it is actually an option.
True.
I believe there's maybe one more Super Rod in,
there's one.
deck as
There's
well.
one.
So if he can grab one of those out of the prizes and then work through the play like that, I didn't quite catch how many water energies are actually left in the deck itself. You know, it's doable. The odds are against you, but let's see.
There we go. Turn 2.
Into turn 2.
So I think as it stands now, Benedetta wouldn't even know about the Kyogre, right? So she might not even go for any hand disrupt. As it stands now, hasn't got any access to it anyway. But yeah, as it stands now, Benedetta, with 5 prize cards left, I don't see a world in which you can take 5 prize cards this turn. So just going to go through the motions here, you know, play not to lose, as it were.
Yeah, I guess in your mind, if your opponent is not, you know, both agreeing to
you're
tie this
thinking,
game,
hold on.
There's something's in the works here. What is it?
Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you, I'm on the edge of my seat, though. Okay, as Benedetta does play the escape rope, plays a power tablet, has a boss as well. Now, this is interesting. There's a boss after the Baxcalibur. It is.
Yeah, Baxcalibur makes it as difficult as possible to maneuver around. Also, potentially as an option to take out the Baxcalibur.
Yeah, I think you probably just take it out, right?
Hasn't quite hit the Mew VMAX yet.
Good point, actually.
Still needs to be able to find one of those. Discarded one earlier, remember?
Oh, Forest Stone is still live.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, Forest Stone going to grab what? Ultra Ball, so you can draw some cards as well, or could just grab the Mew VMAX. We are going to most likely see the Ultra Ball here.
I like Ultra Ball. Remember, Thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning. That is for certain. As due to the Ultra Ball there being targeted. Yeah, we're going to see the Baxcalibur. I would imagine getting KO'd. We could. No, we can't see a Max Miracle now because there is no fusion energies on this movie. So we're going to see Ultra Ball discarding an Alyssa Sparkle and a something. A judge.
Not disrupting the hand. Not removing the Kyogre.
No, this is true. So I'm winning him over on Alex now.
Well, I mean, Benedetta right now is going to be potentially knocking out this Baxcalibur. So it's another piece of the puzzle that Kyogre needs.
It makes it so much harder if the Baxcalibur gets KO'd, but...
Number 2 cards. That Tablet Energy.
On a path as well.
Slow him down. Here we go. Mew VMAX in the active. Cross Fusion Strike announced. Baxcalibur KO'd. Greninja in the active spot.
Okay, trekking shoes.
Lots of cards. There it is.
Here we go.
There it
is. We need to see Rare Candy. In an ideal world, you'd love to see Rare Candy off the trekking shoes, because then your Ariel can grab Super Energy or anything like this. Come on, show us the Rare Candy.
One more.
Trekking shoes.
No, not yet. Are there enough pieces of the puzzle to handle this? I don't know if there is.
I'm not sure. Was that...
After the peek and play as well. Shivery Trill not allowing to go through the deck. Here comes Irida.
Okay, so this Irida's going to have to find Rare Candy and, what, a Water Pokemon? I'm not 100% sure. Go for Superior Energy Retrieval. That tells me might just be going for a big Hail Blade just to carry the Mew VMAX, maybe?
Yeah, but I think then the writing's on the wall, just kind of having to work out here. Is there anything that Kyogre could do? Yeah,
okay, fair enough.
She closed off all the avenues to that Kyogre play. He did drop it down at least. She got a chance to see exactly what he was planning. And there is a natural tie between both of these players. Fantastic to see Chen Pao do so well in a matchup that seems to be quite good.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cohen was off to the races there, and, you know, was taking big KOs. And, you know, if that Baxcalibur didn't get KO'd, who knows how that could have really panned out. But what a feature match that was there in round 5. I, for one, found it incredibly exciting. But we're going to have our next round coming up soon. So we're going to have a quick little video break here, and then we'll be back for our next round as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go all the way.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Fish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Dancing Rob and Amy Riddle.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin
Bakari. Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting 2nd in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to look at our next standard format rotation. On April 5th, our game is set to change. A ton of sets will become eligible for standard legal play. Rapid Strike players will be struggling come April 5th, since Rapid Strike Urshifu rotates, Inteleon VMAX rotates, and Medicham V rotates. This means the Rapid Strike deck will, well, no longer exist anymore, so those low HP Pokemon will be slightly safer. But with Medicham V rotating, it will be interesting to see how Iron Valiant decks adapt moving forward, since Yoga Loop will no longer be an option for them. Lost Box players will be losing both Dragonite V and Kyogre. We have seen Dragonite V be a terrifying card when used on turn 1 or 2 to KO big threats fast. And Kyogre has been one of the best late game finishers of all time, with Aqua Storm closing out many games. Does this make Lost Box archetype more one-dimensional? Only one way to find out.
With Fusion Strike rotating, that means Mew VMAX, Genesect V and Meloetta will all be pushed out of the format. This is huge, since Mew VMAX did win the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. Another card in Fusion Strike that we will be losing is Battle VIP Pass. With Battle VIP Pass being the backbone of the format with a ton of top decks all using the card, it is hard to imagine just how much this will shake up deck building and first turns after rotation. One deck that has some success without Battle VIP Pass is Gardevoir EX. However, come April 5th, Shining Arcana and Mirage Depth Hurlia will both be leaving the format. With the version of Gardevoir EX that doesn't play Battle VIP Pass, relying heavily on Mirage Depth to get into the game, how will Gardevoir operate after rotation? Especially considering Fog Crystal rotates too. Another huge card that we will be saying goodbye to is Path to the Peak. We have seen just how powerful Path to the Peak can be, since it has been played in a multitude of decks like Miraidon, Arceus and even Mew VMAX, just to name a few. Will powerful abilities on Wallbox Pokemon become too much to handle now? Powerful supporter cards like Cheryl, Raihan, Clara and Peony and Avery all rotate too, leaving massive holes in deck lists that will need to be filled. What supporters do you think will see play now with this massive power supporter vacuum? We have seen Escape Rope be used in many decks to offer active movement and almost act like a boss's orders in some scenarios. Players will have to find other ways to push their opponent's active out of the way now, since Escape Rope is in battle styles and will be rotating. So that wraps up our quick look at the 2024 Pokemon TCG rotation. Let us know in the chat what card you are sad to see leave the format, or what card you cannot wait to say goodbye to. But for now, that's it for me. Let's get back to the action.
Welcome, Pokemon fans. You're joined by myself, Shea Burton, Freya, and the lovely Nico as well, who is an IC champion. So I thought it'd be a good idea to pick your brains, good sir, about how we can all do better at ICs. So let's zoom out from the event. Let's pretend you're a month away from an international championship. What's going through your head?
Yeah, so a month ago is like a pretty good time frame, because that's usually where we try to properly invest a lot of time in a week for an IC. For the IC itself, it can vary a lot, because our ICs, usually with regionals, you're just in a format, or it's maybe the start of a format, something like that. But with ICs, there's completely different things, right? I mean, now OCIC is gone, so that part is not really happening anymore. But it's we usually had one IC that starts with a new format, one IC that has a format that has already been going on for a long time, which was usually OCIC, and then we have, since last year, we have one IC that starts with a completely new rotation, and then NAIC once again is usually a new set heading us into Worlds as well. So yeah, it can vary a lot. For the first kind, for LAIC for example, just looking at the new set, trying to figure out okay, what's good, especially nowadays keeping track on online results and Japanese results, because Japan has the same format as us but months before. Online results already happen as soon as the set hits live, for example, but still a couple of weeks before the IC, so it's nice to see okay, where's everyone else's mind heading, what are the standard kind of lists, so that you also know not just what you have to prepare for, but also that you can test your deck against those decks. If you, for example, for LAIC, if you were testing Screamtailing Gardevoir, right, you would have to know okay, how good are the new archetypes, how good is something like Iron Valiant, how good is Roaring Moon, can we deal with those, do we need to do something? Because it's not just as easy as being okay, Counter Catch and Screamtail are the new cards, let's just slam them in and we're good to go. But you also have to think about how the meta evolves. For example, one very good example for the last format is everyone was thinking okay, GM Power is going to be the deck to beat, and then turns out GM Power can't deal with Counter Catcher plus Iono at all, so the deck has almost disappeared completely. And if you just invest that time in testing, you can figure that out earlier than anyone else and can prepare for that. Then we have an IC like OCAC, not the case anymore. It's just like preparing for any other regional. You're in a format already, you might even have your deck, just stick with the deck, maybe make some adjustments, you're good to go. And then we have the most difficult one, which is EUIC this year and EUIC last year, figuring out a completely new format, because you can't just like expect new decks or like how decks change, but you also need to consider the entire new format, because cards rotate, especially nowadays. Like, we have so many players like yourself that have been enjoying Mew for the last 3 years, but that deck is just completely gone. So where do these players head, right? Like, how does the format change? Like, where do players like adjust to? Because you don't really have the knowledge from prior tournaments. For example, now you can be like, okay, in EU, Gardevoir and Mew are like very popular. So if an IC was happening next week, we could expect about the same meta as we're expecting for Dortmund Regionals, right? But with rotation, everything is gonna be completely like changed. Decks will look completely different. I mean, we saw it last year. Alex won with a like relatively unexpected deck, because he was just able to counter all of the most popular decks. And then we also saw, even for Tord standards, a very unrefined Gardevoir list that changed like throughout the format still. So yeah, like those ICs are always the hardest to prepare for, and usually also take the most time, because you have to analyze the new set, analyze the new meta, and then also find a new deck probably for yourself.
We hope you're taking notes at home. That was a very, very comprehensive analysis of how to do well at an IC. It's absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nick, my head is hurting from all that knowledge, and I'm sure you guys at home head are hurting as well. But thank you so much for your time, Nico. It's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere though, viewers, because we're going to be back to our action as soon as possible.
Wow, what a phenomenal display of knowledge from Nico Alabas there in that interview. One of the absolute greats of the game. You know what, Ross? Tell you what. Since we just featured him, how about we get him on the stream right now?
I was going to say that. I thought, maybe we should get him on the stream and actually, see if Nico's as good a player as we've been making out. And given that Nico is currently on a 5-0 record, on table 1 no less, I think Nico probably is actually that gosh darn good. Maybe we show a game between Nico Alabas and Francesco, but not he, which is exactly what we're doing. And actually, I think we're going to get into the game faster than normal here. I can already see the players shuffling up on the table. It's going to be awesome. And look, we've had... Oh, we've got standings I'm hearing. Let's look at some... I was going to say something else, but no. Let's look at some standings. Let's see where we are. And here's where we start to differentiate, because we can see there are 401. So sometimes we go, oh, here are the 3-0s, but they're not all on the screen. No. There are 12 5-0s. They're all on the screen.
Yeah, and already 2 names I'm seeing there that stand out to me. Well, 3 if you include Nico, but 2 other names, Tord Recklev and James Cox.
Yeah, Stein Nilsson's been around a long time. A lot of success for Stein here. That's a name that jumps out to me. And yeah, we've got, we're down to 12 after this round, assuming no ties. There'll be 6 players at 6-0, and then on we go. And maybe we get 9-0 today. We don't get 9-0 in every tournament, Freya, but I kind of love it when we do. And obviously, as we know, that the records carry on from day 1 to day 2. So starting 9-0 in day 1 gives you a great chance of converting that day 2 into a top 8. But let's talk less about that and more about our players. We've got Nico on the left and Francesco on the right. And we've talked about Nico before. World's top 128, Malmo Regional top 32, Bremen Regional top 32, Barcelona top 16. And let's not, gloss over the fact that's just in the past couple years.
Yes, and as Nico himself being a former international champion as well, so absolutely no slouch. Like I said, just the most recent accomplishments, but by far not his highest accomplishments. But going over to Francesco's side, much like Ko in the last round, new to the stream.
New to the stream, no accomplishments to be shown there, but here's the thing, right? You're 5-0, you get to take down potentially an international champion on the stream. There's your accomplishment right there, and I love having this on the stream, having the player that everybody knows and is familiar with against the player looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
We got one Curlier, one Gardevoir, and a Radiant Greninja for Nico.
Yeah, and the pricing on either side looks pretty reasonable, to be honest. Nothing, alarm bells ringing for anything, but we are off now in round 6. It looks like Nico will be going first and has a Battle VIP pass to start things off.
Always a good start. The Radiant Greninja is going to be a potential problem. That is good draw in the early game. So that's something I'd be looking for Nico to search for on turn 1 here, if it was available, which unfortunately it is not. But we got a Battle VIP pass. There's no routes prized, so probably not going to see what we saw from Rune earlier, where you're forced into the Mirage Step Curlier. Although Nico does play it, so it does remain an option.
Yeah, it does, but no, instead going to look very carefully, realize that the Radiant Greninja is not quite an option to work with, but having access to all 4 of the Rolts, probably going to want to get a couple more down. Maybe might be thinking, seeing a Charmander, might think, oh, hold on, what attackers do I actually want to use in this matchup? We do see that Nico does have the Scream Tail in his list, so it's a card that, most Gardevoir lists play, but we've seen some have been cutting it recently. We had the overrated, underrated discussion earlier, but Nico decided, it is worth the include. But other than that, just want to be getting down as many Rolts as possible.
And we did hear from Raul earlier back in round 3 that he chose not to play it. But yeah, speaking of it, double Battle VIP pass all the way across the sky. That is a good start. We've already got 2 routes off the first Battle VIP pass. But here's the thing, like a lot of the time here, this would convert into 4 routes and a Radiant Greninja. And then you can, and the Radiant Greninja, it's not just about drawing cards, it's also getting energy in the discard, which Gardevoir really wants to do. So I'm sorry, I want that out. I don't want that in the prizes, but such is Radiant Pokemon. Oh, actually not going for a 4th route there, going for a Mew and a Cresselia, because there is a level ball as well for that 4th route, and basically Nico has been able to pick his perfect bench turn 1.
Yeah, the absolutely perfect start here, and of course that Mew, an excellent pivot card in general for Gardevoir, but especially good turn 1. You can just get it into the active, and of course with that Mysterious Tail ability, you can look at the top 6 cards of your deck, and if you find an item there, you can put it straight into your hand. A brilliant setup Pokemon.
And we do see the routes retreating into the Mew to use that Mysterious Tail, as you've just told us, Freya. Top 6 cards of your deck, only an item card, which remember nowadays with the fairly recent change does not include a Pokemon tool.
No, it doesn't, and looks like we couldn't quite see what he got there, but looks like there's a bit of a decision to be made. Of course, not going to want to find another Battle VIP pass, so definitely doesn't need any more of those, but does find an Ultra Ball, so that'll be very, very handy for next turn.
Yeah, Ultra Ball will get a Curlier next turn. There's even an outside chance of a rare Candy Ultra Ball for, get the Gardevoir rolling nice and quickly on turn 2. We've seen that from Gardevoir players before, but certainly Curlier turn 2 is going to be the main goal we're looking for here for Nico.
Yeah, and getting the Cresselia down is also nice because that works well as a very early attacker. Just, pick off a weaker basic on Francesco's side, as we see. Oh, is there some kind of debate going on already?
Looks like there was an issue in terms of some... I saw a shuffle motion from the judge, but it looks like we're off and rolling here. We've got a Battle VIP pass from Francesco. Don't know if we got the double Battle VIP pass, but starting with 1 is quite nice. You've already got a Charmander. You've given away to your opponent what you're playing. There will be no surprises. So here, we are going to be looking for Charmander and Pidgey, most likely. Maybe a Rotom to draw some cards.
So just whilst the Battle VIP pass is happening here, I think a quick point of discussion that's worthwhile. So one decision you have to make when building a Charizard list is, what spread of Charmanders do I want to play? We've seen there's like 3 different ones available. There is, of course, that promo one that I believe it does a 30 damage for 1 energy, but then there's a drawback there. There is this one from 151, which has 70 HP, also has Blazing Destruction, can get rid of a stadium. And then we have getting mixed up, of course, the Obsidian Flames one. That's the one that does 30 for 1, but then you do damage to yourself as well. But it looks like here, no promo one in this, but opting for a split of the Obsidian Flames and a 151 one here, 2 of each.
Yeah, of course, 60 HP becomes very vulnerable to Sableye in Lost Zone decks. It's something you always need to be very careful of, but it's got a better attack. Here we actually do see from Francesco, as suspected, a Pidgey and a Rotom. Hopefully there's a way to get another Charmander, and there's at least 1 bull card in hand. As we see an Arven coming down, so that is going to be able to get a Battle VIP pass to get 2 more basics, and it is, in fact, double Battle VIP pass on turn 1.
Yeah, Arven, an absolutely phenomenal card. Really one of, like the backbone of the initial setup in the Charizard deck, but of course allowing you to grab an item and a tool card. You can grab the Battle VIP pass, as you mentioned, set up more basics. You can grab a Forest Seal Stone to attach to the Rotom that so many of these decks play, and then that way you can get another card as well. But it looks like in this instance, Francesco opting for the Battle VIP pass and a Defiance band for later.
Yeah, not a bad plan at all here. We're obviously going to see at least one Charmander and a Mew as well. So we are both Mysterious tailing both players here, using that Mew potentially for that item card. Hasn't actually dropped it yet. Could still change his mind here.
Yeah, some consideration going on, I think. We do see...
So Manaphy instead, it turns out.
Interesting. So... Of course, the only bench damaging thing that Nico plays is that Screamtail, but Screamtail can be a very, very scary threat to deal with. So with Francesco thinking, you know what, I just don't want to deal with that. Let's get this Manaphy down now.
Yeah, it's not a terrible plan at all. You're giving away a tiny bit of consistency with a chance to use the Mew to give you that protection against Screamtail. And all it's going to take is a rare candy Gardevoir Screamtail next. Well, actually, there's no bench space for Screamtail right now.
Also, wait, hold on a second. I just realized, was the Forest Seal Stone prize? Because you'd think otherwise they would have gone for it off of the Arven. Like, they definitely are playing one.
There is one in the deck. I don't have a look at the prizes right this second, I'm afraid. But... it is not prized. We are being told that the Forest Seal Stone is not prized. Shout out to the... oh, it is prized. I'm told it is prized. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense in what you're saying, Fred. Yeah. That would have seemed like an obvious target.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up earlier because when I was saying earlier, oh, yeah, there's nothing that major in the prizes, I thought Forest Seal Stone is not a big deal. But I'm thinking, oh, you know, I'm thinking if you're playing two, but if you only play one and it's prized, then, of course, that's a bit more of a problem.
And unfortunately, Francesco is only playing the one. So a decent setup from both players here. And like I say, going for the Manaphy when Screamtail isn't an option at the moment. It's potentially a turn early, but it gives you that peace of mind. There's no bench space for it, but it could still come out later. Now, interestingly, going for a Mirage Step Curlier here. Of course, there will be no Mirage Stepping. We've gone for all the routes, and there's no space on the bench for any Curlier anyway.
Yeah, I think Nico is just grabbing this as a card that says, I evolve from Ralts and can get you into Gardevoir. Like, you know, just thinking, don't really want to... like I said, no Mirage Step option really here, so but just get it out of the way so that I can evolve it up and then evolve it into the thing that I actually want to make use of. And especially because it looks like I think there might be a lot of Curliers in hand already.
If there's a bunch of Curlier already in hand, that would make sense why you'd go for the Mirage Step. Generally speaking, you go for the Refinement first, because of course you evolve up into them. That gives you the Refinement ability. You can draw a bunch of cards, get energy in the discard, and we just saw Nico drop a Psychic Energy in the discard to draw those cards. So, yeah, this is going... I mean, both players are setting up quite nicely here. They are having the turns they want.
Yeah, I think I recall one of the Curliers being prized as well, one of the Refinement ones. So, yeah, with the two down, makes sense that then for the third one, you just go for the Mirage Step one instead.
Yep, absolutely. And we have, of course, got that Mew using Mysterious Tail as well. And it's quite nice against a deck like Charizard, where they're not putting on that early pressure. Mew often, you know, against something like a Lost Zone deck, you're going to use it once and it's going to be knocked out by a Cramorant.
So, did you mention earlier, I believe, that you could have explosive turn 2 with Rare Candy into Gardevoir?
I did. That was something that I said, and it is apparently happening here.
Literally just happened.
And this is where the Cresselia comes in absolutely beautifully. And we've seen this before. You attach energy with Gardevoir EX. Every time you attach an energy, it drops 2 damage counters. Cresselia lets you move 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon to one of your opponents, and therefore works out perfectly.
And you know what, actually, very poignant here. This is another disadvantage of the 60 HP Charmander. Nico needed to attach 1 less energy with Psychic Embrace in order to get enough damage on the field to KO that Charmander compared to the 70 HP one.
There is a huge difference in the Pokemon TCG between 60 and 70. We see it here, we see it with Sableye hitting 12 damage counters, but going after the Pidgey because, of course, there's only one Pidgey on the field, which makes it the more attractive of the targets.
Very, very sensible. At least, okay, at least in the instance of Pidgey, whether you, the 2 options are 50 and 60, right? So there's no way you could have like opted to play an HP of Pidgey that would have survived that, I guess.
No, Pidgey unfortunately does not have that much HP. And here you go after the engine. If there's one Charmander, you go after that so you can get rid of the attacker. But here, if you get rid of a Charmander, there's still a chance for a Charizard coming out next turn. If you go after the Pidgey, there's no chance of a Pidgeot next turn. And now that engine where you're using Quick Search to go and grab any card during your turn, all of a sudden that's no longer an option. So really good it'd be really good from Nico there to go after that pitch and get rid of the only one on the board.
Yeah, and this is an important thing to bear in mind, right, when you're playing, especially at the competitive levels. It's very important to recognize, okay, what does my opponent have out? And based on that, what should I target that will be the most disruptive to them on their next turn? Yeah, like you said, sure, if there's only one Charmander out in the field, take it out, then they can't attack. But if you know that carrying a Charmander means that they can still get out a Charizard, go after the Pidgey instead. There's only one there, and then you really hurt their consistency.
And now we do see a rare candy coming down from the Arven. A lot of the time in decks like this, you go for the Pidgeot first, because essentially you go for the Pidgeot, and then that lets you search for a card, which will hopefully then get you your Charizard. You get the engine, which gets you the attacker. Here, it looks like we are going to see a Charizard. There's a rare candy Ultra Ball already in hand, but there isn't going to be a Pidgeot, and that is going to make Francesco's deck a lot more awkward over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I do believe Francesco played the rare candy and then tried to evolve the Charmander into a fire energy.
You can't do that. That doesn't work.
Not quite how that works, but there we go. No, the Charizard coming down, and given that it just got the TM devolution out of the deck, could we see that being used this turn? Because that could be potentially pretty devastating. You devolve Freak earlier, sending them back to Rolts, so you're resetting a turn of tempo to get into Gardevoir, and you're also making a rare candy get wasted by devolving the Gardevoir EX too.
You absolutely could try and put your opponent back a turn doing that. Of course, with Arven, you kind of getting a tool card still just thins your deck a little bit, and especially without having access to Pidgeot, having a slightly thinner deck. I believe Alex and Shay keep using the phrase "thinning is winning."
Thinning is winning.
So it could be as simple as just getting it out of the deck, so it's one less card to draw into. But yes, absolutely, devolution could work here to set Nico back a turn, as well as wasting that rare candy. Doesn't put any pressure on your opponent, but it can buy you a turn.
It doesn't, but at the same time, the early game of Charizard is always tricky because Burning Darkness does more damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. Nico's only taken one prize at this point. I mean, sure, you can KO anything on Nico's side of the field, but do you really want to be taking just like a one prize KO? Maybe it's better just like tempo-wise to just attach a devolution TM and devolve a bunch of your opponent's stuff.
There are certainly a couple of options, but it does look like it is just the attack here, as I suspected. Charizard gets a KO and just kind of evens up the prize trade. TM Devolution is very good, but I think a lot of the time you're trying to catch people with a couple of rare candy or, trying to get them to nothing, whereas Nico would have just re-evolved all of the Curlier, drawn a bunch of cards, and maybe hit another rare candy. And if Nico could have hit a rare candy, that would have essentially wasted Francesco's attack.
Yeah, that does make sense. Either way, not the choice that Francesco made. So over to Nico's side, we do see that Shining Arcana Gardevoir coming down, Shining Arcana being fired off, but no energies found, it looks like, or unless there's a debate about an attachment.
Always a debate about an attachment. You get to look at the top two cards of your deck, and then if there's any energy there, any basic energy, you can attach your Pokemon in any way you like.
Yeah, and okay, no, it was a debate whether to play an Iono, and Nico does decide to go for it.
There we go. So this is going to put both players to a new 5-card hand. Not the optimal time to play Iono, but the thing that Iono has over a card like, say, Roxanne, it will give you a hand refresh. Now, it will also give your opponent a hand refresh, but sometimes you just need to see more cards. Or, for instance, your opponent's got TM Devolution in hand. Now you know it's at the bottom of the deck and much harder to get hold of.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes some more refinements from Nico's side. Discarding a Psychic Energy, drawing two. Absolutely what you want to do. You want to load up that discard pile with Psychic Energy as fast and thick as you can, so that you can just do all the Psychic Embraces and then KO any threat your opponent puts out. Here's refinement number 2, discarding a Collapsed Stadium this time. Not really ideal. We saw how vital that was in some previous matches, just to, say, remove a 2-prizer to stop your opponent from winning. I'm sure Nico won't be too happy about discarding that.
No, it's such a good card for taking, and Gardevoir often only has 1 2-prizer out. So being able to drop that and just remove the opportunity for your opponent to take 2 prizes in one turn is really fun. We see it a lot. It's not an option. The stadiums basically, especially in deck like Gardevoir, you're not recovering them. They're gone.
No,
it's not coming back.
Yeah, can any deck recover stadiums right now? I don't think there is.
Every so often we have cards that recover stadiums. They're generally difficult to do so, but in the current meta, no, it's not something we see very much at all.
No, and especially so. I mean, to kind of expand on the point, right? Charizard is one of those decks that can one-hit knockout a Gardevoir EX very easily. It is weak to Dark, so even at base damage level of 180, that doubles to 360, which knocks out a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, it is. It's quite nice. Of course, Charizard is a Terra EX, which means although it is a fire Pokemon generally, it is actually a darkness Pokemon in the card game. It's got that Terra darkness typing. So, yeah, it will run through those Gardevoir EXs very easily.
A darkness Pokemon that gets powered up by fire-type energies. So, attachment to the active Mew. Are we going to see a discard and retreat? I'm not sure if there's enough out right now to be able to take a knockout on the Charizard. So, no, it looks like going to be promoting to the Screen Tail instead. Wait, but then I guess you're hitting the active with this?
You have to hit the active. There is a Manaphy on the bench. Scream Tail can hit any Pokemon whatsoever on your opponent's board. I would personally not target anything on the bench for Manaphy protecting the bench, but you're still going to do some damage. It's 20 damage for each damage counter on there. This would do 80 right now. It's not great, but it is a decent amount of damage. It brings Charizard down to 250, so it's all right.
And I guess at this point as well, you much rather do the softening up with something like a Scream Tail so you don't lose one of your Shining Arcana Gardevoirs. That's a much more valuable resource to you, both in terms of consistency of drawing cards and the damage output with Brainwave.
No, absolutely. You don't mind giving up a Scream Tail. You don't really want to give up another prize, and you are, incidentally. Francesco is in a position where all he has to do is announce an attack and he gets the KO.
Yeah, but here's the big difference, right? Because if Nico hadn't picked off that Pidgey, Francesco would have evolved to a Pidgeot right now and could just find a boss's orders and KO that Gardevoir EX.
Yep, and to be clear, Francesco literally had a rare candy Pidgeot in hand, so would definitely have had access to it. And you notice now there's a full bench. So there's no Pidgeot coming down for at least a couple of turns here. We do see a Charmeleon being searched. I love this play because it means that if Nico KOs the Charizard next turn, it's very easy for Francesco to get a replacement Charizard.
Yeah, no need for a rare candy. You've got the stage 1 out. You can just go straight to the stage 2 the next turn and you're good to go. Another interesting point of discussion, actually, because, of course, one of the other new cards that came out in Paldean Fates was, of course, that other Charmeleon that has the ability where it's like similar to Jirachi, but only on itself. It can, when it's on the bench, it can't have damage counters placed on it.
It's all effects of attacks.
All effects of attacks. Oh,
it's all effects of attacks. So devolution, being picked up, things of that nature all get stopped. We thought it would see play, but there's only one Charmeleon in Francesco's deck, and it is the traditional Charmeleon, the ones from Obsidian Flames that everyone's been playing for a while.
Yeah, of course, there was always the debate between that one and the one from 151 with that 100 HP, a little bit safer from a Radiant Greninja, but you can protect from the Radiant Greninja with the Manaphy anyway, and of course, unlike the 100 HP one, you can search this Charmeleon with Level Wall, which is a huge part of why this one is the one that's often gone for.
We do see an Iono from Francesco here, and just like we saw on Nico's turn, it's an Iono where both players get a new hand of 5 cards. So this is not your traditional Iono, but it's honestly working quite nicely. Actually drew into 2 bosses' orders.
Yes, just going to point that out. So
was not able to play them.
A little bit late, but I'm sure it'll be very handy for next turn. So back to Nico now is, just going to approach that Mew. Like we mentioned at the beginning, this is the perfect pivot. You know, your opponent doesn't really want to KO this more often than not, but then that means when something else does get KO'd, you just bring the Mew into the active, and that's like a little bit of extra consistency every turn.
Yeah, get to use that Mysterious Tail ability and then just free retreat into whatever. Always a nice little bonus. So, I mean, Nico really needs to try and get the KO here. Take out that Charizard. It's going to take 250 damage to do it, which is not easy, but force Francesco to have a Charizard and a gusting effect in order to actually get something off the bench and KO.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that reversal energy is going to make it a darn sight easier, I would say. Of course, this was a card that really almost like broke Gardevoir, I'd say, when it came out. Of course, when you are behind on prize cards, reversal energy, when attached to an evolved Pokemon, it provides free energy of any type. So at this stage, you know, you think, oh, it's just one energy card, but strictly speaking, there's now 5 Psychic Energies on that Gardevoir, so it's doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, doing 210 in total. It's not actually enough yet. It's 5 energy, that's 150, plus a 60 base is 210.
But he's not far off.
Plus the 80 gets up to 290, so we'll still take 2 more energy. So we're not there, but we're not a million miles away.
Well, there's 2 energy in the hand, but and Nico just couldn't refine them both away. He's got it.
There we go. It's attached both with the Gardevoir, and then you are rolling. But yeah, I believe we're on 210 at the moment, 290. Annoyingly, 1 more energy will put you up to 320.
Yes.
It's not quite enough.
Charizard has a lot of HP.
Yeah, these stage 2 EXs are pretty gosh darn bulky. They are very hard to take down. But now we got 2 energy in the discard. And actually could hit an energy here. Looks like did actually.
Oh,
I could be wrong. I only got a very quick glimpse.
Yeah,
no,
you're right.
But going on the Mew instead.
Well, I mean, you still need an energy on Mew to retreat, right? So it still like makes sense as a thing to do. So gonna fire off that mysterious tail now. Gonna be interesting to see what he finds off of it. There's a little bit off camera. We can't quite see what he's gonna go for. Oh, okay, just a Battle VIP pass.
That is not ideal, especially given the fact that it literally cannot be played right now.
It does make good discard fodder for refinement, though.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like all we need is just using Gardevoir to attach 2 energy to your Gardevoir, and then that should give enough damage to actually KO the Charizard, if my maths is correct, which I think it is.
I think it is as well. And it looks like, yeah, Nico already had...
Okay, so Nico's agreeing and putting 2 energy on the Gardevoir, and that should put the Charizard up to 340. Which will work very nicely indeed.
Yeah, so we can follow along and do the maths at home. 7 times 30 is 210. Add the 60 from the base damage of Brainwave, that will be 270. And that plus the damage already on the Charizard EX will take the knockout.
Puts up to 350.
350, yes.
But only got 330. We are good. So, this is the worst case scenario, having that Charizard KO'd. If you've got a return Charizard, that'll get you their energy. Oh, it's actually in hand right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's easy enough. Charizard goes down, uses the ability, gets the energy for the return KO. And here's the thing, like on the one hand, you kind of do want to use, you know, boss's orders if it's still in hand to KO the bench Gardevoir. The EX get 2 prizes. On the other hand, there is a lot of energy on that Gardevoir in the active, and I kind of don't want to leave that unchecked.
And it's double tricky as well, because not only is there a lot of energy on the Gardevoir, but of course one is a reversal energy. If you take the KO on this Gardevoir EX, you're like ahead on prizes again, and that reversal energy turns right back on.
Yeah, it's probably one of those. Well, I would be tempted to just go after the active here and get the EX later, of course. If you go after the EX, then it's hard to accelerate the energy. But then all Nico needs to do is just draw into an EX, evolve one of the Curlier on the bench, and you are good to go. So it does look like we do see the KO on the active, which I think is probably the better play.
Yeah, I think at least this way you force Nico to find his way into another attacker. That's the thing. Whereas, you know, if you go for the Gardevoir EX, then it's not that tricky to get enough energy on to just take a return KO, even without the Gardevoir EX in play.
And it is still, I know Gardevoir can get up to big numbers, right? It is still hard to KO a fresh Charizard EX. That is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. So, yeah, let's see how Nico responds here. Again, that Mew going into the active. And, oh, okay, looks like it's going to be an Ultra Ball, so that will get the other Gardevoir.
So that's going to help. Get a Gardevoir out. It's going to give you an attacker, which is always nice. But then, you know, you need a lot of energy on it to KO a fresh Charizard. And then what are you going to do? Accelerate it all with your, you know, your EX and leave your regular Gardevoir right on the verge of being KO'd? Are you going to use reversal energy? Can you find a reversal energy? There's only 2 in the deck, and we just saw one hit the discard.
Oh, it's going to be actually the Zacian V grabbed from Nico here.
I mean, Zacian V actually has the exact same attack as Brainwave Gardevoir, like literally the same attack.
Which it's just called Storm Slash instead.
Storm Slash, 60 plus 30 more free Psych energy attached to this Pokemon. So, I believe it's 9 energy you need here. 9 energy is 270, plus a 60 base is 330, which is exactly the number you need to KO a fresh Charizard EX. So we're looking for 9 energy to KO the Charizard. It's a lot.
It is. And then I was going to say, who said that Pokemon didn't help anything at school, right? You do maths all, we're doing maths all day long here, folks.
I taught maths for several years. I should be able to do this stuff very quickly.
Did you ever use Pokemon cards as an example to help?
Literally constantly.
Fantastic stuff. Going back to the game quickly, yeah, we see that there was a counter catcher discarded. I mean, they're even on prizes right now, so of course it makes sense, but that is like means that won't be an option later potentially.
From Nico discarding it?
Yeah, just from I think it was from a refinement. Yeah, it was from a refinement.
I mean, Nico's thinking I'm never going behind on prizes again.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, your goal here is you KO the Charizard, go down to 1 prize, and it is literally impossible to be behind on prizes for the rest of the game. That is what you're aiming to do here. Now, are there 9 energy in the discard? The answer is I honestly don't know, but that's what you're looking for here. We do get an extra routes out to help in the future. If there are 9 energy in the discard, you can actually put them all on Zacian V. You'll have 40 HP remaining, but you don't really care at that point because then you're down to 1 prize to win the game.
Yeah, and then it means that you can't, it means Francesco can't do a sneaky play of, like, say, taking a KO on the Zacian with a 1 prizer because Nico only needs 1 prize, so you're not preventing any, sort of routes to victory that way.
Yeah, you're not getting rid of the shenanigans. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is the magic number that you need, and it is going to put, well, 160 damage on because you only actually put 8 on using the ability. Nobody really cares. This KOs a fresh Charizard and puts Nico in the driver's seat. And look, I said it was possible for the Gardevoir deck to KO a fresh Charizard. I also said that it was very awkward, and I think it's fair to say that that was an awkward play to get going, but the difference is the Gardevoir decks can do this, and that is going to be huge. And actually combining it with an Iono, putting Francesco down to 3 cards in hand as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, the only way I could maybe see a comeback here from Francesco is if he happens to be one of those people playing a sneaky tech, a lightning energy plus iron hands in order to just take a free prize KO. But this is not that kind of list. It is pretty much as straightforward as it gets. So yeah, Francesco's going to be in a little bit of a pickle here.
This is going to be awkward. Like, you have to KO the Zacian. If you do not KO the Zacian, Nico wins next turn because that Zacian KOs anything. But if you KO the Zacian, then basically whatever you've left in the active, Nico can then try and KO with whatever is that. I mean, really, you need a fresh Charizard again.
Yeah. I think the one thing going in Francesco's favor is that if you do KO the Zacian, you can't do enough Psychic Embraces to a Gardevoir, Shiny Arcana very easily to take the KO back on a Charizard EX.
No, you would need a Zacian to do that. One of the things about Zacian is it might have the same attack as Gardevoir, but it has 80 more HP, which basically means 4 more energy you can put on using Gardevoir EX's ability, which is how you get up to these big numbers. It's why the Zacian sees so much play, because you can get it up to those big, you just KO'd a fresh Charizard, and actually you could have put more energy on there if you really wanted to.
Yeah. So, Arven now for Francesco. This is going to be a very, very crucial decision here as he has to try and find a way back with his back against the wall. So looks like the find's going to be a Super Rod. Maybe there's not enough Charizards left. We did see a Charizard in the deck, didn't we? I thought so. Maybe, no, am I mistaken? And going for the Devo TM now, okay, but it might just be for fitting again.
This could still just be fitting to try and draw into what you need. I mean, it's really simple here. Francesco needs Rare Candy, Charizard, cross your fingers.
Right. Oh, and the Super Rod was because there's no energy left in deck to attach, so of course you need that. Of course, the Charizard EX's ability only attaches energy from the deck. You can't attach it from anywhere else, so if it's all in discard, you've got to put it back before you can make use of that Infernal Wings.
Yeah,
Infernal Rain.
Yeah, that's the goal here. You Rare Candy into Charizard, and then you're like, oh, I can use Infernal Rain. I can get the energy from the deck onto my own Charizard. There's literally all Francesco needs here is Rare Candy Charizard. That will do it, but there was a really awkward situation because Francesco was clearly eyeing up the Rare Candy. Like, we saw it come to the front of the deck. But then there's no point Rare Candying into a Charizard if you have no energy. So you go for the Super Rod, which you needed to get. But now does Francesco have access to a Rare Candy? I'm not seeing it.
No, I think, is it going to have to be Counter Catcher, hope that Nico can't retreat? Yeah, I think so.
That is basically, and this does sometimes work against Gardevoir. The theory is your opponent's attached all their energy so they can't use the ability enough to retreat. You draw with Rotom. Does Nico have a way out of the active? If he does, this will be game. Whether that's using your ability, whether that's using some kind of switching card. Gardevoir EX's retreat cost is 2.
I don't see it.
We need, I mean, 1 energy in the discard, 1 from hand would do it. There is a refinement.
I mean, it is generally going to be quite tricky here because Nico's committed 9 energy to that Zacian. There's only 10 Psychic energy in the deck, so it would have to be the last Psychic and the last Reversal to retreat.
Yeah, that would be kind of awkward. It is possible, but it is awkward. And there are, I don't believe, any switching cards in Nico's deck.
Of course, because the last Psychic is prized as well. So yeah, this Gardevoir might just be stuck.
If it's Gardevoir stuck, then Francesco might actually have this game. We see players try the whole gusting store, and have you already passed the turn?
Yeah, Nico passed, yeah. But okay, this is going to be crucial now. Does Francesco realize this? Sometimes it is very easy to miss the forest for the trees, and you do the strategy and you think, okay, I can build towards a KO, but surely my opponent's going to have something eventually. But if Francesco could spot that Nico is not able to do anything to get this Gardevoir out of the active, Francesco could take a very sneaky win here.
I mean, I feel super confident Francesco isn't taking a KO here because
he knows
Zacian's already doing 330. So if you take a KO, you just extend your hand. Don't take a KO. The Zacian will get you.
Don't do it, Francesco.
It's got 9 energy. It's already hitting 330.
Don't do it.
Nico has the KO on the board. Don't KO the Gardevoir. Yeah. I think this is a desperation play, and like it seems like it's working. There should be a Psychic Energy prize.
Yes, and also I do believe Francesco's deck, from what I can see, it looks quite a bit thicker than Nico's as well. So in a deck out race, Francesco would win, but it's, again, can he spot it?
There's no switching cards whatsoever in the gut. Okay. Oh, it's a boss's orders onto a Zacian, so this is fine.
Yeah, that would have been the other option. Although, the tricky thing here is, you take the KO here, but now maybe Nico can mount some kind of... Wait, did Nico just concede?
I think Nico has just conceded. It looks like Francesco has won game 1. I think Nico's basically just said, I don't have the resources, I don't have the time. You've got a fresh Charizard there, which is going to win the game. Because remember, Nico was on a 1-turn clock there. That Charizard was going to win the game next turn. And Nico basically looked at his hand and went, I'm not winning game next turn.
Wait,
Let's go.
Did Nico win?
Nico won? Did Nico already have...
But we'll get clarification on that in a bit.
We'll get clarification on that, because Nico didn't have an attacker on the board set up at that moment.
Yeah, because I'm fairly convinced, so the way that played out there is that... okay, so apparently Nico did win.
Nico has apparently won, so we have got confirmation that Nico won.
But I mean, because I was just going to explain the situation there. From what it looked like there, I don't think there was a very easy way for there to be enough energy on the Gardevoir to take a KO, right? Maybe did Nico have a boss's orders to KO something weaker?
Might have had a boss...
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so Nico had a boss in hand, so he could gust something up and KO. And that's the thing that happens quite a lot in TCGs. It's very unique to us. Like, the VG and Go don't have this problem. But we have it in TCG, where sometimes the game will end, and it was literally a case of Nico flashed the boss's orders, Francesco conceded. And it looks like Francesco's in a winning position, because he's got the guaranteed win next turn, but it's a quick flash of a card. Both players then start packing up. And it can quite sometimes, we need to actually be told exactly what's happened, because we didn't realize that Nico had the boss's orders in hand.
It goes to show the level of expertise that happens in these competitive matches, right? Because both players have an immediate understanding of what's going on when that card is flashed. But yeah, to some of you guys watching at home, say if it's your first time watching one of these streams, you might look at that and think, oh, what on earth's going on? And as you can see, even for us watching, sometimes it's hard to pick up on these things, because it might be that it's just said verbally, or that it's just flashed so quickly that we miss it. But this is a very normal part of, like, I guess, TCG conduct, I guess, when both players have that understanding of what's going on and that respect for each other to, just acknowledge that immediately.
Because to be clear, if Nico didn't have a boss's orders, Francesco had the win on the board next turn. But look, we are into game 2. Nico won game 1 with that boss's orders, which never actually got played. I want that on the record. And Francesco has a double battle VIP pass going and searching out. And there's already one Pokemon on the bench. So this is the fantastic, I get my perfect bench turn 1 play.
Yeah, and putting a Jirachi down as well, which is quite interesting, because of course that does prevent any Cresselia shenanigans on the bench, I do believe. Because it's still placing damage counters, right? So
I had this argument with people before. I believe moving damage counters is different to placing damage. Okay. We'll get confirmation on that from a judge as to whether Jirachi blocks Cresselia. But it is a very awkward ruling as to whether it's actually moving or whether it's removing and then replacing.
I'm fairly sure, like from past precedent, I'm fairly sure that's the way it works. But anyway, again, we'll get clarification on that. In the meantime, Francesco has 2 Battle VIP passes, so again, he's very, very happy.
Yeah, that's quite nice. But we have a single Pidgey down. Now, the difference is you can look at Nico's board and be like, there is definitely no way this Pidgey's going down now.
No.
This Pidgey is not going down this turn. Nico cannot do that Cresselia play.
Gardevoir is not one of those decks that can attack turn 1 going second.
No. So this basically gives Francesco a turn to try and get that Pidgeot established in a way he couldn't in game 1. And that was a big deal. we saw a couple of turns where Francesco was a card short.
And okay, just a little bit of a sort of fix that from the judge.
That's a nice hit from the Mysterious Tail.
It is.
Getting the rare candy. It's not going to be any good this turn, but next turn you can rare candy into a Charizard or into a Pidgeot if you can get the Pokemon ready.
And this is the great thing about Mew, right? With that Mysterious Tail ability, even if you can't use the item straight away, you can build up your hand with his resources, and then, you know, next turn you are just off to the races.
No, you really are. I've got to go back to the end of game one, though, just for a minute. And, of course, if Nico really didn't have any way out the active, which it looked like he might not have, that means Francesco could have just stayed in the active and won game one. Not attack and just win the game.
Yeah,
it's something we didn't get to because the end of the game was so kind of fast and furious, but it looked like Francesco actually might have been able to deck out Nico, and that might be something we look back on at the end of the game and go, this could have been very, very different.
But that's the thing, right? When you're in the heat of the moment, sometimes it can be very hard to recognize this because it's such a marginal thing, right? It's almost like you need the confidence in like yourself and your knowledge of your opponent's deck to say, okay, if I did go for this, will this actually pay off for me? And yeah, Francesco opting for the KO there instead, but Nico having the boss, so it didn't matter. But yeah, maybe something like Francesco or all of us might look back on and wonder what could have been.
Yeah, it's a moot point now, but it is an interesting thing to think back on if this game goes how it looks like it's going to go. So Nico is on his first turn here. He's got the Battle VIP pass. He's got Radiant Greninja in the active. So going to be searching out. Looks like he's eyeing up that Zacian.
Interesting. I mean, of course, with that Roar of the Sword ability, you can just get some energies down very early on. That's one other nice thing about it. But I guess maybe he's just checking to see if it was prize.
No,
so.
he's going for and I was going to say, double routes is the play here. Like 99 times out of 100, especially if you've got Radiant Greninja in the active, you want to go for the double routes. We do actually have a level ball here, which is going to go and get a Mew. So that's going to give some more. And that Mysterious Tail Mew in this particular matchup, really putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, kind of been an MVP for like, both players, really. Yeah, just getting all the items that you need to set up. And, of course, on turn one, it's even better because if you can find a Battle VIP pass off of it, you are really, really happy.
Yeah, I mean, that would give Nico his perfect bench in the same way Francesco has his perfect bench. But here comes the rare INO both players down to 6. Goes back to what I was saying earlier. It is a valid hand refresh. Now, it is for your opponent as well. And obviously, sometimes you know your opponent's got a good hand, so hand refresh is good. And of course, Nico knows that Francesco got a rare candy off the Mysterious Tail. Yeah. So yes, it is an even hand refresh, but it's not actually even.
Yeah, and it's a very different dynamic to a card like N, right, which of course was like the previous really big hand disruption card, because with N, the cards got shuffled into the deck and then you redrew, so maybe you could redraw something, but no, with this, any card that you shuffle away with Iono, it's going to the bottom. You know that your opponent isn't drawing it again.
And we do see another Battle VIP pass here, so Nico has got his perfect start. 4 outs, a Radiant Greninja, and a Mew in this matchup. That is exactly what you want your bench to look like early. Yeah. There is an argument for an early Cresselia as an attacker, but right now this is going to help Nico get set up beautifully.
Well, I imagine, again, we've not got the clarification yet, but like with that Jirachi, right, the Cresselia is kind of a little bit moot at this point.
Or an early Scream Tail if you prefer.
Yeah.
My point is, like, the little early attackers,
you're
not going for them. This is a very much I am getting set up.
And he's going to be very, very happy with that setup indeed. Oh, and actually finding a rare candy as well. That's even better because, of course, they hadn't even fired off the Mysterious Tail yet. So did that after Diona and found a rare candy all ready to go for next turn.
Very nice indeed. Apparently, on this game, Mysterious Tail gets rare candy. We've had 2 Mysterious Tails, 2 rare candy. I'm sorry. That seems to just be the rule. Back over to Francesco here. And what we've got is a board which is ready to start evolving. We did not see the Pidgeot last game. Now here we see a Mysterious Tail. It's going to be harder to find a rare candy. We don't get a rare candy. We do hit an Ultra Ball, and actually could have got a Forest Seal Stone there had we not changed the definition of tools to no longer be items. Now there isn't actually a Pokemon V down, but that could have been a good target for something like a Rotom, for instance, but no longer.
It's a slightly confusing thing, right? Because if you look at the Forest Seal Stone,
Luminium.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's a slightly confusing thing because you look at the Forest Seal Stone, it's like, it literally says item on it. But of course, that was Silver Tempest. That was one of the last sets before we changed to Scarlet Violet and where this new tool ruling was made. So, brief aside, by the way, I did actually just look up the official ruling, and the way it works is the damage would be removed from Cresselia and all the stuff on your side, but then when you try to put it on a bench Pokemon, it would disappear.
Yeah, so essentially it works as healing, but it doesn't doesn't work to drop the damage counters. Thank you for checking that one. Yep. We got an Arven off the Luminion, and shockingly enough, it went and got a rare candy. There is an Ultra Ball in hand. We are going to see a stage 2 this turn, Freya.
Not just one, honestly. I mean, if you got the Pidgey down, you got the Charmander down, I'm fairly sure we're seeing double stage 2 action going on.
That'd be pretty sweet. We do see the Pidgeot come down, and this, like I say, this is generally the way it goes. You get your Pidgeot because that then lets you search for any card, which helps you get towards your Charizard, and straight away we are going to be using quick search, and we are going to be grabbing something which hit the table so fast. Oh, and it looks like we did actually hit Forest Seal Stone after all. Off of the Arven, of course, and that then goes onto the Luminion, and now we get the double stage 2.
Fantastic stuff, and yeah, dare I say, quick search, one of the most powerful abilities ever printed was of course, put on the sepia filter again. Format defining back in the day, back in the Fire Red and Leaf Green. Format defining again, played with Charizard here as the Obsidian Flames one.
Only really sees play with Charizard. Does not seem to find its way into many other decks, but certainly it works beautifully in Charizard. Now, Francesco, when it got the 2 energy on the Charizard, did choose, you don't always see Charizard decks getting the 3rd energy, sometimes 2 is enough, chooses to put it onto the Mew so that you can retreat that, and it looks like Francesco will be taking the first prize here.
Yes, and actually going to be knocking out that Mew after all, so yeah, no more sort of fun pivoting options for Nico after every single turn. Instead, going to have to be content with promoting the Radiant Greninja, it looks like. Draws for turn, but now it's going to be, let's see, what does Nico have in store for us?
I mean, firstly, we're going to conceal some cards, discard an energy from your hand, draw 2. And we're looking for Curlier, basically. We are looking to see how many Curlier we can get, how many cards we can draw, how established our board can get, or, you know, rare candy straight up into a Gardevoir, and then play a Curlier anyway.
That works too. Of course, I mean, you could say the Shining Arcana Gardevoir is like a pseudo Curlier in the sense that, well, it's actually better, right? Because you can draw 2 cards, you don't have to discard anything, and if any of them are energy, you can just attach them.
Indeed, but you do then miss the opportunity to discard energy from your hand to accelerate with Gardevoir EX, so very much swings and roundabouts. But yes, in a lot of ways it is better, and of course it gives that really nice single prize attacker that we've seen. I think it's 4th time we've seen Gardevoir on stream today.
Yeah,
players watching at home are getting a masterclass because we've got good Gardevoir players on stream, and we're basically like, if you want to learn how to play Gardevoir, I really hope you're watching this stream today because you are getting some good Gardevoir instruction.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of tournaments to come with this version of Gardevoir as well. Of course, we did mention briefly there is that rotation coming up soon, but there's still plenty of other events and tournaments to go with this version of Gardevoir, so this is still very, very useful information.
We got Utrecht and EUIC in Europe alone before we hit the rotation. No, EUIC, we hit the rotation. We got Utrecht at least.
Yes.
We got Utrecht before we hit the rotation.
Another Curlier for good measure, and was that a manual attachment, I believe? Yeah, and then the Iono.
Yeah, and we're seeing Iono being used as just hand refresh here, and this is going to be less fun. Like last turn, Nico got rid of the rare candy, forced it to the bottom of Francesco's deck, which was brilliant. This time round, however, we've already got Pidgeot in play. So that Pidgeot is going to be searching out any card. It is going to make stuff like Iono a lot less impactful, so to speak.
Yeah, it really, really is. Now, I think that's Nico looking for his discard. Quite a few Psychic Energy in there already, actually. Although no access to a Gardevoir EX this turn. If there could be like another rare candy, and then maybe... No, surely not. I was trying to think if there's some way you could actually reach for a knockout on this Charizard EX turn 2. That would be insane.
It takes too much. I mean, you can do it with 6 energy and a reversal energy on your single prize Gardevoir. Gives it a 9, like we say. 9 is a magic number. Whether it's Zacian or whether it's Gardevoir, 9 is a magic number. But that's the thing about getting this early aggression with Charizard. It is doable, but it is awkward. It is hard to get the KO rolling. This Charizard's probably going to take another prize or 2, at least, before it's threatened.
Yeah. Actually, I was just going to say, to be fair, it would have been, I think, because Nico attached that Psychic manually, right? So it would have maybe been possible if you could incorporate a reversal energy somehow, but with that manual attachment, that's out of the question.
No, you would need a reversal energy and then 6 energy from the Gardevoir EX, which isn't even on the board right now. That Charizard is taking another prize or 2.
Yeah. Again, 330 HP. That's fearsome.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And actually, his turn for Nico. He's still got the Radiant Greninja out. He's managed to get all 3 Refinement Curlier down and a Gardevoir. So you're not even, like, you've got a Gardevoir down without even missing out on any draws from your Refinement Curlier. This is like the maximum amount of draw that Nico could have on the board right now. This is 10 extra cards per turn being seen.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking about it, this is like a better board to end on, because you now got all this draw on the board, but there's no way for Francesco to take a 2-prize knockout because you haven't put the Gardevoir EX down.
You haven't, and this is nice, but there's like Gardevoir doesn't mind going behind on prizes. We see this a lot.
No.
But there is a limit. Like, at some point, you need to start joining the prize race, because this Charizard is going to take a second prize while Francesco starts walking towards a second Charizard, and it's hard to KO a fresh Charizard, but this I love.
Yes.
KOing Greninja, that's all right. KOing Gardevoir, oh my yes.
Yeah, that is by far the best KO this turn, so it means it forces Nico to find another Shining Arcana. Gardevoir, it takes, you know, some draw and attackers off the board. That is, you know, absolutely the best target to go for this turn.
That was beautifully done, Francesco here. That game 1 was so close, and so, you know, were it not for the boss's orders, he had the game on the board. It was so quick and so close to being a win. Really needs to finish this off, but we need to start looking at the timer now, Freya, because we got 5 minutes left.
Where did that game go? So I look at like 5 minutes left. I did not feel like 45 minutes.
Oh, I've been keeping an eye on it, and it's because both of these decks are stage 2 setup decks, and they do a lot of things every turn. And it takes, you know, it's the way the decks play. They take a long time to actually go through their games. Francesco needs to finish out this game. I mean, frankly, it's pretty good he got an early Charizard.
Yeah, and of course, unlike the game we casted earlier, the game 2 is actually going on for a length of time. There will be unlikely to be like a tie situation. If Nico can just, you know, keep pace at a decent amount, get set up, and get rolling, he will probably win this game 1-0.
He will. But Francesco
can still win this.
It's all on time. Francesco needs, realistically, because we know Nico is not going to leave a 2-prizer out there unless he absolutely has to. Francesco needs super quick turns. Take a KO every turn. Try and take 2. I mean, if you can get a 2-prize KO, that's fantastic. But if we go to time and Francesco's got 3 prizes remaining, he cannot win. Nico will not put a 2-prizer down.
Yeah.
Francesco needs to get to 2 prizes remaining before time is called.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky because, of course, you have you need to get down a Gardevoir in order to be able to attach more energy, but then that does leave the opening for your opponent to get a boss's orders KO. And not only that, the Pidgeot's out this time, so you're so much more likely to be able to piece together the perfect turn every single time. Yeah, and that's the thing. That Pidgeot will get the boss's orders. It's not a difficult thing, and there's 3 in the deck, so it's not like Francesco's going to be running out in the next turn. So it is super awkward, and this is so hard for Nico. You really don't want to put because here's the thing, if Nico plays a single Gardevoir EX, Francesco can boss his orders, we know it's hitting for weakness, and then all of a sudden, oh, I got 2 prizes left. If time is called, I will get time to take those 2 prizes. But if you don't play the Gardevoir EX, how are you setting up your deck? Yeah, exactly. It's a tough conundrum, but it looks like Nico is starting, now I'm going to go for it. Does have both Gardevoirs, to be fair, so that actually is really good. And the reversal energy too. Oh boy, I think there's enough energy in the discard for a KO now. We need 6, and 6 is actually the maximum number. Oh, you can attach to a Gardevoir. Yeah, I think it's there. There's 6 energy. There's 3. There's 6. That is 330. We needed the reversal energy. We had the reversal energy. You cannot attach any more energy. You've used your attachment for the turn. You cannot use any more energy from the EX, but it doesn't matter. You needed reversal energy, but we pieced, we did nothing. Nico pieced it together beautifully, and right now that is the perfect KO. So look, this is still doable for Francesco.
But now it's super awkward because you kind of can't go after the EX now.
No, we didn't. Maybe we didn't do it piecing it together beautifully, but we did observe Nico piecing it together beautifully.
I still feel like Nico did most of the work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No question about that. And speaking of doing some work, Francesco is really going to have his work cut out for him now because, yeah, like you mentioned, you are in a very tricky spot now where here's this Gardevoir that is, as soon as you take a prize, is back to doing, you know, a absurd amount of damage with that reversal energy being switched on again. But you need to race, and so you need to kind of take out this Gardevoir EX.
Because the problem is, like, you know, one of the things you can look at and go, well, look, leave the Gardevoir EX for your last 2 prizes. It's not going to work. Nico is going to search for that collapsed stadium and is going to use it on the final turn to take that Gardevoir off the field so those 2 prizes aren't there.
I think we're just going to see a heat tackle here, you know.
I mean, this could be a good devolution turn. But it doesn't like it is just going to be a heat tackle on the Gardevoir. And this is why people play this Charmander.
Yeah, 30 damage, 1 fire energy, and then you do 10 to yourself. Perfect for finishing off a fully psychic embrace to the limits Gardevoir Shining Arcana.
And you're not leaving a 2-prizer in the firing line. Now, this is where it comes down to it. Francesco is going to have 2 turns. There is a 2-prizer on the board. As it stands at the moment, Francesco will have enough turns to finish off. And for what it's worth, so will Nico.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Pidgeot and Luminion on Francesco's side of the board. So even though there's only 1 minute remaining, we could well see a winner here. Just remember, if Francesco's going into his final turn with 2 prizes left, Nico is going to be searching hard for that collapsed stadium.
Very heads up here. Nico had the counter catcher and used it straight away to bring up the Pidgeot. This is exactly what you want to take out. You want to prevent your opponent from being able to find the pieces to put together the combo for the win. Pidgeot is a big part of that. Nico is like, you know what? I want this Pidgeot gone now.
And it looks like we're seeing a bit of a repeat from last time. We've got a Gardevoir, we've got a reversal energy, and we've got a bunch of energy which can be accelerated with the EX. This is the last reversal energy in the deck, but it doesn't really matter. And we've been saying about, you know, Francesco having enough time to win the game. Really starting to look like Nico might have enough time to win this game. Nico has no interest, it seems, in winning this match 1-0.
I mean, he can, but yeah, if he can win 2-0, why not, right? So here we go. There's the retreat and enough energy going on to take the KO here. Doesn't need anywhere near as much as you would for the Charizard. I believe it's only 4 needed to...
You need 7 in total here.
Yeah, so with the reversal energy, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That will do it. And we have just gotten word that, as you see there on the screen as well, time has just been called.
So Nico will get the KO here, and Nico will have 1 more turn. Francesco will have 2.
Okay, you need 8 energy, actually, thinking about it, because it'd be 270 to 300, and you have 280 on Pidgeot, so you need 8 energy total.
Need 8 energy total. Yeah. I'll believe you on that one. But the point is, yes, you're absolutely correct. Double would only be 270.
Yeah.
But here, it's coming down to who's basically got it. Francesco, it's so awkward. Francesco kind of needs to KO the active Gardevoir. But if you do, then Nico can just get a pretty easy return KO because reversal energy will be back on board.
Well, more than just that, the Zacian is down now as well, so you now have an attacker that doesn't even need reversal energy to take a big KO. That's why Nico put the Zacian down.
Absolutely, and you kind of want to take out the EX, so, I mean, essentially here, you've got to take out the Gardevoir and then hope that Nico doesn't have it next turn, but let's face it, you've got the EX, and you've got... I think Nico might have checkmated this game, you know, because the active has got enough energy on that if you attach for turn, that's 9 energy, you're good to go. And if you KO the Gardevoir, then the Zacian is just going to come in and finish it off.
Right, and of course, the way it works out, I was just thinking, oh, if you KO the Gardevoir EX, you're fine, because then, you know, the reversal isn't doing anything. But no, if you KO the Gardevoir, the reversal turns back on because you're on 1, your opponent's on 2. So actually, yeah, Nico's played this massively right now.
I think having the Zacian down and having that Gardevoir sitting there ready to attack basically means Nico's got an answer to everything. And Francesco has played this game well, has played aggressively, has gotten a bunch of prizes. There isn't actually, for what it's worth, there isn't actually a Charizard on the board right now.
Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. We're going way steps ahead, right? But, I mean, Francesco needs to get an attacker out before anything else.
I mean, that whole discussion is predicated on Francesco getting an attacker now. There is an Arven coming down, but, of course, the Pidgeot has gone with no quick search. That is going to make things more awkward. I am not sure there's anything Francesco can do here, because I think no matter what Francesco KOs, Nico has got something ready to go.
Yeah, and especially because, I mean, there's to worry about time, right? Because you think to yourself, oh, Nico would turn 0, so Francesco would be turn 1. Not that it would matter anyway, because if it was a tie, Nico would win the match, but there's a Luminion on the bench. You just very easily KO that for the last 2 prizes anyway.
Yep. Yeah. The problem is Francesco's not got any real good single prize attackers. Charizard is not a deck with single prize attackers other than Radiant Charizard, and I don't know if it's coming out, but this will be a good turn for it.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to go for, I think. It's it's very, very tough. Super Rod gets played. Now, the nice thing about Radiant Charizard is that in this instance, Nico has taken 4 prizes, so that Radiant Charizard can attack for 1 energy very easily.
Well, you basically need to Radiant Charizard the active, hope Nico doesn't have any gusting, and hope that you do have gusting the following turn to take out a 2-prize Pokemon. It is still winnable, but I mean, you'll also need an attacker as well, because there's no way the Radiant Charizard doesn't get taken down.
No, exactly. Oh, very tough stuff. Unless, wait, was the Radiant Charizard in the prize? I don't recall it being in there.
I don't believe it was, no.
No, but it's
that's essentially the only option for Francesco.
Wait, oh, are we going to see a Devolution this turn?
A Devolution would work?
That would KO the Curly underneath the Gardevoir.
It would KO the Gardevoir.
And that would lift up the Gardevoirs around the Curly. Actually, okay, this could be really clever, actually.
This is a very nice play, because it also takes the EX off the board, not in a KOing sense, but then again, like, Nico can still finish out the game here by just playing any Pokemon in a collapsed stadium, taking the Zacian off the board and being like, you can't take 2 prizes.
Or boss's orders.
Or boss's orders.
That works too. So Nico, not wanting to win 1-0, takes the second game and takes the match, and will be advancing to 6-0-0 here at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, look, we featured Nico as one of our players to watch, and of course, we had the interview with Nico that we showed before this game. We're all aware of quite how good Nico is, and Nico has just gone and shown it. And actually, from a very selfish point of view, I'm really glad we saw the boss's orders in game 2, just to make things that little bit easier. Congratulations to Nico, and just really showing. I mean, look, Gardevoir, I've said it a couple of times on stream this weekend, right? Going into Knoxville last weekend, Gardevoir was a Day 2 deck. It wasn't a regional winning deck. It wasn't winning regionals. It wasn't even making the finals, not for a long time. And now, after winning in Knoxville, the story of this tournament seems to be there are some very, very good players doing very, very well with Gardevoir.
Yeah, there is. And Nico, of course, we just featured in the interview before this match, right? You can see he has that very insightful mindset and knowledge, and the team behind him, and I guess you could say the work ethic to put the effort in before a tournament and to really know how to prepare best for these kind of events. And this is the kind of payoff that you can have if you put that time in. Nico's sitting here now at 6-0-0, and that is a very, very good position to be in, because it means that all you need is 1 tie and you're already into Day 2. But of course, you can do even better than that. You can just win the rest of your rounds, and then not only are you in Day 2, but you're in very good contention for top 8.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The really good players, when you get to that 7-0 record, or you're 6-0, you need 1 tie to get into Day 2. I mean, look, you're already on 6 wins out of 6. You should not be worrying about getting 1 tie out of 3 games, right? That should not be in your consideration. And if the absolute worst case scenario happens and you lose your next 2 games, you can probably intentionally tie to get into Day 2 anyway, if that's what you're looking for. But for a player like Nico, it's not really about getting into Day 2. No. Day 2 is not the goal. Winning is the goal. And you don't want to get into Day 2 at 6-2-1. You want to get in at 9-0, 8-1, 8-0-1, something along those lines. That's the kind of record you want to be going for, because we've seen it time and again. Players who have 8 or 9 wins have a gigantic advantage when you get to Day 2 to actually get into top 8. We do not start fresh in Day 2. Same decks, same records, and if you won more games in Day 1, you have a massive advantage.
Yeah. And Nico knows he can do this, right? He has been there before. He's won not only regionals, but he's been an international champion before. He knows that he has the skill and the mindset to get there. So of course he's going to go ahead and think to himself, you know what? I've won 6. I'll win 3 more. Why not, right?
And one of the things I've really enjoyed watching on stream from Nico, but also from Rahul and some of the other players we've seen on stream this weekend already, the Gardevoir play is sublime. Gardevoir is not an easy deck to play well.
Absolutely not.
It is a deck with lots of decisions. What do you discard with refinement when you're drawing cards? When do you attach the energy? Which attackers do you go for? And it's something simple like when do you put the EX into play? for, because it does give up 2 prizes, it can be a liability. It is not the easiest deck to pilot. And we've seen several players playing it well, and we've seen all these little hints and tricks, whether it's Collapse Stadium to take prizes off the board, using Reversal Energy to retreat a Radiant Greninja, because you cannot use the EX to accelerate Psychic Energy to it. Whether it's playing an EX and then using Professor Turo to pick it straight back up again. Just absolutely fantastic play all around, and it's been a bit of a Gardevoir seminar so far today, and I just want to say I'm totally here for it.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get it twisted, right? There are a lot of decks other than Gardevoir still doing well at the top tables. I think we had a little bit of a look earlier, and I think there's 3 Gardevoirs on the top 16 tables right now, something like that. But even so,
top 8 tables, top 16 decks.
Yeah, no, that's right. But even so, right, it's just going to show, like, even after all this time, people, wrote off Gardevoir, thought it was like down and out, but now here it is again, winning consistently and performing at a level where you have to consider it a top contender again.
You do, and when I'm sitting here in Liverpool and I'm sitting here in Stuttgart, I'm seeing the same thing that I see all the time, which is, there's going to be a bunch in day 2. But I'm looking at the top tables and it's not there. It's not, and especially, and it's been doing better in North America than it's been doing in Europe. We've had a couple, I think we've had a couple events in a row where it hasn't even made top 8. It has been a good deck to get into day 2, but there really, from Knoxville, seems to have been a seed change, and one of those players taking advantage of it is, of course, Nico, who we just saw win on stream. So let's go hear from Nico.
Thank you for that, Ross. What an entertaining game that was. I'm now joined, obviously, by our round 6 winner, OCIC winner, and Utrecht special winner as well. Nico now at 6-0. First of all, how are you feeling getting to a point in the event where you're 6-0?
I mean, going 6-0 always feels nice. Last time I was 6-0 though was like UIC 2017. I ended up losing or tying every round after, so I hope this time I can improve on that result.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Lightning hopefully doesn't strike twice for you, Nico, so you'll be okay. So, you're now playing Gardevoir, right? And it's a deck we've seen a lot of success with as I've been walking up and down the top tables. Why do you think Gardevoir's been doing so well recently here and in, obviously, Knoxville as well?
Yeah, so Gardevoir has always been, in my opinion at least, ever since Scarlet and Violet, the best deck.
Yes.
The one thing that has always kind of gate-kept Gardevoir was the time limit, because it's like very hard to finish enough games. But now I feel like the format has actually gone, or like has actually become fast enough that you can close out most matches, right? Like you, basically every other deck that is not Gardevoir is a 2-pricer deck, and even the Lost Box variants, like in the past you had way more like single-pricer focused Lost Boxes, but now those don't exist anymore because of Jirachi. So even those games you can kind of like speed up, and sure, you will still have like ties and you have like 1-1 like matches where you won't finish the last game. But right now it's like fine enough in a lot of matchups that you can still decide after like turn 3, turn 4 to scoop, and then you still have most of the time enough time for like 2 full games to try and win. And Gardevoir, in terms of just like power, consistency, versatility, is just like the best deck.
Yeah, I think Gardevoir, I'm sure as you would know as well, when a Gardevoir player gets to that 8 or 9 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, all of a sudden everything is possible and you're literally walking a tightrope against it. Like, I really hope they haven't got, Zacian or maybe Screamtail occasionally or anything like this. Would you have any tips for anyone that's maybe just watched you there or watched the stream in Knoxville and thinks, you know what, I want to give Gardevoir a go? Would you have any tips for them?
So, I mean, first of all, the usual tip, play a lot.
Yep.
And especially after seeing the first game, maybe keep track of your energies and don't possibly lose to not having energies to retreat. Like, fortunately enough, I was able to like bluff my way into my opponent, trying to think that I still had enough outs in my deck. So he tried to play the game aggressively, tried to still win on prizes, which turned out working for me.
Turned out working for you, and it did that fantastically well. Now, if the people at home don't know, Nick, you are obviously a fantastic player. You've been in the top 22 race many a times. Does that change how you approach a season and/or an event?
In terms of events, it doesn't really change. Like, you still want to do well, but it's like you have high expectations in yourself, right? Like, if you've been at some point, especially something like top 22, like you've mentioned, right? Like something that is an accomplishment that's not like just spiking one tournament, it's just like throughout the season, then you always want to be there again, because okay, it's possible, I can do it, and it's also like a really nice thing to have, right?
Yeah, of course.
But then on the other side, you also have a lot of players, unfortunately, that fall into a trap of always measuring themselves by the highest accomplishment, right? Like you always see people, yeah, I've top 8'd once at a regional, for example, and then 2 years later, they're like struggling getting day 2, and they're like, I should be there. No, that's not the case. Like you always need to prepare, and I've noticed myself, like recently I've been playing, like I said in game 1, like I've been playing kind of sloppy in some games. I mean, for most of the games it was still like fine, but it definitely shows that you always need to be improving and always be interacting with the game. Just because you got an accomplishment once doesn't mean you're like entitled to ever get there again.
Wow, I think that is fantastic advice there from Nico for anyone listening. Practice, practice, practice. Remember, you're not entitled to anything. All you have to do is play every round as it comes, and hopefully the practice and experience will carry you through. But thank you so much for your time, Nico. I'm going to let you go now. You can go compare yourself for round 7. And you guys at home will also get a little break as we grab ourselves ready for round 7. Don't go very far, because with action, we'll be back real soon.
Oh, we're not back soon, Shay. We're back now. My name is Ross Course. I'm back with Freya. And we've actually got confirmation of the decks sitting at 6-0. There are 6 decks at 6-0. And this is amazing because we have 6 different decks. I believe it's 6 different decks. So we've got Gardevoir. We've got Giratina. Oh no, there's actually one deck that's doubled up. So we've got one Giratina, we've got one Gardevoir, we've got one Lost Zone box. Might be expecting them. We have 2 Iron Valiant at 6-0, which we said earlier on the stream is not a deck we're really used to seeing in top 8 or anything like that. And I feel very vindicated as a Clorf at 6-0. And yeah, I got a Clorf on stream when I was casting Stuttgart, and I did it again in Liverpool. But you know what? There's a Clorf at 6-0. We can't keep ignoring it forever. We can. I'm getting nods, and we can't. We can't keep ignoring it forever. There is a Clorf at 6-0, Freya.
I need to draw attention to something.
Is it Clorf at 6-0?
No, it's so what I'm hearing, what you're telling me is that the one regionals I switch off from Iron Valiant for my prediction, there's 2 at 6-0?
No, what I'm telling you is there's a Clorf at 6-0. I'm being really clear about this.
But you also just told me there's 2 Iron Valiants at 6-0 as well.
Yes, there are also 2 Iron Valiants at 6-0, which is actually really important.
Yeah.
Because it's not a deck, you know, it's been a fringe deck for a while, and it's one that you've been championing, but, you know, that one top 8 in Knoxville, we pointed out at the beginning of this stream as, hang on a second, it's not a deck that makes top 8. Well, that might be changing again. But, speaking of top 8, we've been working on a bracket during the stream today.
My first one?
I know, my second one, I got destroyed by Jay last time round. We've got Giratina and Mew, I believe. So the lovely folks backstage are going to tell us which of the ones we're going to be arguing. We're going to have 30 seconds to make our case, and it's not a head-to-head. It's not Giratina versus Mew. It is which deck is most likely to win a tournament, Giratina or Mew. And then we are going to make an argument, and you lovely folks at home are going to vote on Twitch only, remember. The voting only works on Twitch. And then, hopefully, I'm not going to be embarrassed this time. That would be lovely.
Yeah, so are we ready to fire things off, I guess? Or?
Well, we need to be told who's going to be taking which position.
So I've been told, I've had it in my ear, that I'm taking Giratina.
So I get Mew?
Yes.
Cool.
All right, so do you have like a timer or something? Or no, just
we are going to be counting down.
1, go! 30 seconds. Okay, here we go. Giratina has been by far one of the most winning decks of this past format. We've seen it win time and time again in the hands of various different players. It got second with Brent Tonneson. John Eng finally got his first regionals win after so long with it. It has like the power with the Star Requiem to take one-hit knockouts and Lost Impact to do 280 other things. You can switch to a single price strategy with the Sableyes and the Cramorants. You're basically playing a best of both worlds deck where you can have the Lost Zone Toolbox stuff and the big knockouts with Giratina as well. Done.
I was going to stop you in 3 seconds, but apparently you're done. Okay.
I don't even need the full time, Ross. That's how confident I am. So
I'm just saying, this is the second time I've been on this, and the second time I have had, looking at the tournament results, the objectively weaker position. But, well, I mean, let's wait for my time to start. 3, 2, 1. Hey, where are we right now? We're in Europe. What won the last tournament in Europe? Oh, it was Mew. Do you need anything more than that? How about the fact that Mew can copy multiple different attacks? How about the fact that you've got the best draw engine we've ever seen in the history of the game? Yes, I mean that sincerely. Nothing is better than Fusion Strike's system in terms of drawing cards. How about the fact that you need a single energy to attack? Or we could talk about the massive HP that you have.
Done.
I mean, I was done after my first sentence, but it just felt rude to not keep going. So, yeah, get your vote in for Mew, obviously. Make sure you're voting for Mew on Twitch. Remember, you have to vote for Mew on Twitch because the voting for Mew only works on Twitch.
Or you can vote for Giratina and just not listen to him because, you know, obviously Giratina is the winner between the two. So, yes, vote for Giratina. Do not vote for Mew. You do not give the, you know, the vindication of, like, Mew being one of the best archetypes of all time, even though I might have said those exact words earlier. We'll ignore that.
Okay, pop quiz. There is only one deck in the history of the Pokemon TCG that has been printed as a World Championship deck 2 years in a row. What deck?
It was Mew, wasn't it?
It was Mew. Obviously, it was Mew. Hey, do you know what won Worlds last year?
It was Mew, wasn't it?
It was Mew. Like, how much more proof do we need here? Oh, I really should have put that in my 30-second argument.
Yeah, I was going to say, sure, this is bending the rules a little bit, I think. Yeah, seeking more of an argument. I think... yeah, is that disqualification, I think?
I mean, when we sit down, in all seriousness, we've made our arguments, you know, Twitch are voting for Mew as we speak.
Not the votes for Giratina, of course.
But, like, genuinely, if you sit down and look at the very best decks ever, we're going to be looking at stuff like Darkrai, we're going to be looking at stuff like Gardevoir Gallade, we're going to be looking at stuff like Haymaker, if you really want to get the sepia filter tuned in. But we're also going to be talking about Mew. This is a deck that is going to go down in history, and I'm sorry, but, like, if I go to my kids and I show them a plushie of Mew and a plushie of Giratina, hold on. There's only going to be one winner.
Ross, I'm going to have to stop you right there. We have just had the words in for the results, or rather we're just about to, and I do believe who is the winner going to be?
Oh! Vindication! 61, not even close. I mean, it's actually closer than my last round with Shay, but it's still not particularly close. Okay.
Do you know what the worst bit is? I look at that and think to myself, I can't even argue against that, really. Like, every single... I'm one of those... I am very gracious in defeats, I will admit that, and all your points were extremely valid, and given that I admitted that, you know, the words that came out of my mouth at one point, that Mew was in contention for being one of the best archetypes ever, yeah, I kind of have to just, like, own that L, I think.
My only regret is I do feel a bit guilty that I was arguing the Mew position on a stream where Shay is on the casting team. You know, I got to argue my boy Miraidon. I had to argue, but I think Shay's going to be proud of me, right? Because I'm going to tell Shay, Mew won, and it was all thanks to me. See, Shay's proud of me. Shay's happy.
The literal fist bump right there.
Oh, so that was fun. I won. I think that's a big... I mean, Mew won. That's the big takeaway here. But we are going to take a quick break here. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. We have got lots more Pokemon action to come today.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance. And then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Hi, my name is Shay Bird, and today we're going to take a quick crash course in all things Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir is one of the most premier decks in this format, capable of pulling off some downright ridiculous turns and throwing a ton of psychic energy around. Gardevoir EX has the Psychic Embrace ability, which lets you attach as many psychic energies from your discard pile to your psychic types as you like. The only downside is you have to put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon you attach to for each energy you attach. While this all sounds well and good, how are we getting these psychic energies in the discard pile then? Well, you see, Silver Tempest Curlier can help you draw cards with its Refinement ability, which lets you discard 1 card from your hand and then you draw 2 from your deck. This lets you keep drawing cards throughout the whole game and get loads of psychic energies in a discard pile ready for Psychic Embrace to start throwing them around. I'm sure, as you can imagine, this can start to get out of hand very fast. For example, with 9 psychic energies in a discard pile, you can fuel Zacian V Storm Slash attack all the way up to do a colossal 330 damage, capable of KOing pretty much everything in format, like Mew VMAX, Rhydon VMAX, and even Arceus V-Star with a V-Guard energy attached. Chilling Reign Gardevoir can also help out, since its Brainwave attack is identical to Storm Slash, doing 60 plus 30 for each psychic energy attached to this Pokemon. And when using combination with Reversal Energy, this can also hit that lofty 330 damage number 2. And it also offers perfect synergy in the deck by helping out with even more card draw with its Shining Arcana ability, which lets you grab the top 2 cards of your deck and put them into your hand. If any of those cards were energy, you can even attach them too. Cresselia from Lost Origins can also provide Gardevoir with a bench hitting option with Moonglow Reverse that actually moves 20 damage from each of your damaged Pokemon and moves it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. And because it places damage counters, it even bypasses Mana Feed too. This versatile mix of attackers makes Gardevoir one of the most scary decks in format when it gets rolling. Once those Psychic Energies are in the discard pile, Psychic Embrace can make them do anything and anything you want. Gardevoir EX is quite honestly poetry in motion, and I can't wait to see it in action this weekend. So how about we get back to the stream, eh?
All right, Pokemon fans, just a small little break away from the action of the Pokemon TCG. I'm Alex Daum here with Ross Gilbert and Shay Burton. And we're going to be discussing what's coming up for this weekend because we're having to focus on a special set that we get every so often. Paldean Fates was released a few weeks ago and is now legal for our tournament this weekend in Dortmund. What's the sort of impact that we're going to be seeing from Paldean Fates?
Well, it's not going to be a set like we saw with Paradox Rift. It's not going to completely change the meta game like a big set like that. What it's going to do is introduce a few little cards here and there, and one of the ones I adore is Technical Machine Crisis Punch. It lets you do 280, but only if your opponent has exactly 1 prize card remaining. But that's not what really excites me about the card. What really excites me about the card is the fact that we can basically cheat it a little bit. Because we've got cards like Cramorant, for instance, or Radiant Charizard that allow you to reduce your attack cost. Radiant Charizard is for every prize your opponent's taken. Cramorant is just down to 0 if you've got 4 cards in the lost zone. So the attack cost of Crisis Punch doesn't matter to me because I'm playing it in a deck where I can do 280 for 0 energy. If my opponent's got 1 prize card remaining, Iono to 1, 280 damage. Yeah, that'll do very nicely, thank you.
Yeah, these technical machines that we seem to be getting in recent sets are really coming to the fore, and that's probably one that may see a little bit of play. Shay, for yourself, any particular cards that stand out?
Well, to be fair, Alex, it's quite funny you mentioned TMs because TM Devolution, we see a lot of play now in Charizard decks. And in Paldean Fates, there's a Charmeleon that'd actually be immune to TM Devolution because it's got that fire availability, which prevents all effects of attacks done to it. So Lost Mine wouldn't work on it as well. And that's actually something we could see immediate play in the Charizard decks because we know how good Charizard is, and then having that option just seems really good to me.
Yeah, just that possibility of maybe not having to use Jirachi for maybe a turn, get that evolved up, not have to worry too much about things being devolved or Sableye coming down. But, you know, as you've mentioned, there's a couple maybe more other cards there I know you both have on your minds right now. Ross, you're eager to talk about your one.
Well, I got a cheeky pick, right? My cheeky pick is Great Tusk EX, which as soon as I saw this, I was like, have you all seen Great Tusk EX? People were not sharing my enthusiasm. It does 260 damage, right? And it goes through any effects on a defending Pokemon. It will not be blocked. There is the small downside of an ability to make you discard the top 5 cards of your deck at the end of every turn. But all you need is something like Path to the Peak, for instance, turn off your own ability, and then you've got a basic Pokemon with masses of HP that does huge damage and cannot be blocked by anything. Tell me that's not worth at least having an experiment with.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things going for it, but I'm going to rein it back in a little bit. We're going to bring it back to a little bit, something a bit more meta. Shay, you've got a particular card that you actually do quite like in a very meta relevant deck right now.
Well, Alex, I love Gardevoir EX, and it now has a new option in Moonlit Heal, letting you heal 30 damage from all your Pokemon if you discard an energy from your hand. We all know that Gardevoir needs energy in the discard pile, so that's a 1 tick. And then healing damage is also really nice. It might let you get cards like Drifloon to see more play now, because you can attach the Bravery Charm, hit 330, which hits Mew VMAX very nicely. And, you know, healing damage with decks like Lost Box being in the format's never a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a potential option, you know, another way to bump things like Path to the Peak. Really useful cards in the Paldean Face. It's not going to have, as Ross has mentioned, as much impact as some of the more quarterly sets that we get that really truly change the meta, but we do get a lot of inclusion of cards that we have seen already as well, like Gardevoir EX, like Charizard EX, and Mew EX being able to just allow players to pick up cards a little bit easier because there's so much more variety of them. Well, thank you very much for joining me on that discussion. And we're just going to send you straight back to the action as soon as possible because I'm sure you guys can't wait.
Hello everyone, I'm Shane. I'm joined by amazing Alex Down. We're getting ready for our round 7 action here at Dortmund Regionals. And Alex, we have ourselves a pretty fun matchup, right?
Oh yes, we're going to be seeing it, making it rain. Let's go, boys. Golden Go is at a fantastic record, and they'll be facing up against the deck that's close to me at the moment, Lost Giratina in this matchup. But as both of our players here are pretty much ready, took a little bit of a moment just to get them all settled and down. But now both players are, looks like there's a quick mulligan here. But yes, as I mentioned, we're facing up with a Golden Go deck versus Lost Giratina.
Absolutely love to see it there. We've got Lawrence there on the left. Liverpool Regional Top 120 out 2 weeks ago. So Lawrence doing fantastically well there. I'd like to see if that was a Golden Go he got that placement with there, so we can check as the round goes on.
I believe that's he'll be piloting Giratina.
Oh, I've got it the wrong way around. I apologize.
And Alfredo Oros will be piloting that Golden Go EX deck alongside the Palkia V-Star, which we've seen kind of fit in a number of different decks now. It's not something we usually pull together as a deck concept, but they seem to work very well. We've seen it kind of do quite fairly big things in other tournaments so far. A couple of top 32s here and there, but Golden Go still flying a little bit under the radar, I reckon.
It is, and it's an interesting pairing, like you mentioned, over the Palkia V-Star. Not something that traditionally would make a lot of sense, I believe. But Palkia is a fantastic self-sufficient attacker. We're going to look at prize cards there. So we've got a Cramorant in the prizes there for Lawrence, and then for Alfredo, does have one of those Gimmighoul. Does have those nice special illustration rare ones that are going to jump out at us, things you'd love to see. But yeah, Palkia is a self-sufficient attacker, as we are going to get our fist bump here. And we're going to kick off our Swiss Round 7 feature match here at Dortmund Regionals. Lawrence piloting that Giratina V-Star deck versus Alfredo playing that Golden Go deck, and Alfredo's going to start us off here. Earthen Vessel, discarding a Water Energy, search your deck for any 2 basic energy, put them in your hand, and get to do a little prize check as well. Yeah, that little Gimmighoul in the active spot there. Fantastic artwork that blends in with the actual evolution as well. Alfredo will be looking to try and get as many of those down as soon as possible to really begin to build out the board. You know, because they're quite small, these little Gimmighouls, if they don't evolve up. And at the same time, they want to be evolving up to utilize that fantastic coin bonus ability. Yeah, that coin bonus ability, letting you draw 1 card if the Golden Go is in the on the bench. And then if it's in the active, you can draw 2. And if you have like 3 or 4 of them out, it adds up rather nice, and you see an extra 3 or 4 cards a turn. Yeah. Exactly that, and it's going to be one of those things where Lawrence, with that Lost Tina deck, will be trying to utilize those 4 Paths to the Peaks to try and slow them down. Alongside those Roxannes and an Iono as well, as Alfredo does grab the Greninja out of the deck with, I believe, an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 of those Water Energies as well, and making sure he knows where they all are. Similar to that Chen Pao that we've seen already, has access to them later on with things like Superior Energy Retrieval. And Star Portal as well, if that Palkia would like to attack, and you need to get those water in the discard pile. As you are going to see concealed cards go to 4 Water Energy here. Oh, no more Gimmighoul though. Not yet. I mean, I think that's... We'll be a little bit nervous knowing that there's opportunities for Lawrence to use Cramorant, but we do know it is prized. Lawrence has yet to dig through the deck to find out. He hits the board with a Chorus Experiment to kick us off first. So, big first 5 cards here. Lawrence, as I mentioned, we're looking to try and build up those plays where maybe we can utilize Greninja, take for its sort of cheeky knockouts with that Moonlight Shuriken, or maybe utilizing the Giratina, use a Abyss Seeking, really drive into and play into those Roxannes that he has in his deck as soon as possible as well. It says there, it's just a double check of what is in the hand, which cards are going to go to the Lost Zone. You know, I think it's a showcase because there's already 4 Water Energies in Alfredo's discard pile, that it's very likely Alfredo will be playing some form of water recovery like the Palkia V-Star. So it's asking a lot of questions of Lawrence, I think. Yeah, it's Lawrence's first turn. He's going to start there with Flower selecting. Let's have a quick rundown of how this Giratina V-Star deck works. So Giratina V-Star like to get cards into the Lost Zone. 4 is the first number you like to get, so that Cramorant can attack for free, is in the prize card, so don't have to worry about too much about that in this game 1. Once you get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, your Mirage Gates will be able to be played, letting you accelerate energy, as Lawrence is going to play a Battle VIP pass here as well. And then when you get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, Lawrence can use the Giratina V-Star Star Requiem attack, which auto KOs whatever's in the active. And then Sableye can use Lost Mine, letting you spread 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Yeah, there was, I think, double Giratina came down after the first Chorus Experiment as well. So yes. Beginning to set up the board very nicely here. This Battle VIP pass will also allow Lawrence to work out exactly which route to go down, maybe utilizing Greninja himself and being able to draw more cards. He is just double checking the energy counts that are available to him during this matchup. Loads of people changing and testing different sort of counts. Lawrence has gone with the double water rather than the full 3 of that we saw earlier from Benjamin Pham. So it does mean he's not
it's not as easy to get the Moonlight Shuriken off.
No, but at least still does have the option there. And I think, as you said, the Guillotine is a deck close to your heart at this moment in time. If you were sitting across the table from someone that has a Gimmighoul down, how would you be trying to approach the matchup?
I mean, Lawrence would have already worked out that unfortunately Cramorant is not available.
Yep, of course.
Because if they was able to sort of maneuver around, that Gimmighoul would no longer be there.
Yeah.
That's Spitting Instantly would be taking out the only Gimmighoul on Alfredo's side of the board. However, in this scenario, I mean, I don't think you really want to be giving up Giratinus too quickly or too early. But for you to ramp up to that 7 and that 10, because you want to be combining that with Roxanne and giving up some prizes anyway, maybe that's the way forward here.
As it looks like we are going to see a Jet Energy activation. Going to zoom that Comfey into the active. Going to use Flower Select. You like the sound effects, aren't you?
Oh, of course.
Come on now. We are going to see... Did he even look at the second card there?
Yeah, he had a quick look.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's confidence. We're going to see a nest ball. Look at that. Oh, that lovely promo one there from those play packs. As it looks like Lawrence is going to be targeting another Comfey.
Yeah, just kind of keep dancing around with Flower Selects for the time being. Potentially lose one prize, because then if he does aim to try and go for something like Abyss Seeking on next turn, or maybe even trying to just attack with a V-Star and use Lost Impact and take a knockout on a Golden Go as well, you know, that's one way to very quickly ramp up and get those 2 prizes, because of the board state that Alfredo is currently representing. It's only the 1 Gimmighoul.
We are going to see another Flower selecting there. So, yeah, if Cramorant was around, this would have been fantastic. Unfortunately, it is not, as we are going to see a Roxanne hit the Losser. Normally a backbone of a Giratina player's late game. And we see a path to the peak as well, and a pass over to Alfredo. What can he cook up?
Yeah, I guess Lawrence very happy to slam down that path nice and early, because he does play 4 copies of Path to the Peak. Just trying to slow down Alfredo at any means necessary. You know, there's that Greninja's waiting on the bench to draw cards. That hand, super shiny. Is that Nest Ball?
Nest Ball, Superior Energy Retrieval, Boss's Orders, Palkia V-Star, and a Golden Go.
So can start swinging away, but will be susceptible to a return knockout if there's no other way to find another Gimmighoul. Well, he's got the Nest Ball.
Has the Nest Ball, but then would have to play a Superior Energy Retrieval. Leave himself on a very, well, would it be a 0-card hand actually? You play the Nest Ball, Superior Energy Retrieval away the Palk and the Boss, and then put down the Golden Go. So yeah, that would actually leave you with a no-card hand, but might be all you can do. That tactical Path to the Peak there is going to deny any use of concealed cards or coin bonus, which would have been another 2 cards from the top of the deck for Alfredo, but that Path to the Peak coming in super clutch.
Maybe just try and target down a Giratina V if possible.
Maybe, yeah.
But unfortunately, that Path to the Peak really sort of inhibiting what Alfredo could do, because if that wasn't in play, he would be able to draw 2 cards. Does target the Origin Form Palkia V onto the board. Another fantastic art work there. There's a lot of shiny cards in Alfredo's list.
Yeah, it's a very high rarity deck. Don't get to see that too often, but we are going to see the Gimmighoul here. Now, is there a way you can play this hand without getting rid of that Palk V-Star? No. Okay.
And the Boss as well. So this is it's a big play, because it's just taking knockout here on the Comfey.
Well, I guess if you can start set up this Palkia is a low maintenance attacker. So, you know, worst case scenario, if you can try and, you know, find a Palk V-Star next turn, you already, you know, start attacking. Whereas if you find a Gimmighoul, you have to evolve, get an energy, start swinging. So, Alfredo is going to get on the prize race here with that Make It Rain.
Yeah, Make It Rain, just the 1 discard there. Fantastic, very, very useful attack to be able to knock out the Comfey, which is weak to metal.
Yes.
Of course, so just the 1 discard is more than enough to knock out the Comfey there. But puts himself in a really awkward scenario. Looks like the 1 prize he did take was that Metal Energy.
Oh, no.
So not ideal here either. Path to the Peak really slowing things down. And Lawrence will be looking to try and retaliate with a V-Star, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, a Lost Impact here would be fantastic. Doing that 280 and would just, you know, remove this Golden Go. And then a Palkia V-Star from Alfredo wouldn't really be able to deal with a Giratina V-Star. So Lost Impact, just swing again. It would be very nice. Lawrence does get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, so Mirage Gates are live.
We'll need to try and get a Giratina V-Star still, but in a fantastic position, at least now.
Yeah, because he would have been looking at Alfredo's turn there. Unfortunately, had to discard the Origin Form Palkia V-Star with that superior energy retrieval as well. So it's not as if he has a really efficient attacker to come swinging with ease, unless he had a read, but I don't think it was possible because it was only energies that he took into his hand from that retrieval.
Oh, I think there's a V-Star and a Mirage Gate in hand already, and a basic energy. Is there even a switching card? I mean, actually, we wouldn't even need that. You can just Mirage Gate.
Mirage Gate to the active.
Mirage Gate to the active, manual retreat to the bench. I think Lawrence has a very good turn lined up, doing everything he can really want to do this turn, I believe. And that's where you want to be when you're in this Swiss round 7 of a regional championship.
The attachment. Maybe it does need more, because if there was, even with the Mirage Gate, it needs one more Mirage Gate maybe.
Okay.
Because to be able to use Lost Impact, remember, it needs that 3 energies, 1 Psychic, 1 Grass, and 1 colorless energy. If he's been able to find anything like a Jet Energy, that would do it as well.
Yep, Jet Energy would be great. Switching card also would get you there.
Is there a... Oh, it hits
double Mirage Gate.
So it should be guaranteed if the energies are in the deck right now. Just to support that, there is a Super Rod being played now, just to get the 2 energies back into the deck. No energies were prized on Lawrence's side either, so getting full value here.
You're going to see the Mirage Gate being played. If you have 7 cards in the Lost Zone, you can play it, letting you grab any 2 basic energy and attach them to your Pokemon, as long as the energy are different types, and attach to your Pokemon in any way you like. Fantastic for a Paranok like Giratina V-Star, who for a Grass, Psychic, and a colorless energy cost can do Lost Impact, dealing 280 damage, which is a fantastic number for KOing Golden Go EX.
Ooh, chooses to Mirage Gate to the second Giratina here. The Psychic and a Water Energy maybe already has a way of maneuvering around already. I mean, he's just staring down at 1 Golden Go EX right now. So what else is in that hand?
Wait, what?
Just a pass over.
Wow, okay.
As we do give a chance for Alfredo to keep maneuvering across. Does have energy in hand, can continue taking knockouts here.
I mean, that's all he can do, really. Attach energy to that Palkia V, and it will just be announcing that Make It Rain, discarding 1 energy from his hand to deal 100 damage thanks to weakness, and get on the board, taking the second prize card. What will Lawrence do this turn?
Yeah, I mean, just giving up 1 more Comfey there. So just taking this knockout would level the prize race here.
It would.
As we do see the Giratina V-Star promoted to the active spot. Just 1 energy away now from utilizing that incredible attack he's got. Lost Impact for 280 and bumping up the Lost Zone up over the 10 threshold as well. Poké Gear coming down, 7.
Go to top 7, grab any support or pop it in your hand. I think there's a Chorus right at the front of the hand there. Yep, Chorus is ready and eager to help Lawrence get in this game. And that Chorus experiment is so fantastic for his Lost Zone decks, letting you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, keep 3, and put 2 into the Lost Zone. That Chorus experiment was so strong that we've seen it in other decks that aren't even Lost Zone decks. Remember, like Arceus Duraludon, for example, loved playing a little bit of Chorus experiment back in the day. Say back in the day when it wasn't really that long ago, but... Fantastic card for that deck as well.
Yeah, super strong. Being able to look at 5 cards and just remove 2 of the cards that you just don't need maybe for particular matchups. As you do see it. Hit the field here as well. Like I said, look at the top 5 of your deck. Select 2 to go into the Lost Zone and the rest go into your hand. Looks like it's just eyeing up what energies are available to himself here. Has now reached the number 10, well, 11 really in Lost Zone. So could Requiem as an option as well.
I think Requiem would be super strong, right? Because you just eject this Golden Go. That Palkia V-Star, even if it does evolve into a V-Star, can't be hitting 280, at least without, you know, massive bench damage, bench Pokemon. So then you just say, right, I just attach 1 more energy and then I Lost Impact that as well. Like, it's quite an intimidating place to be.
There's the Water Energy attachment to the active. You know, there's not going to be a retaliation Golden Go EX from here. So here is just a removal, keeps the Psychic and Grass energy on the active, knowing that it's going to be really difficult. There's a Roxanne, but not yet activated.
Here comes a gimme goal. You argue a couple turns too late there, but is getting ready to join the fray. We have Radiant Greninja, recipient of energy, and it's going to be a rule the region. I guess that's one way to get around paths to the peak, but you could argue it's a very, very slow way, as all Lawrence needs to do is attach a basic energy, and that Palkia V will be sent to the discard pile via Lost Impact.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of turns, unfortunately, after what looked to be a decent start. Getting Golden Go EX going from turn 2, just wasn't able to start drawing cards, whereas Lawrence now, a big hand, lots of options available to him in there. There's another energy there also to utilize as a way of lost zoning for the attack. And there's an Avery just to draw free.
One of my favorite cards, that Avery. Not being used to discarding the bench Pokemon, but it's still going to draw free and keep that path to the peak. As we do see another Giratina V-Star there from Lawrence. It's just all things you really want to see if your Lawrence can just use V-Star this turn. Still hasn't attached energy yet. Has played supporter. So we are going to see a grass energy attached like Giratina V-Star on the bench. Wow, look at this hand. To borrow a phrase from one of our other casters, Benjamin Rabioti, got the accordion hand where it's just so big. If you want to look at all the options, you're having to really start flicking through.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, there's not been any disruption from Alfredo's side, so all the options really available throughout this game so far for Lawrence. Although taking a knockout here will activate that Roxanne in Alfredo's hands, which could sometimes turn things completely around as a quick draw. It's a
I had one in hand anyway, but there goes that path to the peak. We're going to see that immediate Roxanne Pokestop's going to hit the playing surface, which now means that Golden Go EX in the active ability will be live. That coin bonus, letting you draw 2 cards if it's in the active or 1 if it's on the bench. So Alfredo's going to have access to a ton of cards this turn. Just going to try and eject this Giratina V-Star and cross his fingers that Lawrence won't be able to draw out of this Roxanne.
Yeah, could be massive here.
Yeah, it could.
Of course, there is a Giratina on the bench also loaded up. Just needs 1 energy to be able to retaliate. There's 1 energy, so can continue drawing some cards. Superior Energy Retrieval as well. So looking in a really good spot now. Pokestop still not yet activated. A couple of cards.
There's the coin bonus. Nothing particularly helpful there. So a cross switcher and a Pokestop. I think has actually got 2 cross switches in hand. I mean, not that you even want to play them right now, but could be a nice option later on.
Not this turn, but maybe on future turns. There's a Greninja, concealed cards here. Looking for more Gimmighoul's. There's a concealed Cologne. Oh, cancelling Cologne, sorry. Concealed Cologne. That'll be a new one.
What's a concealed Cologne?
We'll try and work that one out later, I reckon. Pokestop being activated.
1, 2.
Ooh, that's not ideal.
Gimmighoul and a worker. That worker's not doing a lot of work this game, that's for sure.
Would I have wanted to have seen maybe the Ultra Ball being played to grab another Gimmighoul? Would have been good, I think.
I'm not sure we can actually see a KO here. There's not enough energy in hand. I don't think there's enough in the discard pile to play both of these superior energy retrievals. I think you need 6 to KO Giratina V-Star. As we are going to see the cross switches being played into the Radiant Greninja. This could be a little bit of a boss's orders stall play and try and build up your options next turn, I believe.
Yes, we do see now a superior energy retrieval just coming down, or looks to be coming down, discarding that cancelling Cologne and Ultra Ball. Just getting that 1 metal energy and 3 water from the discard pile there into the hand. But yeah, unfortunately, it feels like he just missed out.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely not going to be no attack, so it's just going to be a pass over to Lawrence. If Lawrence has energy and boss, and I think there might be a boss in that hand, actually, would actually be able to, or and a switching card, I should say, we'll be able to win this turn. We do see a switch card. Into the Comfey. Here we go.
Gets to see another 2 cards from Flower selecting. 1, 2.
We can't see them when you do them like that, Lawrence. Come on.
Keeping us on the edge.
Ooh, what's it going to be? Path to the peak.
Got to be good if you're throwing away a path to the peak.
Counter catcher? Can't quite see. Would love to see. Was that a boss? I think it was a boss actually.
Yeah, you know, this is really big here. There's an opportunity for Lawrence to take this game 1 as soon as possible. You know, just 1 energy away and 1 boss away here. Remember, most Giratina lists now are upped back up to 2 boss rather than utilizing those counter catchers, as we do see a path to the peak come down. So options here. He could potentially take a slower route and just give it a chance, but yeah, it was a pass over. Pokestop instantly slammed once again, Shay.
Yeah,
what can we see happen?
I mean, Alfredo does have a ton of cards in his hand, you know. Has the cross switches, just needs a lot of energy, and will be able to start swinging for massive damage. I don't think it's going to be terribly hard, as we do see the heavy ball being played. We see the Palk V-Star coming down now as well. Star Portal is live. Trying to think, is there any reason to do a Moonlight Shuriken? Probably not, but it's an option. The Star Portal letting you grab 3 water energy from your discard pile and attach them to your water type.
Another concealed cards, grabs the Lost Vacuum and a Super Rod here. Still not quite enough. Another cross switcher available to Alfredo. So we do see the coin bonus and the Pokestop. Earthen Vessel.
Does Earthen Vessel, is that a needle mover?
Is that enough energies there?
Is that a needle mover? So we've got 2 in hand. Earthen Vessel goes to 4.
He's moving quickly.
Yeah, so there's going to be
2 in hand.
2 more.
So it's 4 in total.
We need 6 to get to that 300 mark to carry that Giratina V-Star.
Still needs so much, Shay.
That's the thing.
It's still just not enough.
Super doesn't quite get you there. We're tantalizingly close. Oh, now it's such a shame, you know, when you hold on to double cross switch and you're just so close. I'm trying to think, what is the win con here for Alfredo? Or what is the out, I should say? You know, we say, you know, play to your outs. If you can't swing for a carry here, do you maybe Star Portal, cross switcher, and just, you can't really do that because then you need the Palk V-Star in the active, which is just a lost impact away.
There we go. There is a Star Portal happening now, it looks like. Oh, just confirming, I don't think there was there an attachment onto that Golden Go?
No, that was definitely last turn. That was definitely last turn.
2 water energies from the discard, as both players are just double checking with the judges, making sure everything's all okay here. But this is one option, just to kind of maybe start to weaken the Giratinas, maybe. There's an option.
Yeah. I mean, you have to play it to your outs, right? You know, if Lawrence doesn't have the energy, at least you're putting damage on the board there, and you can, you know, try maybe take a 2-shot with a Subspace Swell, and then, you know, the Golden Go can come swinging in. So, yeah, definitely not out the woods yet for either player, but Alfredo definitely has a hill to climb, but perfectly capable. And I tell you what, those cards are stunning on Alfredo's side of the board. I see so much gold. And
have you seen all the different types of energy as well? Just underneath the Greninja, you've got the crisscross.
Crosshatch Hollow, yeah, love
exactly.
that.
And then the sort of older school energies as well. But as we do continue here, it looks like.
So it looks like we are going to see the Moonlight Shuriken there. It's going to place 90 damage on the Radiant Greninja and then KO the active. Oh boy.
Interesting that he's chosen to go for the Greninja here. I guess Alfredo is saying, well, if you're not able to do anything with this Radiant Greninja in the active spot, I'm going to take out your Radiant Greninja and weaken one of your Giratinas next turn as well, and then put myself in a potentially good spot.
Wait, is there a boss in hand? There is a boss in hand.
Nice and easy. Nothing, just like that. You called it earlier where there was a boss, and all he needed is that 1 energy to be able to deal 280 damage and take the game.
Yeah, wow, that Jet energy coming in super clutch there, letting that Giratina V-Star maneuver into the active. And I think that's the dangerous thing about Giratina into this Golden Go matchup, is that a lot of the times Lost Impact, you know, can't actually take big KOs in stuff like Gardevoir or Mew VMAX. But when all your attackers get KO to Lost Impact, it just makes Giratina such more of a deadly force.
No, 100%. I mean, Alfredo wasn't really able to get too many gimmicks down in one go. Lawrence also played a very measured, slower game. You know, he gave up a couple of Comfeys earlier on, which, unless he just wasn't able to stretch for the energies to attack that turn, but taking out that 1 Golden Go would have been pretty devastating. Yeah. But it didn't matter in the end, because Lawrence, even after that Roxanne, was able to wait a couple more turns. You know, it's just still using Comfey to keep flower selecting, see more cards, and then when he was ready, utilize that Jet energy with that boss and take the final 2 prizes to win Game 1 of our Round 7 in the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Yeah, and I think that Game 1 was more of a game of contrast, in my opinion. You know, Alfredo had a very, you know, not the best of starts, so it's safe to say that. And Lawrence was very explosive and being able to get cards in the loss zone. So I'm intrigued to see how this one pans out. But bear in mind, Lawrence did actually prize that Cramorant in Game 1 as well. So that was also a non-factor. So let's see how all these X factors play into this game too.
Yeah, just an opportunity for, again, newer faces onto our stream here.
Yep.
Piloting, obviously, one which is a very well-known deck and has been for some time now. Los Giratina has been doing well in so many different tournaments around the world. And Golden Go, which has kind of slipped under the radar a little bit.
It has.
Hasn't quite in big numbers made it through to day 2s and into really high positions. But, you know, Alfredo's here. He's brought the deck. He's currently 5-1. He's still very much in contention regardless of the outcome of this round. So, you know, it could happen. It could still very much happen. He just needs to make it rain.
Make it rain, baby. And if any deck in format can make it rain and come back from this 0-1 harm, putting Golden Go quite up there. Because, you know, it almost reminds me a little bit of the Chen Power, right? If things are going your way and you'll just announce and make it rain for like KO after KO after KO, there's not a lot your opponent can really do about it. So I'm very intrigued. It looks like players are getting ready to start here. Looks like Lawrence still hasn't got himself a,
a basic. Yeah.
Although I know what's happened. All those basic Pokemon, like, you know what? I don't want no part of this. I don't want to have all those coins dropped on my head anytime soon. I'm going to stay in the deck. How's about that?
Those poor little Comfades were getting targeted down.
They were, yeah.
By the Make It Rain of Golden Go, and also the Greninja as well. You know, just relentless, just taking all the hits, soaking up all that damage. As we do see, it's not a great start, but there is a supporter there, but it's just a Sableye for the time being. Be interesting to see if Alfredo has chosen to go first or second. Of course, trying to allow himself to use maybe supporters here, as we do get a glance of the prizes.
2 copies of Grass Energy were prized there. Could be impactful.
Could play a massive part. As we do see Lawrence drawing first.
Lawrence going first. Could actually work out well for Alfredo. I don't think, did Lawrence even have a playable?
Wasn't many.
Not a single playable card, Alex, here in our Round 7 Game 2 feature match. Not a playable card there for Lawrence. Alfredo is going to go off to the races here with that Battle VIP pass, the polar opposite of Game 1. Going to get loads of basic Pokemon down and try and get back. Even this up at 1-1.
Yeah, thankfully Lawrence will probably be breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that Alfredo has next to no opportunity to actually donk that poor little Sableye in the active spot.
Yes.
And we know Lawrence has a Chorus Experiment in hand, so things can happen. I mean, actually, that Pokemon that's just come down from the Battle VIP pass could technically do it.
It could. That continuous coin toss. Flip a coin until you get tails. The attack does 20 for each head. Now, I don't think Alfredo, outside of double cross switches, actually plays any switching cards, so that Palkia will be stuck there. But I tell you what, if that little Gimmighoul came up for a continuous coin toss per game, that would be beautiful. We're going to see Pokestop getting rid of an Irida, a Golden Go EX, but you gain an Earthen Vessel.
Well, yeah, that Earthen Vessel hits the discard as well, but those item cards go back to the hand, as we do see it utilized here. Discarding one of those metal energies Alfredo plays to grab 2 waters. Just get him out of the deck. Does have access to concealed cards now, of course, as well.
Yep.
Maybe even decides to use Palkia to attack once again, to use that Rule the Region, just in case Lawrence does slam down a Path to the Peak on the next turn.
You know what? I don't mind it, actually, since you've played one as well. So we always say that concealed card's going to discard a water energy, draw 2. Was that a Roxanne and a water, I believe?
Yep, still just a 1 Gimmighoul, just hanging in there by itself, not bringing its friends to the board yet. But at the same time, Rule the Region will be pulling out another Stadium card from Alfredo's. There's a Pokestop going straight to the hand as it passes back over to Lawrence here, hoping for a little bit of a better top deck alongside those Chorus Experiment in hand.
Well, we know we've got at least 1 Chorus, but bear in mind those Battle VIP pass will be no longer live. So let's see what these 5 cards are here for Lawrence. Oh.
Was that a nest ball at least?
I hope it was, because I know the other cards definitely weren't that great. Still no playables in the hand, actually. Now look at it, apart from Jet Energy.
Not looking pretty, as we get a chance to see from the hand cam as well. Oh, this is tough. Water Energy going to the lost zone. Just trying to decide what other card is there. It looks like a Poké Gear selection up against one Mirage Gate. There is a nest ball, so...
There's one nest. I think there's a Jet Energy as well, so we'll be able to fling whatever you target from that... Oh, ever give it to the V in hand. Okay, that's not as bad then. Okay. Woo, I was going to say.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit worried for you, Lawrence.
We'll get a little bit worried.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know. But it's fine. Nest ball coming down now. Will it be some more... I guess Radiant Greninja, as long as there's another energy there available. Remember, has priced 3 of his energies that are in the prizes. There was 1 Psychic and 2 Grass that were prized. So let's just see whether maybe he chooses to go for the Comfey and starts flower selecting, maybe goes for the Greninja, starts trying to draw more cards, and then maybe utilize this bit seeking, weave it in somehow.
Yeah.
Number of options, that's why people like the Giratina deck. It has so many options, takes a lot of 50-50s against a lot of decks across the board at the moment. But it just comes down to the individual piloting, and Lawrence is doing super well. Again, another player is 5-0, 5-1 with a lost Giratina deck. So maybe just trying to figure out his route to victory here, despite already being 1 game up.
As we are going to see that nest ball concluding there with that Radiant Greninja. That concealed card's one of the best abilities in the game. Then you discard 1 energy card from your hand to draw 2. I guess there is a world. I mean, if you're going to try and weave in an Abyss Seeking, could this be the better turn to do it? In the sense that for Alfredo to take a big KO, it's harder to do it at the start of the game when the deck's still full of cards that aren't energy or super energy retrieval. So maybe this could be the turn to do it, but...
There's a concealed. I mean, it would be ideal if he could hit another Giratina V, but at the same time, it comes down to whether Lawrence has that game knowledge as well. There is the second one, so it doesn't even matter now. I think Abyss Seeking would be great in this scenario, because if Lawrence had knowledge of what Golden Go and the deck's built, there wouldn't be any switch cards in there. It's only cross switches, so just the 1 Giratina and the active swap wouldn't be that detrimental for him. We do see the Jet Energy bring it forward, and here's Abyss Seeking, 4 cards into hand. Well, sorry, not into hand.
Not quite.
Look at 4 cards and put 2 into hand, 2 into the lost zone.
Yeah, another fantastic way of actually accelerating that lost zone counter. It's not an attack you use in every matchup, but when you do get to use it, it can be very, very strong.
You'd be surprised. I think you actually use it quite often nowadays.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, you allow your opponent so often to...
feed them the prizes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it has become pretty much a Roxanne Path deck.
Yeah, I mean, it always has been, in my opinion, a little bit of Roxanne Path.
Yeah, unless you're
equalizer.
Unless your opponent's slowing down, as we do see a Pokestop come down here. A Palkia V going over to the discard. Couple of items there into the hand. Does have the evolution and the nest ball.
Wow.
We're going to see multiple of these Gimme Ghouls and Golden Goes out now, I like to expect. There it is, move to the front of the deck. This is a bit more like it, I think.
Yeah, we're starting to see all the gangs coming down with their arms crossed there. That Make It Rain attack for 1 energy on that Golden Goat EX. For 1 metal energy, discard as many basic energy from your hand as you like. You do 50 for each one. Don't forget, it has that ability, coin bonus. Then you draw a card if it's on the bench, or 2 if it's in the active. So a very strong and high-powered deck if you can ferry those energy into your hand.
Yeah, similar in effect to how we've seen Chen Pao before, but this time from hands rather than attached to the Pokemon. So it does skips past the necessary need to use Super Cold to get energies on the board. It's just get them back in, all into hand, and then make it rain like a boss.
Make it rain like a boss, as we are going to see that Earthen Vessel there. Discarding a water energy, which is very nice, because I think Alfredo does have the Palkia V-Star in hand, so Star Portal might actually be used here just to get this Palkia V-Star out of the active, because I think the hand might support a KO, actually, on this Giratina V, if we can get that Giratina V, that Palkia V or V-Star out of the active.
Yeah, this is it's one of those tricky things with the deck when your only maneuverability is via those cross switches. A fantastic card, of course, but only usable when you get to play 2 at the same time. But not only do you get to gust up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, you also have to maneuver one of your bench into the active spot as well. As we do see here further, it looks like the evolution up to the Origin Form V-Star is an option here.
Yep.
Could start trying to swing with it, but just maybe a bit of a waste, unfortunately. Just double checking what access to energy he has in the deck, in the discard right now. So many options here. A couple of superior energy retrievals, energy in hand.
Does still have the access to use Worker, discard the stadium and draw 3. Oh, double cross switch, you know.
Yeah, has an out to it now. Can target the other Giratina V. Only problem is that's 3 cards he would usually use to try and knock a path of the peak out of the way.
True.
A 4th now.
Wow, yeah, this is very aggressive play, as we are going to see the Pokestop being used, getting rid of a Worker, superior energy retrieval, and wow.
There you go.
Have all 4 cross switches.
Have all the pieces of the puzzle for future turns, and Lawrence, you know, will have an opportunity to use Iono and maybe utilize Roxanne's later turns.
Yeah, see that coin
another coin bonus as well. How many cards are we drawing here?
There's a lot of cards being drawn this turn. But I think now I can actually save the Star Portal. And you can just double cross switch and go after that Giratina V on the bench. I quite like that. I also don't mind using Star Portal. Now you've mentioned that there's so many path outs gone. Just attaching energy to your Palkia V-Star and then playing cross switch. So at least you have an attacker in that ready to go.
Yeah.
If you do sort of slow down to an Iono. Looks like Alfredo is opting to play those cross switches. Go on and show us the cross switcher. I imagine it'll be into that Giratina V.
That being said, I was getting a bit worried about some of those outs. In this deck, there are 4 Pokestops and 4 Workers.
Oh, yeah, got more.
So alongside the 2 that he's already, well, used and discarded from its own Pokestop, there's still more outs there. But maybe that's just something Lawrence doesn't really know. But you still have to play 2 outs, right?
Yeah,
you have to play your path to the peak.
Yeah,
As we do see the superior energy retrieval hit the discard here. And now there's 4 in hand, needs 5 in total. There it is, all to the front of his hand.
All right, and here we go. Say it with me, Alex. Here we go. It's time to make it rain. Love it.
There you go. 2 prizes there.
Come on.
Up game 2, Alfredo now. It's on Lawrence with that free pivot, I guess, because that energy attachment on that Sableye. A pitch of the psychic energy from that Radiant Greninja now. Draws 2 further cards. Does need to find a way to retaliate and maybe start thinking about disrupting. But Chorus Experiment has to hit the field first. Has to hit the 7 to try and retaliate with a lost impact of some sort. Will he be able to do it?
Not quite there yet. I see a switch card. I see a Giratina V and another Chorus Experiment. Is that Giratina V Star? I think it is actually a Giratina V-Star, yeah. So very all important, well, a lot of important cards there actually.
Has to keep the switch card to maneuver into the conflict after retreat, and then switch card into an attacker. I think there was a Giratina. Ooh, maybe I've taken it wrong, but there's the switch card there. Goes to the Comfey. Maybe has one in hand, a maneuvering card in hand already. Needed that Giratina V as well, of course.
We are going to see a pay retreat there into the Comfey flower selection. This will take us up to 7 in the loss zone. That's a very important number, Alex. That's going to mean those Mirage Gates now will be live to accelerate energy, which is really impactful for Lawrence to try and KO this Gimmighoul EX.
Yeah, I guess the only other view now is Lawrence has now given Alfredo an out to utilize Radiant Greninja as an attacker. There's 2 Pokemon there with under 90 HP with no protection from a Manaphy.
True.
It's gonna be worrying here for Lawrence to try and come back from that scenario.
Let's see if Alfredo notices that or goes for that line of play, which you're right, that'd be fantastic. You know, Alfredo having a double cross switch there, didn't have to use Star Portal to pay retreat, which means Star Portal is live. But in saying that, if a part of the peak comes down, that would deny that option as well. And we know that Lawrence, you know, does play that full 4 count of after the peak, so a bit of a mouthful there. So Alfredo would have to navigate that. But we do see the Mirage Gates being played there from Lawrence, and has actually got a Giratina V-Star in play as well. So that means Lost Impact dealing a colossal, a table-shattering 280 damage will be enough to KO that Gimmighoul EX and even up the prize race here for Lawrence.
Yeah, already has 3 energy on it now because of that jet energy that was on it before when it came up to Abyss Seeking. Does have only that grass energy in the deck. Remember, 2 were prized.
True.
So interesting to see whether he'll be able to maneuver around it. Which cards, of course, he will need to Lost Impact, the Psychic, and the Jet Energy. Just to make sure he can continue attacking and guarantee another attack if it survives a hit. Here's a Giratina V come down as well. Super important. But if you're Alfredo, your position, you're going to be in good spirits here, I think.
I believe so as well. You know, in a fine position here. As we want to see a switch card for Lawrence. Going to go into a flower selecting. Going to look at top 2, keep 1, lost on you have a Battle VIP pass. That's a very safe option to get rid of here when you're in your 2nd, 3rd, 4th turns of the game.
Jet energy as well, so can use that to be lost zoned. And now with that additional comfy flower selecting, just with this Lost Impact, we'll push him up to the 10 without having to worry anymore here. So it's on Alfredo here to try and retaliate. Super important to try and retaliate maybe at this point to knock out this V-Star if possible. Does need 6 energies on a Golden Godo.
Do you think going after the V-Star here or going for a Moonlight Shuriken?
I mean, it's got 2 energies on it. I feel like it's super important to try and take it out in this scenario. Maybe set up the checkmate with the Greninja.
That makes sense,
or, I say checkmate, it's not quite. But that's a potential option. I think everything's going through his mind right now. He's got so many cards in hand. Can continue drawing with Golden Go as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can sort of hedge your bet, right? You can KO active Giratina V-Star and Star Portal now in the same turn. Doesn't mean you have to Moonlight Shuriken this turn. As it looks like Alfredo is going to promote the Gimmighoul. I think that gives us a little bit of insight into how this turn is going to play. Look at that hand, by the way. It's so gold. Pokestop being used. 1, 2, 3.
Your other option is to try and use the Palkia V-Star to knock out the Giratina V on the bench.
That works as well.
Does need to fill the board a little bit more than just the 2 bench that he currently has. Gets to draw 2 from the coin bonus. There's the other cross switcher.
So
I believe has it in hand now.
So does have access to double cross switcher. So cross switchers would, push Lawrence's Giratina V-Star out active. He gets to choose what to promote as Alfredo, and Alfredo gets to switch his Pokemon as well. But I also think with this hand, the hand definitely supports a big Make It Rain into the active, and I think you're right. So removing 2 energy just seems so nice, and just forcing Lawrence to just, immediately try and find V-Star, Mirage Gate, energy could be the way to go.
Does play the heavy ball, just kind of double checking what's there. Could have been used if he was just tracking a little bit of his prizes there. Could have been used as fodder for that superior energy retrieval. But I guess it's always good to double check what's available for himself, because he does have plenty of cards to work with in his hand anyway. Just deciding, because now that he's benched the Gimmighoul, I believe the Palkia V-Star is doing 220. 8 on the bench, plus the 60. Yes, 220 damage could take out the Giratina V on the bench as an option. Because you have to be thinking, Lawrence will be looking to try and disrupt my hand on whatever I take a knockout here.
Yeah, that should be a really nice heads-up play. Let's see if that's what he goes for. I'm going to see a superior energy retrieval being played. Going to get back 3 metal and 1 water. And as I debate it, going to attack to the active. So I think that means we might just see a Make It Rain into the active. We're going to see a concealed cards 1 and 2. Whoa, all the energy here. Goodness gracious me. Earthen Vessel. Add another copy of basic energy. Love to see it. And I think if you're Alfredo, let's say you are going to swing into the active, right? Do you still Star Portal now? Because I'm just terrified of a Path to the Peak coming down.
Maybe if you can, it's definitely an option, depending on how many energies are on the discard. Maybe try and load up both the Palkia to 2 energies and a Greninja to 2 energies.
Yeah, fair enough.
So you have 2 attackers. It's something that you definitely should be maybe considering here. If you put on a Greninja, it does mean it's got a big target on its back. But then that would mean
your 2 prizes aren't taking damage then.
So Lawrence would have to put a V in the active. But yeah, it's just a big Make It Rain.
Oh, the big 300 damage Make It Rain. Alfredo going down to 2 prize cards left, is it? Is it 2 prize cards?
Yeah,
2 prize cards left.
You're right.
Oh.
Big hand. Double cross switch is still available. But I'm sure Lawrence will be looking here to play that fantastic Roxanne and Path combo where possible. Has pitched his grass energy, unless he's been able to pick up the other one.
Yeah, did actually, you're right. As we are going to see the flower select in there, I think Lawrence did draw into a Pokegear and a Path to the Peak off the concealed cards. So would be able to hopefully grab the Roxanne. Depending on if you play that Chorus there, you kind of really need to play that Roxanne. But I'm sure it's a Chorus. Let's play the Chorus.
Yeah, this is a big option and decision made here. Did hit both grass energies from the prizes that he took, the 2 prizes that he took.
Yeah.
Does need Path to the Peak to be played here, and then needs it to stick.
Yep.
So that Star Portal was not an option, but does give Alfredo an opportunity now, even if Path comes down, to find another stadium, to find another supporter. But yeah, let's just see which direction Lawrence goes.
I've just noticed, you're right, if the Path to the Peak doesn't stick, Alfredo can just Star Portal, Moonlight Shuriken for anything, right? So it doesn't even have to slam the active realistically. So yeah, that Path needs to stick here for Lawrence, especially since supporter has been committed now, so there will be no Roxanne to reduce hand size.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw a Pokestop in Alfredo's hand, but needed to get it confirmed once his turn is over with. Lawrence still has it all to do. Yeah, there you go. I think it's a little flash for everyone to kind of see as well. Lawrence can only play to his outs here. So does need that V-Star, does need the Mirage Gate. Can Requiem.
Yeah, still needs to actually attack at this point. Yeah, you're right.
There's the Path. Coming down. I mean, he's probably seen like 3 Pokestops, 2 workers. He's probably thinking in his mind that he's got it. He's locked up, all of the Path to the Peak in play. Little does he know, there's a vacuum, there's a Pokestop, I think there's more workers.
Yeah, 4 worker. I mean, it makes sense though in a deck like Golden Go, right? Where you're trying to fill your hand. If your supporter can discard Path to the Peak and fill your hand a lot, it makes perfect sense, right? As we do see a Nest Ball, going to grab a Comfey there for Lawrence. And let's see what he can do. I think he does have a V-Star, don't you? But yeah, he has put the V-Star down. I'm not sure if we've seen a Mirage Gate, yeah. I mean, that hand's huge. I haven't had a good chance to consult it properly, but still needs to. We see energy.
I don't think I see one.
No. There's definitely no Mirage Gate in that hand. Definitely not.
Yeah, because I think there's definitely been 1 or 2 that's already, maybe 2 that's already been played. One hit the Lost Zone quite early as well. There's the manual attachment, and it looks like just a pass. There's Alfredo now.
Here we go.
Can just swing away with Greninja if he's seen it.
Has he seen it? I mean, it's definitely on board, right? What's the retreat cost?
Oh, no, Path to the Peak and Play. He has it in hands, of course, that we've already mentioned.
So Golden Guy has a 2 retreat cost. So.
Double cross switcher in hand.
Oh, that's double cross switcher in hand. Yeah, you're right. Has he seen it? He's going to go for Nest Ball into the Gimmighoul. And I tell you what, they look very nice and all lined up, don't they? They are ready for business.
Arms folded.
Arms folded.
You know what would be pretty cool if he put one below the actual Golden Gun. You can see the arts are lined together, as we do see
multiple
the Lost
path
Vacuum as well. Yeah, even more than I would even considered. Yeah. As we will get a chance to have a coin bonus as well for 2.
Goodness gracious.
2 big cards. 1, 2. That's not what you want to see.
Well, I wouldn't say big cards, but
I mean they're fodder.
They are fodder.
They're fodder.
They are fodder.
They're better cards to remove rather than anything else. But here's a Pokestop as well. He's just keeping going. Still 3 minutes 30 to go. Unless I've missed something, we can see a potential Moonlight Shuriken here. Maybe he just wants to go for the big KO.
I mean, it'd be a big. Oh, you mean to give it to the V-Star? I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, both work, right? And I think both. Yeah, does he have access to both right now? I'm going to see Ordinary Rod. That's going to shuffle in.
Palkia V-Star only hits, what, 260 as a cap without any damage modifiers?
Yep.
So full bench, 200 plus the 60 from Subspace Swell. So and I don't think there's any other damage modifiers in the list as I can see it right now.
No.
Cancelling Cologne's not needed because there's no mana fee in Norris's deck, actually. Not even just on the field, but even in the deck.
The only thing is there enough energy in the discard pile to support a Moonlight Shuriken? I imagine there is. I mean, to be fair, no, there definitely is. So we're going to see a superior energy retrieval being played here. We need, what, 6 energy for Make It Rain to KO active Giratina V-Star.
And a retreat as well, 7.
And a retreat. Well, I guess you use Star Portal, I guess, to satisfy your...
If that's the route you're going down.
Yeah. If you really want to put the pain on that Giratina V-Star.
What's Alfredo digging for? There's a concealed cards as well. Another
gets his coin bonus.
Another Cold and Go coin bonus active, available. There it is. We're drawing more.
Ooh. Power pad. Love that. Good card.
Yeah, chuck more workers in.
I guess, is it easier to attack with this, the benched one now, if you can cross switcher? Because you can just promote that one and...
Yeah, it's the same as attaching to any Pokemon and retreating.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true.
So, yeah, Alfredo just playing it completely out here. I mean, he's drawing a load of cards.
I don't mind it. Sometimes you just want to make sure you do all your actions
100%.
just to make sure.
But here's the worker as well. Is that the third worker played this or seen this turn? Another draw free. There's another Pokestop. We're just going to keep going, please. Why not?
You've got 3 cards left in deck, actually.
I mean, once you have your old deck, what else can you do?
So we are going to see energy to active. So now, pay retreat. Is this going to be into the Greninja now? It looked like he was eyeing up the Greninja.
Yeah, I'm interested.
There it is. There's the Greninja.
Have we seen it? Is this it?
And now I imagine we're going to see Star Portal.
Is this it?
Or we could see double cross switcher. We're going to see Pokestop. We're going to use that. Go on, show us what was left in the deck.
Maybe he wants to cross switcher into the Golden Go. I'm dumbfounded now.
We do see Star Portal. Here we go. So free ward energy can be attached. Here we go.
Here we go. Star Portal.
Oh,
there's the free energy. Have we finally clocked?
Oh. Moonlight Shuriken into 2 1-prize Pokemon, Comfey, Sableye, and there's the concession there. As Alfredo takes our Game 2 here in our Swiss Round 7 feature match here at Dortmund Regionals, making it rain and throwing some Moonlight Shurikens as well.
Yeah, fantastic to see so many different options there available.
Yeah,
as we were just thinking and walking it through, there were so many different ways Alfredo could have tried to take that game, but utilizing all the time that was available to him and all of the cards available in his deck, in effect. But yeah, finally we saw essentially a Moonlight Shuriken for the win there to level up the game 1-1.
And that's one thing I really like. When any deck that can attack with Greninja makes it so multifaceted, right? Like, that Palkia I would imagine is mostly there so you can have a low maintenance attacker in subspace well, but it's very good at setting up Radiant Greninja as well. Who, 90-90, it's good numbers.
Yeah, it's incredible. We've often talked about Radiant Pokemon in the metagame and in the TCG. We've got the Radiant Greninja, Radiant Charizard's had its time at the top of the game as well. But they have fantastic abilities and fantastic attacks, and we've seen it utilized once again with the Greninja. Just to confirm as well that the time has ticked to 0 here, as both players are just shuffling up. That we do still could potentially see a donk.
We could see that. It can happen if one player sets up and the other one doesn't. Cramorant is a fantastic merchant for that, So I'm intrigued to see who opts to go first. Or who chooses to maybe let their opponent go first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's on Lawrence to make the decision here, as we do get a chance to see both players just finalizing their shuffling. Opportunity to cut your opponent's deck, of course.
Yep.
Leave it in their hands on whether you do just start maybe that Gimmickle, and maybe that Cramorant could come down and just swipe away a victory.
Oh, yeah. Spitting not so quite innocently, I feel as if it was the steal game back here in our Swiss Round 7. Lawrence and Alfredo both sitting at that 5-1 record. A win here would pretty much guarantee themselves a spot in day 2. And the loser still has the opportunity.
Yeah, still in a good spot.
Still in a good spot. Makes it a little bit harder. You try and wrap it up now if you can. Here we are going to see some prize cards now. Let's see what we're working with. Nothing too impactful for both players, I feel, Alex. What do you think?
I mean, the Cramorant's not in there, so that's start number 1, but has started Palkia V and a Battle VIP pass. I think Lawrence was playing out for the Cramorant that was in the active slot. After shuffling, after all of that, we have a tie in our Swiss Round 7. at this Dortmund Regionals. Credit to both players. You know, Golden Go, we were able to see plenty of coin bonus and make it rain. And Lawrence also being able to take game 1 in true emphatic fashion as well. Yeah, it was just great to see how these decks were being piloted, and it was great to have, like I said, newer faces on the stream as well.
Newer faces and that Golden Go. You know, in game 1 didn't quite go off to the races, but in game 2 we saw those big making it rain, just tossing those coins across the table and dealing massive damage. And yeah, you know, all full credit. I'd love to see more Golden Go. So yeah, fingers crossed makes it through.
Who doesn't? Everyone loves to see a bit of make it rain.
There it is.
You know, dealing that incredible amount of damage, similar to what we've already said, that Chen Pao Hailblade, but this time not needing to utilize something like Super Cold to get energies on the board. But so many cards there that allow you to synergize throughout. You know, we have seen the TM evolution in the deck as well, whilst you sort of build up your board, get it ready. Does have excellent typing into Gardevoir, which we've seen a few times already on stream because it's such a good deck. And it's just got unrelentless power, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Unrelentless power. Like, if left unchecked, right?
Exactly.
You know, worker, coin bonus, concealed cards, Pokestop. It plays it reminds me of Chen Pao, right? Where it's going to keep constantly digging to try and get those energy, and then when you get there, you can just be like, there you go, have some of that. I'm going to take some prize cards now, and hopefully I can do it over and over and over again.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, Golden Go is really fun to watch, really fun to see a lot of players actually pilot it. But going up against Giratina V-Star, which is dealing 280, you know, those Golden Goes only have 260 HP, and then also that Star Requiem just means that it's so much simpler for a Giratina just to kind of start plowing through when it chooses to do so. But let's have a quick look back at our day 1 meta game, because I think for the viewers at home, it's just to understand what decks are out there in the field right now and the numbers out there.
Yeah, so we just saw, you know, Losso and Giratina. They're currently our second most popular deck, 183 players playing it. Charizard EX our number 1, 220. War Remove Me is a big surprise, actually, at third with 165. And Lost Box as well, actually, 129. Not a deck, well, a deck we've seen lose a bit of popularity, but here it's actually coming in over Miraidon as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few decks here. I mean, a lot of the sort of quote-unquote top 6, top 7 tend to shuffle around a lot. We're at that stage because we're in such a wide meta game that we don't really get anything too much higher than maybe 16%.
Yeah, true.
And it goes down typically to around a 10, as we do get a chance to see, of course, the rest of our day 1 meta game. New VMAX is probably the one that's taken the biggest amount of a hit, which is a bit unfortunate, but you know, EU tends to love a bit of Mew VMAX, don't they, Shay?
They do. That's why I picked it. You know, maybe some of that's because it just won Liverpool. A lot of players have been put off, like, whoa, can't play Mew now. It just won the last event, and you know, traditionally a very easy deck to counter by Spiritomb and/or Drapion if you're that way inclined. Well, one big surprise for me, even before our last feature match, was that Golden Go there at 41 players in the room, making up 3% of the metagame here, and you know, put on a decent show there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that number climb up a little bit more in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've got in that bottom 3 of that graphic there, 2 of those were regional level winning decks. Snorlax Control, and then also that Urshifu Inteleon VMAX deck, that Rapid Strike deck, which took down the first event of the year in the EU circuit. But just in between that, being sandwiched by those two was an Iron Valiant Entei EX deck, which I believe we have a couple doing really well, and pretty much at the threshold of the 18 points already. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see them do well, because when Gardevoir and other Stage 2 decks are doing well, it has access to maybe just very easily and cheekily take some additional turns and prizes.
Yeah, I think cheekily is a fantastic way of describing Entei Iron Valiant. Can just so easily, if you lead a 60 or 70 HP Pokemon, and you as the Iron Valiant player can just be like, hold up, wait a minute, let me just musical chairs my Iron Valiant a little bit, drop a little cheeky bit of Yogaloo pointing red, and all of a sudden now I get to attack again, and that Burning Rondo from Entei V can come in and start cleaning up. I mean, looking at those good matchups, Gardevoir we saw in the top, the first top most popular decks graphic. Lost Box was in there, and Chen Pao's only just missing it as well. Yeah,
I just got a quick confirmation there that I was right, that 2 players piloting Entei V Iron Valiant EX are both undefeated.
Undefeated?
One is currently 7-0, and the other is 6-0-1, both locking up their day 2 positions so far. So now, in the final 2 rounds of day 1, they'll be playing out to try and get as many points as possible.
Yeah, so I'll be intrigued. Imagine that, Mirror. Just damage counters flying everywhere. I'd be excited to try and go watch that. So I think we're going to cut to a quick video break. I might try and find that that Entei Iron Valiant Mirror match, watch it myself, and then we'll get back here for some more TCG action. Round 8 coming soon.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living room today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
My name's Demetrius Eaton and I'm a top trainer in the Pokemon TCG. I got into competitive Pokemon about 13 years ago when my best friend suggested we should use our cards that we've been collecting for ages and actually learn how to play. My first official tournament I played was a Battle Roads in 2011. I didn't know what to expect really. I wasn't ready for it at all. I didn't have a good deck and I got completely destroyed. The first tournament I realized I could really do this on a larger scale was Bremen 2022 when I made top 8, and that was my biggest result at the time. My greatest accomplishment is second place at Toronto Regionals in 2023. I qualified for this year's World Championships last week by winning a League Cup, but my goal for the rest of the season is to finish in the top 22 for Europe and get the round 1 bye at Worlds. So my top tip for anyone looking to get good at the Pokemon TCG is to think about the mistakes you made in each game. I think it's a lot more common to lose a game due to your mistakes than it is to just being unlucky. My favorite card in Pokemon is the Oxysy X because I won Nationals with it and it's one of my favorite Pokemon. So I've had a great season so far, but my goal going forward is to win a Regionals and then win the World Championships.
Hey trainers, while we've got a break in the action, I'd like to talk to you about something which is very close to my heart right now, and that is Stage 2 Pokemon. My name is Ross Gilbert, I'm joined of course by the lovely Shay and the lovely Freya, and we have seen in the past, this season, we've seen Charizard winning San Antonio Regionals, we've seen Gardevoir winning Knoxville Regionals. Our Stage 2s, I know we've been saying it for years, are they actually back now?
Do you want the short answer or the long answer?
I would like the short answer.
Yes.
Sweet. Now I'd like the long answer.
Yes. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to see, especially considering how it hasn't been the case for such a long time. And now we see both two Stage 2 decks which are absolutely in the top contention of the metagame, and it's been a long time since really we've been able to say that.
It is. I mean, back in the Sword and Shield era, we had Inteleon, and Inteleon was great, but let's be honest, Inteleon was an engine. Yeah. It enabled other decks to be good. Now we've got Charizard and Gardevoir, which are actually ruling the format. Now, Shay, I know you're a Gardevoir fan. Explain to all the lovely people why Gardevoir is so good despite being a Stage 2.
Right, well, I think Gardevoir just has so many options when you break it all down, right? So you got the Refinement Curlier to draw extra cards, which is never a bad thing. I guess traditionally when you look at Stage 2 decks that have usable Stage 1s like Greninja, it's always great. And you even have the Mirage Step Curlier as well. How many times has a Stage 2 deck had 2 usable Stage 1s? It's just incredible. And then you've got the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw extra cards and attach energy potentially and attack as well. Just gets a bit much. You even have the Glade, which doesn't even see play, but it's still really good. It could let search any supporter out. It's just madness. And obviously you do have the Gardevoir EX, and when that eventually comes down, just slams all those energy into play, and all of a sudden things get a little bit out of control. So I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I think it's like poetry in motion watching it play. I remember at EUIC, I lost my round. I was watching the stream and I saw Tord playing it, and I was looking in a mirror match, round 2 I think it was. I looked up at the screen, I was
round
like...
one.
Round 1.
Yeah, round 1 mirror.
Looking up at the screen like... Deck that's a good deck. I need to go buy some really quick. So, and that's exactly what I did.
So Freya, I know you're a Charizard fan. You've been going on about Charizard, how it is you think a little bit superior to Gardevoir. But tell us about Charizard. Again, it's a Stage 2. We've been told for years Stage 2s are too slow compared to some of these big basics. How has Charizard proven people wrong?
Charizard has 2 really, really big things going for it. It is both consistency and power, especially. So, often we see it paired with the Pidgeot EX, which does get another Stage 2. Again, when's the last time we saw a Stage 2 support engine? Being to search for any card in your deck once per turn, it is absolutely phenomenal. You can do a setup early on where you sort of chain rare candies. You rare candy into the Pidgeot, and then you rare candy into the Charizard. And then when you get into the Charizard, you have a 330 HP Stage 2 that can also attach energies from your deck and punishes your opponent for winning by doing more damage when your opponent's taking more prizes.
Yeah, dropping an Iono and then doing more damage every turn with Charizard does seem a little bit cheeky. But I do have to ask the question before we finish here. Are they the best decks? Because if we have a look, Gardevoir for a long time has been great in getting into Day 2, but until Knoxville has been a long time since they had a big Gardevoir finish. Charizard, most played deck in the format. For tournament after tournament after tournament, but it's not been winning like something like Giratina V-Star. So, Stage 2s, are they still a little bit disadvantaged compared to some of these basics, Freya?
Well, of course, right? I mean, that's the inherent issue, is that you trade some of that, consistency of setup with when you're all basics, you can get going very quickly. But the trade-off is when you get to that point, you have the power and you last longer into the late game. We even talked in a previous segment, right, about how these Stage 2 decks can make use of these comeback cards like Countercatcher very effectively, because they naturally will go behind early on, but they can use that to their advantage.
So Shay, Stage 2 decks, are they here to stay then?
I think they are 100% are here to stay, and I think, once the V-Stars have sort of shifted out of the format, I think these powerful Stage 2s are going to be here to stay, and I, for one, I'm all for it.
And let's not even forget that it looks like Baxcalibur is going to be a little bit better when we get to EUIC and hit rotation as well. So that's us, and that's Stage 2s, but stay tuned, there's plenty more action to come. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far. and welcome back to the Dortmund Regional Championships from Germany. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined once again by the lovely Freya Pierce. How you doing, Freya?
Still absolutely loving life.
Yeah, we've been having a little bit of a look at what's going on with the games, and then your old friend Iron Valiant is doing extremely well. We have a 7-0 Iron Valiant, and we have a 6-0-1 Iron Valiant. Both the top two tables have an Iron Valiant on right now. Iron Valiant's doing very well.
I picked the worst time to switch off my prediction.
Yeah, you did. Also, we have a deck of 6-0-1, which can best be described as Arceus Fire. We've got Delphox, we've got Armor Rouge, we've got Armor Rouge EX, we've got all kinds of fun stuff. So that is a deck that we are tracking. We're looking for win-and-ins at the moment,
We
Freya.
are. Yeah, and so unfortunately won't be featuring it this time. But very important to know about that Arceus Rayquaza deck.
It's not Rayquaza.
Oh, no, it's not Rayquaza. Oh, no, it's Fire.
Rayquaza, just Fire. Very similar to the one we saw in Liverpool.
I was just going to mention, yeah, like at Liverpool, we saw that almost made their way to top 8, but of course just fell short on last stream game. But Arceus Fire, that's fascinating.
It is very similar to the deck you're mentioning from Liverpool, but with the Rayquaza taken out.
So just Fire.
But it's got like Armor Rouge EX and the hands. Iron Hands, that's the one, Iron Hands. I'm like, they've all the future ones are called Iron something.
I like how that's just become like so synonymous for...
Everyone knows what I mean.
Thank you very much. Anyway, so that's not what we're featuring today anyway, but that's important to bear in mind for tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, it's a deck we are absolutely... And also, there's a Clorf in day 2. Already, there's a Clorf update, there's a Clorf in day 2, there's at least one more that could potentially make it, and it's become kind of a thing, like in every European event, 1 or 2 Clorf sneaks into day 2.
Yeah. So Santa Clorf isn't coming to town anymore, but maybe you could be shocked by St. Clorfentine?
Yeah, I mean, you could if you want. It's a little bit of a stretch, but I don't know. We'll get there. We'll get some Clorf. It's going to happen. One day Clorf's going to take down a regional, and I'm going to be delighted. Maybe that should be my caster pick.
Clorf?
Clorf.
I mean, it would be a bold one. Let's be real.
It would be a bold one if it won. I mean, come on. Just saying.
Yeah, but sorry, to my a very good point, actually. The thing is, if you do that, it's going to be like with me. That's when Miraidon's going to win.
Oh, the one time I go off Miraidon will actually win.
Don't make my mistake, Ross. You'll see. I'm getting punished right now.
I think I've picked Clorf up enough on the streams that if Clorf does win, I think I'm going to get, you know, like a little tiny little parade. People will be like, you know what? He's been bigging up Clorf the whole time.
They even make it the special like crab pincers, you know, so you can just like be all day long.
We got the Iron Hands and the Clorf pincers in one round. We are crushing it today.
Really
but
none of that in this match.
None of that in this match. But we do have a former world champion in this match. We have got Andre Skubal, who, of course, won the Master Division World Championships in 2022 in London. So, yeah, always nice to get a former world champion on stream. And against another player who should sound a bit familiar to some of the players at home. We've got Patrick Landis. And come on, if we've got Patrick Landis against Andre Skubal on a winning in at a regional championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Patrick Landis, of course, was very famously featured on stream at during the last Swiss round of the World Championships in 2016. Of course, ended up the tie game, but it ended up conceding Luca into top 8. And that's one of his absolutely biggest accomplishments. But he's also had just so much success after that as well. Like, he's an absolutely phenomenal player.
Yeah, very good player with a long history of success going back many years against a former world champion. And yeah, it's awkward. Like the decks we're looking at the moment, we're looking for win-and-ins this round, right? We want players who win their in day 2, and it's not losing you're out yet because we're only in round 8. So if they lose, they're on a true win-and-in next round. You know, win and you're in, lose and you're out. But the winner of this game is going to book their ticket into day 2 of Dortmund Regionals. And there are a lot of familiar decks in that territory.
Yeah, there really are. We've just been looking at the some of the breakdown of what we've already seen. We mentioned Gardevoir a lot already. That's made its way to the top tables. Iron Valiant coming and having a bit of a resurgence with some really impressive top results. We have a Roaring Moon, Charizard. There's nothing really that much unexpected in sort of like the top tables. It's like there's some more of like, I guess you'd say the rogue decks, but there's some major surprises. There's nothing like completely out there. I guess the closest thing being this Arceus Arceus Fire deck.
Yeah, the Arceus Fire deck is very unexpected. Clorf is there. Iron Valiant is doing way better than anyone expected. But if you look around the kind of 16, 17 points, which is what we're looking at as players who are 1 win away from day 2, it's a lot of Charizard, a Lost Zone box, a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Giratina. You know, it's all, you know, Mew, it's all the decks we would generally be expecting here. You know, it is the meta game. Yeah. There are a couple of Miraidon sitting at 6-1, so in position. We're not out of it yet if you're a Miraidon fan. But Iron Valiant certainly is one of the stories of the tournament for me so far. Seeing 2 of those at such high seeds is not what I was expecting.
I mean, one of them was literally on table 1 against Nico, who we just featured as a winner not too long ago. So yeah, the 2 very, very solid results there. But now we're going to go into this game. As you can see there, yeah, Patrick Landis, world's top 32, as already mentioned. Then, but also more recently, has gotten some pretty impressive accomplishments. Top 4 at Warsaw in 2022, a top 8 in Bremen. So, you know, not lost any of that ability at all over the years. It's still absolutely a top-tier player.
Yeah, multiple top 8s in regional championships, plus a top 32 at Worlds. That is not too bad, although I do think that when we go to the other side of the table in a second and have a look at Andre Schubal, there is going to be one accomplishment there which very few people are able to match, because of course we have the 2022 World Champion, and of course, you know, top 4 in EUIC, top 8 at LAIC, top 16 at NAIC in the same year.
It's almost like if you're going to be a world champion, you have to be like a really good player, and there's a chance that you'll have a lot of other really good accomplishments as well.
Yeah, 3 top 16 or better, including a top 4 at 3 internationals in 1 year is phenomenal. Then you add in that world championships as well over in London, and yeah, that is quite the resume. We got 2 really storied players here, and since they've got the headphones on, we can let you in on their deck choices. Patrick is going to be playing Mew, and Andre is going to be playing, I believe, we're going to be seeing Roaring Moon.
So, 2 decks we've seen already, but not this specific matchup we've seen already. Now, I think some people have the misconception that this matchup is heavily favored for Roaring Moon. Don't get it wrong, it is favored for Roaring Moon, but you can absolutely win this matchup still. It's very, very winnable for this deck.
I mean, I remember not too long ago in the stream making a very passionate case for Mew when we were sitting together last time, in fact. And Mew is one of those decks, yeah, Roaring Moon hits for weakness. And that is huge because it means that you don't necessarily need to, you know, use that attack, which is getting the automatic KO. But Mew, it's fast, it's consistent, it's got a lot of tricks. 1 Giratina, 1 Mew VMAX prized.
That's not too bad, but a little bit worse. You see that Andre did, in fact, prize his one of Squawkabilly EX. That's not great.
It is not. We are off here, and it looks like Patrick's going to be starting us off.
Okie dokie. So, starting off with a Genesect being the active, but has that Battle VIP pass, so already feeling pretty happy about life.
Yeah, you're going to be going for, I mean, it's Mew and Genesect here. That's all we're looking for. Some people go for Genesect, 2 Mews. Some people go for a free split. There is, of course, 1 Genesect prized. But Genesect to draw cards, Mew to evolve up later to do a bit of smashing.
Yes, so also going to take a chance to look through to see what is prized, but looks like, yeah, well, as we already saw, right, the prizes weren't really too bad for Patrick in this instance, so definitely going to be more than content with what he has to work with, but just going to want to make sure he has that knowledge before he makes any other decisions. It's very important to have awareness of what you have prized in Mew, especially early on. Given that you have so much draw power in the deck, you don't want to commit to an all-in play going for a dig for an important card, only to realize, oh, wait, hold on, I actually can't get to this card because it's in the prizes.
Yeah, that is not ideal. There are a couple of Ultra Ball in hand, so there are going to be at least 1 more Pokemon being searched, and it does look like 1 Ultra Ball is being discarded with the other, and we've got 2 Mew, 2 Genesect. We've got an even split to start off. Of course, we haven't used any Fusion Strike system yet.
No, of course, this is the ability that makes Mew the deck that it is, so it enables you to... I think it's been so long, we haven't actually described specifically how it works. So, Fusion Strike system, for those of you, in case you're not familiar with Mew, you know, new to the whole thing, it lets you draw cards until you have a number of cards in your hand equal to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So the idea is you just flood your field with your Mews and Genesects, you have 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon out in the field, you draw until you have 6 in hand for each Genesect.
Yep, very nicely put there. We do have a double colorless energy on the Mew. It's not going to do anything this turn, but it's ready for a Mew V Max to be attacking next turn.
Double colorless energy. Do we need to put on the sepia filter again?
Oh, did I say double colorless energy? Oh, I meant double turbo. That was just a slip of the tongue, that was. But we have a double energy, and to be fair, it is a double colorless energy.
It's true.
But it's actually called double turbo,
yes.
Although it is 2 colorless energy. So I feel all right about that.
Yeah, it's essentially the equivalent in this format, right? But
it's a description rather than the name.
Yeah, so anyhow, does Patrick have a means of getting any more Pokemon out? It doesn't, that hand does not look great, actually. Yeah, no, actually, Patrick just passed. Okay. 4 cards in hand and no means to play down any more cards or draw anything else, so it's just going to go to Andre now, as we do see a Pokemon catcher heads to kick things off.
Getting the Mew in the active, and it is possible to launch a turn 1 attack. There's a couple different ways to do it. You can do it with a Galarian Moltres using the ability plus Dark Patch plus attachment for turn.
Was that a Professor's research discarding 3 Pokemon catchers?
Yeah, and there was a Pokemon catcher played, so I believe...
No, I think it was play 1, discard 3.
That might have been all 4 Pokemon catchers.
Goodness gracious me.
I mean, at least it heads on the one you played, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess so, but given how... I mean, this is a build option that we have seen some players opt for with Roaring Moon, but 4 Pokemon catchers and all 4 gone turn 1. That's... can't be feeling too happy about that.
It's not ideal. Now, in terms of the turn 1 KO on the Mew, it is doable. Galarian Moltres using the ability plus Dark Patch plus attachment, or you can go for a Roaring Moon with Dark Patch plus Professor Sada's Vitality plus attachment, or at least you could have done before Professor's research came into play. So it is Galarian Moltres, really. I mean, you can double Dark Patch and attach onto a Roaring Moon, but that's just getting awkward.
Yeah, it's not a really great start. And don't forget, as we mentioned at the beginning, the Squawkabilly X is prize, so further dig options for Andre are actually very limited right now. I'm not convinced we're going to be seeing a KO this turn, as much as that's what you'd like to be doing.
No, going second and hitting a Pokemon catcher to get a Mew into the active. You lick your lips at that point. You're like, boom, turn 1 KO on a Mew. Let's do this. Get a Mew off the board, get an energy off the board, but unfortunately not. Now, it's a slightly rough Pokestop. You do get an energy in the discard.
Yeah, that's the one saving grace, but yeah, that was really not great. A Pokemon and a supporter discarded is... Oh, is it just going to be an attach pass? No. Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we might be going the other way here because Mew can bring it up. So we got some maths that needs to be done here. Roaring Moon has got... Is it
230?
230.
It's 2 power tablets, so 2 damage modifiers. But
there we go.
Yeah.
Well, it has to be power tablet because the belt doesn't work. So yeah, 2 power tablet will put you from 190 up to 250, which will easily be enough there. 220 used to be the magic number, but there's a lot of Pokemon now like Roaring Moon that have gone up to 230. So 1 more power tablet will be needed. We've already got the Mew V Max.
There's been 1 power tablet. There it is. Patrick wins game 1.
That was easy.
Yep.
We spent so long talking about Andre donking Patrick, we forgot that Patrick could donk Andre, and we are heading off to game 2.
I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't have been a donk, it would just be like a turn 1 knockout, but still, yes, it's, yeah, that's a very, very swift win there for Patrick Landis in game 1. Got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, KOing your opponent's only Pokemon on the first turn you're allowed to attack. Technically, we generally use donk to describe your first turn getting a KO, but I think that was close enough that I can allow it.
Do you know what, actually, I just realized something. Do you know what makes it even worse? Andre helped Patrick by bringing up the Mew, so it meant he didn't need to find a way to get the Genesect out of the active.
Yeah, and I think it was one of those things, you know, it's awkward. You thought you were going to draw better off of the Professor's research. I don't believe there had been a deck search to find out that the Squawkabilly was prized.
Well, no, he didn't get the chance, right? He found no Pokemon search at all. He was a very, very, very poor opening hand and then equally poor draw off the research too.
And I think if you've got 4 Pokemon catcher in hand, you're going to play one before you play a Professor's research. It's just, we all have those games. That was just one of those games. Andre was never winning it.
Yeah, and going for that was still correct, because yeah, it ended up helping Patrick, but ultimately if you can get a KO on an energied Mew, that is, you know, further tempo for you than it would be just a KO with Genesect. So, you know, it made sense to go for it, but it just really, really backfired in this instance.
Good news, it was a quick game. And both of these decks are capable of playing quick games far quicker than stuff like Gardevoir and Charizard that we've seen previously, although Mew can have some long turns drawing a lot of cards. So we should see, hopefully a real best of 3 here.
Yeah, we absolutely should. And that is what a nice thing about, best of 3 series is that it means that you can account for one of these, dud games sometimes, right? Sometimes, luck is a part of the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes the deck just won't quite cooperate the way you'd like it to, but you have 2 more games to have a chance to make that comeback and still win a match.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you pass into a Mew like that, needing 2 power tablets, Mew's like, mate, do you know how many cards I can draw? I described Fusion Strike System a couple hours ago on the stream as the best draw ability we've ever seen. I feel good about that.
I think you'd be very hard-pressed to argue against that, honestly, especially, if I think back to myself, okay, if you were to pit all of the decks that have ever been against each other, right, and what would actually be the strongest archetype overall, I think Mew would actually be in that conversation, just purely on the draw power it has and the ability to reach certain crazy damage caps.
There are some players out there who have emptied their hand and used Fusion Strike System 4 times and have literally drawn 24 cards in 1 turn with Fusion Strike System. That is almost half your deck.
Can't really argue with that, can you?
No, it's pretty good draw power. It's the kind of thing you look at cards we've seen, recently. You got stuff like Cricketune, for instance, where, it's limited to once during your turn.
Yeah.
Genesect isn't. Genesect's like, look, mate, as many Genesect as you can get, you use that many Genesect, and the draw power, it means, oh, I need 2 power tablet. I feel really good about this.
It's funny with Cricketune. I feel like out of all of the draw engine Pokemon that have been released, that's one of the ones that saw the least use in the end. Even though that ability has been great before on Oranguru with Instruct, it just seems like Excited Sage, just never really saw that much use.
It did not. Did you see anything in the prizes there that worried you?
Not particularly, no. There was 1 Genesect for Patrick, but only 1 is fine. You can still work with that. And Andre's side I didn't quite catch, unfortunately, but I think it was also fine.
There was nothing I saw that worried me too much there. We do have a Forest Seal Stone coming down on the Moltres, which is lovely. And we've got a turn 1 Earthen Vessel. So this at least looks like a better start for Andre here.
That Forest Seal Stone alone already makes us a better start, because that means that Andre can just grab a Battle VIP pass and actually, get Pokemon onto his side of the field.
But I mean, according to recent surveys, having Pokemon in play is a good thing.
Yes, sorry. This is how I would call me off guard.
We're going to get a Battle VIP pass one way or another. The only way this Forest Seal Stone doesn't end up as a Battle VIP pass is if Andre's hand is good enough to not need one.
Yeah, and that's not the case from what I can see. There's no other VIP pass in there from what I can tell. There's a research that could be good for next turn, although of course you'd rather go for a Professor Stardust Vitality to attach some energy as well as drawing cards. But yeah, he's having a good look through there. Obviously the Earthen Vessel does get 1 energy in a discard. That's nice as well. 2 more energy into the hand. And oh wait, no, there is a Battle VIP pass right at the end of the hand, I think.
So that's going to get you some Pokemon, and, there is a chance of Squawkabilly here. Use that Squawkabilly, get yourself a new hand. It's awkward, of course, because with no supporter on turn 1, but you can Squawkabilly, but you can only Squawkabilly on turn 1. It does mean that you have to give up your hand to do so, including any supporters that might be there.
Yeah, but in decks like this, it makes sense, right? You want to have those aggressive starts. You want to set up your discard pile early on. You want to dig into the deck so you can start finding up your pieces to pull the combos together. So it makes complete sense. Wait, actually, hold on. I mentioned that I didn't catch anything in Andre's prizes. He's not going for a Squawkabilly here. But did he maybe prize it again? I might have completely missed it.
I don't think that he did, but I might have missed it. It's possible. But there is always that possibility of, I don't want to get rid of my entire hand, not on turn 1. It is the big downside of Squawkabilly. And look, if you can look at this and go, look, I've got a Professor's Research for next turn. I've got my Radiant Greninja. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. And so speaking of Radiant Greninja, we do see there the concealed cards coming in, getting another energy into the discard. 2 cards drawn. It looks like it was a Pal Pad and another Dark Energy. So as that's going to be the Dire Flame Wings and then a manual attachment from hand. Now, it's going to be interesting here to see if Andre just goes for the Forest Seal Stone straight away. Probably thinking to himself, he might be a little bit worried about a potential turn 1 KO, but having said that, it's very unlikely, especially as we know this is more of like a sort of a crossover between like the DT and the Fusion build. There are Fusion energies in the deck, but there's no Meloetta, so you're not worried about that turn 1 KO really.
No, and then we've seen in these builds, those Fusion Energy are basically there as a Spiritomb counter. You used to get them on your Genesect so that Spiritomb doesn't turn off all of your Genesect just a couple of them. So we do see another Galarian Moltres coming down and another Roaring Moon, and this is building up to be an aggressive start. And now Andre is going to be able to do Evolve.
Yeah,
and if Mew's not going down, Genesec's going down. Andre's getting 2 prizes before Patrick gets to Evolve.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Looking at his setup here, Andre doesn't really need to put down the Squawkabilly. He actually found that second Battle VIP pass off of trekking shoes. That was a really, really good find. Got the Dart Patch ready to go as well, so can start charging up one of these Roaring Moons. And yeah, you don't need Squawkabilly here. It's there for when you need it, but it's also very sensible to, when you know you can set up well enough without it, to not use it, because it is, of course, a 2-price liability that only has 160 HP.
And it's taking up a bench space. Like, it's not that small a bird. It's going to perch on your bench, and it is going to take up one of those 5 precious spaces. You don't want to put it down unless you really need it. So Andre passes over in a very good position. Free energy on the board, turn 1, without using a supporter card. That is not bad going.
Phenomenal stuff. Patrick going to start us off with a Cramomatic. Is it going to be a heads, no, tails to start things off? Actually,
that's a terrible hand. It's Mew, Path to the Peak, double turbo energy, not double colorless edge. I don't know who made that mistake. And was there one more card?
It was a Mew VMAX and a, I think it was a Mew VMAX and a double turbo energy. That is an atrocious hand from Patrick.
Yeah, no Genesect, no way to search it out. That Cramomatic Tails was huge, because that Cramomatic, were it heads, would have got a Battle VIP pass, which would have got 2 Genesect.
Yeah, that Chromatic heads, no, Chromatic Tails rather, might legit just lose Patrick the game, because here's the other thing. If all you've got is a double turbo and a Mew, you can't copy, there's no Technoblast to copy. It's like, what are you going to copy? Psychic Leap?
Yes.
Like, yeah, that's literally you can copy. Well, you can copy Energy Mix, I guess, but I don't really think that's going to be getting you much further either.
No, there are no good options. And here's the thing. Andre's got 3 energy on the board. 4 energy on the board, sorry. So, you know, it's not going to take much to have a Roaring Moon rolling. Andre goes up 2 prizes, KOs the Mew, and that's probably not getting KO'd anytime soon.
No, and so Andre just goes to the KO with the Dire Flame Wings, and that's a lost vacuum drawn from Patrick, and it's just a pass. Oh, goodness gracious me.
So what do you think is going to happen in Game 3 then, Freya? I think we're probably about ready for Game 3 here. Because here's the thing, this Galarian Moltres is going to KO the Mew, and then Andre's got a backup attacker. Like, Patrick, this is a deck that has to attack with Mew, and looking at Andre's board, you can't attack with Mew. That doesn't work.
That's, I mean, it does work, but it's way too late. It's, what do you even Forest Sealstone for? Because you can't go for a VIP pass. Like,
I think you go to Game 3.
Well, Patrick is going to give this as an earnest shot.
I mean, you Forest Sealstone for a supporter card here, and INO is clearly going to be the play, because then you get a new hand of 6, your opponent gets a hand of 2, and we've actually seen this already at the front of the deck.
Yeah, it's got to be Iono, and just hope you draw a Genesect. Not even for the draw necessarily, right? Because obviously the draw would be nice, but there's a path that he can play. You just need the Technoblast to copy. You need like a Pokemon card that has the word Technoblast on it, or the attack Technoblast on it.
You do. The problem is Andre needs an energy. And energy will win the game for Andre.
Yeah.
And look, there is a chance that this Iono puts Andre down to 2 cards, Andre draws nothing, and Patrick has a ridiculous comeback.
That's actually another problem. Patrick needs to find a lost vacuum, otherwise that bench Moltres is going to activate that Star Alchemy from the Forest Sealstone and win the game.
I mean, that is also slightly awkward, frankly. That there's probably an energy you can get from the Forest Sealstone. Like I say, I think Patrick, there's no reason not to, right? You've got 35 minutes left. You are going to have time for Game 3. But and I know I've called games too early many times. I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, it's true. I think we've both been guilty of that at times. But, like, was that a Tails as well? Yeah, no, that's... No.
There we go. My point was going to be I've called games early a lot. I really feel like I'm not calling this one too early. Andre wins Game 2, and we are off to Game 3, and we are going to have time for a proper best-of-3 series. We've had 2 extremely quick games. Can we get a proper Game 3?
Yeah, I was going to say, proper best-of-3 series. Like, perhaps that's not the best way to describe it, but yeah, maybe we get, like, you know, a proper Game 3, and that will be, it'll be like it's a best-of-1 in a way, almost, yeah.
Hey, we've had 2 completed games. They were not the most competitive or even games you've ever seen. But we have had 2 completed games where one player got a win condition.
Okay, yeah, very fair point. So it is 1 apiece. Patrick loses Game 2, and so Andre takes Game 2. So I guess if you're Patrick now, do you still want to go first? Because then you have it's nice to go first as Mew because obviously you can get your Mew VMAX out as soon as possible, but then you're also giving Andre the chance to like go second and take a turn 1 KO. It's seems a bit. I guess that's still kind of the case.
No,
anyway.
I want to go first because I do not want Andre to have 2 turns to set up a Pokemon before I've evolved.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem for me, and that's one of the reasons that Andre did so well in that last game, because Andre went first. He was KOing straight away.
Yeah.
You know, he was ready on his first attacking turn. He was ready to start taking prizes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I guess the equation changes with like the DTE Mew build specifically, because if you go second with Fusion Mew, maybe you can actually get a turn 1 attack and you know get a KO that way, but you can't do that with this. So yeah, going first is always the correct move.
Yeah, you go first here. You hope it's more like game 1 than game 2.
Yes.
You hope you can have a decent start. And Andre, I mean, that's the thing. That game for Patrick was the worst of both worlds. It wasn't just that you had a terrible start. Andre's deck fired. Like, you didn't even need Squawkabilly, and the deck did that.
You didn't even need Roaring Moon. You literally like, took 4 prizes from a Galarian Moltres.
But Roaring Moon was waiting. Roaring Moon was ready.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so we've got former world champion against former world top 32. We've got accomplishments all over the field here. And we've got 2 players for whom a win will put them into day 2. It is that simple. A win puts a player to 6-1-1, guarantees that they will be back tomorrow to continue fighting for the title of Dortmund Regional Champion. The loser, they've got another winning in after.
Yeah, and let's face it, given the amount of time left on the clock, weird things can happen. But I think it's very likely that this game 3 is going to end, that this match is going to end in a win or a loss.
Yeah, somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. Here are the prizes. What do we see? Double Dark Patch.
Oh, yeah, that's not great. And double Power Tablet for Patrick as well. It's workable, but not great. I think that's the way I describe both players' prizes here.
And 3rd game in a row, there's 1 Genesect in the prizes.
Yes, and but this time, Patrick can just grab it straight away with that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Oh, it's lovely when you prize something like that and you get the Heavy Ball turn 1. That is awesome.
Yeah, it just like, it does so much at once, right? It lets you look at your prizes quickly, you get the Pokemon you need out. It's just absolutely the best thing to see turn 1.
And it means you don't have to do that awkward thing where you look through your deck and try and figure out what's prized. You know what's prized.
Yeah. Oh, and look at this, the Forest Sealstone as well. So, and the double Crammatic, so Cram discarding Cram.
Cram's ahead!
Hey, there we go.
We have a second screen here that we can see underneath it. So we see it was ahead for a Battle VIP pass, and Patrick is not having a repeat of game 2.
No.
We've got multiple Genesect. We've got heads on Crammer, which did not happen last game. We've got Forest Sealstone, which hasn't even been used yet.
But might not even need to use it, let's be honest, depending on what else is in his hand.
And that's the dream, like not using Forest Sealstone.
Yeah, because like we saw in game 2, right? If it's just there ready waiting and you can set up without it, it means that it's something that your opponent has to get rid of. Otherwise, you know they have the out to win next turn.
Yeah, if you need it set up, you need it set up. But if you can save it to be like, look, when I need 1 card, got it, I've definitely got it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah. So a Mew off the first Fusion Strike system, like bench that to make the second Fusion Strike system draw more, and then off of that, looks like it finds a Feather Ball and an Ultra Ball. So could go for that, could go for the Crammatic as a, could go away. Just thinking about the Ultra Ball here.
You Ultra Ball for the 3rd Genesect.
Yeah,
that's what you really want here. You want 3 Genesect. You want your draw power. Like I say, some people go for a 4-2 split. More often, we generally tend to see a 3-3. You want the 3rd Genesect. And honestly, because you've got so much draw now, you don't want to risk Tails on a Crammatic when you can just draw an extra 3 or 4 cards a turn.
So this would be a good point, Ross. So perhaps maybe a little bit of a test here, but for the folks at home, I think most people seeing that would think, oh, why would you only need 2 Mews to attack. Why would you ever want, the 3rd Mew down instead of the 4th Genesect? So what would you say to the folks at home asking a question like that?
I would say Psychic Leap.
The right answer, well done.
Because when you copy Psychic Leap, you have to shuffle the Pokemon back into your deck.
But no,
so
you can, you don't have to.
Well, most of the time you do it to heal, so you're right. But you do it because you want to do the healing. And that way you have the option of Psychic Leap while still having 2 Mew on the field, which is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have a card with a bit of text, Psychic Leap on the bench to copy it with Mew's Cross Fusion Strike. So yeah, 3rd Mew down means, like you said, you can have 2 Mew VMAX, but still use that Psychic Leap and run away into the deck when need be, which is a play we've seen many a time to great success before.
It's very good. Speaking of a play we've seen many times before, how about Battle VIP pass? And this time the old bird is out. Squawkabilly is on the bench, and we've actually got a second Battle VIP pass. So it looks like we might get our wish, Freya. We might get an actual game where both players set up.
Yeah. here it is, where both players set up actually absolutely beautifully here. Patrick with an ideal board, Andre with an ideal board as well. So now it's going to be a matter of, these decks are both rushing decks. They both want to race for 2 prizes as quickly as possible. Andre has an opportunity to take a lead in that prize race by, if he can set up an attacker going first here. It is possible, it is tricky, it's going to be up to him to piece it together, so it's really just a matter of us like going along for the ride and seeing what happens.
I love hitting for weakness here because Galarian Moltres in a lot of matchups is a little bit too short. 220 is one of those magic numbers. Galarian Moltres hits 190. In this matchup, 190 is enough to get Genesect. Because of weakness, it's even enough to get a Mew V Max, honestly.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres V is a phenomenal attacker against basically every single thing in the Mew V Max deck. Now, Andre, interestingly enough, was thinking about going for it, but decided not to and actually opted for a Mew EX instead.
I kind of like Mew EX. It's extra draw power. It's not. It's good at copying attacks. That is not the goal here. You've got enough great attackers. Galarian Moltres V, Roaring Moon, that's what you're attacking with this game. Mew is down there as an extra bit of draw power. And between that and Greninja and your Squawkabilly, it does kind of look like Andre's going for it.
Yeah, and of course you do, right? If you take the first knockout, that puts you in such a good contention to actually win the game because this is a racing matchup. If you take the first 2 prizes, then and as long as you can keep it up, you're golden.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if you're trading 2 for free, you can go down 2. And it's Patrick takes 2, Andre takes 3, Patrick takes 2, Andre wins the game. But that, you're relying on being able to KO VMAXs. What have you seen, Freya?
I've seen a Pokemon catcher. Now, there's an interesting call here. Do you, since there's 3 Mews down anyway, do you consider doing a Pokemon catcher to bring up the Genesect with a Forest Seal Stone, KO that, and then take the Star Alchemy option off the board?
I think it'd be a fun play. I don't think you need to, but I think you absolutely could.
I think, yeah, he's considering it. Well, he's considering a Pokemon catcher. We don't know what he's going to go for yet.
I mean, we know what he's going to go for.
There's the heads. Yeah, oh, there we go.
Well, the only other options were a Mew. We already had one. Or a Genesect without the Star Alchemy.
Yeah, so Andre obviously reading my mind there, thinking, oh yeah, you know what, that's a really good call, and the head's there off the Pokemon catcher, so is able to do it, but now is the second part. Can you actually piece together the energy that you need and the sort of the acceleration you need to get an attacker powered up to actually take the KO?
Well, now you do have your Galarian Moltres, which has got the Forest Seal Stone on, and that's generally what you're going for here, because you can use its ability to get an energy. There's an energy in the discard with Greninja.
Well, there's an Earthen Vessel and a Tracking Shoes, but another energy in hand as well. So I mean, you're missing energy in the first discard that you did. So finding energies now is very, very good. This is exactly what he wants, and yeah, exactly. It is a lot easier on turn 1 to power up a Galarian Moltres V because you have that Dire Flame Wings ability, you have Dark Patches, that plus you can do a Dire Flame Wings plus Dark Patch plus attachment, and that will get you there. And with the Forest Seal Stone, I think you're pretty close to piecing this together already.
I mean, you've already got the energy for the ability. You've got Dark Patch if you need it. You need an energy in the discard, energy in hand.
You have the switching out as well, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Andre benched the Mew EX, of course, because it has a free retreat cost. So you can switch card into it, bring it into the active, but then you can still Dark Patch to the Galarian Moltres V and set it up for attacking.
Yeah, the pivoting option is already there. It is literally just Dark Patch, attach for turn, use ability, and you are there. Now, Squawkabilly comes out here.
And that is a fine set of cards to discard for Squawkabilly. It's all things considered, yeah, you're very, very happy with that.
Any energy? I'd like at least... Oh, there is 1 energy. So, are there 2 in the discard?
Yes, there are. There was one that was discarded off of... I can't remember what it was, but there's one, and I definitely saw it. Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, then we're there, because you can just use Forest Seal Stone to go and grab a Dark Patch, and then you Dark Patch 1, ability the other, attach the one in your hand for turn, and then free retreat the Mew, and that's your KO.
Yeah, now, again... The dynamic here, Trekking Shoes, if you can find a Dark Patch off of this, maybe you can save the Forest Seal Stone for later. But, it's like...
The Pokestop's not one you want to really discard, unfortunately.
No. Actually, he's not used his Pokestop yet, has he?
I don't believe so.
You could try and go for it with that, and again, that would mean you can save the Forest Seal Stone.
But you do risk starting to discard stuff you don't really want to discard if you go down that route. So we do see the Dire Flame Wings here. And then is the question, if that Pokestop hasn't been used, do you use it to look for the Dark Patch, or do you just go for the Forest Seal Stone? We know the KO is on the board. That's the easy thing. The only question is the exact way Andre goes about it.
Yeah, and you saw Andre's agonizing over it. There's a lot in hand already. He's really trying to pick over this hard. But it looks like, no, just going to fire off the Star Alchemy here and now. So undoubtedly going to get that Dark Patch. And to be fair, don't forget, we noticed at the beginning of the game, there are 2 Dark Patches prized. I'm sure Andre's probably aware of that already. So,
yes.
You know, he's probably thinking about that. You know what, playing the odds doesn't make much sense here. Let's just use the guaranteed option.
No, I agree. The odds of hitting it any other way are quite slim. Let's just go ahead, get it with your Forest Seal Stone, and get rolling.
So we know that it's all there ready to go, and we'll see how big of an impact this KO makes. We did mention we weren't sure if it was the right move to go for. I suggested it as an option, but you know, taking the only Forest Seal Stone off the board can be a pretty big deal. The only problem, of course, being Patrick does still have 2 more Genesects to work with, so still can be drawing a lot of cards with Fusion Strike System and maybe just find another Forest Seal Stone.
The biggest issue here is going to be that if Patrick gets a return KO, which is very likely in a Mew deck, are you then going to be able to have enough energy? And that's really what it's going to come down to. If Andre can power up 2 more attackers, it's probably happening.
Yeah. Now, you know, helping towards that, we do see the Pal Pads that can shuffle one of the Professor Sarda's Vitalities that got discarded back into the deck. So if you find that, that will get you a lot of the way there. Also, don't forget, there's 2 prizes being taken here. So I can't remember what exactly order they were in, but there's a chance that maybe Andre can get Dark Patch off the prizes, and that would put him in good stead too.
That would be good. Play Professor Sarda's, play your Dark Patch. Maybe there's another Galarian Moltres which can come out and start using Dire Flame Wings. Now we see another Pokemon catcher here. It's a Heads. Are we just going back to Mew here?
No, I guess we're going with another Genesect.
I think we're emptying out the hand here.
Okay, so 2 heads, thankfully, Andre, that did work out quite well.
3 heads on Pokemon Catcher in 1 turn, just to get 1 Genesect, which you don't even, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a decent play, but it's not like you have to get this Genesect.
No, but it's the best Genesect to go for, right?
I agree.
So it's like, I guess Andre valued the hand emptying more than the optimal Genesect KO in that instance, so you can, you know what, even if like the heads don't work out in my favor, I'd still rather do this.
And then that's exactly the point I'm making. It is a good play to take out the Genesect, but it's not essential. If it was, Andre would not have played those Pokemon Catcher. But you're preparing here, you know, Finning is winning. These are cards. Andre doesn't really need Pokemon Catcher. He's going to be attacking into the active Mew every turn.
Yeah, like you mentioned right at the start of the game or the match, right? Basically every single thing in Patrick's deck is very easily KO'd by all the attackers in Andre's deck. So this is not a matchup where gusting is really relevant.
So you just empty out your hand, and like I say, getting the Genesect was good. It was the right play. It was the best play. But Andre's not thinking, oh, Patch is going to have that 1 card and I'm going to lose. Andre's thinking, if I power up 2 more attackers, I can't lose this game.
Yeah. So, Featherball from Patrick's, finding the Mew VMAX. That's going to get evolved pretty post-haste, I imagine. Oh god, it has an Ultra Ball for good measure. Probably going to try and find that last Genesect to get as many Fusion Strike systems on board as possible and just, you know, do the flood of draws. Oh no, actually going to go for another Mew VMAX instead.
Don't mind this at all, getting double Mew VMAX so that if one does go down, you're ready to go the following turn. Could even set yourself up and then play a Path to the Peak to try and turn stuff off, like concealed cards, like Dire Flame Wings, for instance. And, you know, getting yourself set up before you drop that Path to the Peak can be important, or might just not want another Genesect.
Who knows? There's both double evolution happening right now. Fusion Strike System gonna draw up to 5, it looks like. Finds a Battle VIP pass with a Box of Disaster and another Ultra Ball.
Now this Ultra Ball could be a Genesect if that's where you wanted to go. Box of Disaster goes down on the Mew there.
It's yeah, there it is, Ultra Ball now starting the VIP, of course, that don't need that. Yeah, there was not a Genesect in deck. I was wondering, maybe it just wasn't in deck for some reason, but no, it's definitely there. I guess in its instance, Patrick just valuing the double Mew VMAX more.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. And it was in the prizes. There was one in the prizes, but we saw the turn 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball to get it out the prizes.
That was it.
After turn 1, there were none prized. We now do. I mean, you always want the extra Genesect. It was just in the previous, you know, in the previous interaction, the extra Mew was more important.
Yeah. So, Fusion Strike System number 2 going in for it now. Another Box of Disaster. Oh, finds a double Turbo Energy. That's very crucial. Actually didn't have that up until now, so is now able to attack. You could put the other Box of Disaster on the bench Mew VMAX. Yeah, that's going to happen. Oh, Advisor Judge as well. That could actually be very strong.
That could be good. And because of Moltres' self-damage, there's no modifiers needed. Mew is hitting 190. Galarian Moltres has 190 left.
Yeah, we do see that Andre having to pick up the Box of Disaster to read what it does. So let's, in case you're in a similar position to Andre, so when it's attached to a Pokemon V and it has full health and it is knocked out, you place 8 damage counters on the Pokemon that just attacked you.
Really good into Roaring Moon, because Roaring Moon, if you go for the automatic KO, you leave yourself with very little HP remaining, and Box of Disaster will actually KO you, so it turns into a double KO. But right now, we got a Judge.
Yeah, this is the two-piece combo, right? Hand Disruption plus Ability Disruption. If Patrick can find a Path to the Peak now, which we've got the guarantee for, there's the other Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, we missed that one before. We don't miss it out here. If Patrick wants a Path to the Peak, it is absolutely going to be findable. But first, we're drawing till 6 cards in hand. We've got a Boss's Orders. We've got a Lesser Sparkle, which is kind of pointless in this matchup. But we got Boss's Orders, and now we're going for the V-Star. How confident are you as Path to the Peak, Freya?
Pretty hecking confident, I would say.
I mean, now it's clearly confident. I mean, it's on the board. You have to answer before it hits the board.
I spoke too slowly. I was going for emphasis, and then Patrick just completely ninja'd me on speed. So yeah, don't know what to tell you.
But no, you are absolutely right. This is the play. We've seen this from you over and over again. You Judge or Roxanne or Iono combined with Path to the Peak, and just say to your opponent, I don't think you can draw out of this.
Yeah, and let's make no mistake, right? Roaring Moon isn't one of the decks that's hurt the worst by Paths to the Peak, but in this kind of build, look what's on the board. There's a Mew EX, there's a Radiant Greninja. Those cards are affected by Paths to the Peak. That means that it cuts off your best and most extended draw options, but they're still draw options. If you can't use them, that will limit you.
And Galarian Moltres V is a great attacker in this matchup.
That's a very good point.
And you need to accelerate 1 energy with Dark Patch to that, rather than 2 energy with Dark Patch / Professor Sarda's Vitality to a Roaring Moon. So a lot of the time here, it can be better. But speaking of Professor Sarda's Vitality...
There it is. Very important pickup. So able to attach 1 energy apiece to the 2 Roaring Moons, drawing 3 cards. One of the strongest supporters to come out of our most recent set.
Yeah, it's pretty good from Paradox Rift there.
Sorry, second most recent set, I should say, because of Paldean Fates, but yes.
Most recent main set,
yeah.
We can go for that. And worth noting, there's 4 energy switch in Andre's deck, so now we don't need a Dark Patch, and energy switch will do fine.
They don't see one in hand currently, and I mean, this is where the Path to the Peak is awkward. There is ways to fin out. Oh, no, there it is!
He's got Pokestop.
He's got Pokestop, but there's an energy switch in hand too.
Yep. So he's going to be absolutely golden. We got the free energy, we've got the pivoting option with the Mew, and actually you don't really want to replace the stadium here. Okay, you do want to replace the stadium here, but when Roaring Moon attacks, you can get rid of that stadium.
Yes, yeah, you can. So I guess, Andre, even with that in mind, thinking, you know what, I would really rather dig more into my deck. I know I'm kind of wasting a stadium discard in that sort of sense, but it's still worth it. So there is a slightly tricky aspect, though. I think Andre would like to find a way to deal with this Box of Disaster. Now, it's not the end of the world if you can't deal with it, because you still are favored in sort of like the tempo of the prize race, but having 8 damage counters placed on you is not great, no matter which way you look at it.
It's not ideal. It's not the end of the world because you can use, because there's a stadium in play, then it means that you can actually use Calamity Storm.
Yeah, but okay, I just realized something here. So if with this Ultra Ball, this now makes more sense because now you get like 2 turns of Dire Flame Wings potentially, and 1 guaranteed. So even though you wanted to discard the Path to the Peak with the Stadium, it means that you couldn't Dire Flame Wings that turn. So that would have been why the Pokestop was played.
No, absolutely. The issue becomes, if there's no Stadium in play, when Andre comes back into his turn, that forces him to have a Galarian Moltres or use Frenzied Gouging. The reason I liked the idea, and you've laid out beautifully why the Stadium got replaced, the reason why I liked not replacing it was to basically, you've got a Stadium in hand next turn, I can Calamity Storm 2 turns in a row. I don't want a Frenzied Gouging against a Mew, I want to Calamity Storm.
Yeah, in an ideal world you do, and yeah, now can go for the Calamity Storm, of course, but actually, is there another energy in discard that Andre can accelerate with the Dire Flame Wings? I'm actually not sure if there is, so maybe Andre's thinking, you know what, I'm going to energy switch this over, and that way I can actually go for concealed cards, or no, restart first, because there's only 1 card in hand.
I don't think it was anything super impactful. I didn't...
Wait, oh no, you already attached an energy for turn, I guess, yeah.
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. It's good. Yeah, because it was Sada plus energy switch plus attach from hand. So
Yes.
yeah, he's already attached this turn. That's why he couldn't attach that. That makes more sense.
But we do want to try and get one on the Dire Flame Wings, which we absolutely do here, and that's why the Path to the Peak got replaced, so that you could use that. And using Mew is good, using concealed cards is good, but that's the real benefit you get here. Like I said earlier on, Andre needs 3 attackers, and this matchup becomes very doable. He's now got second attacker built up, and next turn, if you can Dire Flame Wings and attach, you've got everything you need to finish out the game.
Yeah, there is nothing that Patrick can put out that would be not KO'd by a Galarian Moltres V. So Andre knows this, and he's taking his time. He's being very considered in his play. He knows he has the time to do this. He doesn't need to rush. The game 1 and 2 were very, very quick, as we all witnessed. So plenty of time to focus in on things in game 3 to make sure that every single move is precisely calculated.
Yeah, now if you use Calamity Storm, you will have to discard the Stadium here, or else you only do 200 with weakness rather than 440 with weakness, and you kind of want to get the KO here. You're going to take the damage from Box of Disaster.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Was the Box of Disaster gone?
No, he went for a Frenzied Gouging.
But there was... Oh,
Frenzy
okay,
That's exactly why, because Frenzy Gouging does not trigger the Box of Disaster, because it needs to be, so I wasn't specific with this earlier, it has to be knocked out by damage from an attack.
But Frenzied Gouging, you take more damage than you would have from Box of Disaster.
But to your point earlier, it keeps the Stadium in play.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly right. It is keeping that Stadium in play. Andre is playing this really nicely, giving himself the most opportunities for next turn. I'm going to get rid of this Path to the Peak now so I can get an extra energy with Galarian Moltres. I am going to keep my Stadium in play. And look, it just got lost vacuumed away, okay? But maybe there was another world where it stayed.
Yeah, and that... knowing that could have happened, that is exactly why Andre decided that going for the Frenzied Gouging made the most sense. So,
kind of heartbreaking to Frenzied Gouging to protect your Stadium and then see it lost zoned anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit. But, I mean, you got to try, right? It's going to be very interesting to see what Patrick does here because, yeah, Pal Pad makes sense. You want to... no boss going in, just the Judge, interestingly enough. I guess Patrick is thinking, like... bringing things up with boss orders isn't really as relevant right now. I just want to disrupt Andre as much as I can.
And you need to kind of get rid of the attackers with the energy on. You're going to be attacking what's in front of you here.
Yeah, and this is why finding Path to the Peak this turn is absolutely crucial. Without Path to the Peak, you just... Dire Flame Wings and a manual attachment away from losing this game. So, yeah, finding energy, of course, that is very crucial. Another Power Tablet and another Fusion Strike system, drawing only 2 more cards. That was another Judge.
Power Tablet, not relevant for the maths here. You're just filling out your hand so you can draw more. And then we see a Judge coming down. So Andre goes down to a 4-card hand. You're going for the classic Judge Path combination here because otherwise it is way too easy for Andre to get the win next turn.
Yeah, and that's exactly what if you're in Patrick Landis' position, you don't want to see. So it's not the best disruption he could have done. It was just what was available to him, but it's better than nothing. If he can't find Path to the Peak, it's going to be in a very bad way. Even if he does find Path to the Peak, there's a chance for Andre to still run away with this, but it's all going to go down to this draw. So we see another Forest Sealstone. You can fin that out of the hand, but oh, the rest of the hand is not very great for finning.
Really isn't. We got an INO and the boss's orders, did not get it. And actually, for all of our discussion about which attack to use from Roaring Moon, if Box of Disaster activates, Mew KOs. If you Frenzied Gouging, Mew KOs. It doesn't actually make any real difference how much damage is on there. You're in Mew range.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why better to just have that non-difference than just go for the Stadium.
Now here we go, Dire Flame Wings. Do we have an attachment? Yes, we do. And we're going to see a retreat. We're going to see a KO with Galarian Moltres. And Andre Schubal is going to win 2 games to 1 and book his place in day 2 of Dortmund Regionals.
Huge congratulations to Andre. A supremely well played game there. It's I'd say like a phenomenal series, but let's say it's game 1 and 2. It kind of happened as they did, but that was a really, really great game for you, back and forth, and yeah, just an absolutely phenomenal performance from Andre there.
And you laid out Freya at the beginning of the game. This is a matchup which is favoured for Roaring Moon, and we saw why in game 3. Because actually Patrick played that well, did everything he could, but when Galarian Moltres KOs everything in your deck and Roaring Moon is a nice bonus, that is a good matchup for you.
And especially with the this build of the deck that can't get a KO going first, right? Or going second. Roaring Moon can, so if you have that insane setup like Andre did, you can take a KO going second on your first turn, and then you're trading a 2 for 2, and if Mew can't disrupt you, as we saw there, like the disruption wasn't really enough. enough, then Roaring Moon is going to be very, very favored.
Yeah, and we saw, Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon's good, but that really was a Galarian Moltres V show.
Yeah,
that was
really
all Galarian Moltres. I know we saw a KO with Roaring Moon, but really the difference there was Galarian Moltres, and being able to use the ability to get an energy onto yourself, so there's one less needs to be accelerated. It's lovely. We saw a Roaring Moon get going in one turn, but it was energy and Professor Sada's Vitality and an energy switch, the second energy that you got from Professor Sada's Vitality. It is a much more awkward way round of doing things. Yeah. Works.
It's so much more efficient to power up a Galarian Moltres V because it's kind of more self-sufficient in a way. You have that ability to charge it up yourself. You can just attach from hand and then do a Dark Patch. So you can combine that with, say, a Professor's Research to draw the extra cards you need, and then suddenly against a deck like Mew, where, as we mentioned before, like Galarian Moltres KOs everything that Mew can put out, it is going to be like your absolutely most go-to attacker in that matchup.
The only thing that makes me sad about that matchup is that Andre played 4 Pokemon Catcher, and in one game we saw 1 played and then the other 3 discarded. In one game we saw 3 played and they all hit heads, but it didn't really matter at the end of the day. No. It was just hand thinning. Pokemon Catcher not really pulling their weight here, but it didn't really matter.
No, it was a great display of, putting a lot of cards with that say Pokemon Catcher on them, either onto the field or into the discard pile. I think that's the best thing we can say about it.
No, it worked out very nicely. And look, Roaring Moon is on a real tear. We've been talking about it all weekend. It's since Knoxville, and not really since Knoxville, since Ross Cawthorn got a top 8 with it, Roaring Moon has been on the up. Roaring Moon is doing a lot better, and we saw a great example in that matchup of why that is. It is a deck which can hit hard and fast, and free energy attackers, but you're actually getting them going in one turn out of nowhere. And the fact that Roaring Moon can literally KO anything and is a basic Pokemon that can be powered up in one turn, that's a lot to deal with for any deck.
Yeah, because a lot of decks that hit hard, the problem that they have is that they hit hard early, but the power kind of peters out a little bit. Roaring Moon doesn't have that. You have an attack that says KO anything. If you need that option, say, like we talk about Charizard, right? And we talk about how Charizard has an absolutely absurd amount of HP, and that it's so hard to deal with. Frenzied Gouging doesn't care. You just knock it out.
Yeah, Frenzied Gouging will get anything you need, and between Professor Sada's Vitality, Dark Patch, and you can actually Dire Flame Wings and Energy Switch from the Galarian Moltres. We didn't see it happen in that match, but it absolutely is a possibility. It's one of the reasons why these decks tend to play 4 Energy Switch, because we've seen how great Galarian Moltres is accelerating energy to itself. It basically turns your Energy Switch into a pseudo Dark Patch, which is really quite lovely, and when you've got that many ways to accelerate energy, it's pretty great.
Yeah, and we're not seeing it so much here, but of course we have seen some previous builds of Roaring Moon, even incorporating some water energies and the Radiant Greninja, right? So you can do those plays where you do the Sada early on, you accelerate a couple of energies, suddenly you're getting a Moonlight Shuriken turn 1 out of nowhere, which can be phenomenally powerful.
Yeah, and it's interesting that those builds with water energy, they have not proven to be the most popular builds. It seems to be the pure dark which are winning. But speaking of winning, we have a winner. It's Andre Scubal. We're going to take a super quick break while we get Andre over to the desk. So grab yourself a nice cold beverage. But seriously, the fridge has got to be closed. You don't have much time.
Look, I'm excited to be here with our winner of our round 8 feature match, a former world champion, Andre Scubal. How are you doing, my friend? How was that?
Good to be back, I guess.
I mean, game 1 didn't really go.
There was no game 1, there was no game 2.
There was no game 1? Yeah. We don't need to talk about that?
There was no game 2 either. So,
But I mean, going into that matchup against Patrick, Roaring Moon, a deck you've played a few times before it was popular, into Mew.
Yeah,
pretty happy with it, right?
I mean, at first I didn't know it was a Mew, but then I was kind of confident after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see you kind of showcase the deck again. As I mentioned before, you've been playing it a while. You took maybe a tournament away from it.
maybe 1 or 2. But then you came back, of course, and now it's doing super well for you. I mean, it's got to be a great feeling to be able to just take on a good matchup and force yourself back into day 2 again.
I mean, I didn't really test for this event because I had my pharmacology exam on Thursday, and I just copied a list from the page, and I took it, and I'm 6-1-1, so I guess I'm doing something well.
Okay, I mean, 6-1-1. What's your matchups been like today so far?
Various. I even played against some Arceus deck. Yeah, I lost to Guardy.
Lost to Guardy?
I tied to Tina, and yeah, some Zards as well.
Just some Zards, so a nice mixture.
Yeah,
What you expect?
As well.
What you kind of expect for the meta then at the moment?
Give or take. Yeah. I didn't play any mirror, which is kind of surprising, I guess.
I mean, one thing you want to try and avoid, right? Playing a mirror is just a bit of a
I guess it's like
catcher flip
coin. Yeah, flip coin.
I think I heard from the casters that they were quite upset that they didn't get to see you play the catchers in the normal way.
I mean, the catchers don't really matter in this matchup. I just wanted everything, so yeah.
I mean, being able to get the double heads was quite cool, just to kind of make sure you...
triple heads in one turn,
that's what I mean, to target back up the Genesect with the Forest Seal Stone. So that was cool. I mean, one more round to go. So this is locked your day 2, of course, 6-1-1, as you mentioned. One more round, you're going to obviously... As a former world champ, you know what to do in this round. You're going to try and play it, try and get as many points.
Sure.
Anything you want to try and avoid?
Not really. I will probably try to avoid a long game because I'm super tired.
Okay, well, Andre, it's a pleasure to have you back on the stream. Of course, like I said, it's great to have a champion. And we will, of course, wish you the best of luck in your final round. We'll follow you into day 2.
Thank you.
So we'll wish you the best of luck for that. But just for now, we'll go into just a short break before we bring you the final round, or maybe no break. We'll bring you the final round as soon as possible. And we'll go into round 9. Good luck, Andre.
Thank you.
Well, I hope your fridge was close, or you're watching on something you can carry with you, because those breaks were very, very short. I am, of course, Ross, and I'm back with Freya. We just had a chat to a former world champion and round 7 or round 8 champion of Dortmund Regional Championships, and that means there's only one round to go, but it's going to be a doozy, so, you know, that's awesome.
Yeah, stick around. You're not going to want to miss the last round, are you?
I mean, not only that, that's the round where we get you to choose what game we're putting on stream. It's the community choice one, so, I mean, look, if you're going to miss any round on stream, are you really going to miss the community choice? No! Do, of course, make sure to follow us on all the relevant social channels and get in touch using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We want to hear from you. It's fun when we hear from you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. And actually, we do want to hear from you in a moment, because, look, we've had 8 decks, and we've been working through round 1 of our, I don't know what we're going to call it.
The deck bracket, I guess?
The deck bracket, let's call it the deck bracket. But there's actually one matchup we haven't done yet, which is frankly irresponsible of us, but I think we can have a go at that now. It's Gardevoir and Lost Zone box, and so far, chat are free for free, choosing the deck with objectively the weaker results in this format. That is very, very interesting to me as we go into our final round. A bit of rematch for us, of course, because I don't know if you can see that, Freya, but of course, wasn't that close last time.
No, I mean, to be honest, I think the thing I'm more sad about is that there's no Iron Valiant on here at all. Don't know who made that decision, but, you know, not happy about that.
Well, the good news is I've got Lost Zone box this time round, which is clearly the better of the two. So I'm going to be getting 30 seconds starting in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Cramorant. Cramorant is amazing. Turn 1 often, 110 10 damage, you're KOing all those little Pokemon. Then, of course, you've got Come Favor Amazing Draw. You've got Mirage Gate, which lets you play literally any Pokemon you like. Radiant Charizard fits in beautifully. You've got that new Crisis Punch card that lets you do 280 for no damage on, you guessed it, a Cramorant. We've got Kyogre to take multiple KOs. You can play Roaring Moon, you can play Iron Hand. There are so many different, it's like 20 decks in one.
Sorry, I feel a bit rude just cutting off in the face there, but like, you know, we've got to stick to the time, you know, there's the rules.
I mean, cut me off, maybe don't hit me in the face.
Anyhow, so that leaves me with Gardevoir, and oh god, I'm so ready for this. Right, I got the timer. 3, 2, 1. Okay, you've been watching the stream this whole time, right? What have we said? This is the Gardevoir Resurgence Regional. We have said that the whole stream has been a masterclass in how to play Gardevoir well. Gardevoir is at the top tables. Literally, our featured player who was in the interviews won on stream with it and is on the top tables there. It is the deck to beat for this tournament. There is no question about it. Gardevoir is the top dog here.
I don't like how you keep stopping before I get a chance to rudely cut you off. It ruins my fun.
My sense of timing is just you're better than yours, Ross. I don't know what to say.
It's really fun to jump in and cut someone off midstream.
And I'm denying you the pleasure.
Twice! Twice you've denied me the pleasure. And I heard you use my own words against me there, which I do not appreciate when we're going head-to-head like this.
It's an effective argument. I don't want, like, Ross, love you really.
So we've got Gardevoir, we've got Lost Zone Box, and you need to be voting for Lost Zone Box on Twitch. It's only working on Twitch, so make sure that is where you are getting your votes in. We'll let you know when the vote's concluded. We'll let you know what the result is, but you've got your choice there. It's Lost Zone Box or Gardevoir. And remember, we're not talking about a head-to-head between the two. We're talking about which of those decks is better right now, which is better positioned to take down a regional.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the results in this one, to be honest, because I think there's many people who would be very favored towards one or the other. I feel like my argument's pretty convincing, and we have literally spent, as I mentioned, most of the stream talking about the deck, but, you know, who knows? I could just as easily see Lost Box being picked, because that's also a very popular deck amongst folks.
I mean, I will say, one of the most fun decks I have ever laddered with on PTCG Live, or PTCGO as it was, is Lost Zone Box.
Oh, really?
The original, the very first, I've mentioned this on stream before, the very first build that came out of Japan that was basically just Cramorant, Sableye, Radiant Charizard, and an obscene amount of switching cards. Oh, laddering with that was fun beyond belief. I had so much fun playing that deck. I'm getting a ding in my ear. We've got some results. Tell me what I want to hear. Ooh, no, that would be crass. I don't need to remind you I've beaten you twice. You know I've beaten you twice. I don't need to mention it. But
I'm just going to mention, you may have beaten me here, but I mean, our caster battle record is currently 1-0 me, so, you know.
That was a few tournaments ago. That's lost my memory, I'm afraid. I'll take your word for it, but I can't remember that. All I know is, I know, right? We've got our 4 decks at our set, and once again, I mean, Gardevoir won the most recent regional, but then again, Lost Zone Box did win in Stuttgart.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's sort of, I think it's a little egregious is the wrong word, but it's kind of a little bit more justifiable, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think of the matchups we had, that's probably the most even of the 4 so far. And Lost Zone Box, I mean, look, it genuinely is. It's evolved into a much more awkward to play deck, a deck that takes a lot more thought, a deck that you're not going to be playing like a game every 5 minutes with. But I look back to those early days of Lost Zone Box, right as Lost Origin came out, and oh, that was fun.
It really was. Now, we're going to be going to a quick break now, but guys, don't go anywhere. Like we mentioned, you do not want to miss our last round of Swiss. It will be a community choice, so make sure to stick around so you can get your votes in on what you want to see for round 9.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of Basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: Basic Energy and Special Energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each Basic Energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello, trainers. I hope that you're concentrating because we have a very special segment today. My name's Amy. I'm here with the fantastic Mike and our expert today, Tord.
I think we're blessed here with you, Tord. How are you doing, Tord?
Doing great. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
I mean, you're a name that we all know so well from your success in multiple tournaments, but one thing I think you're known for is your ability to come up with new decks, especially around new sets and when there's rotations. But it's not just about the decks that are unknown, like your recent Lost Box, but the consistency cards and how you choose to put those in your decks, all of those kinds of decisions. Talk us through what goes into making a deck.
Yeah, for sure. So over the years I have been playing, I have been liking to kind of divide all the type of cards into your deck into two segments. So I like to divide them into power cards and consistency cards. Now, a consistency card is all the cards in your deck that help you establish your basic strategy. So every single card that aims towards that goal will be a consistency card. So first you kind of have to define what is the core strategy of your deck, right? What are you trying to do?
I got a question about that. So what deck are you playing right now, Amy?
Charizard.
So with Charizard, for those at home, what would be the basic strategy of Charizard?
So say for Charizard EX, for example, the very basic strategy there, I would say, is get Charizard EX into the active and swing, right? Simple as that. Just use its really powerful attack and that's it. So every card in your deck that will aim towards that goal will be a consistency card. And now on the other side of the coin is the power cards again. So the power cards are only really good after setup again. So they can help tip the tide in your favor when you actually already established your basic strategy. So say a card like Boss's Order, right? Does nothing for you until you have that Charizard up and going and ready to attack. So Boss's Order, really, really powerful card, a power card, but it's not a consistency card again. So it's all about trying to find the right balance between the consistency cards and the power cards again.
I have a lot of, especially newer players or mums of juniors and seniors who are wanting to diversify their deck building techniques ask, Amy, what is the right mix of Pokemon, trainers, items, stadiums, and energy that they should be aiming for? I suppose my question to you is there any basic structure that somebody new to deck building could use, or would you prefer people to switch to that power card versus consistency card thought?
So the power cards versus consistency cards is just like one of many things you can use to help build a deck, right? But decks, they vary so wildly much, right? So say your Charizard EX deck might need way less or fewer energies than a Miraidon deck, for example. Exactly.
Or I mean, one of the first decks I learned from you was your 18 energy fire deck.
Exactly.
Back in 2019, and that was crazy at the time because it was so unexpected. So I guess with what you're saying there is, where would you recommend someone start when they're building a deck?
So you should probably start with figuring out, okay, what am I trying to attack with, right? So what am I trying to accomplish here? And then you need to try to put in cards that aim towards that goal again, right? So say if you use Charizard EX again, the goal is to attack with Charizard EX, and let's say ideally you attack with Charizard EX 3 times, right? Then you need at least enough energies in your deck to make that happen. So Charizard EX needs 2 energies to attack. If you want to attack with it 3 times, you can do some quick math. That should be 6 energies, right? You should also take into account that you could prize some, you might retreat around with some as well, maybe randomly discard some. So you should probably play a little bit more than 6 if you still want to, have 3 Charizard EX attacking. Maybe you could play cards like Super Rod as well, so you can get the energies back into the deck after you use them too.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to think about, and I guess for a lot of players, they'll go away and copy a deck from their favorite player. One thing that you do when you first come into the format is you sort of redefine what the consistency card should look like in a deck. And I think the question for you is, how do the consistency and power cards change throughout a format?
So, I mean, you have a lot of different approaches to that as well. Actually, I think that's one of the more interesting things about deck building is just trying to figure out what should my engine be. I usually kind of like to approach deck building from that angle and say, okay, I don't really care that much about what my main attacker is going to be, right? I care much more about, okay, how am I drawing my cards? How am I finding my cards? And then when I found an engine I really, really liked, then I kind of build a deck around that engine instead of the other way around of picking an attacker and trying to make it work. So I think there's just like a lot of way you can go about it, and that's one of my favorite ways to do it.
Thank you so much, Tord, for joining us and talking us through a real little masterclass in deck building there. I really hope this helps everybody at home. Obviously, leave us a message and let us know if there's anything else that we can maybe get them back in the future for. Thank you, Mike, for your fantastic questions as well. Trainers, it's time to get back to the action.
And welcome back, everyone. We're about to get started for our round 9 here in Dortmund Regionals. Winning in action for our players to get in to day 2. I'm Shay Bird and I'm joined by Alex Dow. How are we?
Yeah, feeling good. You know, we've had some incredible matches so far across our day 1. This is it. We're into the business end of day 1, where we're finalizing who is going to be joining all the other players already on that 19-point threshold to make it into day 2 and have a chance of potentially making it into the top 8 and potentially become regional champion.
And not only that, you guys at home get to vote on which matchup you want to see. So we have 4 matches here for you. Our first one is Miloslav versus Ross Warren. And that is going to be Gardevoir versus Lost Box. And then we also have Chris Van Urkel versus Hermione. And that is Reggie's, not Reggie Gigas V-Star. I'm talking old school Reggie's versus Lost Box.
Yeah, and the bottom 2, we have Scott Simmons against Toby Clark, a UK battle of Lost Zone, Giratina V-Star up against Arceus V-Star there, Arceus V-Star, Giratina V-Star, I should say, sorry. Yep. And of course, the final one, Tord Reklev, you know, he's quite well known, piloting Gardevoir up against Maxime Launay of France, who will be piloting a Lost Zone box. So those are the options for you guys at home. Make sure you are voting. Just quickly make sure to remind everyone again, Miloslav against Ross Warren. That will be a Gardevoir EX versus Lost Zone box deck.
And then we got Chris Van Ockel versus Hermione, and that is Reggie's. That is the old school, get 6 Reggies in play versus Lost Box as well.
Scott Simmons will be piloting Lost Zone Giratina V-Star up against Toby Clark's Arceus V-Star Giratina V-Star deck.
And then we have Tord Reklev playing Gardevoir EX versus Maxime Launay versus playing Lost Box as well.
It's in your hands, everyone.
The power,
all in your hands.
The power is... Get your hand back up again. The power is in... Hold your hand like this. In your hands. There it is. We got there eventually.
But make sure you guys are slamming those community votes as soon as possible to make sure you get your choice as the community feature match for our round 9. Exciting times here. This is it. Winning in action, Shay.
Oh, this is the scary scenario, these winning ins, right? You know, ways where you have to try and compose yourself, like I mentioned earlier, and just play the next game of Pokemon ahead of you. You've already done realistically very well to get to the scenario. So you need to just try and compose yourself, take a deep breath in, and just play one more best of 3 and get yourself into day 2. Because that's where we mentioned, you know, if you're in day 2, top 8 might be on the cards, and that's where you start to get that insane prizing. A little bit of that little cash money as well.
A little bit of that moolah.
A little bit, you know what I mean?
But, you know, there's a lot on the line, you know, but you have to be in it to win it.
You do.
You have to get yourself into that day 2 bracket. Remember, 19 points is what players require to make it into the day 2 of the competition. Another 6 rounds of Swiss before potentially pushing themselves forward up into that top 8 berth, semi-finals, and potentially that final to be crowned that regional champion of Dortmund for 2024.
Get yourself on that graphic we had earlier, the EU 2024 Circuit Regional or Special Champion, and get yourself that auto invitation to the World Championships and $10,000 cash prizing as well. It all starts for those players here that are in this round 9, still competing for their chance in day 2. All of that rides on this next round.
Yeah, so, Shay.
Yep.
I've kind of heard it from your voice, but what do you want to see?
I mean, come on. We're talking about Reggies here. 6 different Pokémon have to be in play. You can attach 3 energy from your discard pile. I need to see a bit of that. Come on. I need to. Oh, we have a result. Okay, who is it going to be? Is it going to be?
Is it? Scott Simmons against Toby Clark.
Okay.
A UK battle of Giratinas is going to be our community choice of Swiss round 9. That's a shock to the system.
Yeah, the old Giratina throwdown here. You know, the straight Lost Box version of Giratina versus Arctina. Okay. Wow, I did not expect that, but I'm all for it. Arctina, I've actually a little bit of Arctina myself.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Big fan?
Yeah, big fan.
Up against Lost Box Giratina?
Yep.
I mean, as you know, I play it a lot as well.
Yeah, you do,
it's definitely in a fantastic spot here. And I know both players very well as well. Scott's been a player who's been playing in the UK for quite some time, alongside a very well-known other UK player, Seb Simmons, his son, of course.
His son, yeah.
And Toby has been starting to really make a bit of a name of himself. Yeah. Has been piloting Arceus for quite some time now.
And that's, you know, Arceus attaching 3 energy from your deck is never a bad thing. Dealing 200 damage, not a bad thing. And if you attach them to that Giratina, the V-Star, you know you're swinging for that 280 with that lost impact. And, you know, part of the peak judge, I don't know, Roxanne, the great equalizer. I'm sure we all know.
Yeah, just as we're waiting to grab our players, get them all ready for the feature match, we do have the current standings available as well to see which players are currently in a fantastic position. If I'm not mistaken, after Vincent is one of those Iron Valiant Entei V players who are piloting it to an 8-0 record.
Goodness.
Incredible. Not yet beaten today. It's fantastic to be unbeaten. Potentially could make it 9-0. in day 1.
Yeah, I mean, imagine going 9-0 as well. That would be, goodness, what a statement. You know, not losing a single round. You know something about that, actually, don't you? Going undefeated in regional championships.
It was some time ago, but yeah, it's been a while now. We'll try. We keep trying. Yeah, one day I'll plug away and do it again. But there's plenty of other names on here as well. Nico Alabash is at 7-1. We obviously saw him on stream a little bit earlier today. James Cox, another notable player who's been piloting God of War as well. We have another world champion there, or former world champion, I should say, and Robin Schultz. In 13th place. But all of these players very well known to the circuit in Europe nowadays. So it's really incredible to see them do so well and make it through into day 2 already.
And it's worth noting our 1st and 3rd seeds there are both on that Iron Valiant. So Iron Valiant, you know, looking very valiant at the top of our Masters Swiss rankings here. That is an impressive performance.
Unbeaten across 16 rounds for both players together, you know, 8-0 and 7-0-1. Who would have thought it?
Wow, that is some impressive number there. That's the thing, like that tachyon bits is just like, you know, whoop, 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 yoga loop, and no, it's my turn again, a little bit wheel, and the game can get out of hand. And I'm sure it's exactly how it's been for our 1st and 3rd seeds there.
Yeah, exactly how I was able to demolish you in our stream
fair
testing
enough.
match.
Yeah, okay,
as it were. But you know, it's just how it works.
Yeah, just how it works.
Just being able to swing around, maneuver, put some more damage counters here, there, and everywhere. As long as the matchups fit in your sort of favor, you can go on runs like this, and this is how you perform super, super well. You know, what were you thinking?
Okay, well, we played a little bit of it earlier. You know, a little bit of our favorite game, my favorite game. Put you on the spot a little bit here. That underrated or overrated. And since we're talking about Iron Valiant, a deck we didn't expect to see, I don't know, be so dominant, at least in this day 1. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Alex. Iron Valiant, Entei. Overrated, underrated.
Look,
For me, I honestly feel right now it's underrated.
Okay,
Why?
yeah, why?
We've seen a lot of stage 2 decks sort of come back, swings and roundabouts, Gardevoir suddenly popping up again. But when you're playing a deck like Entei V, Iron Valiant, EX, with all those extra sort of tachyon bits, the Yoga Loop in action against small HP Pokemon,
yeah,
it does super well.
It does. That Yoga Loop is just devastating. I'm going to go with underrated as well. I feel as if it had its, massive showing at LAIC. We saw, getting to the final and one seniors, I believe, or juniors, one of the two. And then from there, it's sort of, it's just sort of fallen off a little bit. But, potentially going 9-0, they're right back on the map, if you ask me. Now, we're about to have one deck on our feature match now. We know this. Arctina. Again, another deck that I think's had its time, well, it's been a lot more popular, I should say. And now it's not so much. Would you say Arctina is underrated or overrated?
I don't think it's... I'm going to say
he wants to sit on the fence, he does.
I do, I really do. But I'm going to say overrated for the time being. Arceus has found itself in a place in the meta, but not quite recently with Giratina V-Star. We've seen it with that Rayquaza VMAX deck, in more recent times with a Cerulean, and just kind of maneuvering fire energies and sort of dealing big damage with the Rayquaza. So I don't feel like it's going to be very represented. I don't know if there's many other Arceus Giratina V-Star decks right now, but a Path Judge deck is incredible.
Yeah, and that's why I'm going to say underrated, because we all know how good Roxanne, Iono, Judge, plus Path to the Peak combo. That's the great equalizer. That can win you any game of Pokemon trading cards you are playing against. How about one of Ross's favorite decks? Cloth, Electrode, Alex. What's your thoughts on that? Underrated or overrated?
Personally, overrated. Sorry, Ross.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Single prize attacker is great. Attacks for a DT, great. But I don't know where it finds itself in the meta right now. It's a really odd one. Obviously, it can hit big damage as well. Hits for weakness and some really good Pokemon. But yeah, it's just Cloth. I mean, we haven't seen it really do too much at the moment. How about yourself, very quickly?
I'm going to say overrated as well. But we do have our feature match starting here. Scott Simmons, EUIC top 16, Arnhem Regional top 4, World's top 128, EUIC top 32, and I know top 4 ECC back in the day as well. Fantastic player representing the UK here as well. But then he is facing Toby Clark, LAIC top 64 and a Turin special event top 64 as well. No stranger to the highest stages, right, Alex?
No, not at all. I'm a big fan of both of these players from the UK. It's great to see them doing so well. They're putting themselves in a fantastic position to make it in stage 2 and then potentially just try and claw their way up. Up the rankings. I was going to say Cloth their way up.
Yeah, I had a feeling Cloth was still in your head there.
I refused for a split moment. But yeah, it's fantastic to see. As I said, I know them both quite well.
And they both come from the same local area as well. So imagine that you're leaving you're traveling internationally to come play, and then they're, oh no, they're not actually. I got that wrong. I thought they were. I apologize. Thank you for correcting me.
No problem at all.
As well.
Like
good friends, at least. I know that.
Yeah,
they're very good friends.
I think everyone in the UK, and it's likewise with us two being like good friends across the UK nationally as well. We all know each other, right? We're all a part of the same circuit. The European circuits are great, and we talk about the community all the time. So everyone will know one another. They'll have friendly banter, good chat, and that's why the both players have been smiling and laughing throughout so far as we shuffle up and get ready to place down our prizes for this round 9 winning in action.
And let's have a look. So we see one Giratina V-Star, one Path to the Peak, 2 copies of Boss's Orders actually, and that V-Guard energy. What an X factor that could be. You know, reducing damage from V Pokemon, making it so that lost impact from a Giratina V-Star will not be taking KOs. But here we are, our Swiss round 9 winning in action here. Dortmund Regional is about to kick off. Scott Simmons versus Toby Clark, and Scott Simmons is starting us off here, Alex, with that Lost Zone Giratina V-Star deck.
Yeah, we have the Flower selecting Comfort in the active spot. Greninja now on the bench as well. Concealed cards very early on, which allows him to just keep drawing cards, maneuver around. Toby, you know, despite going second, does have the option to, if getting enough Pokemon out, use Trinity Charge as an attack and not just Trinity Nova. But let's see how Scott's able to maneuver this first turn. Here's the first flower selecting, first card to hit the lost zone of our round 9 feature match. And just have a little look. That is a Clara.
Ooh.
Really sort of putting a lot of value on that. Looks like an escape rope there, Shay.
Escape rope's a fantastic card. I'm a big fan, you know. Just it's almost like a boss's orders in a lot of scenarios. Interesting seeing the Clara. It's a card we saw a lot of, I won't say back in the day, but, you know, in past formats. And we do see that clutch path to the peak as well. Let's see, what does Toby have it? I don't think I saw that many playable cards. It's a very shiny hand. It's going to be an Iono and attached to the active, so there will be no Trinity charge, at least on this turn 1. And we are going to see that Iono. Both players going to shuffle their hand, go to the bottom of the deck, and both players will take 6 cards to continue this game.
Yeah, just does have that Bidoof down, as you kind of highlighted here. Toby Clark with those fantastic Ultra Ball sleeves that we get to see. There is another Arceus V as well. Nest Ball also available to him. But, of course, already committed the Psychic Energy to the active. Knowing that it's very unlikely to get knocked out here, does have an additional turn to start finding the pieces of the puzzle to try and power up his own attackers.
It looks like just going to do a little price check here. It's interesting that the energy is being counted for here. And I guess when you're playing so many different colors and types of energy, it's important to try and keep tabs of them. Worth noting, actually, I drew attention to that V-Guard energy before. That's currently in the prize cards for Toby. That is his only copy. So while I think that might be a fantastic card for the matchup, until it's liberated from the prize cards, it will be a non-factor here for Toby.
Yeah, it's one of those cards which sees a lot of play in Arceus decks to try and limit your opponent from maybe taking a one-hit KO, particularly with Giratina right now, with that lost impact dealing 280. V-Guard Energy would stop that in its tracks at 250 damage. So Toby, knowing now he doesn't have access to it, does get the Nest Ball utilized for that Giratina V just to begin building up the board as well, but does just pass it over. The good thing that I think Scott may have done on his turn was play that path to the peak down.
Yeah.
Toby doesn't really have any other stadiums or normally any other outs, just that one lost vacuum to try and stop that fantastic Starbirth ability of the Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, that's actually really tough. You see Arctina back in the day would play stuff like Punkaboo to be like a ball searchable path to the peak out. That is not an option here for Toby. So finding a way around that path to the peak could be devastating, actually. As it is over to Scott's turn, he does like debating whether on a flower selecting, I believe. You know, everything is super important. Of course, experiment, I should say. It looks like, you know, looking at the top 5, keep 3, lost zone 2. And let's see what he does. I see a Roxanne there. That's a card you really want to hold on to if possible, but it's so useful in the late game. You know, you have to sort of hold on to it.
Yeah, maybe just a few different ways to try to maneuver around at the moment. Scott hasn't yet got a Giratina down. No. Maybe doesn't really need to. You know, the only way Toby can take a knockout is through the latter turns when he's powered up, something like the Giratina V-Star or of the like, because with the Trinity Nova attack, you're only doing 200 damage, but often it's reduced by the DT attachment as well.
Yes, yeah, so normally that first Arceus V-Star will be swinging for 180 for that Trinity Nova, as we are going to see a Iono hitting the lost zone there for Scott. We're going to see a Nest Ball being played, going for another Comfey. Need to try and get cards in the lost zone so Scott can activate his Mirage Gates and then get towards eventually Sableye, Lost Mine, and Star Requiem from Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, and in similar fashion to what we've seen before with Bidoof and Babaro, of course, that industrious incisors, it's so important to Toby's deck because he's obviously always utilizing something like Judge and Iono to try and disrupt his opponent's hand with Path to the Peak. Of course, right now he's the one who's been sort of inhibited by that Path to the Peak in play, but he utilizes that Bidoof or Bibarrel to try and get out of it, as we do see Scott continuing to dance around with those Comfeys for the time being. Another flower selecting after that Jet Energy was attached to move it into the active spot.
We are going to see that Lost Zone get accelerated up to 5 now. Fantastic number. So I guess Lost Provisions is live, so you could see a Spit Innocently for 110. That is an option for Scott if he so chooses. Doesn't manage to get that Greninja, not Greninja, I should say, Giratina, as you did mention before. So we are going to see a Pay Retreat into the Cramorant. Lost Provisions does activate, meaning Scott can use Spit Innocently for 0 energy, dealing 110 damage.
Yeah, Scott playing his own take
on the Lost Giratina deck as well. As you just saw, a second Cramorant hits the field. But not only that, Scott also plays the Tropius with their rally back attack as a grass attacker to try and combat some of those pesky Charizard EX decks that are hanging around in the hall at the moment in day one. But 110 damage back over to Toby now. Does have Judge in hand, Ultra Ball in hand as well. Does need to find that DTE to start swinging of his own accord as well.
So I wonder, do you grab the Giratina an Arceus V-Star here, or do you find a Bibarel? Both could be good options, right? You know, Bibarel lets you draw extra cards, but then just finding an Arc V-Star there could just be, you know, so much pressure off having it in hand. But we are going to have the Bibarel, that Industrious Incised, let you draw till you have 5 cards in your hand. But you're correct, DTE is the magic card here. We need to see a double turbo energy. Then you use Trinity Nova.
Yeah, has an Ultra Ball in hand as well anyway for the next card that Pokemon that he requires, as he hits one grass energy, another barrel, another grass.
Okay.
Not what he's after here, but we'll be looking to grab that Arceus V-Star here, I'm sure, just to make sure he has an attacker ready to go, and maybe we'll be looking to utilize that Judge to try and find that last piece of the puzzle here. It's just a Cramorant in the active for Scott, so it does mean it can survive another Spit Innocently. Not ideal from Toby's side of the field, but let's see if this Judge is kind to him.
Yeah, this is a really important Judge here, I feel, for Toby. Really wants to try and find that double turbo energy so you can start rocking and rolling, start attaching those energies, take a KO, get on the board. Here we go then, Toby. 4 new cards for both players. Here we go. Will Toby see that double turbo energy? The answer is no.
No, 2 energies, but not, again, that DT that he requires to start swinging away with that Trinity Nova. Will look like it's going to be another pass, which is super unfortunate. But Toby, of course, understanding now that he won't be knocked out here unless Scott can find a Giratina V in that hand and a Mirage Gate after a Chorus experiment. But that could be incredible if that happens.
Yeah, like the little shred for KO.
A little shred for KO. There's the Chorus. That puts Scott up to 7. Mirage Gate will be live after these 5 cards are looked at.
Oh, there's a couple of them. Gates. Oh, and I think the Giratina's in hand already as well.
But just has to, with the Mirage Gate, has an option to get it to the active and maneuver around, and that would be massive because then Toby's committed 2 energies to this Arceus V-Star already. Nothing else really on the bench. And yeah, Scott's in a really commanding position here.
Yeah, if we do see the Shred KO, sometimes you saw the Arceus Giratina decks would play like a 1 of Raihan. So you can try and accelerate back to attacking if you have no energy in play. But that, it is an option, sorry for Toby. But again, trying to find it while Path to the Peak is in play could be really hard. But we do see that Giratina V, Alex, hit the bench. We're going to see those Mirage Gates being played. And that Shred's attack, we don't really see too often unless we're, attacking into Snorlax. But we are going to see it here potentially. And I tell you what a time for it to be live right now.
Yeah, Grass Energy in hand for Scott already. No other energies really have been prized. It was just the 1 Jet Energy, so did have access to the full plethora of Water, Psychic, and Grass energies in the deck.
What a word, plethora. Love that. Love that from you.
Just trying. I'm doing my best.
You're
Mirage
doing
Gate coming down.
fantastic. You're doing fantastic.
Oh, you're making me blush. Mirage Gate, Water Engine, and Psychic. Grass Energy in hand. Just now needs to maneuver into the active spot. Does have the other Mirage Gate, of course, to get to the active Cramorant to do that manual retreat. Of course, sometimes not the most best value, but I think taking the knockout here is huge.
No, it really is. If you're Scott, you're not to know that that there could be a Raihan, but it's going to be really hard to find. Oh, he's going to see a Spit Innocently.
The only other thing, I was about to say, is that it does kind of set it up nicely because it's actually 270 damage.
Okay.
But then because we are seeing from Toby's deck, there's opportunities to weave in things like Sableye, and with that barrel also on the board. There's so many different ways that Scott could maneuver around and really sort of cause havoc for Toby's deck here. But he's in a fantastic position. Toby does have that extra energy in hand. We'll start finally swinging away with Trinity Nova. And I think we just got a bit ahead of ourselves because we just really wanted to see a knockout here. And that could kind of slow down the game.
Yeah, like I said, still in a fantastic position. There's a world in which Toby could go Choice Belt plus Boss here and actually remove that Giratina V. We know he does play one copy of Choice Belt. Oh, there's a DTE, unfortunately. Turned too late, but then what else do we see? Boss, Bidoof, DTE, and a Boss. And a Path, sorry. So it looks like I was going to see a Trinity Nova here, which will definitely KO this Cramorant and attach 3 basic energies from your deck to your V Pokemon in any way you like.
There's the Boss to deal some damage to that Giratina. Doesn't quite knock it out, also leaving it on 20 HP with that Trinity Nova attack. Not much else in hand, of course. Does have the barrel to keep drawing cards on future turns.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
On future turns. If I was Scott here, he'd also maybe be looking for something like a Boss to maybe take out one of the more healthier V-Star Pokemon on the bench there.
Because you know, sometimes cards like Challenge Care could be an option, not a card we see too often. So leaving this damage in play should be fairly safe. Let's see what Scott can do. Still going to attach these energies from that Trinity Nova, and look how beautiful these shiny energies.
So shiny.
It really is. Over to Scott here, is going to top deck, and let's see what he can manufacture. Top deck's a Giratina V. Ooh. Not a lot of stuff in hand there though, Alex.
Yeah, not ideal here for Scott. I guess one of those things, he can still manually retreat into a Cramorant to take an easy knockout from that perspective. Also could try and weave in a different attacker. Does play 3 water energies in the deck as well. But there you go. There's just a manual retreat. Protect the Giratina for the time being. Cramorant will be able to take 2 easy prizes, 3 Spit Innocentlies. Not quite as innocent as we always say.
There's nothing innocent about a Cramorant spending 3 times, taking 2 prize cards while doing so. There is nothing innocent about that, at least in my opinion.
No, not at all. Scott just deciding whether he wants to commit the energy to that Giratina. You know, it is heavily damaged. Only has 20 HP left, but it's not as if Toby has any Pokemon that kind of sprinkles the damage anyway. And right now, Scott in a position where he's up on prizes. Board state probably could be a bit better. Does need another Giratina V somewhere down at some stage. Just start powering up a fresh Pokemon. Because, of course, right now, Toby does have the Barrel engine going, does have the Giratina V almost ready to start swinging as well. Does have the Iono, deciding whether to play it, plays it down, giving Scott a fresh 4 cards from the top of his deck.
And Toby's going to get a fresh new 6 as well. So let's see what Toby can draw into here. Like I said, we'd like to try and develop a second Giratina V if possible. And let's see how this Iono treats Toby here. Has used Industrious Incisors already. Is that an Ultra Ball? Yeah. That's the last card there in the hand. Yeah. Oh, that's a Box of Disaster, I should say.
So which just kind of causes havoc here because it's put the Giratina down to 200 to 200 damage to 20 HP remaining.
Wow.
Evolving up to a V-Star does cause a lot of chaos, in all honesty. On Scott to decide how he maneuvers here. Only 7 in the Lost Zone. Star Requiem would be something that could go through the Arceus V-Star and not activate the Box of Disaster. If he attacks into it with a Giratina V-Star, does have a return KO on himself, which wouldn't be ideal.
If he attacks in there with Lost Impacts. Yeah. He says Star Requiem would get around that, but that would require another 3 cards to enter the Lost Zone there for Scott. Now, Box of Disaster is really interesting. If the V Pokemon is attached to, has full HP and is knocked out by damage from an opponent's attack, put 8 damage counters back on that attacking Pokemon. Fantastic find there.
Yeah, Scott finds a Nest Ball, so can look to try and build up a second Giratina as soon as possible. Does also allow him to shuffle the deck, which is absolutely fine for him as well because he already has a supporter in hand, does have a Pokegear also there at the same time. But this might put one of those Mirage Gates that he was holding on to back around the deck again if he is able to Chorus Experiment onto it. So, big decisions here, I think. Comfey and the Chorus Experiment will put him up to 10 in the Lost Zone, so Star Requiem will be live. Interesting turn of events, I think.
Yeah, real real chess match, I'd say, this one. No one's really steamrolled ahead here. No one got a massive inherent advantage. That Pendulum of Power is just swinging. You see a Chorus Experiment being played. They're going to get rid of a Battle of IP pass. That Tropius also looks like it's getting sent to the Lost Zone. Scott will keep double Switch Card and 1 copy of Escape Rope as well, as that's going to get him to 9 in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, and don't forget, if Toby does take a knockout on a V Pokemon here on his next turn, Scott will be in range to activate something like the Roxanne.
Yes.
And really try and slow down Toby. Does have the barrel in play, but any opportunity to disrupt hands is always a good thing.
I think that was a Jet Energy and a Mirage Gate with the 2 cards there. It was a Mirage Gate.
Yeah, good eyesight there, Shay.
There we go. Try my best, try my best. I mean, you guys can't see me, but I'm leaning very close to the screen right now. We do see a Switch card. Going to get second Comp Fate into the active. Trying to maybe try and find what, like, V-Star would be quite nice here.
V-Star right now?
No, there's definitely no V-Star in hand right now, I believe.
Still nothing yet.
No.
Hasn't been able to find it. Does have a Lost Vacuum, so can bump his own path to the peak and then maybe utilize Radiant Greninja's concealed cards to try and dig a little bit further. But otherwise, this could be a very slow turn from Scott's side.
I think you really want to try and keep that path up, though, because if you get rid of the path, Toby gets immediate access to Starbirth and can do whatever he likes next turn. So I don't know, getting that V-Star could be quite nice, but you're not guaranteed to get the V-Star if you use concealed cards either. Oh my goodness, Alex, this is so tough. We are going to see Lost Vacuum being played, though. Going to send another Battle of IP pass and a path to the peak to the Lost Zone, which now means Rulebox Pokemon abilities are online. Radiant Greninja can use that concealed card. Look at, going to discard that Psychic Energy to draw 2. Do we see the Giratina V-Star? Ah! No.
There's another path.
Here's another path. You know what, fair enough. You had your 1 roll of the dice, and you can re-establish that path, which I actually think you kind of have to do, right?
Yeah, I think it's important. You don't want to give Toby access to that fantastic V-Star power that Arceus V-Star has. Starbirth, during your turn, you may search your deck for any 2 cards and put them into your hand. Of course, it's something that we've seen so often since its release now, as we do see the path being placed straight back down, but Scott has missed the Giratina V-Star and having to go into the Cramorant to spit instantly 1 more time. This is the fourth attack now from a Cramorant.
But it's doing pretty well. It's going to neutralize that Boxer Disaster at the very least, and it's going to put 110 damage into play for Toby to try and navigate. Over to Toby's turn now. Let's have a look. I see a Judge, I see a Pop, I see a DT, I see a Boss, and Iono. Well, I see 2 DTs and that Spirit Tomb as well. Spirits are not going to be terribly helpful. We see a double Turbo Energy attached to Bibarel, so it will not be Boss's order stored anytime soon.
Yeah, it does have Boss, which is interesting because then you can start targeting a damaged V with the energies on it, or just doesn't have to worry too much about the Giratina V at the moment. That's undamaged because it does have the V-Star ready to go, which is in a far more better position than Scott has got currently.
Yeah, and this is what Arceus Giratina does, like, you know, just slowly marching towards victory, announcing Trinity Nova, setting up attackers, Bibarel to draw cards over and over again, as Toby's going to get himself on the board here with 3 prize cards taken. That V-Guard is still there, but, you know, doing a fantastic job. Over to Scott now. Really needs to try and start getting a big damage, or a big attacking, I should say.
Yeah, this turn, Scott will be looking, I would like to think, trying to take down that Giratina V-Star. Needs a way to get those energies onto his own Giratina V, find a Giratina V-Star, and gusting up that Toby's V-Star. Oh my God, I said that word multiple times in that quick succession.
V-Star, V-Star, V-Star.
Yeah, it's got a big target on its head because it can retaliate with 280 itself.
What's going on there?
There's a Mirage.
Oh, Mirage, okay.
Well, he just super
yeah,
so
the super rod,
what was coming.
Okay. That's a lot to ask, though, from Scott's hand. I mean, only really doesn't have any pieces of that puzzle yet, realistically. Still needs to find Boss, and only has Flower selecting as ways to do that. So, big turn here for Scott. Needs to stay in the game here. Needs to try and fire off a big attack.
Has that Poké Gear as
well. Does have Poké Gear.
So, big Flower selecting.
Roxanne, not a Boss's orders, but is live.
Is live now that Toby's taken 3 prizes. Is it what you want right now? Escape Rope, Toby will likely put up the barrel.
Yeah.
And it can't be KO'd by a Cramorant.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah,
lots of really tight decisions here. Lots of micro decisions to come. I mean, if Scott can find a Sableye, he can maybe then go move into that if the barrel comes up. But then that Giratina V is the only one on the bench. And that's just, again, got a big target on his back.
So we are going to see that Roxanne being played for Scott. That'll give Scott a new hand of 6 cards and Toby a hand of 2. That great equalizer. Path to the Peak is still in play. So Toby won't be able to use Starbirth to get him out of this scenario if that Arceus V-Star does survive the turn. Let's see what Scott has here. I see a boss, I see a Giratina V-Star, I see a lot of energy.
There's a V-Star. It's always a good start. That will allow Scott to take 2 big prizes here. And don't forget, Scott is only 2 attacks away from taking this game.
And one of those attacks could be that Star Requiem. It just says, get out the way, whatever's in the active.
Yeah, the only issue here right now is Scott needs another Giratina V on the bench.
Hasn't quite got access to it yet.
Because remember, that Giratina V-Star on Toby's side will come back up and retaliate for big damage. And despite not necessarily giving Toby the win by knocking it out, leaving Toby on 1 prize does mean it leaves Scott in a precarious position, as we do see the flower selecting there after the Jet Energy attachment.
I think Switch Card was one of the cards, and Chorus Experiment. Wow, okay, big turn here for Scott. Let's see what you're going to do. We see a Switch card, so can maneuver that Confound active. We do see a Giratina V-Star. Boss orders can't be played, obviously, after the Roxanne. So we are going to see a Switch card. Going to go into Cramorant, and there we go. That's Spit Innocently. What's this for the 5th, 6th time?
5th time now.
5th time.
Probably not ideal from Scott's side of the board. Toby, if he's able to find a boss
off the top
and then retreat into the Giratina V-Star.
Wow, what a swing turn there off the and we're going to see Lost Vacuum Alex to remove that Path to the Peak, which means Starbirth is going to be live now, but barrels will draw up to 5. Toby Clark to try his best to seal the game up here and just really put Scott in a very tough position.
Yeah, just taking this knockout is huge when Scott doesn't have another attacker that can really reach those 280 damage, or 280 hit points, I should say, as we do see the Jet Energy come forward, and Scott sees the writing on the wall, does concede game 1, so Toby Clark will be taking down game 1 here and put himself in a fantastic position to potentially make it into day 2.
Yeah, Van didn't even use Starbirth and was able to get away with that one. And that was a real close one. You know, I think that was a chess match, as I said before. You know, so many little intricacies and micro decisions that Toby was able to navigate himself out of.
Yeah, unfortunately, Scott just maybe 1 too many attacks with Cramorant, which was a bit unfortunate. There was no other direction to go in. You know, could have maybe stretched for and utilize maybe a Shred, not keeping Toby's sort of boss's orders on it to kind of take the damage on it early on. So there's a few different things. I mean, the Shred's not ideal because it's not taking the KO, but it does leave it in a position where maybe you can start spreading damage with Sableye and so on. But interesting build of Lost Box Giratina here from Scott. As I mentioned, he's playing the double Cramorant, he's playing the Tropius as well to deal with sort of dark attackers like the Roaring Moons or the Charizard EXs, and plays only the 1 boss, you know, the only 1 catcher effect card in his deck. Whereas Toby, with Arceus Giratina, it's the full 4 copies.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that Path Peak of full 4 copies. Now, I'd be intrigued to see if Toby will be able to navigate his way out of Path to the Peak as well as he did last game, because I think if your Path to the Peak is in play and you're an Arceus player, you're not guaranteed to draw really particularly well without using that Starbirth. Did get away with it in game 1. Let's see if game 2, if Path is such a big factor as well. Looks like Scott does have a basic, so we are not going to see prize cards yet because Toby did not. So we're going to see at least 1 mulligan there for Scott.
Yeah, this is in a position. I don't think Scott's got an ideal starter. It looks like it was a Spiritomb that was moving into the active spot there. It was either the Spiritomb or Manaphy, it looked like.
I think Manaphy's
yeah, so Manaphy was the other option, but at least the Spiritomb could hit and run away if it really needed to.
Fade out. And then you can use that Fettered in Misfortune, which won't be doing a great deal in this matchup, but, you know, not too bad. Let's see if Toby does have a basic Pokemon in this starting hand. The answer is...
Lots of energies and a Bidoof.
Uh-oh. Alex. I don't know if you guys got to see that hand, but I did. That's could be a one-way chip to City. Oh,
a
goodness.
couple of Arceus in the prize as well. Radiant Greninja and a Giratina V for Scott. Could be a little bit more detrimental for Toby because he has to find those Arceus as soon as possible. Scott is kicking things off for game 2 of our round 9 feature match. Remember, this was your choice from home to be able to watch Lost Spot's Giratina V-Star up against Arceus V-Star, Giratina V-Star deck. As we do see the very early and very quick benching of the Giratina V with that Psychic Energy attached to it.
I think that's all we're going to realistically see here from Scott. All right, can Toby draw something to stay in this game? The answer is...
No.
The only playable card, Alex, Path to the Peak and Box of Disaster. If Scott can just attack next turn, he will even up here our Swiss round 9 here at Dortmund Regionals, and it all goes down to a game 3. It is that Bidoof versus the world.
Yeah, that attachment there, and I think there's a little quick smirk over to Scott. Can he do anything here? Of course, we'll need to look for one of his Cramorants. There's Colress's experiment. Does also then need to find 2 more Comfeys to be able to maneuver around and Flower Selects, or can look for that Lost Vacuum as well. He does play a couple of copies of those to keep ramping up. So options available for Scott Simmons here.
Options available. His Colress experiment is going to be very important. There is the Lost Vacuum, a Comfey.
Okay. And the energy, so is that 2 easy Lost Zones,
very
2
easy
battle
targets.
VIP passes? The dream when you get to see it post turn 1. But is there enough in his hand to be able to maneuver around? Energy attachment, I think, needs to find a switching card.
Yeah, I think so. Needs to find a switching card to try and get there, but, you know.
Yes, just one switching card away. Nestball can grab the Cramorant, moving into the Comfey with an energy attachment, and it's just a switching card from that Comfey that would allow Scott to actually just KO this Bidoof. I think Scott's just working out himself.
I think you have to go for it, right? I mean, surely. We do see that Cramorant looks like it moved to the end of their deck there. Like you said, Scott just needs to find any switching card. You know, Jet Energy would work, Switch Card would work, Escape Rope would work, any of those would work, and then Scott will even up this round here. Oh my goodness
Seems
gracious.
unlikely. I don't think the Jet Energy was in the hand, so it has to be an energy attachment to the Spiritomb to be able to retreat into the Comfey. And then
okay,
it has to be a switching card. I think that's true. I mean, we need to double check Scott's hand, of course.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Only one switch card prized at the moment, so there's a few options available.
Ooh.
Here we go. Energy, Grass Energy.
Do you even play that Poké? Just trying to think out a supporter, maybe?
It's one of those things where if he misses it, he wanted to try and hold on to the Poké for a future turn. So here.
All right, here we go then. Flower selecting. Do we see a switching card of Roxanne and Mirage Gate? I think that was.
Yeah, just a sigh of relief from Toby. I mean, still not in a good position.
No,
Toby still needs to top deck out of this. But does mean he has another turn if Scott can't maneuver out of this Comfey here.
Oh, it was a Water Ranger, I apologize, but either one of them are not a switching card. But yeah, like you said, Scott doesn't immediately win this turn, but it's still in a very fine position. You know, he's got 3 cards in the Lost Zone. You'll see a Lost Vacuum there as well.
Opts to Vacuum, the path to the peak.
Okay.
There's an option here. That does get to the 4, but there's no other card to maneuver around right now. Maybe he wants to play his own path to the peak.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I want my path in play. I mean, there is no Greninja established for Scott there, so it would make sense.
Oh, it's just a pass.
Just see a pass.
But top deck, what was it? It's a barrel. And he can start swinging for 100.
We could do that tail smash, 3 for 100 on a coin flip. I'd love to see that.
With the DT attachment,
I'd love to see it. It's this big barrel. This is a well-equipped big barrel. We're going to see a boss's orders. Alex can't believe what he's seeing here. Into the Spirit Team, I'm going to draw some. Oh my god. I see an Ultra Ball at least, Alex.
Well, game on. Game on, everybody.
Come on.
Game on.
I want to see that tail smash, Alex. I want to see big barrel. There's industrious incisors being used to attack and take a prize. Here we go. Oh, Ultra Ball coming down. Imagine it has to be, it's actually Toby's first deck search as well, actually. So we'll be able to check the deck and work out exactly what's in the prize cards.
Yeah, Scott, one card away from taking game 2 very quickly. And unfortunately, that top deck of the barrel simply means that Toby really has life here in this matchup.
I never thought I'd see barrel in the active. I'm literally jumping around the place. We are going to see that Arceus V come down. But look at that hand, goodness gracious.
It's not ideal.
No.
If that barrel goes down, he's announced it.
Here
He slipped. It's a
tails.
tails.
Oh, no, barrel.
Spiritomb lives on.
No.
And now back over to Scott. Poker gear.
Oh my God.
This is...
Oh, this is riveting action here, Poké. Look at top 7. Grab a supporter if you find one. Iono or Clara?
Iono.
But then Iono is going to be, you really don't want to play that when you know your opponent isn't drawing well.
Yeah, not the best right now. Not ideal from Scott's perspective. Scott ideally would have been looking for a Chorus Experiment. I believe he's not got one in hand.
No.
But to try and find a way to get to the 7, Mirage Gate, and even just use Shred.
Yeah.
And that would be a KO, unlike in game 1 where we were discussing it earlier. Yeah. But we're just looking now how Scott's going to play this. There is the attached retreat to the Comfey. Big 2. Flower selects once again. Is that another Poké gear?
It was another Poké gear. Scott's going to roll the dice again, as it were. Wants to really try and find that Chorus Experiment. Here you go, Poké gear. Look at the top 7. Grab a supporter, put it in your hand, shuffle the rest back. Are we going to see Chorus?
There it is.
There's
2.
3. 3 Chorus. Chorus is here. Chorus wants to get the pie started right now.
Chorus is getting involved.
He's getting involved.
All up in this business right now. Chorus going to be looking at the top 5 cards, pushing Scott up to the 7 in the lost zone once there are 2. And then it's just a quick concession there from Toby. I think if that barrel was going down, Toby would be in a really, really bad position. So Scott, winner of game 2, tying up the series, and it's on a knife's edge right now for who will make it into day 2.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer than this. A game 3.
Yeah.
Winning in for day 2. Win or go home, essentially. That was all going to come down here. The Giratina mirror match of sorts. Got that Lost Stone Giratina deck versus that Arceus Giratina. Who will be triumphant here? We have 17 minutes, more than enough time to get this game 3 wrapped up. I, for one, am very excited. I hope you are as well at home.
Yeah, make sure you guys are plugging and typing in the chat on the different socials and the different channels who you think will take this final round in our day 1 at the Dortmund Regional Championships. Both players now, remember, 1-1. Toby with the option to go first or second. I imagine he wants to go first, just so they can start powering up an Arceus as soon as possible and just getting on board.
Oh, I tell you what, if Toby is going first, that hand was not great. I played a little bit of Arceus myself. Right, look at these prize cards here. We do see the barrel prized 1 copy, the only copy of Raihan, and Giratina V for Toby. For Scott, nothing too impactful. Does Toby get an Arceus V star at the top? The answer is no. Arceus V, I should say. So it's just going to be attach, pass for Toby.
Another one of those games.
It is.
Another one of those games for Toby. He's been in this scenario before. Giratina. It's just not, doesn't look too healthy here.
No.
Just a pass with a DTE attachment, I think. So Scott, what can you do? You've got 1 Cramorant prize, but you've got another one. Maybe you can start dealing some damage now, setting them up for later turns. And as I do think Scott is just playing that Chorus Experiment.
Wow, what a Chorus Experiment that was. Nestball, Cramorant, Battle VIP pass, and you get rid of Tropius and Spiritomb, 2 cards traditionally not very useful in this matchup. Scott Simmons is off to the races here in our Game 3 Swiss Round 9 feature match here at Dortmund. Remember, people at home, the winner of this round will advance to day 2. And, you know, in day 2, try and make their march for that top 8 and maybe even a regional victory.
Yeah, this is super important now for Scott. You know, I've spoken to him many a time over the regionals in recent times. It's been a while since he's kind of found himself in a day 2 position, and he's looking primed and ready here right now to apply as much pressure to Toby with the hand and Chorus Experiment that he's just been able to play down. Toby here is going to need a lot. He's going to need a lot at the moment, but he's got plenty of supporters that he can push himself into a good position.
Got a whole suite of different supporters there. Scott is going to conclude that Battle VIP pass with a Radiant Greninja and a Comfey, and looks like might be playing this Nest Ball here as well. And that's going to grab, what is that going to grab? A Giratina?
Giratina and Cramorant already in hand.
Oh, goodness, yeah, you're right.
Start powering up maybe and set up the double Giratina V that we were hoping to see in game one as well. As we do see the Nest Ball there for Giratina V. Just start thinking about how to best set himself up to take down this game 3.
You know, even if your opponent has a, a suboptimal start, it's still the onus is on you to make sure you capitalize and try and get that game home. As we do see, Concealed Cards activation there from Radiant Greninja, going to discard a Grass, draw 2. See that path to the peak, we saw how impactful that has been. Flower selecting as well, Alex. Going to get to 3 in the lost zone here.
Just a chance to see more and more cards, and that's what you love to do when you're a Giratina player. Keeps hold of that V-Star, of course. Just wanted to make sure he has access to it going forward. Doesn't really know. Was that into another Comfey with a
I think it was a Mirage Gate and a Water Energy, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
So no switch card here, actually. So we're not going to see a spit innocently if I'm not...
Energy attachment, I believe.
Oh, we're not seeing a retreat yet. I apologise.
Just a switch card into the other Comfey, right?
Yep, nope, you are 100% correct. That's why I've got Alex here to rein me in when my eyes deceive me.
Hey, we're here to rein each other in, so it's absolutely fine. Here, Cramorant into the active spot. Lost provisions, activated. Wow. Spit innocently. Swinging, Nest Ball.
The next card. The Nest Ball. Oh my goodness. So we are going to see that, I would imagine, Arceus V come down here. And this poor Giratina V is just stranded in the active. And, what do you even do for Toby? Like, sure, grabbing an Arceus V is fine, right? But then do you just let this Giratina go down? Is there any point in trying to evolve it even, just to... so it survives? What do you think?
I mean, the option was that's why he attached the DTE to it, so that it could retreat, fulfills the 2 energy retreat costs. Does mean he'd have to find another DTE, only to power up a damaged Giratina V, which maybe it doesn't sound too bad in matter of fact. But it comes down to this, probably Iono here, because I think Toby still needs a lot of cards.
No, it's a very, very important Iono here for Toby, as both players are going to shuffle their hand, put it to the bottom of the deck, and they're both going to get 6 cards. Toby wants to try and just develop the board, extra energy. Bidoof would be nice. Anything along those lines.
There's a DTE, so can start powering up that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, because the little Trinity Child, which you mentioned in game 1, it's like a baby version of Trinity Nova. Doesn't do any damage, but does let you attach 3 basic energy from your deck to your V Pokemon in any way you like.
Yeah, it does have that extra Arceus V on the bench as well, so maybe could split the energy commitments of the 2 benched V Pokemon, of course, as he does target what looks to be 2 Psychic and a Grass Energy there. Just double checking the hand, what's available to him. Does have the Judge, does have Boss as well. Does grab all 3 energies and it goes straight onto the V-Star. The Arceus is very unlikely to go down. We spoke about this before. Does have to be lost impacted for that to happen.
I'll tell you what a fantastic turn there for Toby, and everything he can. It is over to Scott, who's going to kick us off there with the Chorus Experiment. See a lot of energy in that top 5. I see a switch card there as well. But yeah, this could be a very important turn here for Scott. Any 2-price KO here would be super impactful.
Yeah, what's important is that Toby got that evolution up to the Giratina V-Star.
Yes.
Because that essentially nullifies Cramorant's 110 damage. Keeps it out of range of the Shred attack, keeps it out of range of another Cramorant attack, so it's not just a gust that Scott could just look for. So right now, it was just a bit of a almost wasted damage. So Toby still in it and still in a fantastic position, as we do see a Jet Energy slam down onto that Comfey. Flower selecting 2 cards yet again.
Chorus and Nest Ball. So it looks like Scott's going to keep the Chorus Experiment there as he gets to 7. So that means there's Mirage Gate alive now. I'm not sure if Scott actually has any. We are going to see a retreat into the next Comfey though. Flower selecting number 2. 1 and 2, and let's see what they are.
Yes, a couple of few options here. I mean, Scott maybe still looking for that V-Star, knowing that didn't want to give up the Sableye as well. I think that was that option between the Switch card and the Sableye. Does have Switch card in hand at the moment. Remember, Scott had the Giratina V-Star in hand last term, which was then Iono down to the bottom of the deck. as we do see a concealed cards here. Continue to draw, hits the boss's orders, but no Giratina V-Star here.
No.
Does it look like it's going to be another prod with Cramorant? We've seen a lot of that, and it didn't go too well last time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, strange turn this has been, but you're right, with no Mirage Gate or V-Star, there will be no massive damage coming out from Scott. I think putting that path to the peak is going to be so important here, though, because Toby, if you can get an Arceus V-Star in play, at least if you put path to the peak down, you'll be denying any Star Burst.
Yeah, Scott's mindset is that he will, at some stage, still need to target down that Giratina V-Star on Toby's side of the board, because that's the only Pokemon that from Toby that can actually one-hit one of his own Giratina V-Stars. So we do see the Cramorant just kind of applying some chip damage with Path to the Peak in play. You know, right now, Toby doesn't have an Arceus V-Star in hand, which does mean it's susceptible to another Spit Innocently after this judge if it cannot evolve up to 280 HP.
Yep, so Toby has a few outs here. Lost Vacuum to remove that Stadium and an Evolution. That'd probably be the ideal, because then you can use Star Burst as well. You know, Ultra Ball could become Arceus V-Star or just Arc V-Star. Any one of those would be ideal, because I don't think that Arceus V can even KO that Cramorant with Power Edge because of that DTE.
Yeah, Power Edge doing 130, minus 20.
Oh, it does exactly
just
enough.
about
I apologize.
reaches.
Oh, we do see Lost Vacuum, but we don't see the Arc V-Star.
Yeah, it's not ideal here. It's just really tough here from Toby. After that turn 2, it looked like Toby might have been able to stretch himself back into the game. But just missing that one card, that one piece of the puzzle, has meant that Toby could find himself on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's really tough miss there. Dude, looks like we're going to see Nest Board debate whether to take that Bidoof. Has already attached energy this turn, so I think, yeah, that Power Edge might be the only way get out of, well, I say the only way to get out of it. It's going to be a KO, but then you're giving up the first 2 prize KO as well. Yeah, not a great turn there for Toby. You're always going to see that Power Edge for that KO.
Power Edge, but remember, Scott doesn't have access to the other Cramorant right now.
True.
Because it's in the prizes. So does that mean that this Arceus V could potentially survive an additional turn? I don't think Scott will allow it, or look to allow it, but it depends, of course, on how Scott sees these flower selections. Those little micro decisions could completely change the course of the game, as we do see a Nest Ball hitting the Lost Zone from there.
For a Colruyt experiment, so that seems mighty fine to me. And it looks like Scott is debating to play this Mirage Gate first. That makes sense. Remove energy from the deck, so your Colruyt has better odds of you hitting, well, exactly what you want.
Yeah, some important cards Scott will be looking for here. You know, this is an opportunity to allow him to actually take the KO this time with Shred if he chooses to do so.
Yep, that is live.
And a retaliation from the V-Star onto a shredded Giratina does mean they go into the discard, can be super rodded back. So there's a few things going for that type of direction if Scott chooses to do so.
Yeah, this is a super interesting game here in our round 9 feature match here at Dortmund Regionals. Remember, viewers, if you're just joining us now, the winner of this game will advance into day 2. That second day of competition to get increased prizes. As Scott does play a Colruyt experiment, we see a V-Star, we see 2 V-Stars actually. Escape Rope and a Path to the Peak. And are we going to see both V-Stars getting sent to the Lost Zone?
No. I think that's the hand to keep.
Okay.
Now he's just deciding potentially which one to keep here. Remember, it's only one catcher effect in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. Just the one boss's orders. Doesn't play any counter catchers.
Wow.
You know, utilizing that space for the Lost Vacuums in his list, the Clara in his list. So just kind of relying on recovery cards to allow him to keep attacking when and how he wants to.
And it looks like that boss's orders is getting sent to the Lost Zone, Alex, so there will be no gusting effects from Scott for the rest of this game.
Just that escape rope there.
Yeah.
Which could be huge.
At some point, as we are going to see escape rope being played now. Okay. What is the optimal promotion here, Alex, for Toby?
Yeah, just wanting to give up the one prize. It forces Scott to have to still take out 3 big V or V-star Pokemon, which makes it really difficult for them. If Toby sent up the fresh Arceus V, I mean, then Scott would probably look to try and attack with a V-Star, just take the easy 2 prizes, and then find a way to retaliate that way. But
yeah, there's so many different decisions that has to be made here. Toby knowing he gets an additional extra turn by just giving up that one prizer.
Yeah, I think that makes all perfect sense to me. Does obviously have to give up his only Medusa, but Barrel won't be an option for at least in the immediate future, but I think it was the most sensible promotion. As we are going to see a double Giratina V-Star hit the field. Let's see what
Interesting decision here that both have been evolved up. Because now the only way to attack is either a Star Requiem or a Lost Impact, which then just doesn't really have the same value that a Shred or a Cramorant attack usually has. Is just a pass over.
Yeah, I think not having access to that second Cramorant there, super impactful as it is over to Toby now. Does have Big Barrel in hand. Path to the Peak is still in play. Is that a Lost Vacuum though for Toby in hand?
I can't quite work it out. It is one, yeah. The nice shiny gold version of it does give himself access to the Arceus V-Star Starbirth ability, but still needs to draw into it or find an Ultra Ball. Is that a risk he's willing to take right now after evolving up?
Well, we see it at least into play. I mean, you could Lost Vacuum, then play your Judge. I mean, you could attach this and then draw, what, 2? Is it 2? Yeah, draw 2. I mean,
if you Lost Vacuum now, you draw up to 4 with the Barrel, and then you still have Judge to try and dig a little bit further, but holds on to the boss because, you know, it's vital. He could try and take out a Giratina. Here we go. Boss is ordered.
Okay, here we
all
go.
In here, I think.
Industrious Incisors.
Does have the V-Star ready to start swinging anyway, so we'll be able to take 2 prizes here. Starbirth.
Oh, there we go.
Live.
Double Starbirth.
Double Starbirth live. And this is massive here because it takes out one of those threats on Scott's side of the board.
Yeah, what a fantastic swing turn there that was for Toby, drawing everything he needs to. Going to actually use Starbirth for the first time here in our best of 3, letting Toby grab any 2 cards from his deck via that Starbirth V-Star ability from Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, Toby, you know, showcasing exactly why he's able to pilot this deck to such a fantastic position throughout many tournaments. I know he's played, like I said, Arceus V-Star for quite some time now, partnered with that Giratina, and partnered with different attackers as well. I've seen him play it with Slacking. In previous renditions alongside the Path, of course, then it keeps swinging for big damage. But he's just showcasing exactly why he's been able to do so well with a deck like this.
And it looks like those Starbirth targets have been chosen. Didn't quite get to see what they were, but they have been chosen now. Fantastic V-Star powers. So Path to the Peak and Switch. So we're going to
save that energies because we could just keep that DT as the Lost Zone option if Scott is not able to retaliate onto his Giratina V-Star. Does hold on to the Choice Belt as well. Right now, maybe a little bit less impactful. There's the DT being discarded because it does meet the requirements of the attack. Takes Toby down to 3 prizes remaining. Scott with just the 1 Giratina V-Star on the bench now. How can he retaliate here?
Needs to try and get that Giratina V-Star swinging realistically, right? I mean, that would be ideal scenario. You really don't want to let this Giratina V-Star from Toby announce Lost Impact again for 2 prizes. Let's see what Scott can do. To see a Mirage Gate here, so I think that's going to be live. Does actually have 14 cards in the Lost Zone, so Star Requiem would also be live here as well.
Yeah, it does have enough energies in the deck with that Mirage Gate coming down. Does have access to another Super Rod for latter turns and the Clara as well to try and bring back some energies and maybe some attackers here. But resources are starting to really thin out here for Scott. Remember, clock is starting to run down now. A minute and a half remaining. It's on Scott to really apply as much pressure as possible. There's the Poker Gear coming down once again. The barrel setup means he's quite, I was going to say, Roxanne-proof from any sort of disruption.
And it looks like, yep, we're going to show the target there.
Roxanne.
Okay, so will Scott play that Roxanne? I mean, I don't think he hasn't played supporter yet, has he? So it is live.
Yeah, it is live for the time being. Lost Vacuums the Path to the Peak. Because now, you know, there's not much for Scott to stop from Toby's side of the board because Starbirth has been used. Keep himself live for Greninja if he ever did need to continue drawing cards. Just deciding
whether he wants to bench another Comfey just to not draw back into it.
And yep, there we do see that Roxanne going to give Scott a whole new hand of 6, and Toby a new hand of 2 cards. Now Toby will have a top deck and Industrious Incisors to play around with, but it is going to reduce those options at least out the gate. Let's see what Scott can do here with this hand.
Yeah, I feel like Scott's deck's like quite thin already as well.
Yeah, I mean there's what, 15 cards in the lost zone already, so.
Yeah, all those resources. There's a Super Rod. Does Scott have access to any more Mirage Gates for future turns? There is being played in quick succession here. Would ideally like to set up another Giratina if possible, because this Giratina V-Star will take 2 hits to go down.
Yep.
But Toby has time to do that, as time has now sort of gone down to the 0 mark. So we'll get confirmation that we are in time with Scott in the position of being turn 0 to try and level up the game and potentially go ahead, because remember, if he's able to take 4 prizes before Toby could take 1 more, it does mean he'd be ahead in prizes and potentially win in the final turn rules, or sudden death rules, I should say. So really tight here, really, really tight.
We do see that concealed cards being used there as well from Radiant Greninja. There's no path to the peak in play now. So let's see what Scott can manufacture. So we're going to see a pay retreat into the Comfey. We'll try and get confirmation of, and there we do see the Star Requiem being used for that auto KO on Toby's Giratina V-Star. Now this Giratina V-Star from Scott isn't going to go down in a hurry. Oh, was that a top deck of Raihan?
Yeah,
wow.
Maybe the Raihan is less important. What Toby needs to do here is look for back-to-back boss's orders. So we had confirmation that time has been called. So Toby, if he uses 1 boss's orders on one of the single prizes, that will put him down to 2. Scott could retaliate, put himself down to 2 as well. And then the onus will be on Toby, I believe, to take 1 more final prize before Scott could. It'll be the first one to take a prize at that time. Right, but that does mean Toby needs back-to-back boss's orders, because right now there's Giratinas in the active spot. Just kind of double checking who will be turn 1. If time was called during Scott's turn, Scott would have been turn 0. Toby would have turn 1. So just to get confirmation as well, it's big. Toby is turn 0.
Oh, really? Okay. So that changes things then. So
just for the viewers at home, after time has been called on whoever's turn it is, their turn will be turn 0. Therefore, Scott will be turn 1, Toby turn 2, and then Scott will be the final turn of the game. So really, really tense here. Really important decisions to be made. Which Giratina will make it through to day 2? That's the most important question right now on everyone's lips.
Yep, and tell you what, it doesn't get more nail-biting than this. Going down to time in a Game 3 winning in scenario for day 2. We've got the face-off of the Giratina decks. You've got the Lost Zone Giratina on the left, and the Arceus Giratina on the right. We're just going to get confirmation of the turn, the time turns, and then we'll get back into the action. But wow, this is going right down to the wire.
Yeah, right to the edge. Remember, it was you guys at home that made this decision.
You did a good decision.
You made this happen.
Well done to you. Shout outs to you for doing this. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit shocked. I did not expect this to be the matchup to win, but you guys, fantastic choice. Who am I to doubt you? It looks like we are getting back into the action here. And Scott was turn 0, so that means this is now still Toby's turn, and it's turn 1.
Yeah, this is turn 1. So Toby will now have the final turn of the game. So again, Toby with turn 1. Got it wrong slightly a moment ago, but glad we got it fixed up for everyone watching at home. So Toby will be turn 1. Scott will have his final turn on the next turn, and as Toby will have a way of potentially pushing himself ahead on prizes, depending on how these final turns go here. That Raihan has been played. Attachment from the discard of a basic energy to one of your Pokemon, and you then may search your deck for any card you would like. Another way of tutoring any card you want, similar to Starbirth.
Yeah, no, fantastic card. Lets you accelerate energy as well. V-Guard, love to see that. Could be a little bit too late here. We are going to see Industrious Incisors here. Going to draw 3 cards. Let's see what those 3 cards are for Toby. Ultra Ball, V-Star, and Grass Energy.
Yeah, the worrying thing now with Toby being turn 1 and having the final turn of the game, there's the Trinity Nova attack. It's 200 damage on that Giratina V. If Scott takes the knockout here, does go ahead on prizes, but leaves, unfortunately, a 2-prizer in the active spot, which does mean Toby will be in a very commanding position.
As we do see that 180 damage on that Giratina V-Star, but you're right, you know, having that extra turn almost taken away from Toby is going to make it a lot harder. And let's see what Scott can do here. Currently at 4 prize cards remaining, so this is going to be, what, turn 2 of time, as we are going to see that Clara being played, letting you grab any 2 Pokemon back from your discard pile into your hand, and any 2 basic energy cards as well.
Yeah, I think what was vital in one of the previous turns was Toby being able to take the KO on a Giratina V-Star before Scott was able to start swinging away. And it does put Toby in a really commanding position here. You know, Clara being played, grabbing 2 energies back into their hands. With both Arceus V-Stars now powered up with 3 energies each, or at least 3 energies each, it does mean that Giratina V-Star on Scott's side of the board will go down to either of them attacking.
Really will, and as it looks like Scott's going to draw into Escape Rope and energy from that concealed cards there. I'm trying to work out. So this is Scott's last turn, right?
Yes, correct. Yes. This is turn 2 of time.
Yep.
1 more turn remaining for Toby here. Scott's deliberating, attaching to the active Giratina V-Star right now. And it is just a lost impact onto that Arceus V-Star. And here we go, because Scott's down to 2 prizes, Toby down to 3, is able to announce, if I'm not mistaken, the knockout if this is turn 3 of time.
Yeah.
And take the knockout, and would be just down to 1 prize. And because of the time rules and sudden death rules, will be ahead and win this game.
Sudden death rules, how it works? We sure?
That's very true.
So
that's very true. So, I mean, of course, because we're not, and those are kind of more top 8 rules, so I do apologize. And that's the exact way how we would see it in
top
a more
cut. Yes.
top cut. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's just because we just want to see one of our UK players do well and make it into day 2 as well. But it's just one of those things where it's just so tight here. And it's just those, Toby would need maybe 1 more turn.
Yeah, 1 more turn would have been enough, but it looks like we're going to see a Trinity Nova for KO. But that game will conclude there and should end as a tie of both players will be 1-1 in our round 9 feature match there, winning in for day 2, I should say.
Yeah, so if it is a tie, and I think it's just been circled there for both our players. Both players will be taking a 5-2-2 record, putting themselves, unfortunately, out of day 2, but in a position where they do take some points away towards a potential Worlds invite. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I really wanted to see one of them make it into day 2, because like I said, we both know them quite well. And we've seen them on the European circuit and the UK circuit for quite some time now. And it's just unfortunate we won't see them into day 2, but a great showing by both players.
It was fantastic showing for both decks. A deck that we haven't really seen too much, Arceus Giratina, doing fantastic. If you had 1 more turn, would have been able to clutch that victory out there. But unfortunately, as it stands, we will see that one end in a tie. But a fantastic showing nonetheless.
Yeah, incredible showing from both types of Giratina decks here. Make sure you continue to follow us on the socials, on the channels below. But I think after all of that, I'm going to need maybe a small little break just whilst we decompress. But that has been our day 1 of Dortmund's regional show.
Yeah, it has been our day 1, so we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we're going to have a little day 1 wrap-up where we're going to conclude everything and get involved ready for our day 2.
To the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Zhong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's going to avoid that, but Gastron survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's a little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amoonguss. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Right, welcome back, viewers. You're joined by the whole TCG casting crew here for a little bit of a day one wrap-up and get us ready for day two. So, I think, people, we have our Swiss standings for day one all ready to have a look at, and let's have a look. Ross, any standouts to you?
I mean, yeah, we've got a 9-0. We don't always get a 9-0. Arthur Vincent going 9-0 is fantastic because they got 27 match points. The people who snuck in got 19 match. That's basically 3 wins over an average player getting into day two. Proper job inside track to get to top 8.
look at I've got see James Cox there, 8-1 as well. Robin Schultz also going undefeated there, the 4th seed. Our 5th seed is currently undefeated as well. Things you love to see. So how about we have a look at the day 2 players as well, and so I see who else we have to look at there. Alex, any standout names for you?
I mean, it's great to see so many players that we were able to showcase on the stream make it in. You know, Benjamin Fam's there, Nico Alabas, of course, is the player that we highlighted at the start of the day. World champions have made it, or former world champions, as I say, Robin Schultz. And if I'm not mistaken, Andre made it as well. But yeah, there's a lot of notable names there, and it's so exciting to see how they're going to perform in day 2.
Yeah, and we'll be looking to get that day 2 started, well, tomorrow. But the good news is you will know that if you win a region, you get your auto invitation. Let's say you didn't do too well in Dortmund, we still have a whole range of events coming up soon. And let's have a look at them. Freya, what's which one are you looking out for that are excited about?
So there's a couple that stand out to me. So first of all, Stockholm being kind of close to me, living in Denmark as well. I think it's really cool that we're going to a different city in Sweden. Stockholm is absolutely gorgeous. Definitely recommend going. And then of course, London EUIC, but that's more for a personal reason. That is literally the weekend before my wedding. So I'm very, very hyped for that one. Just like as a nice little, I guess my last event as an unmarried woman.
Oh, wow. So that sounds quite exciting there. Wow, it's going to be an action-packed few weeks there for you there, Freya. Love to see it. So, yeah, our day 2 action will be starting at 10 a.m. I think PT, and we get confirmation of that. Oh, there we go. There's to 10 a.m. CET, 1 a.m. PST. So I want to make sure all you guys are back here for that day 2 action, because it's going to be monumental. We're going to see a whole load of players play extremely well, and one of those players will be our Dortmund 2024 regional champion and get themselves a place at Honolulu, Hawaii. In the meantime, though, I want to make sure that you follow all those socials at home and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon if you're going to post on Twitter and Instagram, X I should say. Follow us on YouTube, subscribe there, and at Facebook. But I think that wraps up our day 1 here. Anyone have anything else to say?
I am so hungry. I am ready to chow down and get some good rest, ready to be nice and energized for day 2.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's make a plan then, Freya.
Okay.
We're going to rest up so we can put a monumental show on tomorrow, and I want you at home to rest up so you can watch it all. That sounds good to me. So I'll see you all tomorrow bright and early for day 2.